Chapter 5040. The mayor's wife hurriedly covered the children's mouths with her hand and shrank back in horror. "Please, Lord Mayor, now you can have everyone come out and go to the gathering." The old mayor stood up shakily, took out the sound-amplifying mystic weapon he usually used to summon people, and took a deep breath. There were about 400 to 500 people in Wangzhuang town. At this time, they were all summoned to the gathering. Everyone didn't know the reason and looked at each other. Upon seeing this, Xiaomu stealthily distributed transformation talismans to Mount Zuolan, Shenwu, and the others. The group simply showed themselves openly and stealthily mixed into the crowd of normal citizens, gathering at the venue with the crowd of Royal Manor Town residents. Around the gathering, there were thousands of soldiers from the state of Daluo, all wearing short armor and red feathered helmets. The townspeople of Wangzhuang town gathered together somewhat timidly. In the cold weather, even if there was a faint ray of sunlight on the horizon, everyone still felt cold in their hearts. Arbor stood in the crowd, looking left and right at the shriveled crowd. He suddenly felt as if he had returned to the Quoto village from several years ago. At that time, they were also this weak. When faced with the bullying of the Heavenly Tao sect, none of the villagers dared to speak. They only dared to watch silently, hiding on the side like walking corpses. They dared to be angry, but didn't dare to speak. Today it was still the same. In a different place, with a different group of people, nothing had changed. They were still a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Weakness was indeed the original sin. Arbor frowned and looked forward. That Daluo General Hajuo stood on a stone pier half the height of a person, staring at the townspeople of Wangzhuang town below with bright eyes. He turned his head and gave his deputy General Gu Er a look. The young general immediately walked to the front of the crowd with half a whip and asked with a chuckle, "Lord Mayor, is everyone here?" The old mayor and his family stood at the front of the crowd. When he heard Gu Er's question, his body trembled and he nodded silently. Gu Er smiled. "Since everyone is here, let's bring them over." As soon as he finished speaking, there was the sound of iron chains swaying beside him. Everyone felt their hearts tighten as they subconsciously gathered closer to the center. Hua 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 hua. A chain as thick as an arm was dragged over from afar. Standing beside Arbor was a girl about her age, about 16 or 17 years old. Because of her nervousness, her round face was covered with fine beads of sweat. Arbor could clearly hear her rapid breathing, and it seemed that her heart was beating faster. "Ah!" the crowd suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked along the long iron chain and saw 2 large iron cages more than a meter high being dragged over by 4 or 5 strong men. Clack, 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 clack. The friction between the cages and the ground produced a series of rough and ear-piercing sounds. In the cage, there were 2 monsters whose faces could not be seen clearly. Their hair was messy and drooped on their foreheads. A pair of small, blood-red eyes were staring at them through the cage. Arbor thoughtfully looked at the iron cage a few more times. Looking at the 2 zombies locked in the cage, one big and one small, he felt a sense of déjà vu looking at their figures. One of them seemed to be a boy. Wait, Arbor's eyes flashed, and his sharp gaze once again swept past the 2 monsters in the cage. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. They seemed to be the Fong siblings he met on Lotus Pond Island. "I worked overtime until 10 o'clock today, so I came back too late. I'll sleep first and make up for 2 more chapters tomorrow. Happy New Year! I still have to work overtime tomorrow, so I don't know when I'll be back. I'll probably make up for it later." Chapter 5041. The townspeople of Wangzhuang town all looked terrified as they took a few steps back in unison. Many townspeople huddled together. Other than the sound of each other's heavy breathing, there seemed to be no other sound between heaven and earth in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the scene of 400 to 500 people was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The girl next to Arbor was nervously pinching the corner of her clothes when she suddenly turned her head to glance at Arbor. In other people's eyes, Arbor currently looked like a woman in her early 30s with a face full of freckles. Arbor also couldn't do anything about this transformation talisman when her image became so terrible. This transformation talisman was too random. Depending on its mood, it could transform however it wanted. In any case, it couldn't escape the word ugly ant, the girl called out to Arbor timidly. Arbor instantly felt like fucking a dog, and her gaze swept coolly over the girl. Aunt? The exquisite and adorable Sir Jojo was actually called Aunt? Who's your aunt? Your whole family is your aunt. The round-faced girl didn't understand why Arbor was looking at her with such a strange gaze, and she whispered timidly, Aunt, can we still escape? Arbor glanced at her. At a moment of life and death. Naturally, even if there's only a slim chance of survival, we still have to fight with our lives. The round-faced girl nodded and surreptitiously took out a wood-chopping knife from behind her waist. She muttered, Aunt, I think these people aren't decent people. Later, let's seize the moment and charge out. Arbor glanced at the kitchen knife in this fellow's hand, and the corner of her mouth secretly twitched. In the little stoic's opinion, it was enough to have a valiant heart that didn't fear death. At least among these people she was about to save, there were at least some who dared to come out and fight against fate. Zhuo glanced at the thing in the iron cage and lowered his voice to ask Arbor, Xiao, what's in this cage? Why did it feel like the whole world had changed after he woke up from his hibernation for over 100 years? In the past, he had never seen such an ugly creature. It was howling and panting in the cage. It looked like a human, but not like a beast. It gave people an indescribable feeling. Arbor glanced at him and silently took out a book from his inner world. He patted it lightly in Zhuo hand and said, Study it when you have time. The world today is very different from before you hibernated. Zhuo hand inexplicably trembled, and a thought flashed through his mind. Does this stoic face have a special hobby of handing out pamphlets to people? He flipped open the booklet titled Corpse Puppet Guide and saw a picture of a rotting corpse on the first page. There was a small line of words on it. Beginner-level corpse puppet, likes to bite people, the speed at which its corpse poison spreads is low, and its walking speed is very slow. Zhuo hands trembled again. The zombie on the first page of the booklet was really lifelike, as if it was about to jump out of the paper. If he studied it in the middle of the night, his heart would probably be greatly affected. He hastily slapped the booklet shut and turned to give Jojo a kind smile. The little stoic glanced at him. These two in front of us have evolved to intermediate-level corpse puppets at most. However, 2 intermediate-level corpse puppets were enough to scare a group of mortals. When mortals saw such terrifying things, they would definitely be so scared that they wouldn't be able to walk. Chapter 5042. Just like now, when the townspeople saw them open the iron cages and drag out the 2 corpse puppets, they were so frightened that they couldn't stop screaming. The pale-faced women in the front row couldn't keep their legs steady and fell to the ground. The Fong siblings were sprawled on the ground, crawling on all fours, but their speed was very fast. Miss Fong passed through the crowd in an instant and roared at a fat woman who had fallen to the ground. The fat woman's eyes rolled back, and she actually fainted from fright. Ha ha! The mocking laughter of the Doruo soldiers came from all around, mixed with a few curses. So this is all there is to the people under the feet of the Emperor of the Divine Prefecture. 2 mid-level corpse puppets scared them to this extent. They really are a bunch of flowers in a greenhouse, so well protected. Could it be that they never even knew what corpse puppets looked like before? After the mockery, there was a wave of unbridled laughter, one after another. Arbor glanced at these Doruo soldiers from the corner of her eyes and sneered. The small hand by her side suddenly moved slightly. Hundreds of thousands of fiery, evil mosquitoes suddenly spread out from between her fingers, flying in all directions. At first, the crowd only felt as if some mosquitoes and flies were flying in front of their eyes and didn't pay too much attention. But with the cry of a soldier, a fiery prelude began. This person suddenly spat out a ball of fire from his chest, and it inexplicably spread to the people around him. It was so fast that it caught people off guard, and there was no time to defend. The first soldier who was enveloped by the fire quickly shattered into a pile of bones, falling to the ground with a bang. He was deader than dead in a matter of minutes. This unforeseen event not only scared the 400 to 500 Royal Manor townspeople, but also scared the Doruo soldiers to death. This fire inexplicably started burning from within, burning outwards. It was as if a fire had been poured on a person's heart, abruptly igniting it. The crowd didn't know what was going on and became more and more nervous, unable to control themselves. General Doha shouted angrily, "Don't panic. An enemy has sneaked in." The young deputy general, Guer, was experienced and knowledgeable. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. The young man ordered loudly, "Don't panic. Pay attention to whether there are any strange objects around you. Activate your defensive profound artifacts first. Defend! Defend!" The soldiers of the Luo kingdom shouted in panic. One after another, they activated their defensive Xian weapons and looked around. Guer's judgment was very accurate. He immediately discovered that there seemed to be many tiny mosquitoes around the Doro soldiers. Mosquito! It's a mosquito! Damn it! Activate your defensive barriers. Don't let these mosquitoes get close to you. General Hajuo was so angry that his nose was almost crooked when he saw his soldiers being targeted by these tiny mosquitoes one after another, and dying from the inside out one after another. This was truly an unforeseen event. Before the main forces arrived, they planned to camp here for 1 or 2 days. Unexpectedly, before the battle had even begun, his soldiers had inexplicably attracted a swarm of mosquitoes, and dozens of them had been killed. This really wasn't a good sign. Could this be a sign that the future siege would not be easy to fight? General Hajuo's face darkened as he loudly berated his soldiers. Chapter 5043. Don't roast them with fire. These mosquitoes don't seem to be afraid of fire. Use ice. Freeze them. Yes, freeze them. As soon as the general finished speaking, several streams of water shot towards the fiery, evil mosquitoes flying around in the air. The streams of water quickly froze into icicles in the air, but only a few fiery, evil mosquitoes could be frozen. These little mosquitoes moved very quickly, flapping their wings and flying away. It was a fool's dream to want to freeze all of them. General Hajuo saw the mess in front of him and could not help but take a deep breath. He shouted angrily, "A bunch of good-for-nothings. I told you to freeze them. Didn't you hear me? Faster, faster." Icicles. Crackle. An icicle formed by condensing water into ice exploded in front of the general, turning into ice crystals that fluttered in the air. The general was so angry that he shouted, "I told you to train hard every day, but you can't even do something as simple as condensing water into ice. When you have nothing to do, you brag to me that you're a great spiritualist, a great spiritualist. When I really need you to fight, you're useless." While he was cursing nonstop, Guer walked up with a serious expression. "General, these mosquitoes must have been released by someone. We must get rid of the spy in the crowd as soon as possible. Otherwise, these fiery, evil mosquitoes will keep coming." If they were resting in their camp and secretly released a group of fiery, evil mosquitoes in the middle of the night, General Hajuo could not help but shrink his neck. When the soldiers received the general's signal, they hurriedly raised the clubs in their hands and swung them at the crowd. "We can't waste any more time," General Hajuo said coldly. "Since these people are unwilling to cooperate with us, then we'll deal with them together." Originally, he had wanted to use a portion of them to feed the 2 mid-level zombie puppets, while the rest of them will be selected to be strong or clever to be properly modified. But now, it seemed that there was no time. He could not let this continue. Otherwise, he did not know how many of his soldiers would be left under the torture of these fiery, evil mosquitoes. If he could not find the spy, he would kill everyone present. They were just a bunch of stupid Chinese anyway. It did not matter how many he killed. A cold light flashed in Hajuo's eyes. As soon as he gave the order, a few hot-blooded soldiers of the country of Doro raised the iron spears in their hands and charged at the women and children in the front row. If it had sunk, how could those people still be alive? The townsfolk of Wangzhuang town immediately cried out in alarm. More than a dozen young and strong men were looking everywhere for suitable weapons, wanting to risk their lives to fight against the vicious soldiers of the country of Duo Luo. At this moment, a loud boom was heard. It was as if a thunderclap had exploded on the ground. All of a sudden, the group of soldiers in the front row exploded. This time, it was as if a flower had bloomed and the ground was dyed red. The explosion of the divine power ball shocked everyone present. More than a dozen soldiers of the kingdom of Daluo, who were caught off guard, were blown away. Their limbs were crippled as they hung on the stone pillars. General Hajuo's pupils constricted as he shouted, "Defensive shield! Defensive shield!" Gu'er roared as well. Swoosh! In front of Hajuo and Gu'er, 3 rows of shield walls immediately appeared, protecting them firmly behind them. Hajuo was cursing in his heart. This battle is a disastrous loss. Chapter 5044. The worst thing was that he didn't even know who the enemy was or where they were hiding. At this moment, he still couldn't tell. So many soldiers had died in the vanguard. How was he going to explain this to the state preceptor? When he thought of the state preceptor's stern face, General Hajuo couldn't help but shudder. His entire body trembled. At this moment, rows of Doruo soldiers, from half squatting to standing upright, surrounded the two of them. They erected hundreds of defensive shields in front of them and roared in unison. Pay attention to your defenses. The anger in General Hajuo's heart was about to materialize into sword light. Which friend is stirring up trouble in our small town? Why don't you show yourself for a chat? As soon as Duo finished his sentence, he saw a ball of divine power flying towards them. It was like a ball of divine power was being tossed around. With a loud boom, it smashed into their shields. Countless Doruo soldiers used their bodies to withstand the explosion of the ball of divine power. The soldiers in the front row who were bearing the most weight were immediately affected by the explosion of the ball of divine power. They all spat out mouthfuls of blood and barely supported their shield-bearing bodies. Hajuo's face darkened as he looked at the Wang Zhuang townsfolk huddled together. Fire the arrows. He wanted to see if this person would still hide among a bunch of useless commoners and fish in troubled waters. He was trying to force them out of hiding. Behind the defensive shields, hundreds of archers immediately surged forward. They all knocked their bows and aimed in the direction of the townsfolk. The old mayor trembled as he pushed his children and grandchildren beside him. He cried out in alarm, "Go, go! Go quickly!" The townsfolk finally reacted. When they saw that the enemy was about to shoot them indiscriminately, they hurriedly scattered in all directions. They stumbled and crawled as they fled for their lives. Thump, thump, thump! A dozen or so townsfolk fled a few meters before they suddenly realized that there were 4 invisible barriers erected around the meeting place. Commoners like them couldn't see clearly at all. At this moment, they were like a group of trapped beasts, trapped in these 4 tall, invisible barriers. The round-faced girl let out a cry of alarm and kicked the barrier in front of her. He kicked until his feet hurt, but he still couldn't push away that invisible barrier. At this time, many people rushed to the girl's side, kicking, hitting, biting, and headbutting. However, no matter how hard they tried, they were still firmly trapped in this predicament, unable to resist the cruel fate. Was this the fate of ordinary people? Don't do anything yet. Look. The round-faced girl suddenly tugged at the arm of a woman beside her. The woman was holding a child who was only a few years old. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked like she had gone mad. Now that he was pulled by the round-faced girl, his mind became a little clearer. He turned his head to look in the direction she was pointing. The place where 400 to 500 townspeople had gathered was now left with only 7 people after they scattered like birds and beasts. 7 men and women with crude appearances. They looked very ordinary. Judging from their appearance, these 7 people were about 30 years old. The one standing at the front was a short woman with a round face full of freckles. "Who are you people?" Haduo frowned as he looked coldly at the 7 people. Were they the ones who secretly released the fire mosquitoes and smashed people with the god power pearls? They really looked like a group of village women. There was nothing special about them at all. No wonder no one could recognize them when they were mixed in with the crowd. Chapter 5045. You're finally willing to come out. Haduo sneered. I thought you wanted to continue mingling with the crowd. He raised his hand to instruct the archers to aim cautiously at the 7 people on the battlefield. Do you have any more god power pearls to throw? Huh, Hot Duo snorted, expressing his disdain and dissatisfaction very purely. I don't need to use god power pearls to deal with trash like you, Arbor said coldly as she hooked her finger forward. She just needed to summon a holy beast. Standing behind her, Zwalanshan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. When a little stoic was exquisite and adorable in the past, she would definitely look very good doing this, but now she was like a chubby little oil barrel. Her face was full of pockmarks and freckles, so she looked very ugly no matter what she did. Suddenly, 2 figures flashed, and 2 slender and naturally handsome figures appeared next to the little stoic. Jojo, are you summoning hubby? The little stoic looked back in bewilderment. A pair of deformed mung bean eyes suddenly lit up. Her lotus had finished absorbing ancient Emolien's soul pearl, but that was to be expected. Under the main planet's 12-fold time flow, the absorption of soul pearls should be very fast. Jojo, why didn't you summon me for a fight? This venerable one's hands and feet are about to turn stiff from idleness. The venerable peach blossom immortal glanced at the other side. He saw a large group of Luo soldiers using defensive shields to form 3 human walls and vigilantly watching them. Arbor was about to walk toward them when she suddenly looked down at her appearance. She pinched her chubby bucket-like waist and instantly felt like the sky was falling down. What was going on? Why did she become so ugly? She inexplicably felt like she didn't even have a right to walk to them. She couldn't use this damned transformation talisman next time. How could it randomly transform and not recover within 12 hours? Before she compared herself to Zwalanshan and the other ugly people, she didn't feel any harm when she stood next to them. But now the harm immediately came. Arbor stopped in her tracks. She couldn't stand Emolien's tendency to float to her side. She didn't move, so those 2 people moved over. Jojo, what's wrong? What was with the little stoic's expression? She was looking at them oddly. Jojo, your husband came out of closed-door training early. Don't tell me you're not surprised at all? Emolien hooked her little hand naturally as he spoke. In the end, the little stoic abruptly slapped his hand away. Before Emolien could react, this fellow gestured to her current appearance and asked with a sullen expression, Did you guys not notice how different I am compared to usual? Were these 2 blind? Not a single one of them was surprised to see her like this. What's the big deal? Emolien grabbed her hand and said nonchalantly, You're my Jojo anyway. No matter what you become, you're still my Jojo. Zwalanshan, whose mouth was stuffed with dog food, rolled his eyes and roared, Are we still fighting or not? Just looking at it made him sick and annoyed. For a childless old bachelor like him, who had been a bachelor for several hundred years, he seriously couldn't understand what was so good about a wife. Women were creatures who liked to make a fuss and shout all day long. They were so noisy and annoying. In any case, he wouldn't find a wife in this lifetime. Fight! Arbor nodded and pointed forward with 2 fingers. Zwalanshan, you were so powerful when you attacked us at Forget River. Now, you should use 1/10 of your strength to deal with them. Chapter 5046. Why are you still harping on the river of forgetfulness? It could have been over long ago. Zwalanshan suddenly leaped forward, revealing his beast form. He had a human body and a snake tail, and his magnificent scales rubbed against the ground. With a flick of his tail, his robust tail heavily smashed into the human shield wall with a bang. A dozen or so sounds of blood being spat out were heard in succession. Zwalanshan's snake tail smashed down and immediately sent 2 Doluo soldiers flying. Although there were people rushing up from behind to fill in the gaps, the entire shield wall was already on the verge of collapsing due to the overly chaotic movements. Hajuo sharply stared in Arbor's direction. He took a deep breath and shouted with a gloomy expression, This human snake's cultivation is very high. Even I can't see through his realm. Damn it, they were originally stationed at Wangzhuang Town to wait for Grand State Preceptor Larry's arrival. The defenses in this area had already been set up, so they only needed to follow the Grand State Preceptor's orders and capture some people to transform while waiting. Think about it. How delightful would it be to turn those foolish citizens of the divine province into a bunch of brainless monsters that only knew how to obey orders and let them bite each other as they pleased? But now their plan to cultivate zombies had just begun, and it seemed like it would be interrupted by these people in front of them. They had to hold on until Grand State Preceptor Larry came to rescue them. General Hajuo silently repeated this 3 times in his mind before revealing a stiff smile. Friends, don't listen to his nonsense. Zhualanshan attack. Arbor habitually gave orders. When the latter heard the little stoic shout, he also inexplicably charged forward out of habit. As he charged, he inwardly cursed himself as a dog. He didn't expect himself to become so docile and obedient after following the stoic for a short while. The human snake charged into the enemy's camp like a giant descending. Wherever its long tail swept past, it swept away everything in its path. No one in Duoluo could withstand this sacred beast attack, and they all retreated step by step. Emolian grasped Arbor's small hand and said softly, "These people brazenly set up a stronghold in Wangzhuang, so they should be relying on talisman formations." Arbor nodded slightly and glanced at the transparent barrier around them. What kept the townsfolk out of the meeting place was the defensive barrier that had been set up. She had been somewhat curious since the beginning. This talisman grandmaster had spent a lot of money to set up such a large defensive wall, but why didn't he show himself? She smashed them with the divine power bead and asked the snake to bully them like this, but she still couldn't force this talisman master to show himself. It could be imagined that this person's relationship with the country of Daluo shouldn't be that good. It didn't matter. She was just curious about talisman masters. Every time she met a talisman master, she always thought that it would be best to have a talisman competition with them. This way, she would be able to have a better understanding of her own talisman skills she silently practiced according to the golden talisman jade tome. Most of the time, she felt too lonely. If he could have a few sparring partners, he would feel that it would be good. In fact, whoever became her sparring partner would have 8 lifetimes of bad luck. This fellow used the long-lost talisman techniques from the golden talisman jade tome to crush others. Every time she was done, she would feel that the other party was too weak and reveal a regretful expression. Ever since this fellow's reputation as a talisman master spread throughout the 3 provinces, very few people wanted to compete with her in talismans. No one was a masochist Wulan Mountain snake tail swept past, and the power was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, instantly crushing the defensive shield formation. The 4th watch made up for the 2nd watch, and the 6th watch was completed. Chapter 5047. Many of the Luo soldiers were rolling on the ground as they screamed in pain. General Hajuo's face darkened as he said in a low voice, "Retreat." He felt that if they continued to stay here, the 5,000 soldiers under his command would all die here. They would all be destroyed by someone. In order to preserve their strength, they had to endure for now for the sake of long-term benefits. Hajuo gritted his teeth and raised his hand. He whispered to the young General Guer, "State Preceptor Larry might not be able to make it on time. We must retreat quickly." If they retreated now, they could still save 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers. If they continued to dawdle, no matter how many people they had, they would not be enough to be wiped out by the snake. As he spoke, the snake smashed a few more Luo soldiers to death. Hajuo saw that something was wrong and hurriedly shouted, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" Guer's face was cold as he bellowed. The panicked soldiers of the Luo kingdom hurriedly fled backward, like flies that had been pinched off, disorderly and disorderly. The entire banquet hall was instantly filled with a cacophony of shouts. It was a complete mess. At this time, no one had the time to care about others. They were too busy running for their lives. The soldiers fled like a swarm of bees, but they were soon blocked by 4 invisible barriers. General Haddo leaped onto a muscular black wolf, and the rest of the Doro Wolf team hurriedly followed suit. Following their general, they rushed to the transparent defensive wall. Hajuo took out a set of jade talismans from his sleeves and threw them forward. Dozens of jade talismans formed a circle in the air and scattered in all directions. The barrier in front of them disappeared without a trace. Arbor stood there expressionlessly and watched Hajuo's series of actions. He sneered in his heart. It seemed that this talisman array master was a cautious person. He did not show himself, and only gave the general the key to open and close the talisman array. But one thing was for sure. This master must be hiding nearby and watching. After all, anyone would be curious after setting up such a large talisman array. Let's go. When Hato saw that the barrier in front of him had opened, he patted the wolf's head without another word. He rode on the large black wolf and charged forward. His speed was so fast that even the young General Guer, who was following closely behind him, could not keep up with his speed. General Haduo had left them a short distance behind. The soldiers of the kingdom of Doruo all followed closely behind Captain Wolf, running without thinking. They only wanted to get far away from that crazy snake's attack range. This human snake was simply unparalleled. Without a second word, it would smash anyone it saw. Wherever its huge tail swept past, almost everyone would be turned into a pile of meat paste. Quick! Guer patted the wolf's back and urged loudly. There was a trace of anxiety in his eyes. He knew very well that Grandmaster Chu's talisman array was quite powerful. Even if he had the key to open the defensive wall, it would only take him a few minutes to pass through. After a few minutes, the defensive wall would close up again, sealing the remaining people inside. Ha! Guer snorted coldly, a hint of ridicule flashing in his eyes. At that time, it would be like catching a turtle in a jar. As long as Grandmaster Chu sent them on their way outside the talisman array, they would have a good time. Apart from that human snake whose realm could not be determined, everyone else would be in for a bad time. Chapter 5048. The kingdom of Luo's soldiers followed Wolf Troop as they charged out of the gap in the defensive wall. They didn't even turn their heads or dare to take another look behind them as they continued to dash forward. Zhualanshan was a bit dumbfounded. He slithered to Arbor's side with his snake tail and asked in confusion, "Are we going to let them leave just like that? How's that possible?" The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal rolled his eyes at him. "Of course our Jojo has a backup plan." Zhualanshan nodded with a sluggish expression and said, "Let me think. The little stoic isn't an open-minded person. How could she let these people leave just like that?" Arbor turned to glare at him. Emol Yin's mouth twitched, and he rebuked Zhualanshan with a taut face. "Don't speak if you don't know how to speak." Mutes like to talk, and every time they spoke, it always sounded off. Actually, Zhualanshan's original intention was to say that the little stoic was someone who repaid kindness with kindness and enmity with vengeance. So she shouldn't have let that General Hajuo leave just like that. He felt that this action didn't seem like the little stoic's personality. In the end, his words took a 180-degree turn, and he was referring to this person who didn't use words to convey his meaning. Zhualanshan shut his mouth aggrievedly, but he was very puzzled on the inside. This little girl was truly too difficult to handle. Like the weather in March, that little face of hers really changed on a whim. She was fine just now, but now she immediately tensed up. "Ignore him. He's uncultured." Emol Yin pulled his wife's hand and said quietly, "Later, we'll find him a teacher and properly educate him on popular culture. Tell him not to use these idioms carelessly in the future." Arbor pursed his small mouth and nodded reluctantly. She looked up at her husband and then lowered her head to look at herself, a faint trace of worry rising in her heart. Her current appearance as a fat winter melon, why did she feel so disgusted standing next to her husband? The little stoic pulled a long face and pushed the man. "Move over a bit." His Highness the Crown Prince blinked and looked at his wife in incomprehension. "Why? Not really compatible. How could it not be?" Crown Prince Imo abruptly reached out and picked up his wife. "Wife, you match me no matter what you look like." Arbor widened his deformed, beady eyes and glared at him angrily. He raised his little hand and smacked him on the head. "Don't mess around. I'm not fooling around." Prince Imo blinked and lowered his head to rub her hair. "We've been married for so many years, Jojo." Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a force pushing against Jojo's lower abdomen, trying to push him away. Emol Yin was shocked and didn't dare to resist. She could only allow the force to push her back 2 steps. She glanced at her daughter-in-law, who was 2 steps away, with an aggrieved expression. Arbor couldn't help but want to laugh. He raised his hand to touch his stomach and snorted. Baby Mo doesn't like you. This was not the first time he had pushed his father away. The pitiful His Highness the Crown Prince despised him so much even before his child was born. On the other side, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal truly couldn't stand it anymore. He patted Zwalanshon next to him and said, "Let's go ahead and take a look. Those people should be back by now." "Which people should be back by now?" Zwalanshon followed him in bewilderment. They didn't go far before they saw dust swirling in the distance. A large pack of black wolves was carrying a group of panic-stricken Doruo soldiers as they retreated. It was as if there was a ghost behind them. Chapter 5049. The group of people fled in all directions, not caring about their image at all. Some even crawled 3 times with each step and rolled on the ground, as if their legs were so weak that they couldn't even lift them up. Zwalanshon was baffled. He looked at the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal in confusion. What's wrong with him? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a large swarm of things rushing over from behind the Luo soldiers. From afar, it looked like a black ocean, making one's scalp tingle uncontrollably. The rolling little sand scorpions rushed over in great jubilation. Like a tide, they surrounded the soldiers of the kingdom of Daluo. Soon, the thousands of Luo soldiers, as well as Haduo and Guer's group, were all trapped in a tight encirclement. They kept moving forward, shrinking the encirclement. Fuck, what are these things? Zwalanshon hurriedly retreated a few steps, his scalp tingling. Boom, 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 boom. The stone slabs around them suddenly flew up and stacked on top of each other, quickly building 4 high walls around them. They rotated noisily, trapping everyone in these stone slabs. Haduo and his group's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. They cautiously moved left and right, looking back and forth. They saw that the original invisible defensive wall had been replaced by stone slabs. These stone slabs that had suddenly erupted from the ground were now, like moving city walls, stacked up from top to bottom, left to right, trapping everyone firmly in this area. The townspeople of Wangzhuang Town were huddled in a corner. The 400 to 500 people wanted nothing more than to shrink into a speck of dust, not wanting to attract the attention of these people in front of them. These cultivators could easily destroy the heavens and the earth. The entire town could be razed to the ground by them. They hoped that the immortals' fight wouldn't affect them. In the eyes of these cultivators, the commoners of Wangzhuang Town were probably ants. Arbor looked coldly at General Haduo. The latter rode on the big black wolf and met her eyes. He couldn't help but be intimidated by the cold light in her eyes, and his heart trembled slightly. Guer wasn't as calm as Haduo. He couldn't help but shout when he saw the scene before him. "Don't think you can trap us like this. Grand State Preceptor Larry is almost here with his men. Once our main forces arrive, all of you will die. Grand Preceptor Larry, Grand Preceptor Larry." When all the soldiers of the country of Doruo heard this person's name, it was as if they were injected with chicken blood. They clenched their fists and shouted out in an uproar. Arbor waved his hand and released a cloud of poison powder. The voices of the Doruo soldiers immediately stopped. Everyone was speechless. "You're so long-winded," Arbor said impatiently. "Search his soul and see when that Grandmaster Lila will roll over. If he was fast, he could wait for him here and catch them all in one fell swoop. If there were still a few more days of travel, then there was no need to wait. He would have the time to wait here all day for them to attack." Emolian really wanted to remind his wife that she called him Lolly, the great state preceptor, not Lila. However, the impatient expression on his wife's face made him silently give up. Forget about this kind of small matter. Whatever his wife says is right. His wife can call him whatever she wants. I don't think there's a need to search his soul. Zwalanshon frowned and said with a firm expression, "There are no signs of any large army within a radius of several hundred miles." Chapter 5050. He's a liar. Jojo. He's lying to you. He's lying to you. No one came here at all. He's just stalling for time. What Grand Preceptor Lila? There's no such person. Zwalanshon hurriedly slandered. Damned liar. Arbor flew into a rage when he heard this. He slapped the stupefied Gu'er across the air. "How dare you lie to Jojo?" Arbor slapped Gu'er's face in anger. Gu'er's face immediately tilted heavily to the left. 5 fingerprints appeared on his face. He was still in a daze from the slap and had yet to react. Prince Imo hurriedly shouted, "Jojo, don't move. Let me do it." As he spoke, he had already flown over like a rabbit. While he landed a dozen punches on Gu'er, he didn't forget to turn around and send a flying kiss to his expressionless wife, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his face. He thought to himself, Emollien's skin is getting thicker and thicker. Now it's getting worse. Acting cute, my foot. Just looking at it makes my eyes burn. Arbor was speechless. What should I do when my husband has no bottom line? However, my husband looks so good when he smiles. He's like a flower that needs to be cared for and nurtured. He'll definitely grow stronger and stronger in the future. Jojo has to work hard to nurture him. He can't let the flower grow crooked. While he was pondering, Student Imo had already landed dozens of punches, knocking the unlucky Gu'er off the wolf's back. He fell to the ground in a tragic manner. His tumble caused his head to land on the dirt floor with no stone tiles on his face. When he ate a mouthful of dust, his nose, mouth, and face were all broken. Gu'er howled miserably several times as he struggled to get up, but Crown Prince Imo swiftly kicked him down with a swift kick. Gu'er's eyes stung. He had the urge to cry. "Oh my God, who can save me? What if I encounter a lunatic with extremely strong killing power?" Arbor coughed softly and waved his hand. "Stop. Listen to what he has to say." Emollien stealthily retracted her long leg and lowered her head to look at Gu'er, who had been trampled into the mud by her. She snorted and said, "Don't pretend to be dead. If you continue to pretend, I'll really kill you." Everyone was speechless. Gu'er struggled to raise his head. He looked extremely miserable. Half of his face was covered in bruises, and his eyes were almost squeezed into 2 slits. Grand State Preceptor Larry, his original plan was to stop Wang Zhuangzhen today, Gu'er said in a trembling voice, his face full of helplessness. This time, he didn't dare to speak carelessly. After all, in the other party's camp, other than the extremely powerful Snake Man, this crazy person in front of him was also very powerful. Gu'er lay there and looked up at the other party. He couldn't help but feel that this psychopath's aura and consciousness were so strong that he could crush him with just a finger. Even an ant is nothing more than this, Gu'er thought dejectedly. Facing such a powerful person, he really couldn't muster up the slightest thought of resisting. Arbor sniffed and thought for a moment. "You mean your leader didn't keep the appointment?" Yes, esteemed madam." Gu'er nodded and answered honestly. Emollien suddenly frowned. Arbor had interacted with him for a long time and was familiar with his words and actions. Seeing his frown, he knew that something was wrong. He quickly walked over and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Emollien nodded gravely. "These people deliberately stayed here to delay us." Chapter 5051. Arbor was a smart person who grasped the gist of things. He immediately understood after hearing Emollien's words. As it turned out, that Grand Preceptor Lila purposely left these cannon fodder here to delay them. Therefore, this Lila had actually long calculated that they would definitely rush back to deal with the situation in Dragon Flame City after hearing about it. He purposely set up an extremely conspicuous stronghold at the foot of the imperial capital to lure them here as a delaying tactic. "Your Highness, then let's hurry back to the city now." Shenwu hastily asked. If something happened to Dragon Flame City, the entire Divine Province would be shaken, and the current peaceful days would no longer exist. As a citizen of the Divine Province, he had long been accustomed to the current peace and prosperity. He truly didn't wish for anyone to disrupt the current good times. This tiny kingdom of Daluo dared to scheme against the imperial capital of the Divine Province. What kind of confidence supported him to do such a foolish thing? Arbor silently took out a transportation talisman matrix. "Let's go." GC, Old Joe, and the others suddenly twitched their mouths, and they all revealed bitter expressions. The little crown princess was going to activate the directional dam transportation mode again this time. They hoped it wouldn't directly transport them to the enemy's main camp. Hu Jinshun chuckled mischievously and flashed to Arbor's side. Jojo, I like this transportation talisman matrix the most. We don't have to walk a long way and arrive in the blink of an eye. It's effortless. Arbor nodded in agreement. At the same time, he glanced at GC and the others in confusion. The transportation talisman matrix this darling made was so fast and convenient. Why did these people look constipated when they saw her take out the transportation talisman matrix? Could it be that this transportation talisman matrix wasn't fast and stable? Jojo, it's their stupidity. They don't know what's good for them. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal saw through the little stoic's thoughts with a glance and walked up with a grin. Let's go. Then, these people. Arbor turned to look at Hajuo's group, whose expressions were unsightly. These small soldiers of Daluo were completely defenseless in front of this humanoid sacred beast of Mount Zwilon. So as long as they wanted to, they could annihilate all these people here. Haduo stared at the little stoic nervously. He truly didn't expect Grand State Preceptor Larry to be so deceitful as to leave them here to stall for time for him. The Grand State Preceptor had treated them as abandoned pawns from the very beginning, leaving them here to die. Emolian glanced indifferently at Haduo and the others. Settle down in this array formation. First, Jojo. Tell Ton to escort these people back. As for how to deal with these prisoners of war, that was for the Emperor to worry about. The Crown Prince expressed that he and his wife were too lazy to care. Arbor nodded and drew several binding talismans in the air. With a flick of his little hand, he pushed them into the surrounding air. A double confinement glyph formation was set up on the originally solid defensive wall. Snake. The Snake Man was dumbfounded. He turned to look at Arbor and said, I have a name. My name is Zualanshan. Leave a wisp of your soul remembrance here and watch over them. Arbor didn't waste words with him and got straight to the point. With a wisp of Zolanshan's soul guarding this place, even if Hajuo's group wanted to make a move, they couldn't possibly hide it from the Snake Man's eyes. Got it. The Snake Man pursed his lips and pulled out a wisp of his soul remembrance to leave inside the confinement glyph formation. With the Snake Man guarding this place, Hajuo Ghoul and the others couldn't possibly escape. Chapter 5052. Haduo drooped his head dejectedly. He was currently still straddling that large black wolf, but this wolf wasn't as fierce as before. Under the endless pressure of a human-shaped sacred beast, the wolf's head also completely drooped. It sprawled on the ground and whimpered, its voice sounding like a kitten or puppy, comical and pitiful. Arbor tossed aside the transportation talisman matrix and led the Crown Prince's group forward a few steps. Everyone's figures were immediately enveloped by the light of transportation, and they disappeared from the talisman matrix with a whoosh. After everyone's figures disappeared, a wretched and skinny old man with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks appeared outside the defensive wall. He raised his bony hand that was as withered as a chicken's claw and lightly touched the thick layer of defensive wall. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, such powerful talisman techniques. There were even double confinement talisman matrices set up inside this defensive wall. Such extravagance truly wasn't something a minor talisman practitioner could do. This person's gaze involuntarily flickered, and a complicated expression flitted across his eyes. It was a pity that such a young and talented little girl couldn't be used by them. It truly was a pity that she died. Just as he thought this, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He abruptly turned his head and met a pair of beady eyes head-on. The pitch-black light was like the stars in the night sky, sparkling with a dense halo. Chu Qingfei practically made a prompt decision and made a judgment in less than a second. He scooped up a handful of red powder and sprinkled it at the little stoic's head. Jojo, Mo Lien, and Hu Shurchen's faces simultaneously darkened. They pushed forth layers of water-like energy, directly deflecting the poison powder master Chu sprinkled in front of Arbor. Arbor's eyes instantly narrowed sharply, and he sized up the man in front of him. Who are you? You give people a sense of familiarity. Arbor raised his hand to block Mo Lien and Hu Shurchen's attacks, and he sized up the person in front of him again. I remember you. Her voice was faint, and in Chu Qingfei's eyes, it was as if she was a malicious spirit that walked out of hell. When you poisoned me, you also quickly threw out a puppet charm. Did you think I didn't see it? In fact, Arbor had already discovered Master Chu's scheme the moment he made his move. The poison was just a cover. The talisman that made people lose their minds was the real trump card. You are that poison master and charm master, Arbor said coldly. You are from the Clear Sky sect. Chu Qingfei shuddered. You were the one who poisoned and cursed Sha Gua and his team during the Shuntian school tournament. Miss Chow had a good memory, but she really couldn't remember many people. Especially at that banquet, she had only swept a glance at most of the talented scholars and beauties she had bumped into. She might not be able to remember many of their faces and names. However, if you were to say that she had a bad memory, she could remember everything that had happened so many years ago, clearly. As long as someone had tried to kill her, as long as she had caught the person's weak point, she would never forget it. She remembered all of them deeply and would not miss a single detail. Your disciple calls you Master Chu, Arbor said coldly. Master Chu, the Clear Sky sect is indeed under Hall Master Mu of Tianyin. What a Mu Qingya! She was already half dead as an experimental subject on Snow Island, but she still hadn't given up on her evil intentions. Add more tomorrow. Sleep first. Add more tomorrow. Maybe 8. Chapter 5053. Seize him. Arbor pointed at Chu Qingfei with a cold glint in her eyes. She was going to personally interrogate this filthy thing. Although Zhuan Shan was baffled and completely couldn't understand what Sir Jojo was saying, his reaction speed was very nimble. Once Sir Jojo gave the order, he immediately charged forward on his own accord. At the same time, a ruthless glint shot out of Chu Qingfei's eyes, and he shouted, "Bring it on!" In the blink of an eye, Chu Qingfei flung out several talismans, glowing with purple light from his pocket. He flicked the talismans open, and his figure instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's jaw nearly dropped, and he muttered, "Hee hee." He ran away. What kind of master was this? Where was his shame? Did he have no shame as a master? He ran away just like that, and didn't even have the courage to confront Jojo. Moreover, when this person shouted before running away, everyone thought he was about to explode and make some big move, but in the end Mo Yin twitched his mouth, and he lowered his head to glance at his wifey. However, his wifey's expression was very calm, as if she wasn't the least bit surprised or angry about Chu Qingfei's escape. She suddenly extended a finger and extended a second finger, then a third. When the third finger appeared, everyone only saw a flash of light before their eyes. That idiot Chu Qingfei returned with a bewildered expression. This idiot stood in front of the Serpent Man and stared at him in the eye. Then he crossed his arms in front of his chest and roared with a flushed face, "Bring it on, little one." He disappeared again. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't resist slapping his thigh and guffawing. Fuck, what was wrong with this person? If you wanted to escape, then escape. Why did you have to shout so loudly before escaping? Was this to encourage yourself or to show off? Mo Yin's mouth twitched, and he lowered his head to look at his wifey. He saw that she didn't bat an eyelid and continued to extend one finger after another. When she extended the third finger, sure enough, Chu Qingfei, this old fellow, returned again. With a swish, when this old man appeared in front of the Serpent Man again, the Serpent Man was on guard this time. He kept looking at the little stoic with his head tilted. When he saw the little stoic raise her third finger, he was prepared to attack at any time. Therefore, the moment the light and shadow flashed in front of him, the serpent's huge tail swung out and wrapped around Chu Qingfei's body, pinning him to the ground. Ah! Chu Qingfei let out a blood-curdling scream. He felt as if his internal organs were about to be torn apart by the snake's tail. It was too difficult for him. Master Chu was on the verge of tears. He really didn't expect that such a small mission he had accepted would actually make him face these fiends in front of him so miserably. If he had known that he would encounter Arbor and the others, he would never have accepted this mission. He had already seen how powerful Mo Lien was when he was underground in Greyfield Village. That was a ruthless character who had destroyed his physical body with a single strike, and he had risked his life to escape with his divine soul. The moment he saw Prince Mo, Chu Qingfei had already thought of retreating. When he discovered that the barrel-waisted little woman in front of him was originally Arbor's transformation, the fear in his heart deepened. Afterwards, he simply didn't think of confronting them head-on. His only thought was to escape. Therefore, he fainted and hastily used a transportation talisman matrix to escape. Unfortunately, he failed to teleport twice. Chapter 50-54. It was as if the teleportation array had suddenly lost its effect. No matter how he teleported, the light flashed, and he returned to his original spot. It was as if there was an invisible rope that hooked him, making it impossible for him to teleport. How would Chu Qingfei know that when Arbor set up the trap array, she had already taken precautions? She used the power of space contained in her body to open the space restriction here. Anyone who entered the range of her trap array would be controlled by the space restriction. If she didn't take you out herself, even if you used the teleportation talisman or the teleportation array, you wouldn't be able to get yourself out of the space restriction here. There was no other reason. There was probably no one in the entire continent who could resist her martial aunt's space restriction. She had also studied the space restriction that her master had taught her in her spare time. In just a short period of time, it was almost impossible to study the essence of it. The deeper she studied it, the more she felt that the space restriction was extensive and profound, extremely mysterious. The space restriction that she was using now was still the power that she had absorbed from the small silver ball in the Phoenix Woods. She hadn't used it all before, but now that she had opened the space restriction, she had almost used it up. The remaining power was estimated to be only enough for 5 teleportations. However, the small silver ball that her master had given her contained a vast amount of space restriction. What she had extracted from the Phoenix Woods was only 1/10,000th of it. After using it up, she could still draw more from the small ball, Sir Jojo thought to himself. Chu Qingfei's miserable howl pulled Jojo's thoughts back from the distance. Glancing at him, he snorted and waved his hand to let the snake woman pull Chu Qingfei over. Zhualanshan didn't care about a weak human like Chu Qingfei at all. He directly rolled and swung his snake tail, and with a bang, threw Chu Qingfei in front of Arbor, as if he was a dead dog. "Don't throw him to death," Arbor roared. Then she took small steps and hurried over to Chu Qingfei. She took out a pair of white silk gloves from her pocket and put them on. Then she grabbed Chu Qingfei's hair and pulled him in front of her. That rough action didn't look much gentler than the snake woman. Everyone couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Arbor asked coldly, "Tell me, did Mu Qingya send you here?" It was time to send that damned Mu Qingya on her way. Arbor thought with a cold expression. He raised his hand and took out a communication jade talisman from his inner world. He immediately wrote 2 lines of small words and sent them to Yellow Crane Ferry on the snowy island. "Don't keep Mu Qingya alive. Deal with her." She was really fed up with this woman jumping out and biting her every now and then. Although she was only an ordinary person, her methods were unique. Not only could she drive the Shuntian Prefecture's prefecture lord, Gung Pengcheng, to work for her, but she also had so many followers of the Clear Sky sect who were all extremely fanatical about her. It seemed that Jojo's life would only be peaceful if all these talents were dead. What Arbor didn't know was that he had wronged Mu Qingya this time. At this time, how could Mu Qingya have the ability to strategize to this extent and send Chu Qingfei here to block Arbor? Chu Qingfei himself didn't know that he would meet Arbor in Wangzhuang town on the outskirts of the imperial capital. If he knew that Arbor would come, he would have run away 800 years ago. Previously, he hid outside the talisman array he set up to watch. When he saw Mo Lien from afar, he didn't dare to move. Chapter 50-55. It was only because he saw Arbor and the others leave using the transportation talisman matrix that he dared to sneak over to check on the situation. Who would have thought that Arbor wouldn't play by the rules at all and suddenly turn around to catch him by surprise? Thinking about it, this person must have done this on purpose. In order to lure him, a talisman formation master, out, he deliberately activated the transportation talisman matrix and pretended to teleport away. In reality, they didn't leave at all. When Chu Chengfei thought of this, he wrung his hands even more and inwardly cursed himself for being as stupid as a pig. With several decades of life experience, he actually fell for a youngster's trick and fell into his hands. Arbor took out a normal spirit sword and patted Chu Chengfei's head. Tell me honestly, did Mu Qingya send you to deal with me? If you tell me the truth, I might consider letting you off. Chu Chengfei's lips trembled, and he hastily shook his head. This matter has nothing to do with Hall Master Mu Mu. The little stoic's fist landed on his left eye. Does it have anything to do with it? Yes. It has something to do with it. It was Hall Master Mu who sent me here. Everyone speechlessly twitched their mouths. The little stoic, this was no different from beating someone into confessing. Most importantly, this Master Chu didn't seem to be a particularly unyielding person. After being punched 3 times by the little stoic, he immediately turned on her. Following her temperament, he would say whatever she asked. In reality, there was a high possibility that this matter really had nothing to do with that Hall Master Mu. Poor Mu Qingya. She really was a scapegoat. Arbor's face was gloomy. On his chubby little face, a pair of beady eyes gazed at Master Chu with a cold glint in his eyes. Master Chu couldn't help but shudder again. He kept feeling that if he didn't answer honestly, the sword in this guy's hand would very likely stab into his chest in the next second. I knew it was Mu Qingya who sent someone to do it. She really has a lot of flower escorts. Arbor looked furious and slashed the side of Master Chu's neck with his spirit sword. Speak. Besides you, who else is following Mu Qingya? Are the Clear Sky faction's people all dead? How was he supposed to answer this question? Grandmaster Chu looked at Si Qiao with a bitter expression. He wasn't in charge of the Clear Sky sect's affairs. Although he was a member of the Clear Sky sect, he was actually a member of the Hall of Heavenly Fortune Talisman. The reason why he joined Hall Master Mu's Clear Sky faction was entirely because he would help Hall Master Mu out of the temptation of benefits. It wasn't because he was bewitched by beauty, like the little stoic said. But now, it seemed that this stoic face didn't want to hear any other explanation at all. She had long determined that everyone around Mu Qingya was under her skirt, including him, Chu Chengfei, who was also Hall Master Mu's beloved follower. If the stoic face wanted to think this way, he really didn't have any other ideas. Speak. Clear Sky sect's people, whether they're dead or not, I really don't know. But as far as I know, the vice head of the Clear Sky sect still wants to rescue Hall Master Mu Mu. The little stoic flew into a rage and slapped Chu Chengfei's shoulder. I just knew that if that woman Mu Qingya didn't die, things definitely wouldn't stop. Then didn't you already order your subordinates to kill Hall Master Mu just now? In reality, Hall Master Mu was truly wronged in today's matter. Chu Chengfei thought speechlessly. Chapter 50-56. Right now, he truly didn't want to say anything more to the little stoic. In any case, no matter what he said, it would be wrong. The little stoic was certain that Mu Qingya was behind this. So what could he freaking do? Speak. I'll speak. I'll tell you everything. Chu Chengfei nearly wanted to cry. Why did he feel that it was so difficult to communicate with this woman in front of him? At this time, Chu Chengfei couldn't resist looking at Mo Lian, who was watching the show from the side. His gaze actually contained a bit of a plea for help. Your Highness, do you still remember this humble one? Mo Lian glanced at him expressionlessly. I don't remember. Everyone, Chu Chengfei said pitifully. I am Graping Village's Earth Spirit Formation. Mo Lian's brows twitched slightly. When this person mentioned Graping Village and the Earth Spirit Formation, Mo Lian's heart couldn't help but jolt. She sized him up and nodded. I remember now. You're a pawn that Tianyun placed in Graping Village to nurture the underground zombies of Graping Village. Back then, you picked up a ready-made formation from a Heaven-level Talisman Master's Foundation and used someone else's formation to set up your own Earth Spirit Formation. The outer layer is the Earth Spirit Formation, and the inner layer of defense is the formation set up by that heaven-level talisman master. Arbor's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "Is it that talisman formation that ancestor Xiaoyang set up?" This old man was bragging nonsense. He even said that he set up an 18-layer talisman formation that no one could break open. In the end, Mo Yin saw the existence of a holy meridian underneath. Speaking of this, the little Stoic recalled that she should find time to receive the holy meridian that ancestor Xiaoyang left her. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a pity to leave such a fat sheep in a place like Graping Village? You're the person whose physical body I destroyed back then? Mo Yin sized up the old man. Currently, his body was tattered and incomplete. It was unknown where he had taken over this body. Compared to his original body, his appearance was even more unsightly than before. Chu Qingfei's tears really flowed down. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Your Highness, it's me. I've already been killed by you once. Can you let me go this time?" "In your dreams." The little Stoic threw at him crisply. Everyone couldn't help but want to laugh as they silently glanced at the child. She glared coldly at Grandmaster Chu and snorted. "During the Shuntian Academy tournament, it was you." She poisoned Shagua of the hippopotamus team and stood behind Mu Qingya for a long time. She poisoned me one moment and cast curses on me the next. She contributed to my life. It's you. The little Stoic's roar of "it's you" was extremely forceful, just like 3 heavy hammers that pounded on everyone's hearts. Chu Qingfei's eyebrows twitched, and he hurriedly shook his head in denial. No, it's not what you think. You're still trying to deceive me." Arbor punched the old man's right eye. The old man hastily cried out miserably, Yes, it's indeed me. During the Academy tournament, I poisoned your opponent and also cast a puppet curse. But you broke it very easily, ah?" Before the old man could finish speaking, he was slapped silly by the little fellow's slap. "Ha, from what you're saying, I broke your puppet curse, so that means I shouldn't be angry, right?" No. While Chu Qingfei's tears streamed down. Chapter 50-57. His face was truly slapped too painfully. No one could compare to this girl's black-hearted. She only slapped your face until your old face is swollen. The little Stoic coldly glared at her deformed, chubby little face and said angrily, "You still have the face to cry?" Indiscriminately, he did so many wrong things as a lackey for someone else, yet he still had the face to cry in front of her. He really was promising. "Do you have a disciple?" Arbor punched her nose. She specially wore a pair of silk gloves, just for when she beat someone up. "No." "Dirty. Hand." Chu Qingfei's tears and snot flowed down as he bawled bitterly. Crown Princess. Do not hit me anymore, Crown Princess." It truly hurt too much. This little Crown Princess only hit his face. By now, the parents of this body's original owner probably wouldn't recognize their son anymore. "Speak honestly," Xiao Mu grumpily roared. "Do not know where the Crown Princess's words came from." Chu Qingfei was terribly flustered. Lying there, he could hear his heart beating like a drum, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. His left hand, which was hanging by his side, moved slowly and silently. A light purple talisman was pinched in his sweaty palm. This was his last life-saving talisman. If this talisman was also useless against the little Stoic, then he would definitely meet his end here today. "Don't pretend anymore." Arbor swept him a disdainful glance and sneered. "Other than that time in the school tournament, you specially poisoned Shagua and the others to deal with me. You even followed me from 1,000 miles away with your disciple to Ani Prefecture and lurked around me for more than 10 days, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. And no such thing, Al." Chu Qingfei's mouth was smashed by the little Stoic's fist. The corner of his mouth broke, his teeth fell out, and his blood mixed with saliva dripped down. "Have you thought it through now?" Arbor asked coldly. Chu Qingfei hurriedly nodded. The depression in his heart had already reached its peak. He suddenly moved his finger, but at the same time, Mo Yin flashed forward and stepped on his hand. Crack! With a crisp sound, Chu Qingfei's face twisted in pain. His hand, which was holding a talisman, bent unnaturally and fell weakly to the ground. Arbor looked coldly at the purple talisman floating up, but there was no surprise on his face. With a light flick of her hand, she flicked a few times in the air, and the purple talisman that flew in front of her suddenly broke into pieces and exploded. Pooh! Failing to activate the talisman, Chu Qingfei suffered a powerful backlash. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, there wasn't a single piece of unharmed flesh on his body. His miserable appearance was simply unbearable to look at. Arbor continued to stare at him coldly. You dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it? At that time, you also received Mu Qingya's order to bring your disciple to chase me to Ani Prefecture, right? You are that great talisman master of heavenly fate who's been hiding behind the scenes all this time. Arbor sized him up before shaking her head and muttering to herself, No, you should only be at the Black Rank realm. That great talisman master of heavenly fate's hidden depths isn't just at this realm. Your disciple is thin and small. When we were in Ani Prefecture, we once had him lead the way to find you. Unfortunately, you were as slippery as a loach from beginning to end. By the time we found your residence, it was already empty and you had already fled. Chu Qingfei's face was already ashen. Chapter 50-58. You. He stared at Arbor in fright, as if he hadn't heard her words at all. His entire being was immersed in immense fear. You are. Great curse master. He finally spat out these words. Soon after, he saw a vicious killing intent flash past Arbor's eyes. This young crown prince consort was actually a great talisman practitioner. She had probably kept the vast majority of people in this world in the dark, right? Her identity as a great curse master was, in fact, a great curse master. He was well aware of what that purple talisman of his just now was. It was a life-seizing curse. Right, a curse. And to be able to easily dissolve a profound-level life-seizing talisman. Who could she be? She was a curse master, and a great curse master whose rank in the art of curses was a level higher than his. Earth rank? Heaven rank? There was actually such a person in this world who could conceal her identity as a heaven-rank great curse master so well, deceiving everyone. Even he had fallen for her old trick. No wonder Hall Master Mu had wanted the little lady to die all these years, but the little lady couldn't die every time. Ha. What kind of joke was this? Wanted to kill a heaven-rank great curse master. Just by relying on those 2 or 3 people, just by relying on a few mediocre talisman practitioners or curse masters. Could they kill her? It would really be strange if they could. You know too much, Xiao Mu said calmly as before. She didn't seem to be the least bit anxious about her identity as a great curse master being exposed. Chu Qingfei's tears streamed down his face. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Even if there was, the little stoic definitely wouldn't be so kind as to let him take it. He was dead for sure today. Just by looking at her calm expression, he knew that he couldn't be any more dead. I can hand over a strand of my soul to follow your excellency forever. Chu Qingfei suppressed the unwillingness in his heart and stammered. Not everyone has the qualifications to become this crown princess subordinate. Arbor said coldly. His cold voice was like a sharp arrow that stabbed into Chu Qingfei's heart. There was no hope left. Kill him. Arbor stood up and said expressionlessly. This person had made a move against her time and time again. He had even chased her for 1,000 li, from Shuntian Prefecture to Ani Prefecture. His evil intentions had yet to die. For such a person, there was no need to continue to make things difficult for him. What's more, his heart was filled with unwillingness, and he might even counterattack from time to time. How could he be allowed to live? Arbor waved his hand and walked away. A short scream came from behind, and then everything returned to normal. GC, Old Zhou, and the other citizens of Sin City all had a serious look in their eyes. Even they didn't dare to casually think about the identity of a grand charm master. They simply didn't dare to make any deep guesses about this mysterious and frightening skill. They didn't have much contact with the little crown princess and only knew that she was a talisman master. Now that they learned that she wasn't just a talisman master, but also a Grand Charmaster at the Earth rank or above, they couldn't help but respect her a bit more. His Highness the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess weren't ordinary people. Fortunately, they had always been obedient and didn't underestimate this Crown Princess. In order to live more comfortably in the future, they definitely had to be more cautious in their actions in the future. Chapter 50-59. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal walked over with a grin and said, "I searched this guy just now. This person is from the Hall of Heavenly Fortune Talismans. The reason he joined the Clear Sky faction is probably because of benefits. Muqingya is truly generous to him. Muqingya already gave him many benefits for that small matter of poisoning Shuntian Prefecture. According to his memories, there are at least 3 people in the Hall of Heavenly Fortune Talismans whose talisman level is higher than his. One of them is his teacher, Great Master Yi. Jojo should have exchanged blows with him before. The other person is called Luo He. He's the Vice Hall Master of the Hall of Heavenly Fortune Talismans." Arbor nodded. "I know him. I don't really remember that Great Master Yi. I met this Luo He not long ago in the Tianji Mystic Realm. Jojo should have also met Great Master Yi before," Yuan Shichan said with a smile. According to Chu Qingfei's memories, his master, Great Master Yi, has been by young Sir's side for a long time. This young Sir is probably either Eldest Qin or Omega Kitoku. Perhaps we've met before, but he shouldn't be conspicuous, so it's normal that Jojo doesn't remember him. Arbor grasped the little fatty's hand with a very solemn expression. Then there's the other person. It's their Hall Master of the Talisman's Hall. Yuan Shichan smiled faintly. This person's identity is very mysterious. Even Chu Qingfei, who is Great Master Ye's disciple, has never seen this person before. According to speculation, this person is extremely likely to be a heaven-rank Great Talisman Master. Arbor uttered an "oh" and didn't say anything else. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's lips twitched as he smiled. He walked up to the little stoic and said, "Jojo, I've said so much to you, but you're only going to reply with one word? It's already good enough that you have an O." Mo Yin rolled his eyes and pulled his rash wife to his side. Jojo usually doesn't bother with people when it comes to topics that don't interest him. Qiao Mu silently glanced at her husband before pulling back her chubby hand. "You're spouting nonsense." How could she ignore him? Usually, no matter what others said to her, she would definitely respond. After dealing with Chu Qingfei, Arbor took out the real teleportation array from his sleeve and opened it. Just now, they had all disappeared for a moment because Arbor had activated the invisibility glyph array. At the same time, he had used the power of space in his body to teleport everyone a certain distance away. He had completely fooled Master Chu, causing him to muster up the courage to walk out. As a result, he was caught red-handed by Arbor's men. Jojo wasn't someone who liked to be tricked, but she often tricked others if the little stoic truly wanted to scam someone. Based on her methods and character since she was a child, she could basically scam someone successfully. Whoosh! The group of people immediately disappeared from Wang Zhuangzhen's trapping array. At the same time, all the residents of Wang Zhuang Town were taken away. When he appeared again, everyone could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, they didn't fall into a ditch or crash into a wall this time. They appeared very normally 500 meters away from Dragonflame City's East City Gate. Just from the city gate, everything looked very normal. People shuttled in and out of the city gate normally and lined up in an extremely orderly manner. Arbor and Mo Yin looked at each other. Should we directly enter the palace? This place looked normal. Could it be that the inner court of the palace was already under someone's control? Chapter 50-60. Mo Yin was the best at reading little girls' thoughts. Ever since she was young, he could immediately understand the little fellow's small gaze. When he saw her current expression, he couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Don't underestimate Royal Father. He wasn't the old great king of the Mo Kingdom. So how could his father be so easily controlled? Even if he had already allocated all of the Yu court guards for him to use, Mo Yin didn't believe that his old father didn't have anyone he could use by his side. Furthermore, his father's strength wasn't something that his deceitful adoptive father could compare to. Even if the kingdom of Daluo had already secretly snuck into the palace, it was impossible for them to control everyone at the first moment. Don't dream of 1,000 years. We'll enter the city normally and observe the situation from the outside. Mo Lien curled his lips and couldn't help but sneer. If the city is filled with the kingdom of Daluo's people, then they will naturally find an opportunity to send a message to the palace. If they can't control the palace immediately, then they won't have that opportunity in the future. Most importantly, we have to carefully inspect the city to see if someone has set up a talisman matrix. Arbor quickly nodded when he heard this. Jojo's Lotus was still the most considerate. There were many commoners in the city, so they shouldn't be harmed by the kingdom of Daluo's talisman matrices. Since they planned to enter the city normally, everyone followed the queue. Soon, Arbor noticed that the gazes of the people around them were a bit strange, especially the two women in front of them. They turned their heads several times and continuously sized her and Emolian up. At first, the little stoic didn't understand what was going on, but when she saw those women turn their heads several times to look at them, she suddenly had an epiphany. She lowered her head in a flash of inspiration and saw her husband holding her little chubby hand in a grand manner. The little crown princess expressionlessly pulled her hand away. Her current appearance especially resembled a rich woman who kept a gigolo. She wore a blue satin-lined jacket and a silver hairpin in her hair. But that didn't seem right. In order to match her status as a commoner in Wangzhuang town, she had disguised herself as a commoner when she mixed in with the crowd. Mo Lien, who was beside her, was dressed in a white robe and looked like an elegant young master. At a glance, one could tell that he was from a noble family. Was she a poor woman keeping a rich man as her mistress? Crash! This image was really enough. Arbor couldn't help but curse in his heart. If he had known that he wouldn't be able to recover, he wouldn't have used the transformation talisman. What are you looking at? Yuan Shurchin snapped at the two women who were staring at them. Were they crazy? Why did they keep turning their heads to look at them instead of queuing properly? The two women muttered a few words and gave Arbor a strange look before turning their heads back. The little stoic was displeased on the inside. She lowered her head to look at her bucket-like waist and her thick and small arms and legs before harumphing indignantly. It's fine. Husband likes it, Mo Lien said with a grin. Who cares what other people think? Let's go our own way. The venerable peach blossom immortal rolled his eyes and couldn't help but curse in his heart. I beg you, stop trying to curry favor in front of Jojo all the time. You're simply too shameless. It was especially irritating to see heaven and earth grabbing the opportunity to feed other people dog food. The group successfully entered the Eastern City Gate. Less than a second after stepping into Eastern Street, the little stoic's expression couldn't help but change slightly. How is it? Mo Lien asked softly. There's an unusual smell wafting through the air. Chapter 5061. Mo Lien was startled and hurriedly asked, could it be that the people of Daluo have already poisoned the city after they sneaked into the city? It smells like special pollen. Arbor looked up at the gray sky and narrowed his eyes slightly. Mo Lien used a message talisman to summon someone, but after a few seconds, a black-clothed youth appeared in front of them and bowed in a low-key manner. Go and quietly bring the general guarding the East City Gate here. I have something to ask him. Yes. Jojo, there's a small tea house nearby. Let's go up and wait. Everyone quietly went to the tea house. After a while, a personal hidden guard brought a middle-aged general upstairs. The man was sweating profusely and had a nervous expression on his face. When he saw Mo Lien, he hurriedly went up to greet her. In the past 2 days, did you discover anything unusual in the city? The middle-aged general in the East City shook his head, but then he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly added, before dawn today, a big blackbird appeared in the sky above the city, but quickly flew away. At that time, we sent a master archer to shoot it from a distance, but unfortunately, the distance was too far and he couldn't hit it. That blackbird flew too high, piercing through the clouds. Those who weren't of high cultivation couldn't shoot at all. That master archer only shot its tail feathers and shot down 2 black feathers. Other than that, there was nothing unusual. Prince Mo and Arbor looked solemnly at each other. It doesn't seem like Tianyun's style, Arbor said with a frown. The previous few times Tianyun attacked, it was always remote villages or places where no one lived at all. His biggest operation was to attack Songzhou's Yin city. But in the end, it also ended in failure. Arbor continued his analysis. Although their current frequency of action has increased a lot, it's not to the extent of directly attacking Divine Prefecture's imperial capital. Qin Xian and the others aren't that stupid, are they? How could they rashly attack Dragon Flame City before they're fully prepared? Mo Lian nodded. I also feel that this is a bit strange. It's very different from Tianyun's usual practice. The reason why Tianyun took down Zhouwei City Fortress before was because that place was originally ungoverned. After that, it's easy to understand why he attacked Wangchuan. The River of Forgetfulness is vast and rich in resources. If we can take over the entire River of Forgetfulness and use it as a base, it will provide them with many convenient resources for their subsequent operations. Arbor and Mo Lian looked at each other again. This matter is not led by the Heavenly Fate Emperor. Tianyun is actually cooperating with a small country like Duo Luo. What are they after, unless they can get a lot of benefits from the kingdom of Daluo? What kind of benefits could make Tianyun willing to do this favor and accept such an unreliable task? Your Mo clan has a long-standing grudge with that whatever Duo Luo kingdom? Xiao Mu asked curiously. Mo Lian shook her head. What grudge could there be? I've never heard of such a small grassland country before. If they hadn't come up with Lily Er's plan and jumped up and down in front of the Crown Prince, the Crown Prince wouldn't even know what they were. Is that so? Arbor glanced at the Crown Prince in confusion. But I keep feeling that Duo Luo seems to be targeting your Mo clan. Although that Lily plan is quite annoying to me, it seems that the target of the plan should be you. Chapter 5062. They want to take me away from you and use this to threaten you. They must be plotting something from you. Based on how much Zhou's Lian cared about Zhou, these people must be plotting a gargantuan benefit. When Mo Lian heard the words Lily Er's plan, his entire face darkened. They will all die, he said coldly. The people he sent out were already searching everywhere for those Lily heirs. As long as this plan dared to continue, he dared to kill everyone he saw until all these fakes were destroyed. Arbor sighed and said dryly, They are also pitiful women. Zhou. Mo Lian glanced at her with displeasure. Fine. Arbor nodded repeatedly and said, I know that most of them probably brought this upon themselves. I don't pity them. She only felt that it was a pity. Why did they indulge in such wild fantasies and want to become someone else? Wasn't it good to live their own lives? Before the plan was carried out, those Lily heirs already knew what kind of life they were about to face in the future. They willingly became this fake and wanted to replace Arbor. Their thinking was extremely naive and laughable. Furthermore, don't you think it's funny? Who did those Lily heirs meet? Arbor shook her head exasperatedly. They met that bipolar fellow Ming Yasi, found Duan Yu, and even met Mo Lian. What kind of freaking excellent luck was this? Zhou. Mo Lian helplessly squeezed his wifey's hand. Let's not stray from the topic. All right, Arbor nodded. Since the nightcap bird appeared in the Eastern District, then the pollen smell I smelled in the city must have been spread by it. Now that we're in such a hurry, I also don't know what the nightcap bird spilled this time. Arbor clenched her small fists and lightly slapped the table. How about this? I'll first prescribe a few more types of antidote. Forget it. I'll spray it with all kinds of antidotes first. All right. However, this city still needs to be under martial law for the next few days. Have the people from the patrol camp in the city strengthen their patrols. If they discover a sick person, they must immediately report it. All right. Mo Lian nodded again and turned to look at the middle-aged general who was sweating profusely. That general had already understood the young Crown Prince Consort's intentions. Did the Crown Prince Consort mean that the large black bird that appeared before dawn this morning was sent by the Heavenly Fate Palace to scatter the medicinal powder? Go back. Be more vigilant these few days. 4 hours later, Arbor and Mo Lien used the transmission talisman formation multiple times and wandered around the entire inner city of Dragonflame City. Fortunately, they were teleported out of the city twice, so they had no choice but to secretly turn back. Fortunately, after going back and forth, Arbor didn't find any traces of the people of Daluo setting up array glyphs. Instead, he studied the original Great City Protection Array of Dragonflame City from inside out. The original Defender Array of Dragonflame City was completed hundreds of years ago. Mo Lien said softly, "Every year, Father would send a special team of talisman masters to carry out talisman power transmission and maintenance. Although it has never been activated, the array glyphs are still intact." At this point, he lowered his head and glanced at his wifey. "Jojo, isn't that right?" On the way here, Arbor had studied the Defender Array of Dragonflame City. It was indeed an extremely expensive defensive array from 100 years ago. Chapter 5063. The array disk was set up in the southwest of the palace, and the talisman power inside was also very abundant. The person who set up the array must be a heaven-level talisman master, and there might be more than one person. Dragonflame City was huge. Without 3 heaven-level talisman masters, it would be impossible to set up such a large array in a month. Very good. Arbor nodded. There was really no need to worry about Dragonflame City. Once the Defender Array was activated, even if 100,000 soldiers attacked the city from the outside, they would not be able to break it without 3 months. Arbor looked up at her husband. It's a very powerful, multi-layer defensive array. There's really no need to worry. Mo Lien grinned and took his wife's hand. Since there's no big problem in the city, let's go back to the palace. The two had just returned to the tea house at the east gate when they saw a horse galloping toward them. At the entrance of the tea house, the person on the horse hurriedly dismounted, rushed forward, and bowed. "Xiao Chu greets your highness." Mo Lien raised her eyebrows slightly and thought, "My old father is really well informed. He got the news so quickly and knew that I was back." Xiao Chu was the chief palace made by his side. She had been dutiful all these years. Before his mother woke up, she had been in charge of the affairs of the palace. Everyone thought that this chief palace maid would one day turn the tables and be conferred the title of consort by the emperor, but reality proved that she did not. His Majesty saw a golden dragon flying dozens of times above the imperial city and knew that your highness had returned. Your highness must have had a hard time going to the river of forgetfulness. His Majesty said that your highness should quickly enter the palace. Mo Lien knew that after letting Little Seven circle in the air dozens of times and sprinkle a dozen kinds of antidote powder, she knew that her whereabouts could not be hidden from some people's eyes. It seemed that nothing important had happened in the palace. So why did the Grand State Preceptor of Daluo send people to block them at Wangzhuangzhen? Arbor also did not understand and looked at her husband with a puzzled expression. Only now did Xiao Chu see that her crown prince was holding the hand of a small woman with short arms and legs. Whether it was their height, figure, or looks, the two of them were worlds apart. It was too eye-catching. Xiao Chu looked at Arbor with a strange expression, then looked at His Highness the Crown Prince. Before she could speak, Mo Lien calmly put his arm around his wife's waist and whispered, "Jojo, let's go to Imperial Father's place." Arbor was absolutely unwilling to enter the palace at this time. If Mo Lien's father saw his comical appearance, that guy might laugh for a year. No way. Arbor quickly waved his hand. "Since there's nothing else with your father, I'll return to the Eastern Palace first." Mo Lien was secretly amused. Seeing that his wife was adamant about not going with him to see his old father, he could only nod helplessly. "All right then. Jojo, go home first. I'll be back later." The outstanding talent glanced at Xiao Mu again with a strange expression. Jojo? Wasn't the crown princess called Jojo? She often heard the crown prince call her that. But the crown princess, she's still not leaving? Mo Lien's indifferent gaze swept over Xiao Chu, causing the latter to quickly look away. Could it be that the crown princess went to Wangchuan and was secretly attacked by enemies? Was she framed and her image changed? She had also heard that the two of them seemed to have encountered many things in Wangchuan. A while ago, the emperor had even anxiously sent shadow guards to Wangchuan to find the couple. Chapter 5064. Given His Highness the Crown Prince's love and care for the little Crown Princess, he would not tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes. He would never allow anyone to disrespect the little Crown Princess in any way, not even a harsh word. Therefore, her impudent and bold gaze must have angered His Highness the Crown Prince. Thinking of this, Xiao Chu couldn't help but feel a little shocked. She hurriedly restrained her expression and bowed respectfully to Arbor. Xiao Chu's eyes were poor. I didn't know that the Crown Princess was here. She quickly swept a glance at Arbor and hurriedly lowered her head. Arbor was very sharp and immediately caught the hint of surprise in this head palace maid's eyes. Yes, her current image was very bad, so it was natural for her to be surprised. However, Xiao Chu's surprise felt very strange. It seemed that her surprised gaze also contained some sympathy and pity. What the hell? Did she think that Sir Jojo's current image was permanent? I'll be able to recover in 4 hours. All right. Sir Jojo, who had been pitted for no reason, was not in a good mood. Jojo, Yin smiled and patted her head. Your husband will be back in 2 hours. Let's have dinner together. Arbor nodded and looked at his back as he rode away. Her brows furrowed slightly. Xiaomu felt a bit strange, and her heart was a bit unsettled. Hence, she attributed this strange feeling to an omen. Her experience growing up told her that her intuition was very sharp. Little butterflies follow His Highness into the palace to take a look. Arbor flicked her fingers. 2 black poison-tailed butterflies flapped their wings and quickly chased after Yin. Is there something wrong with that woman? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal walked to Arbor's side and asked in a low voice. Her eyes are clear and her complexion normal. She wasn't drugged or controlled. She wasn't under any puppet spell. Arbor shook her head. However, her intuition had always been accurate. She had a feeling that a storm was coming. As if something was about to happen, Arbor returned to the Eastern Palace. He first returned to the Star Domain to wash up and wash off the dust on his body. When he came out, he had just sat down at the table and asked Kai Xiu to bring him a cup of tea when he received an urgent message from Yin. Jojo, quickly come to Imperial Mother's Morning Sunlight Palace. Xiaomu abruptly jumped up from her stool and knocked over the tea beside her. There was an inexplicable sense of panic in her heart that she could not suppress. He hurriedly took a robe, put it on, and ran out of the room. Then, he saw a black shadow suddenly appear beside him and hurriedly cupped his fists. Crown Princess, His Highness has ordered this subordinate to bring the Crown Princess to Morning Sunlight Palace. What happened? Arbor pursed his lips and asked sternly. His Highness the Crown Prince finished talking with His Majesty and went to the Empress. The Empress said that she had invited your mother, the Crown Princess, to the palace for tonight's banquet and asked His Highness to stay for dinner. Who knows, when your mother entered the palace, she brought you along to pay respects to the Empress. What do you mean? Sir Jojo's heart could not help but fiercely shrink. The secret guard hurriedly said, It's what you think, Crown Princess. Your mother brought a fake into the palace. Xiaomu only felt like the world was spinning. No wonder she felt that something was off everywhere. With the country of Daluo's weak power, it was impossible for them to make a move against the imperial palace. They found her mother. Chapter 5065. No wonder her heart was palpitating earlier, feeling that something was about to happen. So it was because the people of the country of Duoluo had reached into her home first? Although the Qiao estate didn't have any guards on the surface, there were hidden guards in the dark. So this point was quite strange. How did that fake enter the door without alerting the hidden guards and deceive her mother? Although her mother's cultivation wasn't high, her daughter's personality had long been imprinted in her bones and blood after interacting with her for so many years. Arbor believed that her mother definitely wouldn't mistake her for someone else. Therefore, there was a high chance that this matter was even the hidden guards of the Qiao estate had probably fallen into some kind of trap. The hidden guard saw an extremely bloodthirsty and sinister smile on the little crown princess's face. Like a devil returning from hell, that pair of deformed little eyes emitted a sinister light and emitted endless ghost energy. He immediately shuddered and didn't dare to say anything more. He turned around and led the way, rapidly leading the crown princess to the Empress' central palace hall. The people of the country of Duoluo had courted disaster this time by messing with the crown princess. There was no doubt that they would be in for a lot of bad luck in the future. The two figures were as fast as lightning, quickly disappearing into the dark night. On the other side of the room, Bai Wuxia discovered that her son's complexion was very bad. His pair of cold phoenix eyes occasionally swept across the crowd, revealing an extremely chilly and austere intent. Ever since Madame Wei Shi brought her daughter into the palace to meet the Empress, the crown prince's complexion immediately changed. Bai Wuxia felt that things were developing in a strange direction. The news of the crown prince's return to the capital was first informed by His Majesty. At that time, she received news that the crown prince and his entourage had already returned to the capital, but she didn't see the crown princess accompanying them. Now, the crown princess had only returned to her maternal home and entered the palace with her mother. Why did her son's complexion become so strange? Queen Bai secretly glared at her son, then smiled at Wei Ziqin and said, "Madam Wei." Prince Emo suddenly stood up and bowed to his mother. "Mother, your son will go pick up his wife." Queen Bai looked confused. She looked back at Wei Ziqin, who was smiling. She looked at the little girl next to her. What kind of person was the Empress? If she still couldn't sense that something was amiss, then she would be a real fool. She looked suspiciously at Madame Wei and her daughter before her gaze fell on Wei Ziqin. Their son spoke bluntly to the two people in front of him, and even said that he was going out to pick up his wife. What did he mean by picking up his wife? Did that mean that the little girl who looked like Jojo wasn't his wife? Could be a fake. The more Bai Wuxia looked at Madame Wei and her daughter, the more uncomfortable he felt. She was now a little confused and kept looking at the door, waiting for her son to come in and explain to her. At first glance, he felt that there was nothing wrong with this facial paralysis in front of him. But for some reason, the more he looked, the more uncomfortable he felt. The eyebrows were very similar, but sitting there, the aura was completely different. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Wei Ziqin looked at her in confusion and asked, "Why did His Highness the Crown Prince suddenly get angry?" Today, the Empress had summoned many women. At this moment, everyone looked curiously at Wei Ziqin and her daughter. They were more or less curious. Everyone present more or less knew that the Crown Princess was a troublemaker. Chapter 5066. After experiencing several palace banquets, most of them were very well-behaved now. They didn't dare to treat the little Crown Princess as an ordinary person. Think about it. When did something good happen when the little Crown Princess was invited to a banquet? Everyone who dared to provoke the Crown Princess at a palace banquet definitely didn't have a good ending. From a small matter like Madame Gua to a big matter like the City of Shadows at the most recent palace banquet, the little Crown Princess slapped the face of a single alchemist. She drew a sage-grade golden talisman and even summoned a frightening, ferocious beast. At that time, everyone present was dumbfounded. They couldn't think about it. If they thought too much about it, it would only make them cry. So today, when this group of noble ladies and madams saw Wei Ziqin and her daughter arrive, they all went up to greet them in a very friendly manner. All of them revealed quail-like smiles. If they couldn't offend them, then they should hide and go along with them. But they felt that things were developing in a strange direction again. His Highness the Crown Prince, who had always doted on the Crown Princess endlessly, actually gave the Crown Princess and her mother, Madame Wei, a cold shoulder in front of everyone today. Was the wind going to change direction again? It was said that His Highness the Crown Prince encountered a great danger during his trip to the River of Forgetfulness. When he entered the city this time, the Crown Princess wasn't by his side at all. Could it be that His Highness the Crown Prince finally couldn't stand that fierce girl and completely fell out with the Crown Princess? Prince Emo quickly walked out of the palace hall and coincidentally bumped into the outstanding talent, leading a group of people in his direction. The outstanding talent hurriedly led the group of palace maids to greet him as soon as they met. "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince," the outstanding talent said respectfully. "This servant is under His Majesty's orders to bring some special tribute fruits to Your Highness and the madams." The Crown Prince swept a glance and saw many fist-sized, translucent, and pink fruits on the fruit platter. He didn't pay much attention to it and only nodded slightly before walking over. Just as he reached the long steps in front of the palace hall, he saw a round little figure flying over as fast as lightning. He jumped in front of him in an instant. Yin hurriedly reached out to hug her and lifted her sleeve to wipe the sweat off her forehead. "Why did you run so fast?" "Don't worry. Those two people won't be able to escape." "Where are they?" Mr. Jojo roared angrily. Yin hugged her and swayed, crying out pitifully, "Jojo, your husband was molested." "Who?" Arbor's eyes flashed with killing intent. "It's that fake. She kept throwing flirtatious glances at me as soon as she arrived. At first, I thought her eyes were cramping." Arbor moved his limbs and shouted, "I'm going to kill her. Let's ask him first." Yin hurriedly pressed down on his wife's body and smiled. "Let's get to the bottom of this first. I've already sent someone to the Chiao residence to check on the situation. We'll receive a reply soon." The outstanding talent walked a few steps and turned back to glare at a palace maid who had stopped in her tracks. "Don't look around. Don't you know the rules?" That palace maid hurriedly retracted her gaze and asked the outstanding talent with a strange expression, "Aunt, who is that plump woman? How could she be so intimate with the crown prince?" It was simply inconceivable. The outstanding talent coldly swept her a glance. "Do your own thing. Don't ask about things that you shouldn't meddle in." That palace maid followed behind the group and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Unwilling to give up, she turned back to look at the plump woman with a bucket-like waist. It seemed that His Highness the Crown Prince's judgment of people wasn't very good. He previously doted on that extremely bad-tempered crown princess so much. Chapter 5067. But no matter what, even though the crown princess had a bad temper, she was still good-looking. But this plump woman with a bucket-like waist, no matter how one looked at her, she looked disgusting, right? Why was His Highness's eyesight getting worse and worse? The little royal maid stumbled slightly and hurriedly lowered her head to look at the road, quickly catching up with the group of outstanding talents in front of her. "Jojo, don't get angry first. Let's understand the situation first." After all, they had been away from Forget River for so long, so they really didn't know what had happened at home. If by any chance Xiao Zhongbong, Wei Ziqin, and second uncle's family had all fallen into someone else's hands now, then when they did things, they would definitely be restrained and restrained. "That mother of yours is also a fake." Yin lowered her head and whispered in Arbor's ear. When they met just now, the fake Wei Ziqin gave him a very fake smile and even called him Your Highness the Crown Prince, with some respect in her expression. How could this be Jojo's mother herself? Jojo's parents and second uncle's family all called him Little M.O. when they saw him. How could they call him Your Highness the Crown Prince? Your Highness the Crown Prince was what outsiders called him. How could his own people call him that? I'm worried about them. Arbor's expression was very ugly, especially since Xiao Yao should be about to give birth soon. She didn't know how her family was doing now. Yin gripped his wife's small hand tightly and deliberately said in a relaxed tone, "When we were on Seacone Planet, we had seen all kinds of storms. We could even resist the siege of the Sure family of China. I believe that our family will definitely be fine." Arbor nodded and quickened her pace, walking hand in hand with Yin into the main hall. Along the way, Arbor was already used to those strange gazes. It was similar to how those Annies and big sisters at the city gate looked at her. It was just that the madams and misses present here had much more noble statuses. Arbor was already very calm. In any case, her husband didn't mind, so why should she care about the gazes of others? Even if she was 70 or 80 years old and hunched over, Jojo's lotus was still Jojo's. Bai Wuxiao looked up and saw the couple holding hands. He quickly stood up and asked, "Tang Yuan's wife, what's wrong? How come did he take some medicine that he shouldn't have? He was still poisoned. What's going on?" You're even shorter than the last time I saw you." Arbor looked at Queen Bai, speechless. Yin couldn't help but twitch her lips. "Mother, can you not mention the word short?" The Empress's reaction could be said to be extremely fast. A strong desire to survive arose spontaneously. No matter what had happened before, she still couldn't figure it out. At this moment, whenever they saw their son holding the hand of a lady or woman, they would recognize her as Tang Yuan's wife. Even if their daughter-in-law's appearance had changed drastically, their son would not mistake her for his wife. As a mother, how could she not know that her son's taste was unique? Wei Ziqin stood up with a slightly unpleasant expression. She coldly glanced at Arbor, who was next to the crown prince. "What is the meaning of this, Your Highness?" The women in the hall were a little confused. Their gazes all fell on Arbor's face. They couldn't help but think to themselves, "I can't bear to see this. The crown prince is as handsome as a god, but now he's holding the hand of short woman." The funniest one is the Empress. Chapter 5068. The little stoic crown princess was clearly sitting next to Madame Ne Wei, but Her Majesty the Empress actually called that woman with a bucket-like waist her daughter-in-law. What kind of stupid thing was this? The noble ladies and madams in the hall coughed lightly and looked over in confusion. At this moment, Arbor and Yin strode into the main hall at the same time, and their gazes immediately locked onto the mother and daughter pair. They had Wei Ziqin's face and figure, but Arbor didn't need to look to immediately sense that this woman impersonating Wei Ziqin didn't resemble her mother in any way. In Yin's eyes, the stoic-faced young lady sitting next to Madame Ne Wei was simply trying to draw a tiger, but ended up looking like a dog instead. It was simply too laughable. Jojo's adorably stoic face had been carved into the depths of his blood and bones since he was young, leaving an incomparably deep impression. Just based on this woman in front of him, she could pretend to be stoic just by putting on a stoic face. She was more like an idiot. She looked like an idiot and didn't seem to be quick-witted at all. His emotions were ignited at the slightest spark, and he was on the verge of exploding. Arbor suddenly felt Yin's finger pressing down lightly on his palm. She forcibly suppressed the fury that was about to erupt and slowly suppressed it. Since this mother and daughter pair dared to enter the palace so openly, they must have something to rely on. Otherwise, why would they dare to step into the palace's inner court and walk right into a trap? Therefore, Mother and Arbor's heart tightened slightly. "You're the perfect creation, Lily in number 0, right?" This was Arbor's first time seeing someone who looked infinitely similar to her up close. If one only looked at their appearances, they really were very similar. Their appearances were almost 70% similar, and absolutely no one would be able to distinguish the two from more than 10 meters away. If this impersonator was placed together with the original little crown princess, they were completely like a pair of twin sisters. This was the real mature creation of the state preceptor. The ones he had encountered before were probably just immature imitations. Arbor's gaze fell on the woman's face. It was hard to imagine that there would actually be such a group of people in this world. They were unwilling to face their own lives and rack their brains just to imitate others. What was the meaning of a life that was replicated like this? The stoic-faced young lady beside Madame Wei hastily stood up uneasily and looked at Arbor in confusion. "Who are you?" Everyone knows that the crown princess is a great talisman master. She is best at drawing talismans in the air. "Give me one." Arbor looked at her indifferently and got straight to the point. Everyone had a baffled look on their faces. There were even a few nervous women who hurriedly got up and quickly called the servant girls and manservants beside them to move their tables and chairs to the back. What kind of joke was this? The crown princess was about to draw talismans in the air and summon that ferocious beast whose face couldn't be seen clearly. According to their past experience, this person who dared to provoke the crown princess must be tired of living. For safety's sake, the madams decided that it was better to stay away from this little crown princess who could explode at any time. This impersonator actually didn't panic and stood up naturally and gracefully. She bowed at Empress before turning to Arbor with cupped fists and a smile. Only then did she say gently, "What's so difficult about drawing talismans in the air? It's just that, madam, In what capacity are you asking me to draw talismans in the air? Chapter 5069. As soon as the fake finished speaking, Arbor didn't say anything else. He raised his hand and swiped at the air in front of him, creating ripples. He drew and revealed talisman in a few minutes and quickly threw it over. What was strange was that just as Arbor made this move, the fake opposite him also moved her hand very quickly. She copied him and drew a few lines in the air, as if she had learned it on the spot. Her movements were actually quite accurate. The fake also moved her finger and quickly drew a talisman in the air, which collided head-on with the revealed talisman that Arbor had flown over. Everyone saw the two void talismans collide in the air, creating a beautiful stream of light. The power of the talismans splashed everywhere and dissipated with a few whooshing sounds. The group of officials, madams, noble ladies, and laymen could only watch the commotion. They only saw the brilliant light in front of them and really couldn't see what was going on. However, they could clearly see that the little woman with a water bucket waist standing next to the crown prince didn't have any change in expression when she shot out a void talisman. However, the crown princess on the other side swayed a few times. It can't be who would believe that such a fierce person like the crown princess would actually be defeated in one move. Everyone glanced at the little pudgy Xiao Mu in bewilderment before looking at the slightly pale fake. They heard the slightly older madam of Consort Jiang murmur in a low voice, "What we see may not be real. Could it be that the crown princess we see is actually an imposter? And the one that His Highness the Crown Prince led through the door is actually the real crown princess?" As soon as she said this, everyone seemed to have been enlightened and instantly sobered up a bit. A madam on the side quickly nodded and said, "No wonder that water bucket cough." Young madam, when she said this, she couldn't help but feel awkward. How should she address the woman with a water bucket waist at the door? She definitely didn't look young. Calling her young madam didn't seem appropriate. Calling her the crown princess, looking at that pair of mung bean eyes and that ordinary ugly face, she really couldn't bring herself to call her that. What kind of strange trick was this little crown princess up to? Why did she suddenly change her face and have to torment herself to look like a middle-aged woman? From the looks of it, His Highness the Crown Prince truly loved his wife. This little crown princess had already tormented herself into such an ugly state, but His Highness was still able to turn a blind eye to it. How great must he be to be able to do this? On Arbor's side, his eyes were slightly bright as he stared at the fake in front of him. There was a completely incomprehensible luster in his eyes. "Your imitation is not bad." Arbor took 2 steps forward and suddenly became interested. "Let me see the effect of your imitation talisman." As soon as she finished speaking, she moved like a bolt of lightning. Her fingers formed seals as she ceaselessly stirred the air in front of her, and she ceaselessly changed various hand signs and movements. Everyone only felt their vision blur as they saw the air fluctuate. Talismans glowing with purple light were drawn by the young woman with a water bucket waist in the air. Row after row, the list went on so quickly that it made everyone's breathing stop. The head of the fake opposite him was dripping with sweat. At first, he could keep up with the speed of Arbor's talismans, but after a few minutes, even a layman could see that something was wrong. Something was too wrong. That fake crown princess's hand signs were the same as the other person's, except for the first time when a talisman flew out and knocked away the water bucket waist woman's void talisman attack. Chapter 5070. After that, there were no more flashes of talisman light. On the other hand, the barrel-waisted woman was like a demon. Talisman after talisman appeared in the air. She continuously drew 99 void talismans. 3 in a row, 33 in a row. From top to bottom, it formed a purple talisman wall in front of everyone. Who could keep up with this speed of talisman drawing? Even if they used imitation talismans, they could not keep up with Arbor's movements and speed. Even though everyone had seen many talisman masters before, this was the first time they had seen such a scene. They were so shocked that their jaws dropped. At this moment, everyone saw the barrel-waisted woman facing the fake crown princess and coldly curl her lips. After this action, her chubby face began to change little by little. Her facial features were rapidly recovering, slowly recovering to their original appearance. This scene was indeed magical enough. The transformation talisman's effect disappeared at this moment, and the young crown prince consort regained her original appearance. The illusory excess fat on her stomach also disappeared. What replaced it was the thin figure of the crown princess under a wide satin jacket. Her eyes were cold. It was the same rustic jacket and the same simple silver hairpin. However, at this moment, the little crown princess was shockingly beautiful in everyone's eyes. Other people's beauty faded with the passage of time. The little crown princess seemed to be different. The little crown princess became more beautiful with the passage of time. Seeing her today, they felt that compared to the past, she seemed to have a faint charm. There was an indescribable feeling between her eyebrows. Queen Bai slapped her thigh and happily stood up. "Sweetheart, you finally changed back? Quick, quick, come a mother. Let mother take a good look at you. Daughter-in-law, I haven't seen you for a long time. Why do I feel that you've gained weight?" The crown prince could not help but roll his eyes. What was wrong with his mother? She said that his wife was short and fat. If you don't know how to speak, then don't say it. The little crown princess subconsciously touched her lower abdomen and nodded as she admitted, "I am a little plump." It was time for her to gain some weight. She should take care of her small body and let baby Mo grow up well. As an experienced person, Empress Bai's eyes immediately lit up when she saw her daughter-in-law's little action. At this moment, she couldn't care less about being an empress. She walked over to the two of them and asked, "Little glutinous dumpling, is your wife mother?" Prince Mo rolled his eyes at her in dissatisfaction. Is this the time to talk about these things? How could not be the right time? His daughter-in-law was pregnant, which was a big deal. It was much more important than those messy things. All right. Mother will let you settle the matter first." The White Queen curled her lips and stopped. She looked at the 33 rows of talisman walls in front of her daughter-in-law, and her eyes lit up. "Tang Yuan's wife, what talisman formation is this?" 99-1 attack talisman formation, Arbor said expressionlessly. "I created it myself." The White Queen immediately revealed her true thoughts and nodded with praise. "As expected of my daughter-in-law, you have no problem creating your own talisman formation. Quick, let mother open her eyes and see how effective this attack talisman formation is." Mother, Emolian secretly gave her a look. The White Queen immediately understood. She raised her hand and opened it slightly. A transparent and flawless defensive wall immediately appeared between her hands. Chapter 5071. The barrier abruptly landed beside the young crown prince consort and the fake. At the same time, the crown prince waved his hand to form two defensive walls around them, following which the 99 talismans that were drawn in the void started to spin like butterflies. The talismans spun, leaving afterimages in front of everyone. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded the screaming fake crown princess. The hearts of the many noble ladies and madams of the officials all skipped a beat. They hurriedly stepped back, hoping to get as far away as possible. Fortunately, all the commotion happened within the defensive barrier that the White Queen and Prince Mo had set up together. It did not affect other places. The 99 offensive talismans spun into a cocoon shape, wrapping around the fake crown princess. Suddenly, in a strange way, the 99 talismans combined into a huge talisman that was more than 20 times larger than a normal talisman. It emitted a holy golden light. While everyone was gaping in shock, it charged toward the fake crown princess with the force of a thunderbolt. That unlucky fake was instantly bound by the golden light and pressed to the ground by that super large talisman. Instantly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. What's the use of an imitation talisman? It's similar in appearance, but not in spirit. Arbor shook his head helplessly. He waved his hand and said, "Explode." The huge golden talisman wrapped tightly around the fake. At this moment, a strange light burst out. All the offensive talisman power turned into thousands of streams of light, piercing through the fake crown princess body without any hindrance. Everyone stared blankly at him. They felt that in an instant, the unlucky one had been turned into a sieve by the thousands of streams of light. Small holes appeared all over her body from top to bottom. They were all holes caused by the thousands of streams of light. They were densely arranged on her body, arms, face, and neck. After she stood up with difficulty, she raised her head. She looked very strange. It was as if she was a fountain that had been poked with thousands of needles and was leaking from head to toe. There wasn't a single spot on his body that wasn't bleeding. Bright red beads of blood were constantly pouring out from the tiny holes on his body. The unlucky fake could only watch as his blood flowed out of his body. His entire face was no longer calm and expressionless. It was completely twisted beyond recognition. He could feel his life force slipping away, and his life was about to come to an end. You tried to paint a tiger, but ended up looking like a dog. Mo Yin angrily rebuked. She raised her sleeve and slapped the fake heavily across the air. Scram! Just looking at it was disgusting. She actually dared to impersonate his Charles and openly enter the palace to annoy him. She was simply courting death. Boom! The fake crown Prince Consort fell straight to the ground, sprawled out on all fours as her limbs drooped down weakly. Bai Wuxia called out helplessly, "Quick! Someone come and carry her out. Don't dirty this consort's newly laid carpet." So hateful. The empress walked over to her son and daughter-in-law and said with a smile, "Quick, come and tell mother about the important matters. Tang Yuan's wife, are you report?" At this moment, a secret guard from the palace rushed over. He knelt on one knee and said, "Reporting to the empress, Grand Concubine Fong's carriage has been surrounded by a large group of strange-faced harpies at the east gate." The empress' eyes narrowed dangerously. The Grand Concubine had indeed gone to Longting Temple to burn incense today. It was about time for her to return to the palace. She finally couldn't hold back anymore. Chapter 5072. 5082-4 Addendum. So that's what it was all about. Realization dawned on Queen Bai's face. She glanced at the impostor on the ground, and understanding flitted through her eyes. "Your Majesty, Madame Wei is missing," a female official beside the Empress reminded her in a small voice. Queen Bai glanced and saw that Madame Wei was nowhere to be seen. She quickly looked at her son and daughter-in-law and grumbled. Madame Wei escaped. She got off too easy. Earlier, everyone's eyes were focused on the 99 void purple talismans that flew out of Arbor. They were so shocked that they couldn't recover their wits for a while. Thus, Madame Wei took advantage of this gap and quietly slipped out of the door. No one saw her. Arbor snorted disapprovingly. "She can't escape." When Queen Bai heard this, she knew there was hope. She looked at Arbor with a curious expression. "Daughter-in-law, what brilliant plan do you have? Quickly tell mother." Looking at her daughter-in-law's calm and stoic face, the Empress was dying of curiosity. I placed a tracking talisman on her. As long as she doesn't leave Dragon Flame City's range, I can receive feedback on her location at any time, the little stoic whispered to the Empress. Other than that, I also send out tracking poison-tailed butterflies to follow her. She hasn't gone far. She's circling around the chrysanthemum garden outside your hall. Is that so? Then let's hurry over and catch her, Queen Bai said in a low voice. We can't let her escape like this. Since she dares to enter the palace so openly, she must have a plan and must have something to rely on. We can't lower our guard. There's no rush. Arbor tugged on the Empress' sleeve. I placed a talisman array there. She won't be able to leave anytime soon. Queen Bai quickly asked, Daughter-in-law, when did you place a talisman array in the chrysanthemum garden? When I came, I placed a talisman array everywhere I passed. As long as I use my divine consciousness, the talisman array will activate. Queen Bai looked astonished. She glanced at her daughter-in-law and murmured, Can mother ask how many talisman arrays you placed? Arbor blinked and tilted his head. I didn't count, but there are more than 20 rune arrays. White Queen was speechless. They're all trapping arrays? All of them. Trapping array, bewildering array, killing array, gravity array. White Queen was speechless. She suddenly didn't feel like talking to her daughter-in-law. The Empress, who originally thought that her talent was not bad, felt that life was really there was no harm if there was no comparison. Once there was a comparison, she immediately felt tens of thousands of points of damage. It was simply too speechless. This little guy was actually able to set up dozens of talisman arrays that were not the same as he was on his way here. This was too inconceivable. Prince Imo, who had been pushed aside by his mother, looked speechlessly at the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law who had been whispering to each other for a long time. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Mother, what are you and Jojo talking about?" After he finished speaking, he hurriedly left. He had been dominating his son and daughter-in-law for so long. He was simply disrespectful. "Son, your wife is really extraordinary. She's far from ordinary." Empress Bai clicked her tongue and said, "You've really picked up a treasure." Of course, when Prince Imo heard his mother praise his daughter-in-law, his previous anger was immediately swept away. He put on a smiling face and nodded. "Mother, Jojo's talent in drawing talismans is really you don't know if you haven't seen it. It's definitely. If Jojo says he's second, no one in this world would dare to say they're first." Chapter 5073. Yes. The White Queen nodded in agreement and thought to herself, "I must go with my son and daughter-in-law later and see the dozen or so different talisman arrays set up by my daughter-in-law to broaden my horizons." The mother and son gathered together to flatter Arbor, but the person in question glanced at them helplessly. Seeing the two talking enthusiastically, Arbor could only speechlessly pull the crown prince's sleeve and point at the fake crown princess who was paralyzed on the ground. Imo Lien glanced over from the corner of his eyes, only to see the fake lying on the ground suddenly move his limbs. Her hands were twisted in a very twisted posture and turned slightly behind her back. Arbor's eyes flickered. He looked carefully and found that the fake's hands and feet were connected to a transparent thread. When the thread moved, the fake immediately got up and crawled a few steps forward in a stiff posture. Two beams of cold light appeared in her eyes as she stared faintly at Arbor in front of her. Arbor was not afraid of her even when she was alive, let alone the puppet in front of him who was controlled by someone else. He glanced at her contemptuously and drew 3 offensive purple talismans in the air with his fingers. Swish, swish, swish. They rushed toward the puppet's head. The fierce attacks landed on the fake's head 3 times in a row. The latter let out an unpleasant roar and crawled on the ground with her sharp nails. Filth dripped from her mouth. "Why are you hiding? Since you've come, then quickly show yourself." The White Queen could not help but laugh. She raised her hands, and 2 flying fireballs crashed toward the eaves. Along with a crisp bang sound, fine powder fell from the palace beam. A black figure suddenly landed on the ground. The newcomer bent over and made a defensive posture. Under the mask, a pair of small black eyes flashed with a cunning light. "Your talisman skills are not bad." Arbor did not say anything and gave him 9 offensive talismans. The latter's expression immediately changed. He dodged left and right, trying to avoid her attack. However, his body moved and crashed into a defensive wall behind him. Only then did he realize that there were 4 defensive walls around him. No, the moment he appeared, he was trapped in the defensive array glyphs of the little crown princess. This abominable girl's methods were truly impressive. The Grand State Preceptor knew that it would be extremely difficult to impersonate the little crown princess. Therefore, they decided to be prepared and cast a mimic talisman on Lily Zero. If they met the real crown princess, they could use the mimic talisman to fool others. Moreover, the Grand State Master had clearly told them from the start that they could enter the palace as they wished. The crown princess had already sent people to delay them. But now it was obvious that the plan could not keep up with the changes. Everything had failed because of the little crown princess's return to the palace. Damn it, how did things suddenly develop to this point? The people sent by the state preceptor to stall the crown prince and the crown princess were all useless. So many people couldn't even hold back 2 young people. The puppeteer dodged several attack talismans from Arbor, but when he turned around, he accidentally hit his head on the defensive wall. At that time, he was drunk. He only felt a sizzling electric current on the defensive wall that slid through his body and electrocuted him, throwing him to the ground heavily. The puppeteer cursed in his heart. His eyes were so frightened that they were distorted. He quickly turned to look in the direction of Arbor. Chapter 5074. He saw the little girl looking at him expressionlessly. Her dark eyes were filled with mockery. The pair of eyes that looked at him were completely devoid of emotion. They were like two deep pools of water, dead and still. How could there be such cold eyes in this world? The puppet master's entire body trembled, and he felt somewhat unwell. There was no one in this world who could be more deceitful than the little crown princess. This crown princess had built a defensive wall, but she had used some strange method to integrate the power of lightning into the defensive wall. As long as someone crashed into the defensive wall, they would immediately be injured by the power of lightning. Needless to say, the uncomfortable feeling of the lightning corroding the body was especially good. The puppet master had been caught off guard by the electric shock. Until now, his hands and feet were curled up like a shrimp. He was almost unable to speak. The White Queen looked as if she had discovered a new continent. She circled around the transparent defensive wall and exclaimed in amazement, "Daughter-in-law, what method did you use to integrate the power of the 5 spirits into the defensive wall? This method is good. Look, it caught someone off guard. Didn't that unlucky puppet master fall to the ground? Ha ha ha. In a fight, this method was too easy to be deceitful. It didn't take any effort. As long as the other party crashed into the defensive wall, he would be in big trouble. And the person who set up the defensive wall didn't need to use too much spiritual power. This was a good method to get things done once and for all. How did this little girl think of these strange methods? She was really creative. She dared to try anything. Arbor blinked. This was one of the methods of controlling spiritual power recorded in the Spirit Division record. Arbor felt that it was very useful to integrate the power of the 5 spirits into the defensive wall, defensive shield, and various defensive equipment. Thus, she studied it thoroughly. She realized that this was definitely a necessary skill for deceitful people. She immediately applied what she learned and prepared to learn all the tricks in the Spirit Division record. "Mother, do you want to learn? I can teach you if there's a chance." Okay. Seeing that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law's heads were about to tilt together again, the crown prince hurriedly stood between the two of them and said with a serious face, "Jojo, stop fooling around. Let's quickly figure out the situation at home first." When Xiaomu heard this, she couldn't be bothered with probing that puppet cultivator anymore and sent her husband a look. Mo Lien raised her hand slightly. Immediately, for black shadows pierced through the air and beat the puppet master to the ground in a few moves. They lifted him up and threw him in front of the crown prince and the young crown princess. Madame Wei wandered around the large chrysanthemum garden for about half an hour. The more she wandered, the more she felt that the scenery before her was very strange. Why was he always walking around in circles in this area? She was shocked and immediately reacted. She might have been plotted against. Just as she was about to stop and think carefully about what to do, a cold wind blew past her. She saw an old man with gray hair and beard appear in front of her with a cold expression. State Preceptor. The fake Madame Wei first let out a small sigh of relief. Then, she was shocked and hurriedly lowered her head in greeting. State Preceptor Larry coldly glanced at the fake Madame Wei. "You're too useless." These two people didn't even last a quarter of an hour in the hall before their true identities were exposed. Truly useless. Chapter 5075. Thinking about how his most perfect creation, Lily Number 0, had been ruined in the hands of the other party, he felt extremely uncomfortable. How abominable. Hot Duo, Guer, and the woman in front of him were all useless, the best of the worst. Hot Duo was especially disappointing. He brought 5,000 men to guard the outskirts of Dragon Flame City. He was guarding against the crown prince and the crown princess suddenly returning to the capital, who knew that no matter how much he tried, he still couldn't prevent them from returning. He had returned, and he had returned to the imperial capital in secret. When he received the news and realized that something was wrong, it was already too late to inform everyone to retreat. "Follow me." This double trap array couldn't stop Larry. This person shook out a bright yellow lamp from his sleeve. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of a cold smile. No matter how dense the array was, he had a divine artifact and could naturally break through any miasma in front of him. The fake Madame Wei was slightly relieved. She quickly nodded and followed Larry. As she walked, she lowered her head and said, "Lord Grand Tutor, I'm afraid Lily, a number 0, and the puppet master are more likely than not. It bodes ill." Fortunately, she reacted quickly and slipped away. Otherwise, she would be one of the people who died in the Empress Central Palace. Grand Tutor Larry didn't say a word. He turned around and led her to wander around the chrysanthemum garden, following the floating lamp in front of them. They seemed to walk without any pattern. In less than half an hour, he led the fake Madame Wei out of the chrysanthemum garden. The fake Madame Wei heaved a sigh of relief and bowed. "Thank you, Lord Grand Tutor." Suddenly, State Preceptor Larry reached out and grabbed her by the throat, causing the fake Madame Wei to stare at him in panic. The fake Madame Wei wanted to say something, but she didn't even have the strength to speak. Her eyes were full of fear as she stared at the Lord Grand Tutor, who suddenly changed his expression, and she made a sound. With the sound of her neck breaking, the fake Madame Wei's eyes were bloodshot as she widened her eyes in disbelief. Crack! State Preceptor Larry mercilessly crushed the fake Madame Wei's neck and said coldly, "Idiot! Such an idiot should not be alive to waste resources." Just as he was about to leave, he turned around to stare at the fake Madame Wei's wide-eyed face and smiled sinisterly. On the other side, Arbor, who was secretly checking the whereabouts of the fake Madame Wei, suddenly stopped and looked up at Mo Lien with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong, Jojo?" "We suddenly lost contact." Arbor was suspicious. He tugged at Mo Lien and whispered, "Let's go out and take a look." The tracking talisman on the fake had lost its effect. There could only be two possibilities. The first possibility was that the fake discovered the existence of the tracking talisman and removed it. Secondly, the fake was already dead. Naturally, the tracking talisman lost its effect. "I wonder what kind of situation it is." Mo Lien hummed in response and naturally followed his wife out of the Central Palace's main hall. Seeing this, Empress Bai hurriedly raised her feet to catch up with her son and daughter-in-law. She trotted all the way to catch up with them. "Huh?" Arbor couldn't help but let out a puzzled sound. Mo Lien sniffed around and looked around for a while before saying, "Jojo, someone used a divine artifact here." Chapter 5076. Arbor couldn't help but laugh. This fellow's nose was really sharp. She could even sniff out the scent of a divine weapon being used by someone else. Did that fake walk out of your double confinement formation? The White Empress couldn't resist asking. Someone probably barged in and took her out. Arbor carefully sensed and confirmed this point. There were clearly two people's auras flowing in this formation. This meant that the fake was taken away by someone. A faint sneer appeared on Arbor's lips. Excellent. Then she wanted to see how many of her talisman formations this person's divine weapon could break. When she thought of this, a cold glint flitted through her eyes. Her thoughts turned at lightning speed, and her divine sense moved, activating all the talisman formations she set up along the way. It was fine if someone from the palace accidentally stepped into her talisman formations. With the current strength of her divine sense, she had no problems controlling talisman formation from a distance of 500 kilometers without harming any innocent people. As for the person who rashly barged into her talisman formations and took the fake out by activating the divine weapon, Arbor curled her lips coldly. You can only blame yourself for not taking the path to heaven and barging into hell when there was no door to hell. Arbor followed the traces left behind by the tracking talisman several hundred meters forward and discovered the fake Madame Wei's wide-eyed body under a green plant. At first glance, everyone was shocked by the fake Madame Wei's death. Her eyes were wide open and empty, as if she had seen something, and her mouth also gaped. She wanted to cry out as if she was caught off guard, but she still couldn't make a sound at the last moment of her life. Her death was incomparably miserable. Arbor only swept her a glance before turning her face away in disgust. Now, this fake Madame Wei had revealed her true appearance. Her round and plump middle-aged woman's face didn't resemble her mother Madame Wei in the slightest. This directional transformational medicinal liquid was truly extremely annoying. She had to speed up and develop a medicine that was faster than forcing people to take the antidote orally. It would be best if it was something like a medicinal powder. She could make people reveal their true appearance with a casual sprinkle. This way, it would be more convenient and more effective. When she thought of this, the little stoic's tightly pursed lips couldn't help but droop slightly, revealing a solemn and serious expression. How did this fake die? A female official beside the Empress quickly walked forward and was about to squat in front of the corpse to take a look. He only heard the little stoic shout, "Don't move." The female official's hand, which was about to flip the corpse, froze in midair. The little stoic rushed forward and directly poured half a bottle of corpse-dissolving water on the fake Madame Ne Wei's body, dissolving the corpse in a matter of minutes without even blinking. The onlookers stole a glance at her and felt a chill in their hearts. The young Crown Prince Consort was truly ruthless. The White Empress purposely said to everyone, "This corpse must have been poisoned by someone. If Autumn Leaf had touched it just now, she definitely wouldn't have gotten any benefits." Everyone came to a sudden realization and stole another glance at the little Crown Princess. The latter was expressionless, but his gaze was fixed on the corpse that had turned into water. After the corpse was dissolved, she stepped forward again and took out a bottle. She then sprinkled something in a radius of several feet to purify the poison that had seeped into the soil. It had to be known that if the Empress didn't give her an explanation, the little Crown Princess wouldn't bother to explain even half a sentence in 10,000 years. So what if she dissolved it? In any case, in other people's eyes, she was an especially cruel person. What had she ever cared about other people's opinions? Chapter 5077. Although the female official Autumn Leaf was startled, she quickly reacted and hurriedly bowed to Arbor, thanking her gratefully. Many thanks to the Crown Princess for the reminder. If the Crown Princess hadn't spoken so quickly just now, she didn't know what would have happened to her. Seeing how the Crown Princess handled the corpse so cautiously, it could be seen that the poison on the corpse wasn't something simple. The detestable murderer killed this woman and left her in the chrysanthemum garden. Before leaving, he even set a trap for everyone and left behind a trace of the poison. It was truly extremely sinister. Arbor nodded slightly, but didn't say anything. She was the only one who knew that the poison on the corpse was contagious. If anyone touched a bit of it on their hands, the poison would quickly spread and spread. If anyone came into contact with it, they would also quickly be infected with this poison. If she didn't clean it up, once this poison spread in the palace, the consequences would be unthinkable. That person can't have escaped too far. The 20 or so talisman arrays she had set up were twisted and turned like a maze. They could be combined together to work at the same time, but they could also be used separately to block and kill. Only she knew best how to use them. Even if that person had a divine weapon as a guide, he probably wouldn't be able to escape her maze of multiple talisman arrays. Arbor turned to Mo Lien and said, "You and Mother, stay here. I'll go with you." Prince Mo immediately interrupted Arbor and hurriedly stood next to his wife. What a joke! How could he be at ease letting his wife run after such a dangerous person alone? Absolutely not. He had to follow. Me. I'll go too. How could she not watch when there was a show? Bai Wuxia also hurriedly reached out to sign up. Seeing this, the old nanny, following the Empress, couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She hurriedly raised her hand to support the Empress's raised hand and coughed lightly. "Your Highness, can we not get so excited just because there's a show? Mother, aren't you going to the East Gate to check on the Grand Concubine's condition?" The little Crown Princess asked in confusion. Consort Dowager, reminded by Arbor, Queen Bai seemed to have just remembered the old princess. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, No, your father should have sent someone over." "Father?" The Empress nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, Do you think your father is completely defenseless? In fact, as early as a few days ago, your father had already sensed that the capital was not peaceful. Over the past few days, he has already sent people to strengthen the security. The secret guards have already investigated the other party's identity. Your father is biding his time, waiting for the other party to make the first move and expose themselves. Queen Bai looked like she was enjoying the show. Just now, I heard that the concubine dowager was in danger at the east gate. Only then did I know why these two fakes enter the palace. They must be here to create chaos and provide cover for others. Bai Wuxia snorted and said, "She really has a good plan. Unfortunately, she is unlucky to have met her daughter-in-law as soon as she entered the palace. Not only did she meet the real person, but she was also killed by the real person with one hand. Of course, her fate was extremely bad. The Empress talked to herself for a while and suddenly glanced at her son and daughter-in-law. She saw that the young couple was looking at her with the same expression. She couldn't help but feel happy when she saw this. She smiled and asked, "Do you admire your father and mother?" Chapter 5078. Prince Emo sighed ruefully in his heart. As expected, this biological father of his was truly much more reliable than the old great king of the Emo kingdom, His Highness the Crown Prince, who had been cleaning up after his adoptive father's messes for more than a decade, suddenly felt a bit idle. His biological father was truly capable, and he didn't need to worry too much about court affairs now. He also handled crisis situations quite well. Arbor couldn't help but sigh ruefully in his heart. He raised a small hand and patted Prince Mo's lapel. Pretty good. It was pretty good. Prince Mo thought that he finally didn't have to rush about and toil so hard in the future. He was also a child who could rely on his father on the other side. Empress Bai held her daughter-in-law's hand and nagged. "Little glutinous dumpling's father has been so busy these past 2 days that I haven't seen him at all. I wanted to reprimand him, but now it looks like he didn't work for nothing." Glutinous dumpling's wife. Let's go take a look at the person who fell into your talisman matrix first. Then, let's go to the east gate to see your father. When your father was young, he was extraordinarily valiant and could fend off 100 enemies alone. He was definitely an expert in battle. But he's not too bad now. Empress Bai glanced at her son with a grin. "Son, you can't be thinking that your father and mother are still in the dark about the situation in the city, right? Your father and mother aren't old yet. At the very least, we can still support you juniors for 30 to 50 years. It's absolutely not a problem." Emo Yin couldn't help but laugh. She tugged her mother's hand and pretended to be obedient. "Mother, how can 30 to 50 years be enough? At least several hundred years. You must support your son and daughter-in-law." The little stoic very much agreed with these words and nodded empathetically. Support. If father caused trouble for Jojo's Lotus, then beat father. If the officials caused trouble for Jojo, then beat those old officials who didn't know what was good for them. When Her Majesty the Empress saw her stoic-faced daughter-in-law's expression, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. The old nanny serving beside her couldn't help but twitch the corners of her eyes. She coughed lightly and reminded, "Your Highness, it's already been a quarter of an hour. You 3 women are chattering endlessly here. Do you still want to do something serious?" The White Queen patted her thigh and quickly said, Yes, let's go and take a look. We still have to hurry to the east gate to watch the show." The old nanny couldn't help but be speechless. She didn't even have the strength to ridicule her Imperial Highness. Her temperament had remained the same for decades. Even after sleeping for so many years, she still hadn't changed at all. He would go wherever there was a commotion. The group of people followed Arbor out of the chrysanthemum garden and walked along the palace walls for about half an hour. Only then did they stop in a courtyard next to a painted corridor. It's such a remote place. White Queen looked around curiously. "Jojo, are you sure it's here?" Arbor nodded and waved her small hand at everyone. Then, she strode forward into that painted corridor. The group of people followed the little crown princess over. Sure enough, they didn't walk far before they saw a bearded, gray-haired elderly man with a drooping face. He was fiddling with a lamp in his hand. Arbor's small face was taut as she expressionlessly said, "No need to try. Do you think you can get out of the talisman matrix that I set up? You will definitely trigger the other talisman matrices if you walk out of the first double confinement matrix." Talisman matrices within talisman matrices, one set after another. Just 20 or so sets of talisman matrices that didn't overlap would exhaust people to death inside. Chapter 5079. No matter how powerful a godly artifact was, it couldn't withstand this kind of consumption. Sooner or later, it would run out of uses. Grand State Preceptor Larry was facing such an awkward situation. The guiding light had run out of uses, but he was still spinning around in an unknown rune array. Even if he used his godly power to bombard the surroundings, the godly power he used up would only merge into the endless void. It was like punching into a pile of cotton. He couldn't hit anything substantial at all. This Grand State Preceptor turned around and stared at Arbor with a malicious gaze. This gaze angered His Highness the Crown Prince, who was beside Sir Jojo. "You don't want any trick anymore?" The Crown Prince sneered. His right hand, which was next to his robe, suddenly moved. A dark purple stream of light was already wrapped around his hand. Xiao Mu hastily tugged at his hand, making him withdraw the purple flames. "You're that Grand State Preceptor Lila," Arbor said with a cold expression. "I didn't expect you to enter the Imperial Palace alone. Lila, I don't know if I should praise you for your courage or say that you're stupid. Do you think you're very secretive?" "Stupid." Emol Yin was speechless. His wife had called this Grand Preceptor's name wrong twice in a row. He was too embarrassed to open his mouth and remind his wife that she called his name wrong. Moreover, he kept saying that the other party was stupid. Anyone who heard this would fly into a rage. Prince Emo sneaked a glance at Grand State Preceptor Larry's face. As expected, his face was as black as charcoal. "Stupid girl, how dare you?" Grand State Preceptor Larry roared. His entire body was so tense that he could shoot out in an instant. Like an arrow on a bow, he could charge toward Arbor at any time. "Husband!" Sir Jojo raised a pair of big black eyes and stared at him defensively. Her instinctive reaction was to summon her husband. Emol Yin's mouth twitched as he face-palmed. Before his brain could make a judgment, his body had already flashed very honestly, and he flew over by himself. He landed in front of State Preceptor Larry with a whoosh like a bolt of black fire, as fast as lightning. The Grand State Preceptor probably didn't expect that the other party would be so immoral as to attack immediately. This guy didn't have time to defend himself, and a cluster of black flames almost burned the tip of his nose. He was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat, and his body stiffly fell backward. He fell quickly and fiercely. As a result, he landed solidly on the ground with a bang. The two blue and white tiles on the ground cracked. Everyone couldn't help but stare at the sky speechlessly. This Grand State Preceptor was too unlucky to have met such a fiendish couple. Today, he would definitely not be able to get over it. Grand State Preceptor Larry rolled on the ground and was about to stand up. Crown Prince Emo expressionlessly flung out a dozen talismans at him. However, with a burst of bone-cracking sounds, this unlucky State Preceptor was unable to straighten his body like a carp doing a somersault. Instead, it was as if all the bones in his body had been crushed. Every part of his body was in excruciating pain. Arbor's eyes lit up. The speed at which her husband threw the gravity talisman was too fast, and his gesture was too cool. Just as this Lila was about to stand up, he was smashed by the gravity talisman. The force of the impact collided with the force of the gravity talisman. The timing was just right. This unlucky State Preceptor's body should have been crushed by the force of the collision. "Idiot!" Arbor scolded crisply. She walked over to Emol Yin's side and said, "Search." Chapter 5080. She didn't want to waste time with this person, so she directly searched his soul to see what kind of plan the kingdom of Daluo had. Did they capture the people of the Qiao residence? Larry saw the two approaching, and it looked like they were going to search his soul. This guy's whole body shook, and he used his fingers to pull out a talisman. In a flash of golden light, he disappeared from the spot. Arbor was astonished and muttered to herself, "Sacred grade, golden talisman." This person actually had a sacred grade teleportation talisman hidden on him. She had studied the golden talisman jade tome for so long, but she had never seen anyone else in this world who could draw a sacred grade golden talisman. Lord Jojo pondered for a moment, and her curiosity about the Hall of Heavenly Fate talisman incantation deepened. There must be capable people in the Hall of Talisman Incantation that she had never met before. Someone who could draw a sacred grade golden talisman. On Changle North Street, in an inconspicuous courtyard. Young Master Omega Kitoku was wearing a plain and thin garment, and his expression was cold as he sat in front of a rockery in the courtyard, waiting for news. Soon, a tall and thin man quickly walked in, hurried to his side, and leaned over to whisper in his ear. The second young master frowned and nodded indifferently. "Do as I say." "Yes, young master." The tall and thin man, Fei Zhuang, flashed and disappeared from the courtyard. Dougal Ling jumped down from the eaves and lazily tilted his head with a smile. "I can't figure it out." "What can't you figure it out?" Young Master Omega Kitoku grumpily retorted. He was very irritated and didn't want to waste time with people. "I can't figure it out. Aren't you also tired of seeing that Liliere Zero? Why are you still helping them? Moreover, since the plan failed, it means that the people of Daluo have no value. Why are you still escorting them out of the capital?" The second young master coldly said, "Do you know who the king of Daluo is?" Dougal Ling shook his head. "I don't know. Actually, he wasn't that curious. It didn't matter if he knew or not. In any case, this country of Daluo probably had nothing to do with him." Omega Kitoku did not continue speaking. He only glanced sideways at him. "What are you waiting for?" "All right." Dougal Ling nodded helplessly. "All right, I won't ask you why, but sigh." He clearly wanted to get closer, but no matter what he did, he kept pushing her away. It seemed like he was pushing her further and further away. Moreover, now that the little girl knew about the second young master's identity, there was bound to be no result. Ever since he had returned from the River of Forgetfulness, the second young master had always been on the verge of exploding. He was like a walking volcano, and no matter who he saw, he was extremely displeasing to the eye. Even the eldest young master couldn't stand his bad temper and found an excuse to slip away. The kingdom of Daluo was beaten by the Tsang Prefecture's troops and horses. They fled from the grassland to the second young master's place. Ling clearly saw a trace of killing intent in second young master's eyes at that moment, but Ling did not know why he would help them. Second young master had a stubborn temperament and was a stubborn person. He must have his reasons for doing so. He flashed out of the courtyard, but before he could take 2 steps, he was blocked by a man in plain clothes. Eldest young master? Dougal Ling looked at Qin Xian with a puzzled expression. Eldest young master was deliberately waiting for him at this corner? Don't meddle in Daluo's affairs. Chapter 5081. When I came, I saw notices posted all over the streets to capture the fugitives from the state of Duoluo. Eldest young Master Qin looked calmly at Dougal Ling. The entire city has been sealed off. That guy, Mo Lian, is personally leading a group of the capital's elite troops as they traverse the streets and alleys to capture this group of people. At this point, the eldest young master couldn't help but get angry. From the looks of it, that guy Mo Lian was truly a hypocrite. He was more adept at using insidious methods than anyone else. The guy had ordered people to set up testing talisman arrays all around the city gates. Anyone entering or leaving would have to pass through the talisman arrays. There wouldn't be any problem if an ordinary person walked through. But if an expert above the god realm passed by, those lousy talisman arrays would immediately beep incessantly. How would the eldest young master know so many things after entering the city? As soon as he floated through the talisman arrays, a fucking string of guards would run after him while brandishing their machetes. They would yell and call for nearby brothers to surround and intercept him. He was chased all over the streets by several hundred guards and almost didn't make it back. What a fucking scam. Was there anyone else like him? So what if they were God Realm cultivators? There were plenty of cultivators above the God Realm in Dragon Flame City. Did they have to capture and investigate every single one of them? That was simply insane. Those remaining trash from the state of Duoluo are no longer of any use. It's only a matter of time before they are found, the eldest young master said indifferently. You won't gain anything by interfering. Dougal Ling was silent after hearing eldest young Master Qin's analysis. Eldest young Master Qin sighed and said, You still don't understand? Perhaps the Emperor of the Divine Prefecture had already investigated the identities of those people from the state of Duoluo from the very beginning. He was only waiting for this bunch of idiots to walk right into his trap. And we actually helped the great Emperor. Although they didn't want to admit it, reality proved that they had stupidly walked right into the Emperor's trap. Many thanks to eldest young master for the reminder. Dugu Ling cupped his hands at eldest young master Qin. Since second young master has given the order, we have to do it no matter how difficult it is. Eldest young master, please be at ease. This subordinate will be careful and won't be easily discovered. Since eldest young master said that there were such testing talisman arrays all around the city gate, then he wouldn't go to the city gate to take a look. Eldest young Sir Qin couldn't help but shake his head speechlessly when he saw Dugu Ling cupping his hands at him before turning to leave quickly. You won't cry until you see the coffin. I'll let this fellow personally experience how much of a scam this M.O. brat is. After bidding farewell to eldest young Master Qin, Dugu Ling quickly headed for an inn in the city. Previously, the upper echelons of the kingdom of Daluo had stayed in this inconspicuous inn. However, with the current situation so tense, there was no guarantee that those upper echelons had already changed places. Dugu Ling's figure flashed as he walked out of the remote alley. He pretended to glance at the street casually. He saw a group of valiant and high-spirited soldiers wearing short armor neatly pass in front of him. There were many more patrolling guards on the streets. As expected, the security was much tighter. Just as he was pondering, he suddenly heard a series of beeping sounds coming from beneath his feet. He didn't pay much attention at first, but his heart involuntarily thumped when he saw all the pairs of eyes on the street looking in his direction. Capture him! A leading soldier on a horse yelled as he pointed in Dugu Ling's direction. Chapter 5082. Dugu Ling felt as if 10,000 horses were galloping across his mind. Before his brain could even react, his body had already started to run away. In an instant, many guards appeared from all over the streets and alleys. They held spears and swords in their hands as they yelled and chased after him. Dugu Ling's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He saw the commoners, who were used to this sight, squat to the sides of the road with their hands on their heads, allowing the group of soldiers to chase after others. Occasionally, they would look up and roll their eyes in disdain. It was as if this scene happened every day, and the commoners were already used to it. Dugu Ling cursed in his heart as he dashed up the tree and leaped onto the roof in a few leaps. What was even worse was that there were quite a few young faces on the eaves. They were holding a broken net in their hands and were trying to outflank him from all sides. You motherfuckers, Dugu Ling had just started cursing when he saw 4 or 5 nets coming towards him. He didn't even have time to say anything and quickly jumped behind the eaves. He jumped and fled into the back alley. There are no signs of fighting in the Qiao residence. Clearly, the fake goods didn't alert anyone when they moved in. The 8 hidden guards arranged in the Qiao residence also disappeared at the same time. Tong stood in front of the young crown princess with his head lowered and reported everything to her. This subordinate has checked the traces. The crown princess family didn't leave behind any signs of being kidnapped. It seems like Tong's voice paused. He looked up slightly and saw Arbor looking at him. He quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to meet his gaze. He quickly said in a low voice, Master and Madam's family seems to have left the Qiao residence on their own. Arbor frowned and opened a brocade box in his hand. He looked at the wooden tablets in the box, and his expression relaxed. In the middle of each tablet, there was a faint flame burning as if it was embedded in the tablet. It pulsed with a strong vitality. These were the life lanterns of Qiao Zhongbong, his younger brother, sister, and second uncle's family in the Qiao residence. Now that the life lanterns were safe and sound and even had a strong vitality, it was clear that his parents weren't in danger. What the hell is going on? Jojo was puzzled. Crown Princess. A clear and loud voice came from the window. The young Crown Prince Consort looked over without batting an eyelid. There were only a few people who liked to poke their heads out of the window. Staying up late, having midnight snacks, and so on, all of them had this hobby and habit. Sure enough, not long after, Aoya's big head swayed outside the window. His bright smile was dazzling. I've investigated it thoroughly. Crown Princess, don't be anxious. His Highness said that he will tell you personally when he returns later. Master, Madam, and Second Master's family are very safe. Xiao Yao gave birth to a boy successfully last night. Master, Madam, and the others are very happy. Really? Arbor's eyes brightened, and a smile appeared on the little stoic's face. The large rock in her heart finally fell heavily. Yeah. Aoyi nodded his big head repeatedly and said with a grin, His Highness told this subordinate to inform you personally when he returns so that you won't think too much. His Highness also said that Crown Princess's trap, testing talisman matrix is especially useful. He placed one in every street and alley, and as long as it beeps, he can immediately arrest someone. Also, that net specially used to trap Divine Realm cultivators is especially useful. Chapter 5083. That's a divine weapon invented by your Crown Prince. It specializes in tricking cultivators above God level, Arbor said expressionlessly, catching God level cultivators off guard and trapping them. It wasn't me who took it out. It's not like all the tricking was done by this Crown Princess. Humph. Aoye's mouth twitched. Master and Mistress, they really are a family. Don't say who tricked more. Then this subordinate is going to work. Crown Princess, His Highness wants you to play for a while. His Highness will come back later to have dinner with you. The little Crown Princess made a sound of acknowledgement and saw Aoye's big head shrink down from the window. Play what? Lady Qiao pondered for a moment before waving her hand gently. Her figure then disappeared from the bedchamber. After learning that his family was safe, Arbor finally had the mood to do something else. Your Highness, the testing glyph arrays on the streets and alleys are not responding. Could it be that the other party learned their lesson and stayed in their rooms? His Highness the Crown Prince thought for a moment and shook his head. Right now, the city is under lockdown. Even if they don't come out, our people will go door to check. With the testing glyph, we can find out what cultivation level the person in the room has. They can't run away. Mo Lien snorted. The only thing we can do now is take a gamble and get out of the city as soon as possible. Only then can we have a chance of survival. So the remnants of Doruo will break through the city gates today? At the same time, countless teams were patrolling the streets and alleys, checking for suspicious people one after another. In a private room on the second floor of the overflowing fragrance garden, the curtain on the window was lifted slightly and put down in less than a second. Cough. Heavy coughs were suppressed by that person's handkerchief, making muffled sounds. Master. The man coughed a few times and raised his face slightly, waving his hand at a subordinate. It was a very old face. Under the gray hair was a pair of tired eyes that were bloodshot. He looked like he had not rested for several nights. The subordinate used a black cloth to cover half of his face, only revealing a circle of pockmarks under his eyes, as if his skin had been burned by fire. After so many years, I didn't expect the gray-haired old man let out a long sigh. He is even more ruthless and decisive than before. I didn't lose to him, the old man said calmly. I only lost to the power in his hands. If he had such a large force, he could also suppress that person and make it difficult for him to continue living. However, he didn't. Some things once lost were gone. No matter how much one fought for them in the future, they couldn't be regained. The old man sighed in response. The subordinate hurriedly reminded, Master, the most important thing right now is to get out of the city as soon as possible. Right now, everyone in the city is looking for us. The longer we stay in the city, the more dangerous it will be. Their plan had failed. Originally, they had sent people to mix in with Consort Dowager Chen's caravan returning to the palace, who knew that they would be stopped at the East Gate and their identities would be exposed on the spot. Even though they had decisively taken Consort Dowager hostage and fought for a chance of survival for themselves, protecting their master and escaping, their brothers had suffered countless casualties along the way. After being chased and killed all the way, they had just counted the number of people. Of the original 3,000 people, only 300 were left. The casualties were more than 80 to 90%. Chapter 5084. They had completely lost this scheme. Heavenly fortune is only SOSO. The subordinate said indignantly. I originally thought that they could turn the tide, but I didn't expect, in the end, The thousands of harpies sent to help them were all killed by the emperor's personal troops. Simply hateful. The gray-haired, elderly man waved his hand with a wry smile. I always knew that relying on others was ultimately futile. Unfortunately, he was clearly not capable enough to rely on himself. Alas, after scheming for so many years, he truly didn't want to wait any longer. With such a good cooperation opportunity in front of him, he only wanted to strive for it with all his might. Thump, 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 thump. Disorderly footsteps came from the bottom of the stairs, accompanied by the madam's unique shriek. Esteemed officials, how can our overflowing fragrance garden harbor filth? Everyone, lighten your footsteps. Our garden's ladies have been tired from the entire night and are currently resting. Hee. The black-masked subordinate's expression abruptly darkened, and his hand reflexively stroked the hilt of a saber at his waist. Afternoon. When Lord Xiao Qiao expressionlessly appeared in the empty space behind the Eastern Palace's sleeping quarters with a large pot of medicinal powder, 17 to 18 junior eunuchs and junior palace maids cowered and gathered together, looking at their crown prince consort with bitter gazes. Assemble. Kai Chi stood on the side and waved the silk handkerchief in her hand, directing everyone to stand in line. The junior eunuchs and junior royal maids bitterly lowered their heads to glance at the medicinal bottles in their hands, extremely hesitant. Kaixio speechlessly twitched her mouth and coughed lightly, saying, "The crown princess naturally won't harm us servants. Drink it all, right?" Kaichi jumped down from the stone block and raised the small bottle in her hand, shouting energetically, "Everyone raise the bottle together and drink." The group of eunuchs and junior royal maids promptly closed their eyes like heroes about to go to the guillotine. At the same time, they stretched out their hands and raised their heads, gulping down the medicinal liquid in the bottle in one gulp. Although the little stoic was expressionless, the corners of her eyes and the tips of her brows imperceptibly twitched. "Please, this wasn't poison." Pass down the Empress order. A young eunuch with a round head and a fat head was jogging over with a smile on his face. The first thing he saw was the crown princess, who was standing in front of the crowd with a big pot in her hand. His expression froze for a moment, however. Before he could react, the rows of maids and eunuchs standing opposite the crown princess fell to the ground with their heads covered. The messenger eunuch was startled, but he didn't cry out in alarm. The eunuchs and palace maids who had fallen to the ground quickly climbed up even faster. One by one, they stood upright. However, when they stood up, the messenger eunuch was so frightened that he fell to the ground. What a feast for the eyes! When dozens of little eunuchs and palace maids had their bodies and faces completely changed in front of your eyes, it was a horrifying scene that made your hair stand on end. What was more, when these little eunuchs and palace maids all transformed into a sturdy middle-aged man with an unshaven beard 3 minutes later, there was no need to mention the visual shock. The messenger eunuch fell backwards with a thump and closed his eyes. He had actually fainted from everyone's fright. The young crown princess expressionlessly turned her head to glance at the eunuch while holding the big pot. Her chin lightly pointed in that direction, and 2 black-clothed hidden guards twitched their eyes before instantly appearing behind her. Chapter 5085. Wake him up, the young crown princess shouted in a crisp voice. This eunuch by Imperial Mother's side was too weak. Why did he immediately faint the moment he reached him? It was simply laughable and comical. The young crown princess harumphed and waved her small hand forcefully. The 2 hidden guards hurriedly cupped their hands towards her and swiftly went forward to pick up the chubby eunuch. She raised her hand to pinch the eunuch's philtrum and lightly massaged 2 acupoints on his body. The chubby eunuch opened his eyes and was momentarily dazed. He stared blankly at the 2 hidden guards close by for a while. "What did you come here for?" the young crown princess shouted, calling back a portion of the eunuch's 3 souls and 7 spirits. He hurriedly struggled free of the 2 hidden guards' hands before going forward to reply to the crown princess's question. In the end, he saw 17 or 18 faces that were exactly the same at a glance. They all had the appearance of burly men with unshaven beards, and their clothes were somewhat tattered. Quite a few of them had prepared thin blankets and other things to cover themselves with. Their clothes were disheveled and comical as they stood in rows, each of them staring at him with strange gazes. "Mommy!" The chubby eunuch was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. He almost couldn't see the dozen or so identical faces in front of him. This eunuch only felt all the hair on his body stand on end. Seeing a dozen or so identical faces at the same time, this degree of fright was comparable to seeing a huge, ferocious beast appear in front of him. How can you serve by Imperial Mother's side when you're so timid? The young crown princess harumphed in displeasure with a stoic expression. "Stand up straight." The chubby eunuch hurriedly stood up after being yelled at by her. This guy's legs were so weak that he almost couldn't stand up straight. However, when he caught a glimpse of the crown princess's sharp gaze, he quickly straightened himself. Whoa, who did he offend? Didn't he just come to pass on an oral decree? He actually got such a big fright. So weak, so weak. Grand Crown Princess, Her Majesty, the Empress's oral decree. Please, please eat dinner together. Arbor blinked and nodded reluctantly. "Okay, go over there and wait for me. Stand further away." Aye, yes. The eunuch's legs were still a little soft, so he stumbled when he walked. When he was a little further away, the little crown princess lowered her head to look at the big soup pot in her arms, and then looked at the palace maids and eunuchs in front of her. Kai Chi, who had a masculine face, hurriedly waved the handkerchief in her hand and said in a loud and rough voice, "Everyone, stand properly. Line up. Get ready." The young crown prince consort nimbly picked up that pot with a splash. A small pot of powder was poured onto everyone. The chubby eunuch in the central palace could almost hear the sound of his jaw dropping. They could only watch helplessly as the scheming crown prince consort splashed a pot of green powder onto everyone in the room. Kai Chi and the others in the first row had their faces covered with powder. They held their breaths and almost couldn't open their eyes. The eunuchs and palace maids in the 2 rows behind were in a slightly better condition. However, their faces were covered with green powder, which made them feel uncomfortable. The chubby eunuch silently shut his mouth. He suddenly felt that staying in the Empress's central palace was a very happy thing. It was really not easy for the palace maids and eunuchs who served the little crown princess. Arbor carefully observed the changes on their bodies. The moment the powder was sprinkled on them, the deformed bodies of these palace maids and eunuchs began to peel off their original appearance. Chapter 5086. The speed of recovery was really fast. In just a moment, these unlucky children revealed their original appearance. Kai Chi stretched out a hand from under the blanket, waved the handkerchief in her hand, and shouted, "Line up, line up, line up like you did before. Pay attention. If you feel that your body hasn't fully recovered, stand in front." A group of little eunuchs and little palace maids, with a helpless expression, stood in line. "Does anyone feel anything wrong with their body?" Kai Chi shouted again. The little palace maids and eunuchs weakly drooped their heads and replied, "No." Kai Chi ran forward and said to the young crown princess, "Crown princess, it seems that everyone is fine. The medicinal powder that you invented, although the color and the taste don't seem to be very good, the effect is very good when used. Being able to change people's original appearance in just a few minutes, the effect was quite good." The young crown princess was also very satisfied. She walked forward in small steps, raised her small hand, and shouted, "Everyone did a good job. In view of everyone, this time you have worked very hard to test the directional transformation liquid and the recovery powder. I have decided to give each of you a reward of 800 spirit coins." While speaking, the young crown princess heroically took out a heavy bag of spirit coins from her inner world, handed it to Kai Shio, who was secretly smiling at the side, and ordered, Give it out now." Everyone's heads, which were originally drooping, suddenly lifted up, and their eyes lit up. The jaws of the chubby eunuchs who were watching from the side dropped again. They suddenly felt that staying in the Eastern Palace to serve the young crown princess didn't seem to be a bad thing. Kai Chi's small face, which was covered with green powder, suddenly brimmed with a bright smile. She pulled the many little palace maids and eunuchs around her and hurriedly said, "Why are you all in a daze? quickly thanked the crown princess. The little palace maids and eunuchs hurriedly kowtowed to thank her, and their faces were full of happy smiles. The bag of spirit coins was quickly distributed. There were still about 1,000 spirit coins left in the bag. Kaishio originally wanted to return it to the little crown princess. In the end, the little crown princess waved her small hand generously. Use these remaining spirit coins to buy some fresh ingredients and fruits from the food store. You can have a sumptuous dinner tonight as a reward. The courtyard was filled with thunderous cheers, as if it was the new year. When the chubby eunuch left the eastern palace with the crown princess, he could still hear the laughter from inside, even after a long walk. Different people have different lives. As long as he casually tried a non-toxic and harmless powder, he would be rewarded with 3 months' worth of salary. He wanted to take back what he had just said. Serving the little crown princess in the Eastern Palace was indeed an excellent thing. Arbor followed the messenger eunuch to the central palace and was directly led inside. The head palace maid, Pearl, lowered her head slightly and said with a smile, "Her ladyship said that the crown princess doesn't need to be announced when she comes here. Just invite her in directly." The little crown princess expressionlessly asked, "What do you want to eat for dinner?" Pearl almost laughed out loud. She didn't expect the little crown princess to have such an interesting temperament. The menu was drawn up by His Highness the Crown Prince. It will definitely be very suitable for your taste. The little crown princess suddenly stopped and tilted her head. Who's crying inside? She could hear the deafening cries of the White Empress in the inner hall through the corridor. Sleep, wake up, and make up for 2 more nights. Chapter 5087. Pearl smiled awkwardly. It's the 2 shameful things from the Fong family. They came to complain to your majesty. Crown princess, don't mind them. Your majesty will drive them away later. They won't affect your mood for dinner. From her words, it seemed that she didn't like the Fong family. The little crown princess wasn't curious and followed Pearl into the inner hall. There was a touch of sandalwood burning in the inner hall. A faint smell floated in the air. Queen Bai sat on a gold-threaded Phoebe Jinnan chair expressionlessly. She stared at the seat below. 2 women, one old and one young, were kneeling there. They were wiping their tears. The older woman cried and said, "Your Majesty, the old concubine has been missing for more than 8 hours. When I think about how she is being tortured, my heart feels like it's being pricked by needles. It's so uncomfortable." Queen Bai said expressionlessly, "The old concubine was kidnapped last night. If you were really worried, you wouldn't have waited until now to mourn. Moreover, old Consort Dowager is blessed by heaven. She's just missing now. There is no evidence that she has been killed. It's too early for you to mourn in front of me." The Empress's words were extremely rude. A young girl kneeling behind the woman quickly raised her hand and secretly pulled the corner of her mother's clothes. The woman was scolded by the queen and choked. She looked at the queen blankly and didn't know how to respond. The queen asked impatiently, "Why did you 2 come to the palace at this time?" The young girl behind the woman hurriedly walked forward on her knees and respectfully kowtowed to the Empress. "Empress, please understand. Father and mother were worried about Imperial concubine Dowager's safety and couldn't sleep all night. Therefore, this morning, mother couldn't wait to bring me into the palace. It's not early." The queen sneered. "It's almost time for dinner. The second wife of the Count of Huainan didn't want me to leave food for you, did she?" The woman was speechless. She had heard that the queen was very good at scolding people. She originally thought that there might be some lies in the rumors. Who would have thought that it was true? Seeing that her daughter was so embarrassed by the Empress's words that tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked so pitiful. As a mother, her heart ached for her daughter. However, the person sitting at the top was the high and mighty Empress. She was incomparably noble. When the Empress insulted them, they could only accept it obediently. Her daughter, Fong Mingwei, didn't even dare to cry. She was afraid that the Empress would be unhappy when she saw it. She did not shed tears, but the tears were still swirling in her eyes. The Empress was not blind. How could she not see it? The more he looked at them, the more displeased he became. He muttered to himself, "Why do the mother and daughter look so annoying?" She disliked women who were like daughter flowers the most. They would cling to men at the drop of a hat, and would feel wronged at the drop of a hat. Moreover, she naturally felt that she hadn't said anything overboard. She had only mocked him a little, and he immediately looked like he was about to cry. It was extremely boring. "Your Majesty, the Crown Princess is here." Zhenju saw that the atmosphere was stiff and timely welcomed the little Crown Princess with a smile. When the Empress saw her daughter-in-law's clean and expressionless face, her eyes instantly lit up. Chapter 5088. "Jojo, come quickly, come to Mother." The Empress waved at her with a smile. Arbor stepped forward and bowed before walking to the Empress's side. The Empress pulled her to sit down. When the Empress saw the little stoic, she immediately forgot about the mother and daughter kneeling on the ground. She only cared about pulling Arbor's hand and asked with a smile, "Child, have you been feeling unwell recently? Tell Mother as soon as possible if you feel unwell so that the royal physician can come take a look." Empress nagged with a smile. Back then, when Mother was pregnant with little glutinous dumpling, this scoundrel brat tormented his mother quite a bit. "Little glutinous dumpling isn't obedient?" the little stoic asked curiously. "He won't stop." Empress waved her hand and said disdainfully, "He threw me up in the early stages. Everything I eat doesn't taste good." "Jojo," Empress pulled the little stoic over and sized her up. "I see that you're quite well. How's your appetite recently?" The little stoic shook her head expressionlessly. "I don't feel unwell. Everything I eat tastes good." The elderly nanny beside the Empress couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She felt that the little stoic Crown Princess's conversation with Her Majesty the Empress was a bit comical. "That's good. That's good." Empress nodded with a smile. The Empress and the little Crown Princess conversed back and forth as if there was no one else around, but made the kneeling mother and daughter duo Madame Bao die of misery. The two of them knelt there, not daring to wipe their mouths, much less stand up on their own. By the time Empress finished chatting with the little Crown Princess, 5 minutes had passed. The Empress turned around and revealed a stunned expression. "Why haven't you left yet? Is there something else?" Zhenju and the other royal maids all looked towards Madame Bao and her daughter. The mother and daughter duo instantly felt flustered with embarrassment. What could be more embarrassing than being ignored by others? The two of them had been ignored by Empress until now. Now that she said this as if waking up from a dream, it made Madame Bao and her daughter extremely uncomfortable. They were from the Duke of Huainan's mansion and were the legitimate maternal family of old concubine Fong. Now that old concubine Fong had an accident, the mother and daughter came to the palace to show their filial piety. How could they be disliked by the Empress? Zhenju stepped forward and curtsied. Holding back her laughter, she said to the mother and daughter, second in Yang, "Miss Mingyue, please." Fong Mingyue's face alternated between green and white, her expression extremely ugly. The second wife of the Count of Huainan bowed submissively to the White Empress, shrank her head, pulled her daughter's sleeve, and pulled her out. Who are they? When Fong Mingyue went out, she happened to hear the little Crown Princess ask in a crisp voice, which made her even more unhappy. The Crown Princess had been back in the capital for so long, but she still couldn't remember all the names of the madams and young ladies of the noble families in the capital. "It's the second concubine of the Duke of Huainan's mansion." Empress couldn't control her anger. "I haven't seen the Duke of Huainan for many years. The older I get, the more confused I become." For the sake of Count of Huainan, she called her second madam. Did she really think that she was a madam just because she called her second madam? Old concubine Fong has such a big accident. Count of Huainan shouldn't send the second in Yang of the Count of Huainan's mansion to the palace to inquire about things. Zhenju also whispered, "Even if Madam of Count of Huainan has been in poor health all year round, Count of Huainan should also send Miss Fong to the palace to inquire about things." The little Crown Princess touched her belly and said yes. She turned to look at Empress "Mother, when is the meal?" Everyone. They really couldn't keep up with the little Crown Princess's jumping thoughts. Chapter 5089. Everyone thought that the little Crown Princess had asked about Madame Bao and her daughter because she wanted to know more about the second concubine of Count Huainan's mansion. who knew that this little fellow only asked such a question and skipped over the matter as if it had nothing to do with her. The group of palace maids and nannies couldn't help but be speechless. Who did the crown princess take after with her eccentric personality? Her mother, Madame Wei, looked like a very normal woman. The empress laughed and said, "Good, good, quickly serve the food. I don't know if little glutinous dumpling will be back in time. Let's not wait for him. Let's eat first." The little crown princess thought for a moment and reluctantly said, "Then let's wait for him. Master, let's go quickly from here, come." The masked man who had escaped from the back door of Overflowing Fragrance Garden supported the gray-haired old man with one hand and hurriedly fled into the alley. Inside Dragonflame City, buildings of all sizes were densely packed. The masked man supported his master with one hand and gripped a long sword dripping with blood in the other. His movements were very slow. After his identity was exposed from Overflowing Fragrance Garden, the masked man had protected his master and fought their way out. The two of them were like stray dogs, exhausted from running for their lives along the way. "Master." The masked man lowered his head and glanced at his master. The gray-haired old man panted heavily and raised his hand to wave at his subordinate. "Don't worry about me. Let's continue." If they didn't hurry out of the city now, once they were surrounded, there would be nowhere to escape. The masked man took a deep breath. "This subordinate has been rude. Master, please lie on this subordinate's back. Let this subordinate carry you." The gray-haired old man indeed couldn't walk anymore. After running for his life, his legs seemed to be filled with mercury. When he took a step, his legs couldn't help but tremble. "Master, come up." The masked man urged again and pushed the old man onto his back. The old man lay on his back, took a deep breath, and said intermittently, "Zhu Fei, if I can escape today, this old man will never forget your great kindness." "Master, you don't have to say that." The subordinate called Zhu Fei said with a serious expression, "If Master hadn't taken me in back then, I wouldn't be who I am today. Back then, my entire family was killed by an enemy. It wasn't easy for me to escape from the fire. If it weren't for the fact that Master sent someone to treat him, he would have died long ago. Zhu Fei's life belongs to Master. I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for Master." The old man nodded with a gratified expression. Zhu Fei turned a corner and almost bumped into someone. The long sword in his hand was very fast, and, as if it was a conditioned reflex, he stabbed towards that person's chest. "Wait!" That person shouted in a low voice. It's me." The old man lying on Zhu Fei's back recognized the newcomer's identity and quickly said to Zhu Fei, "It's Larry." Zhu Fei took a closer look and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "State Preceptor, what happened to you?" Larry's appearance was extremely miserable. He dragged half of his body and leaned against the wall of the alley. It was as if all the strength in his body had been drained. He panted heavily and his whole body was trembling. "Larry," the gray-haired old man asked in surprise, "what happened to you?" "Master, we've run into a tough nut." Larry spat blood on the ground and shook his head at the two with a pale face. "That Crown Prince Lien has activated half of Dragonflame City's defensive array. We can't teleport out smoothly at all in the array." Chapter 5090. Right now, the streets and alleys outside are also filled with traps. You don't know if it will be a test glyph array when you walk out. Whenever we pass through a test glyph array, the glyph array will make a sound. After saying this, Grand Tutor Larry seemed to have lost his strength. He leaned against the wall and panted heavily. I was injured by that Crown Prince Lien. I'm afraid we won't be able to leave this place alive." Grand Tutor Larry couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Did Lily Er's plan completely fail? Completely failed. Grand Tutor Larry closed his eyes in pain. He had poured a lot of effort into this plan and cultivated two of the most excellent Lily heirs. He felt that it was already the pinnacle of his work. However, a fake was still a fake. Once she was in front of a real person, she immediately lost her meaning. "I've already done my best." Grand Tutor Larry sighed. "I know." The gray-haired old man sighed and thought to himself, "Life is so helpless. Sometimes you won't succeed even if you try your best. Just like him, he had failed once more than 10 years ago. Now, 10 years later, he was facing another failure. This was probably the last failure in his life. The old man thought to himself with a bitter laugh. A person who was about to die had a very sharp intuition. Over there, the test glyph array reacted. A shout came from outside the alley. Everyone's expression changed. Master, go. Larry clutched the wound on his chest and hurriedly pushed Zhu Fei in front of him. Take Master away. Zhu Fei could only take one person away and only had the strength to take one person away. However, since they had worked together for so long, they couldn't just watch Grand Imperial Tutor Larry die. Zhu Fei immediately threw out a teleportation glyph array from his sleeve. Go. No, the teleportation glyph array is gone. It's useless. Grand Tutor Larry still wanted to explain, but he was already dragged into the teleportation glyph array by Zhu Fei. Grand Tutor Larry's expression suddenly became very interesting. I already said it's useless, brother. Why didn't you let me finish my words? I originally had a chance to escape, but now Grandmaster Larry let out a long sigh at Zhu Fei, as if there was nothing he could do. Could it be that this was the will of the heavens? Now that things had come to this point, there was no turning back. Zhu Fei didn't know what was going on, but he was delighted. He stepped out of the array with his master on his back and said, State Preceptor, look, you can teleport. Grand Preceptor Larry pointed forward expressionlessly, as if all his strength had been sucked out. He didn't want to say another word. Zhu Fei didn't know what was going on, so he turned his head to take a look, and then his eyes widened in shock. He saw that there were about 10,000 soldiers and horses lined up neatly in front of the city gate. An outstanding man with black hair and a pair of slightly raised phoenix eyes was sitting astride a horse. He held the reins in his hand and looked at them expressionlessly. Waiting for the rabbit by a tree stump, you really did manage to find a rabbit. Prince Mo curled his lips and nodded in satisfaction. He raised his left hand and moved two of his fingers. Take him down. Zhu Fei hurriedly helped the gray-haired old man to the ground. He gripped the long sword in his hand and circled around his master, looking like he was about to fight to the death. Chapter 5091. The gray-haired old man reached out to pull him back and heaved a long sigh. No need to risk your life. It was useless. His Highness the Crown Prince of the Divine Province was waiting for him here with thousands of troops. The old man raised his hands and stretched them forward. He said arrogantly, It's fine if you want this king to surrender, but this king wants to see your father. This king wants to discuss everything with your father face to face. Prince Mo's eyes narrowed dangerously. He stared at the old man in front of him with a sneer. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. Before I meet the emperor, I want to settle the score with you about Liliere. The crown prince's handsome face was cold as he spat out these words in a flat tone. Take him down. With a cold expression, he waved his hand. Immediately, a dozen or so guard with quick movements rushed forward and pressed the spears in their hands against the chests of King Doro, Grand State Preceptor Larry, and Zhu Fei. Zhu Fei's expression turned cold. Just as he was about to resist, the old man reached out and pressed him down. This King Doro, even in the face of a life-and-death situation, his expression still didn't change. What do you want to settle with this king? Liliere did develop a directional transformative liquid based on your crown princess. But in fact, this plan didn't succeed. You didn't lose anything. Emolien couldn't help but laugh. However, those who were familiar with him could see the true emotions in his heart from his cold phoenix eyes. Liliere's plan didn't succeed. Didn't succeed mean it didn't annoy him? Didn't succeed mean it didn't exist? These people's strange thoughts and strange words were always so funny. I heard that the entire plan was carried out by your Grand State Preceptor Larry, right? Larry dragged his broken body and moved forward 2 steps like a turtle. He stood in front of King Doro and said, Liliere's plan was indeed planned by Larry alone. It was I who suggested to the great King Doro to use your crown princess. Grand State Preceptor Larry stood in front of the gray-haired old man and shouted passionately, Using your love for your wife, they want to start with you. Grandmaster Larry shouted angrily, As long as we kidnap your wife secretly, you will be bound, at least for a short period of time, ah?" Before he could finish his words, he was stabbed in the body by a few guards. Deflated, he fell to the ground, his entire body wilting. At this moment, Prince Emo smiled. This guy was born handsome, and when he smiled now, it was as bright as the moon in the sky. It was as if the entire world was shining because of him. That pair of phoenix eyes, however, did not contain the slightest bit of warmth from beginning to end, remaining incomparably cold from beginning to end. I remember that there are many tortures in the Nether Continent. One of them is called chariot crack. It's quite interesting. Tie the heads and limbs of those disloyal, heartless, and unjust people to 5 different cars and use large hyenas to pull the cars. Pull them in different directions. Every time the Crown Prince spoke, the color on Grand State Preceptor Larry's face faded a little, until the Crown Prince said, "What do you think the process of being pulled by the chariot crack will be?" Everyone present couldn't help but shudder. Grand State Preceptor Larry's face was filled with fright. He raised his voice and screamed, "You have no right to do this. This preceptor wants to see His Majesty. Wants to see ya." His arms were firmly held down by several guards. Chapter 5092. His knees were heavily kicked by one of the guards, causing his body to uncontrollably kneel on the ground. His arms were pinned behind his back and pulled up high. What are you doing?" A trace of fear slid through Grand State Preceptor Larry's heart. The Crown Prince in front of him was simply a lunatic, a lunatic. How could he treat a prisoner of war like this? Was it appropriate? Prince Emo looked coldly at Grand State Preceptor Larry, who was kneeling at his feet, pausing between each word, his voice incomparably cold. "I want the whole world to know. What will happen to those who conspire to murder my wife? You will become the center of attention." After saying this, he didn't say anything else, only slightly lifting his chin at his 2 trusted shadow guards. The 2 shadow guards immediately flashed forward. One of them effortlessly pulled Grand State Preceptor Larry up and dragged him forward. Let go of me, let go." Grand State Preceptor Larry's heart was filled with fear and dread. He was scared, truly scared. He didn't want to deal with a lunatic anymore, and he didn't want to provoke a lunatic anymore. This Crown Prince must be sick. The Crown Princess clearly wasn't harmed at all. What are you doing? Stop. King Doro's expression changed greatly. He originally wanted to take a few steps forward, but he was abruptly stopped by a whip. When he looked up, he saw Crown Prince Emo condescendingly looking down at him with a horsewhip in his hand. His icy gaze was filled with a ruthless glint. "Our whip doesn't have eyes. If you take another step forward, we'll make your blood splatter on the spot." You. King Doro angrily pointed at him, unable to suppress the churning blood in his chest. "You have no respect for your elders. If elders are always like you, coming back every few days to annoy people, then I don't need such elders." King Doro's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice trembling as he asked in shock, "What do you mean? You? This Crown Prince actually knew his true identity? You think that after so many years, no one knows which corner you've been holed up in to preserve your strength?" The Crown Prince looked at him with a face full of mockery and said coldly, "His Majesty found out about your whereabouts 3 years ago. He's been waiting for you to make your move. You really didn't disappoint. After 18 years, you've made a comeback. King Feline, Grand Imperial Uncle. Remember who your captors are. He was the only Crown Prince on the Divine Land. He's your nephew. Emolien, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness." A sea of cheers instantly drowned out King Feline and the others. "His Highness the Crown Prince will send the traitor king, Feline's subordinate, Larry." The car split up at the intersection of East Street. They pulled for about half an incense stick's worth of time. Larry's limbs fell off first, and then his head. Li Yi reported the entire incident. Although her description was very vague, when she reported, the little Crown Princess was picking up a meatball. After she finished speaking, the meatball fell on the table and rolled around. The little Crown Princess immediately lost her appetite. She hurriedly threw away her chopsticks and sat upright. The White Queen hastily waved her hand and said, "Don't say these things that spoil one's appetite when eating. All right, you're dismissed. Yes, this subordinate will take her leave. Li leaped and fled. Daughter-in-law, don't be scared. Little glutinous dumpling will only go crazy when he's angry. He's not normally like this to other people. The little stoic nodded. Chapter 5093. There had to be a reason why her husband treated Larry like this, and it was most likely related to her. She didn't know how that Larry courted disaster in front of her husband. He probably said something that provoked her husband, causing him to issue this kind of order. But no matter what, she supported her husband's decision. The little stoic rubbed her stomach and glanced at the dark sky outside. She pursed her lips and muttered softly, "It's already dark. Why hasn't husband returned yet?" Empress Bai looked at her with a smile. Since they captured King Fuline and his subordinates, that child probably went to the study to find his father. Perhaps the two of them will interrogate those people overnight. The Empress had just said this when a eunuch came in to report. As the Empress expected, the father and son pair had casually settled their stuttering in the study and were now going to the Supreme Court to visit King Fuline. Arbor puffed up his cheeks. "Royal Mother, then I'll go back first." "That's good too. I'll send someone to escort you back to the Eastern Palace. Who knows how long little glutinous dumpling's interrogation will last. Don't wait for him and go rest early." Arbor nodded. Before he left, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, "Then has Consort Grand Fong been rescued?" Empress Bai couldn't help but be speechless. If her daughter-in-law hadn't mentioned it, she would have forgotten about Consort Grand Fong again. To Bai Wuxia, it was already considered very difficult for her to remember 1 or 2 out of 10 of the royal concubines left behind by the previous emperor in the harem. She usually didn't take their matters to heart. Consort Grand Fong was a good-natured person and was usually very well behaved. She didn't have much of a presence, so it was normal for Bai Wuxia to forget her. This Consort Grand Fong could be considered one of the rare ones who didn't cause trouble among the previous emperor's many royal concubines. Since she was tactful, Empress Bai naturally didn't mind providing for this Consort Grand Fong. The entire harem of the divine province was empty. Apart from the previous emperor's old concubines, who might pinch each other for no reason, there really wasn't much else. Since all the renegades have been captured, Consort Grand Fong should also have been rescued, right? Hearing the little crown princess's question, the empress said uncertainly. Then she smiled and said, "Little glutinous dumpling and his father will solve these problems. Jojo, don't think about those troublesome things now." The White Empress took a white fox fur cloak and tied it around her daughter-in-law. "Nyangqin will send you there." "No need, it's not that far. I'll take the carriage back. It's quite fast. It's cold outside. Be careful on the road." The Empress said and turned to Zhenju, "Send the crown princess back." Zhenju hurriedly bowed her head and answered. She knew in her heart how much her master valued this little crown princess. After bidding farewell to the Empress, Zhenju welcomed the little crown princess out of the door and sat in the carriage that had already been arranged. Qiao Mu leaned against the sturdy cushion and hugged a small, warm hand warmer. She nodded her small head from time to time, feeling drowsy. Jojo's Lien even said that he would come back to eat dinner with her, but he was nowhere to be seen at this time. He really didn't do things reliably. He was about to become a father, yet he was still so careless when handling matters. The carriage paused slightly, and Arbor's large head bumped into the carriage. Fortunately, the 4 walls of the carriage were padded very thickly with soft cotton wool. Arbor's bump didn't hurt much, and it even woke her up a bit from her drowsiness. The little stoic rubbed her eyes and sat upright. Chapter 5094. "Pearl, what's the matter? I don't know why the wheel seems to be stuck on something." There was a trace of anxiety in Pearl's voice. "Oh, it's okay." Arbor yawned with an indifferent expression. He raised his hand to open the curtain and looked out the window. "If it takes too long to fix, then we won't wait for it. She might as well stick a flying talisman and fly back." Anyway, it was not far from the Eastern Palace. She took the carriage because she was lazy and didn't want to move her legs. This person is too careless. He didn't even see such a big iron rod and let it lie here. It's stuck in the wheel. "Crown Princess, please wait a moment." Pearl angrily said a few words. She turned around and said to the servants behind her, "Hurry up, don't let the crown princess wait for too long. The young crown princess looked out the window for a while. Her eyes narrowed, and her deep gaze fell on the eaves not far away. "All of you get down," Arbor suddenly shouted. Pearl and the others almost reflexively obeyed the young crown princess' order and fell to the ground. At the same time, a rain of arrows came from above the eaves and landed on the carriage with tinkling sounds. The carriage's exterior looked very ordinary, but in reality, it had been reinforced with heaven-grade refining materials. Therefore, the rain of arrows looked fierce, but in fact, it couldn't even penetrate the outer layer of defense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few black figures suddenly jumped down from the palace wall and rushed forward a few steps without saying a word. Just as they were about to surround the young crown prince consort, they drew their swords and sabers and began to beat her up. Pearl angrily whistled a loud and clear whistle, and then a cluster of fireworks in the dark night was lit up. Footsteps could be heard coming from all directions. The hidden guards who had been hiding in the dark rushed over when they heard the news. Without saying a word, they went forward to intercept these people in a well-trained manner. Soon, the two sides were engaged in a heated battle. The young crown prince consort lifted the curtain of the carriage and sat there expressionlessly. Even though her drowsiness had vanished without a trace, her spirit wasn't very good, and a hint of drowsiness rose from her heart. However, these idiots who came out of nowhere actually disturbed her when she went home to rest and secretly waited for her here. Dong! A black arrow was nailed to the window of her car. It didn't break through her defense, but made a deep hole in the curtain. The little stoic glanced at her, and her entire face turned a bit unsightly. The place where the arrow pierced was a pitch-black lotus. Of all places, it had to be Jojo's lotus. A bunch of fools who were tired of living. Let's see how I'll deal with them. It's been 18 years since we last met. You've aged a lot. The first thing the great emperor said when they met was a stab to the heart. The gray-haired old man glared angrily at the man in front of him with his dead fish eyes. For a moment, his heart was filled with emotions. It had been 18 years since they last met. The great emperor was still young and handsome, but he was aging step by step. This caused him to feel resentful and unwilling at the same time. He really didn't understand how he was inferior to this younger brother of his. Back then, when the previous empress was still alive, she also praised him repeatedly. Many times, he felt that he actually didn't do worse than her. However, the applause and encouragement always belonged to him and were completely cut off from him. "What do you want to know?" Prince Fulin sneered. "If you want to learn about the heavenly fortune for me? Don't waste your time. Looking at the situation, if I didn't catch up during the day, I'll catch up at night. I've been working overtime this week. I'm going to be busy. Night. Chapter 5095. The main hall of the Supreme Court's dungeon was brightly lit. 2 rows of armed guards stood neatly on both sides of the door, looking straight ahead. In the middle of the circular hall, there was a spacious iron cage that could accommodate 100 people. King Fulin sat cross-legged on a tricolored round felt, glaring angrily at Mo Lusheng and his son. This damned father and son, sinister and cunning, extremely shrewd and scheming. Only now did he understand that this Mo Lusheng, from the very beginning, had been playing with him like a monkey. He clearly knew that he was hiding in the Pingjin grassland 3 years ago, but had not done anything to him, only secretly monitoring him, allowing him to grow stronger, allowing his forces to spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain, expanding, expanding, and expanding. Just when he thought that with his current forces, he could make a comeback and had some chance of winning against Mo Lusheng, reality gave him a heavy slap in the face, slapping him back to his original state. "You can kill me or cut me up as you wish." King Fulin sneered, slightly raising his head. "But if you want to find out about the heavenly fate from me, I advise you not to waste your efforts." Mo Lusheng stared indifferently at the gray-haired man in front of him for a long time, not saying anything, just shaking his head slightly. This attitude and expression of disdain to speak to him immediately infuriated King Fulin Mo Lusheng. His eyes suddenly widened, glaring angrily at the great emperor. If you have something to say, just say it. What are you hemming and hawing for? I have nothing to say. Mo Lusheng glanced at him indifferently. The latter was so angry that he directly jumped up from the round felt, pouncing on the big iron cage, slamming the iron door across the cage. Mo Lusheng, you must think I'm very funny, right? For so many years, I've schemed this and that, but in the end, it's all within your plan. 3 years ago, you saw through my identity, but kept it a secret, hiding it, waiting for me to walk into your trap. Ha ha ha. King Feline scolded angrily. You're probably thinking, how can there be such a stupid brother like me in this world? Mo Lusheng shook his head and calmly told him, you're wrong. More than 10 years ago, you started a rebellion in the capital for your own selfish reasons, and your name was removed from the Mo family's genealogy. The current eldest son's name is Big Brother Mo Lufeng. Mo Liusheng's expression was indifferent. You're nothing, so don't call yourself my brother. Mo Luzhu gritted his teeth. You removed my name. It's you. What right do you have to remove my name from the genealogy? You greedy thing. You just don't want me to have a good time. Just who is it that has the ambition of a wolf and still refuses to give up? Mo Lusheng was simply angered to the point of laughing. Who was it that started that war 18 years ago, causing the people to have no way of making a living and leaving so many people homeless? Who was it that instigated these strange changes and forced everyone to come to the capital? And who was it that gathered 300 experts and surrounded Zhen and Wuxia in the middle of the night? In that battle, the couple won in the end, but he also paid a very painful price. He racked his brains to repair Wuxia bit by bit, and waited for him for 17 or 18 years until he was dizzy. At that time, he was simply mentally and physically exhausted. Because he had just ascended the throne, there were many things to worry about. Chapter 5096. At that time, he had to spend a lot of effort to treat Wuxia and also clean up the mess that Mo Liushi had made. Later, for his son's safety, he had to send little glutinous rice ball away. The happy family of 3 suddenly became his lonesome self. For all those years, he had to endure the loneliness and coldness, endure the bitterness and pain in the dead of night. After enduring the hardships, his temperament had changed greatly. He was usually moody, and when his head hurt, he only wanted to kill people. He wanted to kill all the people in this world with bad intentions. Fortunately, everything returned to the beginning. Little glutinous rice ball was brought back, and Wuxia also came back. Sometimes this feeling was so good that it was almost unreal, making him feel like he was in a dream. Did he hate King Fulin? Of course, he hated him to the bone. Back then, if this person had not been ambitious and conspired with the rebel forces to ignite the flames of war, perhaps he would not have had to endure the pain of being separated from his wife and son for decades. If Mo Yin heard his father's silent criticism in his heart, he would most likely not be happy. Back then, if his father had not been wise enough to send him to the lower star domain, he might not have met his wife. Therefore, everything in this world was fated to exist by the will of the heavens. He and his dear little wife were destined to be married, and no one could tear apart that line of marriage. Father, Mo Yin reached out and poked her father's sleeve. Her father stopped talking halfway and just stared at King Fu Lin in front of him, not saying a word or getting angry. This was not quite right. Mo Lusheng came back to his senses and looked coldly at Mo Liushi across the large iron cage. The current you is completely unable to be my opponent. Mo Liushi was abnormally cold and angry. He gripped the iron cage tightly and pounded on the 2 iron pillars with extremely narrow gaps. He roared, "Do you think you've won? Mo Lusheng, you never know what I will do next. I left you a generous gift on East and West 12th Street. Haha, you're just too confident in yourself. That's why you've been defeated in front of me again and again." Dong dong dong. Mo Yin threw a pitch-black ball at Mo Liuji's feet. King Feline, no, you've already been removed from the Mo clan. Now that you call yourself King Duo Luo, it's more appropriate to call you King Duo Luo. King Feline Mo Liuji's eyes were wide open, glaring at Mo Yin and gnashing his teeth. This junior actually dared to provoke him in front of him, reminding him once again that he had been expelled from the MO clan. Damn little brat. He's really tired of living. Why are you glaring at me? King Duo Luo, why don't you take a look at what's beneath your feet? You think you can scare this old man with a random firearm? Emol Yoja was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly heard the word firearm and regained his senses. He lowered his head and looked at the black ball rolling at his feet. He slowly squatted down and picked it up with trembling hands. Even his voice was trembling slightly. How did you find it? Emolian looked at him as if he was an idiot. You still don't get it? Someone beside you betrayed you. East and West 12th Street. All the firearms you sent people to bury. The distribution map is in our hands. Is it that hard to find it? We found it all in 6 hours. Emolian looked at him in amusement. You can recognize the reality now. When you stepped into the Supreme Court's prison, you've already announced your complete failure. Chapter 5097. Zhu Fei. It's Zhu Fei. It's him. He betrayed me. King Fulin slammed the iron door in agitation, his entire person on the verge of madness. It was Zhu Fei. It was Zhu Fei who betrayed him. He really didn't expect that the person he had saved and cultivated until now, the person he had planned to take as his godson, who had accompanied him to the end, would be the one who betrayed him the most. How ridiculous. The emperor expressionlessly watched him go crazy for a while before insincerely persuading him. Don't go crazy anymore. Things have already come to this. I have nothing to say to you. I only have one sentence to say to you. The emperor continued to prick his heart, speaking the truth. Compared to 18 years ago, you are not ruthless enough, have insufficient means, have insufficient connections, and are not powerful enough. You have regressed a lot, which is why I don't want to act against you. If you are willing to stay on the Pingjin Prairie and retire for the rest of your life, I probably won't care about you. Emolian. He felt that his father's attitude and tone were really the kind of infuriating. How could he have such a father? This was too deceitful. It's a pity that you foolishly left the Pingjin Prairie and came to Dragon Flame City. The emperor said with emotion, if it was more than 10 years ago, you definitely wouldn't trust someone so much. Before you do anything, you would always leave something behind. What does this mean? It means that you've been suppressed by me for more than 10 years. After you fell, you never got up again. There is no one around you that you can use. You can only seek help from the heavenly fate, seek some unrealistic help. You lost miserably. After Emolian said this, Emolian saw that King Doro, that miserable guy, was so angered by his father that he spat out a mouthful of blood on the iron cage. Emolution looked back expressionlessly. Lord Wang of the Supreme Court, who was more than 50 years old, hurriedly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and walked forward. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and clean up the iron cage. Looking at His Majesty and His Highness the Crown Prince's pair of disdainful eyes, they must be disgusted that Prince Duo Luo had spat out a mouthful of old blood on the iron cage, which was so dirty that it stung their eyes. As an old official for more than 10 years, he naturally knew a lot about the rebellion of King Fulin more than 10 years ago. Now, seeing the imprisoned Prince Fulin being angered to the point of vomiting blood by His Majesty at home, he was really speechless. Therefore, don't say that His Highness the Crown Prince was a scammer. In fact, this was probably just a son inheriting his father's work and inheriting His Majesty's scammer attribute. Great Emperor waved his hand. Let King Duo Luo be alone for a while. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and looked at King Fulin, who was sitting on the ground through the iron cage. Oh yes, I heard that when you were in the Pingjin Prairie, you lived a luxurious life. Recently, our Dragon Flame City has been spending a lot of money. We've spent too much on digging defense canals and building fortifications. In our Supreme Court's dungeon, I'm afraid you won't be treated that well. Great Emperor left after saying this. But who is the Supreme Court's Chancellor? He immediately understood the meaning of Great Emperor's words. Great Emperor hadn't walked far with his son when he heard Lord Wang of the Supreme Court roaring at his subordinates. What are you still standing there for? Escort the criminal out and send him to the water dungeon below. Clang. He kicked over the food box in front of the iron cage. Does a criminal need to eat so much? Eat according to the criminal's standards every day. Chapter 5098. If His Majesty didn't want Prince Feline to have a good life, who could save that guy? But from His Majesty's intentions, it didn't seem like he wanted Prince Feline to die immediately. So the propriety in this matter would have to be linked to Lord Wong's actual skill level, who knew if it was because he saw Prince Dualuo's wretched appearance. But Mo Lusheng felt that his current mood was super good. When he glanced at his troublesome son beside him, he actually said to his son very amiably, "You didn't eat enough for dinner just now, right? Let's go back and have supper with Dad." No. Prince Mo very decisively and bluntly rejected his father. "Wife must be very unhappy that you didn't eat dinner with her. Supper. Supper is here." A black figure very nimbly flew to the crown prince and bowed. Go eat with His Majesty. It wasn't like he was a lonely old man who was always empty and lonely, intentionally or unintentionally wanting to disturb his son's happy life. His son also had a wife. He had been freaking busy all day today, so it wasn't too much to have supper with his wife in his spare time, right? This old man really didn't have any eyes, and he still wanted to drag his son to supper. What was this? They all had their own wives and were living their own lives peacefully. Wouldn't that be great? And Mo Lusheng didn't know that his son was ridiculing him in his heart. Right now, he was staring dumbfoundedly at the shadow guard who suddenly appeared in front of him. Go accompany His Majesty. Mo Yin waved her hand, more or less shooing away a fly. Mo Lusheng felt that he was being disdained by his son and inexplicably felt a little sullen in his heart. This child was really becoming more and more crooked and out of shape as he grew up. He was such a cute child when he was young, hugging his father's thigh and drooling when he saw the world. How could he grow so crooked? It was most likely his adoptive father's fault. How did he educate his child? A good child was completely led astray by his adoptive father. Greetings, Your Majesty. The two left the Supreme Court's dungeon and met a monk not far outside the door. His large, shiny forehead was very conspicuous in the dark night, radiating light. When Mo Lusheng saw the head of the person who came, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He coughed lightly and said, "Great Elder Kong Yin, what business do you have with us?" "Your Majesty, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Great Elder Kong Yin stepped forward with a serious expression and bowed to the two. Then he hesitated for a moment and said, "This old monk wants to visit King Feline in the dungeon." Mo Lusheng glanced at him. This guy kept calling him old monk, which made him feel uncomfortable. He really did become a monk. "It's not impossible for you to visit him." Mo Lusheng's expression was indifferent as he nodded his head. "It's just that we are not killing this person right now. Not because we have any kind intentions of repaying evil with good. Instead, he is waiting. Let's wait and see if there are any fish that slipped through the net and got caught together. Let's wait and see if Tian Yun's people will do anything about it. Other than that, it was just as he had said. He had no good intentions towards this person, and he had no brotherly feelings towards him. There was only the desire for vengeance." Kong Yin nodded solemnly. "Yes, this old monk is not here to influence Your Majesty's decision. This old monk came today to pass on a message to the late King Feline's heir." Mo Lusheng nodded. "Go on." He looked at Great Elder Kong Yin's back as he turned and entered the Supreme Court's dungeon, remaining silent. Chapter 5099. His brotherly love for Mo Luju had long been obliterated 18 years ago. During those turbulent years, if not for the support of Prince Kong and King Jinyuan, he most likely would not have been able to hold on. Mo Luju was not worthy of the word brother at all. The great emperor withdrew his gaze from Great Elder Kong Yin, saying coldly in his heart, "He will never forgive this person." He and Wu Xiao had missed so many years of each other's time, and he had lived alone for so many years. These things were not something that a simple word of forgiveness could completely cover up. The father and son silently walked down the long steps, one in front and one behind, walking under the silent moonlight. Their figures were drawn out by the faint moonlight. Bang! In the dark night, a cluster of burning fireworks suddenly lit up the entire moonlit night. Mo Lusheng subconsciously looked up. Under the faint moonlight, a colorful firework suddenly lit up the entire night sky. The great emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. "There's a situation. I'll go over and take a look." Emolien was secretly shocked. Looking at the direction, it seemed to be heading towards the Eastern Palace. Could it be? He suddenly had a bad premonition. After saying that, he called out Little Seven and rushed towards the direction of the burning firework. Lushing speechlessly looked at his son's huge formation, summoning the golden dragonflight, and could not help but shake his head, muttering to himself, "Not calm at all." His son was good at everything, outstanding in every aspect, but when it came to the matter of his wife, he was so irritable that it was as if he was a different person. What calm in front of a landslide, turning into ashes while chatting and laughing? That was because he did not meet his wife. Once he met her, he could not be calm at all. What calm, steady, wise, and intelligent. The moment something happened to his wife, all of that was thrown out of his mind. Yoshing's eyes swept a slightly disdainful glance at his son's back, muttering to himself, "What a disappointing fellow." Pearl was really anxious now. She had been ordered by the Empress to send the crown princess back to the main hall of the Eastern Palace, safe and sound. Who would have thought that on the way, they would meet some blind people who came to assassinate the crown princess? The most frightening thing was that the crown princess, who had been sitting in the carriage watching the commotion, suddenly moved. With a leap, he jumped into the group of black-clothed assassins. A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Without saying a word, he slashed at the neck of one of the black-clothed assassins. "How dare you prick Jojo's lotus? Bastard!" Each and every one of them was tired of living and rushed to Qiao Qiao to look for trouble. "Die!" The little stoic attacked, ruthlessly. It was fine if she didn't attack, but once she did, everyone was shocked. With a flip of his wrist, the lightning shadow flickered and formed into electric flowers that crackled and fell among the group of black-clothed men. If the little crown princess sits in the carriage and does not move, there will be a group of guards to protect her. But now, she jumped into the group of assassins all by herself. With this move, more than a dozen sharp blades simultaneously slashed at her. Pearl was so anxious that her forehead was drenched in sweat. She shouted harshly, "You little thieves, you dare!" These people were truly desperados who didn't care about their own lives. How did they suddenly emerge from the imperial palace? There is only one way for so many people to avoid the dozen or so rounds of patrols in the imperial palace. They were probably hidden in some space container and secretly brought into the imperial palace. Chapter 5100. The problem lies with the person who brought them in. In these 2 days, there are not many people who were summoned into the palace by His Majesty and Her Majesty. If we investigate carefully, we will be able to find out who is causing trouble. Pearl said coldly, "Since you are all here, then stay in the palace forever." Pearl raised her hand, and the sound of clothes fluttering flashed in the night sky. More than 10 vigorous and fierce shadow guards joined the battle and rushed toward the assassins without saying a word. After a few rounds, the group of assassins, who were originally tied into a rope, was scattered. The shadow guards cooperated well with each other and separated the assassins one by one in groups of 3 to 5. The numerous assassins that had surrounded Xiao Mu were instantly dispersed by quite a bit. When they wanted to gather again, they were separated by small groups and could no longer gather in one place. Arbor's thunder flash gathered a bolt of lightning and waved it toward the assassin in front of him. At the same time, that assassin's figure leaned back slightly, and he bent his waist like a cat as he twisted his body. He took out a spiritual energy bead between his fingers and abruptly threw it at Xiao Mu. Seeing this scene, Pearl's heart almost jumped out her chest. The Empress entrusted the crown princess to her to escort back, and now the little crown princess was going to be injured in front of her. She didn't expect that she couldn't complete such a simple task given to her by the Empress. Pearl was vexed, but she was also very angry. She watched as the spiritual energy bead was thrown at the little crown princess at such a close distance. She was so far away that she didn't even have the ability to stop it. However, the expected explosion didn't happen. Even the spiritual energy bead didn't even make a splash. Everyone was a little stunned, especially Pearl. She hurriedly looked away and looked at Arbor and the assassin in black with a stunned expression. She saw the little crown princess expressionlessly looking at the assassin, who was also stunned, and shouted, "Idiot! Do you know why your spiritual power bead didn't explode in front of me?" The assassin shook his head in a very comical manner. Then, he wondered if he was acting a little silly. He could clearly be aloof and refuse to answer the young crown prince consort's question, allowing her to perform this one-man show. However, he subconsciously wanted to answer her. "Because you're stupid," the little crown princess shouted, and then waved her hand. Everyone saw 4 or 5 similar round objects flying towards the black-clothed assassin. He didn't even have the time to call out before he was caught in the blast of the spiritual energy orb's explosion. The unlucky assassin was sent flying by a wave of air and landed heavily on the ground, unable to catch his breath for a long time. The thunderclap, sword in Arbor's hand, turned into thousands of phantoms and pierced into the assassin's body. Her bright eyes revealed a faint trace of coldness. After killing the black-clothed assassin, Arbor deliberately looked back, then suddenly turned around and flew up to the roof. This action immediately shocked Jinju and the others. Pearl couldn't help but blurt out, "Master, quickly come down." However, Xiao Mu turned a deaf ear to her. She merely looked down at her and gave her an indifferent nod to appease her. As soon as she turned around, Xiao Mu leaped up without warning and swiftly landed on the roof behind her. "Catch him alive," a black-clothed assassin shouted, his eyes revealing a trace of excitement. Chapter 5101. Was this crown princess a fool? If she had obediently stayed in the carriage without moving, there would naturally be a group of shadow guards protecting her. They simply wouldn't have been able to get close to her so smoothly. But now, she had courted death by jumping into their encirclement. Even if they were all separated later on, they would still be able to get closer to the little crown princess in the midst of the chaos. As long as they caught this person at the first moment, then all the difficulties would certainly not be difficult. All the problems could be easily solved. The eyes of that black-clothed assassin flashed. He gritted his teeth and took a palm strike from the shadow guard. He quickly retreated a dozen steps back and borrowed the force to fly up the roof. After a few ups and downs, he chased in the direction of the crown princess' escape. Pearl couldn't help but become anxious when she saw this. She exclaimed, "Quickly chase," and hurriedly led all the shadow guards to jump up the eaves. Stepping on the roof tiles, they rapidly chased after the little crown princess. The group chased each other on the eaves for a long time, until the young crown prince consort abruptly stopped. At that time, the bright moonlight was like a silver thread flowing through her hair. It was as if a layer of moon-white gauze was draped over this little person's body. It was so beautiful that it was like a dream. She stood on top of the corridor eaves of a palace, expressionlessly watching the black-clothed assassins who were trying their best to chase after her. A trace of mockery flashed through the bottom of her cold eyes. This King Duoluo was already in prison, yet he still made such a lousy move. Wasn't he underestimating her, Xiao Mu, too much by sending these people to capture her? Or could it be that this was actually just an assassination that was not well planned? King Doro most likely invited the disciple of heavenly fate to accompany him. In this way, the odds of success would certainly increase by a lot. But unfortunately, the disciple of heavenly fate had probably already seen through King Doro. He didn't have much value and didn't have much meaning, so he didn't participate in this operation. Let King Duoluo lead a group of small shrimps to jump around in the Empress inner court, or turn the sky and the earth upside down. In short, they wouldn't be able to cause any big waves. It was truly pitiful that even his allies had completely abandoned him. Xiao Mu's lips curled into a faint sneer as she indifferently stared at the many black-clothed assassins who were chasing after her. Those people's eyes flickered slightly. When they met Arbor's gaze, they subconsciously shrank back. A very disturbing feeling of fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Before they could even comprehend why they would feel such a negative emotion, they saw the young crown prince consort smile expressionlessly at them. Yes, it was a very strange smile. It looked like a smile, but the expression on his face didn't change at all. Your biggest mistake was trying to gang up on me. Arbor glanced at them coldly. She was a vengeful person. If anyone wanted to gang up on her, she would gang up on them and beat them back. She wouldn't give them any face at all. After saying that, Arbor called out with a stoic face, "Big Green, Big Ape, Little Snow, go!" Following the three roars, the group of black-clothed assassins who were on guard revealed astonishment in their eyes. Suddenly seeing a blue wand flying into the air and waving a water spirit down without saying anything, to be honest, they were somewhat resistant in their hearts. If you want to fight, then fight. What's the meaning of summoning your beast? Do you think we don't have a beast with us? What a joke. Chapter 5102. Everyone was basically a spiritual cultivator or divine cultivator. Which one of them didn't prepare a ferocious beast in their spirit beast space? How comical. It was just a competition of beasts. Who didn't have a beast? A black-clothed assassin gave his companions a meaningful look and summoned his spirit beast with a cold expression. However, the instant he summoned his spirit beast, he saw a furry black gorilla run over and jump over. It raised its fan-sized palm and sent his spirit beast flying 8,000 kilometers with a slap. His enormous spirit beast was sent flying from one eave to the other. Its heavy body smashed through the roof and fell into the hole, causing a series of ear-piercing screams to ring out. There seemed to be royal maids living in that room. The heavens really took pity on them. They should have been frightened to death, the little stoic thought. It was all that hideous spirit beast's fault. It was really strong and actually smashed through the entire roof when it fell down. That hidden guard whose spiritual beast had been slapped flying only felt a tearing pain assail his divine conscience in the dark, and he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. He gazed at Xiao Mu in horror before collapsing down the eaves. No one helped him up. His companions were also too busy fending for themselves, so how could they have the leisure to help him up? That hidden guard fell down and landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a faint cloud of dust. Arbor glanced at him coldly before retracting his gaze. Qingwan, the great ape, and the snow leopard dashed forward together, biting and tearing at people on sight. They could also send 2 to 3 black-clothed assassins flying down the eaves with a swipe of their claws. People constantly summoned their spirit beasts out of their spirit beasts in a panic. However, they quickly discovered that the 3 spirit beasts summoned by the little crown princess were simply abnormally brave. Their spirit beasts were practically incomparable in front of them. The moment the 2 of them met face to face, they were defeated in a matter of minutes. "Attack!" The little stoic shouted expressionlessly. Don't look at the fat body of the gorilla. It seemed to be fat from head to toe, but the speed at which it moved made even Qing Luan gasp in surprise. The gorilla sent an assassin hiding under the eaves, flying with a single punch. He screamed miserably as he fell from the roof to the ground, sprawling on his back. Something even more ridiculous had happened. The gorilla jumped down from the roof and sat on his stomach as he screamed in horror. How could the black-clothed assassin possibly withstand the impact and strength of this attack? Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of blood from his internal organs and fell to the ground in a daze. It seemed that he was about to die. Woof, 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 woof. 3 little puppies suddenly sprinted out of the star domain, surrounding a person who was fighting and retreating, dodging to the side of the winding corridor. Woof, woof, woof. The puppies suddenly bit onto the man's trousers and dug their hind paws into the ground. Scram. This person was already scared silly by the way his companions died one after another. When he saw the 3 little puppies also jump out to bully people, he was instantly enraged and kicked one of the puppies. He originally thought that this kick would take away half of that damn mutt's life, even if it didn't die. However, although his kick seemed to land on that soft puppy, it was actually like kicking an incomparably sturdy iron plate. Chapter 5103. With a crisp crack, his toe was actually fractured. This was simply the biggest joke in the world, all right? He had only kicked a small puppy the size of his palm, but in the end he had fractured his bones. Where was justice? Where was justice? This was simply an oddity. This unlucky fellow simply didn't know why he ended up like this. He clearly only kicked a puppy, so how did he end up fracturing his toe? At this moment, one of the puppies was hanging onto Masta's skirt belt. It quickly climbed onto her left shoulder and barked nonstop. "Speak human language," Arbor expressionlessly said. In her opinion, divine and holy beasts probably all had a bit of pride and didn't like to speak human language. Most of the time, they liked to communicate with her by gesticulating. What a weird communication method. Arbor internally ridiculed. "Masta!" The puppy rubbed against her head. Recovered. I can recover now." Arbor didn't really understand at first, but when he realized what the puppy was saying, his eyes couldn't help but brighten. "Then what are we waiting for?" Arbor pulled the puppy into his palm and forcefully rubbed its head. "Hurry and merge with us to recover your true form as a holy beast. I only need 3 drops of blood." Oh my God, this 3-headed dog could recover. This meant that he only needed to collect their blood to start refining the soul-returning Bodhi pill. In other words, Murong Sun's awakening was just around the corner? Arbor couldn't help but be a bit excited, so his tone also became a bit hurried. "What are you hesitating for? Hurry and merge." The puppy's expression was a bit unnatural. But the commotion when we merge will probably be very big. If we're not careful, we'll alarm everyone in the palace." It was already the middle of the night, so the effect wouldn't be too good when Arbor heard this. He couldn't help but blow his beard and glare. "How big of a commotion can it be? I'll set up a soundproof barrier here. Hurry and merge." Sir Jojo was still a little excited. The transformation of the 3 puppies into Cerberus was a little magical. Seeing it with his own eyes would definitely be very magical. The cute little puppy looked at Arbor timidly and confirmed again, "My master. Why, you're sure? Wasn't that obvious?" Xiao Mu glanced at the 3 puppies before nimbly patting their heads. He turned around and yelled at the little guy, "Hurry up and transform." "All right." The cute little puppy bounced twice and raised its little head. "Master Silver, stay a little further away from me. I'll be able to complete my transformation very soon." While speaking, the 3 palm-sized puppy heads gathered together, and their bodies were covered in a layer of moon-white light. In just a few seconds, they really fused together. At the same time that his body swelled up, his 3 heads also rose up, and he let out a long howl. However, the combined Cerberus movements were indeed too great. Arbor didn't expect this guy's body to grow several thousand times bigger after merging. At this moment, the green lawn and the great ape seemed very small in front of it. This guy was like a small, bulging hill as he squatted there. He was lofty and huge, tall and sturdy. When he raised his head, he let out a roar. Arbor wanted nothing more than to rush up and immediately cover his mouth with his hand. This guy's roar really woke up more than half of the people in the palace. I still need to catch up on my sleep tomorrow. I'm sleepy. Chapter 5104. Sir Jojo was speechless and raised his hand to slap it. However, the other party was squatting there like a small hill. If he wanted to slap it, he would have to leap up. It was truly too troublesome. Arbor expressionlessly stood in front of the Cerberus. Its petite figure formed an intense contrast with the blue-eyed Cerberus that stood in front of it. Pearl, who was standing nearby, was truly dumbfounded and couldn't immediately react. No wonder the little crown princess wasn't the slightest bit afraid when she was besieged. There wasn't even the slightest bit of worry on her face. Just think about it, to have such a super large beast protecting her. When Pearl thought of this, she suddenly shut her mouth silently. It seemed like the crown princess didn't just have one beast by her side. She summoned a gorilla, a divine beast Qingwan that flew in the air, and a snow leopard that ran extremely fast. The crown princess was probably the only person in the world who could summon 4 beasts at the same time. She truly worried for nothing just now. It was naturally impossible for a formidable figure like the crown princess to be injured by a few mediocre assassins. Pearl's heart relaxed, and only then did she realize that her back was drenched in cold sweat. When the night wind blew past, the sticky cold sweat made her back shiver, and she reflexively shivered. "Your Highness, His Highness is here," one of the hidden guards shouted, and everyone hastily turned around to look. Sure enough, they saw an ink-colored figure like a shooting star in the night, covering 1,000 miles with a single step. His speed was astonishing, and he arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. The little stoic turned her body and deliberately aimed the back of her head at this swindler. Emo Yin's figure flashed, and he was already behind her. He was just about to raise his hand to hug his wife, who knew that the little stoic would abruptly turn around and fling a purple immobilization talisman at his forehead with a smack. Immobilize! This fellow even shouted in a very appropriate manner. Emo Yin speechlessly twitched his mouth, and he shockingly discovered that his movements had actually paused for a second. Although it was only for a second, and outsiders couldn't see any clues at all, he himself could feel it. Fuck, my wife is going against the heavens. She was just a little level 7 God realm cultivator. The body-securing talisman she made could actually freeze him for a second? Who would believe this? How could the great talismans be so strange? Those whose cultivation was one rank higher than the little stoics should be immune to all of the talismans she made. But now outsiders might not be aware of Emo Yin's slight delay. But as a talisman maker, Arbor could clearly sense it. The little stoic's eyes brightened, and she almost walked right into the trap. She stopped in her tracks and asked with a serious expression on her face, "Were you frozen just now?" Emo Yin nodded honestly. "Honey, I'm sorry." The man shamelessly took a few steps forward and reached out his arms to his wife. "I'm a big liar. I promised to have dinner with Jojo, but I broke my promise. You can scold me, hit me, or even hit me." Humph. Sir Jojo harumphed heavily with a haughty expression. Emo Yin raised his hand with a grin and pulled the little stoic into his arms at once. He covered her small, cool hands and blew on them as he asked, "Were you frightened just now?" The little stoic raised her head. "How could I be frightened? Speaking of which, it should be those unlucky assassins who are frightened." Chapter 5105. After all, it was not a common sight to see 3 or 4 giant beasts chasing after them at the same time. The main reason was that they did not dare to summon their spirit beasts out of their space. After all, summoning their spirit beasts was not of much use. The other party had a 3-headed giant dog that was like a small hill. As long as it squatted there and barked at them, all the spirit beasts around it would obediently lie down, unable to muster any thoughts of resistance. This kind of pressure from a sacred beast was a complete suppression of one spirit. It was not something that ordinary spirit beasts could withstand. Emo Yin lowered his head to check. Seeing that his little wife was safe and sound, he relaxed and smiled at her. "Jojo, hubby will give you a kiss, and you'll forgive hubby, all right? I thank your entire family." Arbor rolled her eyes at him and raised her small hand, directly blocking his face. This fellow was really becoming more and more unruly. In the middle of the night, with so many guards and palace maids around, he actually dared to be so impudent towards Lord Jojo. He deserved a beating. Emo Yin pursed his lips and pulled down her small hand to kiss it. His clear eyes were incomparably serious. "It's getting late. We should go home and rest. It's not good to sleep late. You will be tired tomorrow, and it will affect baby Emo." Arbor thought so too. She glanced at the black-clothed assassins who had already been subdued and were half kneeling on the ground under the many shadow guards. "There are spies in Mother's palace," the little crown princess said with a certain expression. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that she had just stepped out of the central palace and immediately encountered a large group of assassins on her way back? Should I use the dictum talisman to ask, or no need? Emo Yin saw that her expression was slightly tired and rubbed her small face with heartache. Look at how tired his wife was. Originally, she could have laid down to rest. These blind assassins were really hateful and shameless. "Juju, this servant is here." Juju hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Prince Emo. "Bring all of them back to Mother for interrogation." Yes, Pearl had no objection to this. The Empress valued the young crown princess so much. Now that something like this had happened, she would definitely not let it go. She would definitely interrogate her overnight. Juju hurriedly called a group of shadow guards to arrest the black-clothed assassins. Along the way, The assassins were beaten and cursed as they went to the emperor's palace. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Court's underground prison, Great Elder Kongin silently stood on top of a high rock. Separated by water, he looked at the gray-haired old man locked inside with a stern expression. At this moment, King Duo Luo's gaze also fell on Great Elder Kongin. After a long while, he finally found his voice. Who would have thought that Great Elder Kongin would really enter Buddhism and become a monk? The number one figure of the Elder Hall actually took things too hard and decided to become a monk? How can Mo Luxing endure this? Humph. Great Elder Kongin was silent for a long time. Her eyes were fixed on King Duo Luo, who was imprisoned in the water cage. This person's lower body to his waist was completely soaked in ice-cold water. His upper body was bare, and there were very obvious whip marks on his arms. Great Elder couldn't help but shake his head, asking in a faint voice, so persistent, is it really worth it? This King Fu Lin, if he didn't court death by scheming against something that he shouldn't have. This time, he should be surrounded by his children and grandchildren, a rich and idle prince. I'm not in good spirits. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. Chapter 5106. King Fulin's wrinkled old face twisted slightly. With a sullen face, he suddenly rushed to the cage and slapped it hard, shouting, "Great Elder, did you come here today to see this prince make a fool of himself?" Great Elder Kong shook his head. If it weren't for the heir's dying instructions, this old monk wouldn't have come here. The heir had long expected that the prince would have such a day and had already instructed this old monk earlier. If Wang Yi is really imprisoned for conspiring against the law, let this old monk pass a message to Wang Yi. King Fulin's old face twitched a few times. This prince doesn't want to hear it. The gray-haired old man slammed his palm on the cage. Sizzling electric currents slid through his body, causing his whole body to tremble uncontrollably. This son had never been of one mind with him. More than 10 years ago, people said that father and son soldiers were of one mind when going into battle. But what about him? As the crown prince of Fulin, he only wished to live his life as a yes-man. He had no grand ambitions, no foresight, not even the slightest bit. It was simply a disgrace to him, King Fulin. So for more than 10 years ago, he only pretended that he had never given birth to this son, leaving them to fend for themselves in a broken place like Seacombe Planet, and never thought of looking for them. The heir said that if the prince still remembers the trace of kinship, please let that child go. Don't ever look for him, and don't ever reveal his identity. Impossible. King Fulin slammed his palm on the cage, ignoring the electric currents that flowed through his palm, roasting his skin and flesh. His dim old eyes stared fixedly at Kong Yin, coldly enunciating each word. That's my grandson. His father has no ambition, but there's still hope for him. He must inherit the mantle of King Fu Lin. As long as he is nurtured well, there's no hope. Great Elder Kong coldly interrupted King Fulin. This child was already a monk at birth, and it was personally shaved by the heir of King Fulin. His mother was exhausted and worried all day long, and died during childbirth. Kong Yin said coldly, heir apparent has been worrying too much all year round, and his health has been deteriorating. So, less than a month after the child became a monk, he also passed away. King Fulin slapped the cage heavily and said with a cold expression, "This king will never admit it." "What do you plan to do?" Kong Yin's face turned cold, revealing a rare trace of anger. "You're already in prison, and you still don't want to give up? You still want to nurture your own grandson and walk on a path of no return that is hard to predict? What right do you have to dictate other people's lives? Then what right do you have to control him? Have you ever asked him if he wants to shave his head and become a monk?" Great Elder Kong Yin fell silent. Indeed, they had no right to speak on this matter. "What do you want?" "I must see him," King Fulin said coldly. Ever since he learned of this grandson's existence, he had people bring him back from Seacombe Planet. However, he was still one step behind. Kong Yin, that old bald donkey, took his grandson away first, and he had no choice but to have people chase him all the way, trying to snatch him back. The strangest thing was, He clearly knew that his grandson had been staying by the little crown princess's side, but his people had secretly gone to look for him several times, and every time they came up empty-handed. It was as if his whereabouts were somewhat elusive. Chapter 5107. The child's whereabouts had always been very elusive. Every time the secret guards reported, they would say that they saw the little Gongzi hovering in front of the crown princess for 2 hours, and then try to catch him, but he would disappear again. So he always had reason to suspect that the crown princess should have some kind of magical weapon that could take away his little grandson. Therefore, his men always missed their target and were unable to catch his grandson in the normal way. What will it take for you to stop? King Fulin gloomily glared at Kong Yin. Blood ties can't be erased. He will always be my grandson. Kong Yin couldn't help sneering. You are really selfish. King Fulin looked at him coldly. I was wondering why you didn't come to me. Sure enough, you can't keep your cool. If this old monk didn't come to you, you would have done everything possible to inform me to come, wouldn't you? King Fulin sneered. Great Elder really knows me well. My request is very simple. If you are willing to get me out of this prison, absolutely impossible. That's a pity. King Fulin glared at him fiercely. If you can make the decision to let me out of here, I can consider never acknowledging this grandson in this life. King Fulin, it's really bad luck to be your son and grandson. No wonder your bastard sons and daughters are almost all dead these years. This was probably the most vicious sentence that great Elder Kong Yin, who was a monk, had said in recent years. King Fulin didn't care at all, just coldly staring at great Elder Kong Yin. You have no children. What do you know? This prince is also fighting for them. Unfortunately, these people are too weak and don't have the fortune to enjoy it. In order to build his great cause, over the years, he had sacrificed many children. He had never carefully counted. His daughters were sent out to build connections, no matter who they married, as long as they were useful. As for those bastard sons, they naturally had to sacrifice and fight for the great cause. Even if they had to risk their lives, they had to ensure the prosperous development of the country of Daluo. In the Pingjin grassland, where resources were scarce, they would do anything. Sometimes they would even wipe out an entire tribe just for half a month's worth of food. Your so-called good fortune is really not something that ordinary people can enjoy. Great Elder Kong Yin laughed mockingly. Cut the crap. King Fulin's face twisted as he slammed the pillar of the water prison. If you don't bring him to me by tomorrow, don't blame me for saying anything. After all, my grandson may be young, but he's my grandson. Logically speaking, he should be buried with a traitor like me. King Fulin sneered. Do you believe that if you do anything to hurt that child, the little crown princess will be the first to come after you? After saying this, great Elder Kong Yin felt that there was no way to continue talking with this person, so he turned around and left. He felt that if he continued to talk to this person, he might not be able to restrain himself from killing him. It was too unreasonable. His self-restraint as a monk was almost worn out in front of King Fulin. Taking a deep breath, Kong Yin turned and left, leaving King Fulin's roar behind his mind. Kong Yin, King Fulin's roar came. Tomorrow's sunset is your deadline. Wait. Chapter 5108. You mustn't forget, this prince is capable of doing anything. Of course you could do anything. For scum like you, who else can you think of in this lifetime besides yourself? Great Elder Kong Yin furiously struck out with his palm. The vast and mighty force pushed the wave forward and slammed heavily on the water cage, producing a loud bang. Less than 4 hours after Great Elder Kong Yin angrily left the water prison with a dark and bright face, everyone in the imperial court had heard about it. Everyone was guessing what had happened. After all, Great Elder Kong Yin had set up a soundproof barrier when he had a private conversation with Prince Fulin. With Great Elder's cultivation, no one could casually approach him. Hence, everyone was very curious about the contents of their conversation. What exactly did Prince Fulin say to Great Elder Kong Yin to provoke Great Elder to this extent? That was Great Elder Kong Yin, who rarely got angry even once in 100 years. Prince Fulin was truly quite remarkable to actually anger Great Elder to the point of smashing the water prison. The ministers in the imperial court were all secretly guessing, extremely curious about this matter. When the news reached the young crown princess's ears, the little stoic had just finished washing up and was led to the table by His Highness the Crown Prince. The two of them sat down to eat breakfast. Saichi, this little girl, vividly recounted the matter she had scouted out to the young crown princess in full detail. The little stoic didn't pay much attention and was currently focused on scooping up the porridge in her bowl with a spoon. Her eyes sparkled with every mouthful. When His Highness the Crown Prince, who was sitting across from her, saw this, he very cheerfully said, "The small kitchen cooked pretty good porridge today. Reward." "Yes, Your Highness." Saichi jogged outside with a grin. Saishio shook her head helplessly and said quietly, "Please forgive me, Your Highness. This girl's personality is truly too jumpy." "It's fine." Prince Imo waved his hand and looked at his wife with a grin. "Jojo, did you sleep well last night?" "And Macham, did darling Imo disturb your sleep?" "No." "Then, do we have anything special to do today? Let's read." Prince Imo, his wife was too much. The weather was so good today. Why was she reading at home? The imperial doctor said that Jojo is in good health. She needs to move around more after she's pregnant so that her delivery will be smoother. So, how about we go out for a walk today? Jojo pursed his lips and suddenly changed the topic. "When will my mother and the others come back?" She suddenly sat up straight and looked at him with bright eyes. "Are we going out to meet my mother?" The crown prince's sea of jealousy rippled slightly. He muttered unhappily, "You weren't willing to accompany me on a walk. When you heard that we were going to see Mother, your eyes lit up." "Okay," the little crown princess replied decisively. "Humph." The little stoic suddenly smiled at him and stretched her hand across the table, poking the back of his hand as she said crisply, "Pouting." Emolian's heart also rippled. He pushed the chair away and walked quickly to her side. He pulled her over with one hand. "Wife, you're so beautiful when you smile at your husband. Great joy for your highness. Great joy for the crown princess." While the two were talking, they saw Hu Duquan leading 20 or so people in 2 rows. They were holding a large pile of gifts as they walked in with smiles on their faces. The little stoic looked at him expressionlessly. Where did the joy come from? Hu Duquan almost couldn't continue laughing, and he quickly cut to the chase. His Majesty was overjoyed when he learned that the crown princess was pregnant with a dragon fetus, so he prepared many gifts for the crown princess. They continued at 12 o'clock and went to eat. Chapter 5109. I'm already 3 months pregnant, and the Emperor only remembered to congratulate me. Sir Jojo muttered expressionlessly. Hu Duquan almost burst into tears again. This little ancestor, you didn't say anything, did you? The Emperor only learned about it from the Empress last night. Didn't he rush over early in the morning to deliver this and that for you? Prince Imo also waved his hand expressionlessly. Leave it there. We're just about to go out. When we return, we'll take a look if we're interested. Eunuch Hu, you're His Highness, you're willful. We servants will leave the gift list and items here first. Eunuch Hu said carefully. Eunuch Hu said cautiously, May I know where your Highness the Crown Prince and Crown Princess are heading out of the palace? This servant will inform His Majesty and the Empress when I return. Now that the Crown Princess is pregnant with the dragon fetus, she has to be more careful when she goes out. The little Crown Princess waved her hand energetically. No need to worry. We're going out for a walk. We'll be back before sunset. After saying that, he took a small step forward and walked out of the door in a very nimble manner. Eunuch Hu's eyes were wide open. This little Crown Princess walked with such vigor and vigor. She was too fast. The Crown Prince couldn't help but laugh. He glanced at the dazed Eunuch Hu. All right, you can go back first. Just leave the gift list there. Imperial Father was really stingy. He should have given her a gift long ago. His wife was already 3 months pregnant, and he only thought of giving her a gift now. How stingy. If the Emperor knew his son's thoughts at this moment, he would definitely want to slap him to death. He only found out about the little Crown Princess pregnancy yesterday, and he came to give her a gift this morning. Wasn't his actions fast enough? Wasn't his reaction fast enough? Of course, the Emperor was also quite excited. He was originally all alone. Now that his wife was awake and his son had a wife, He would have a grandson soon. There was no need to mention how happy he was. Heavens, he was about to be a grandfather. Just thinking about it made him happy. Although his son was henpecked by his wife and was used to being a hands-off shopkeeper, he was still more reliable when it came to giving birth to children. The two of them were still young, and they still had a long way to go. 2 babies in 3 years, 3 babies in 5 years, and so on. While the emperor was happily thinking about this, the crown prince had already prepared a carriage and led the crown princess out of the palace. Kongyin rushed over early in the morning, only to find that it was empty. Her frown deepened. Classmate Mo leaned against the side of the carriage expressionlessly. Looking at the 3 heads squeezed together beside his wife, he felt gloomy for a while. He had originally wanted to travel hand in hand with his wife and enjoy the world of the two of them intimately. Who would have thought that once they got on the carriage, his wife would release the little monkey Kong Kong and Mo? Why is it called a family outing? Now the 4 heads were huddled together, sitting in a row opposite him. Student Mo felt like crying. He was like an outsider, sitting on the other side of the carriage, and could only look on helplessly as that little bald thief, Kong Kong, chatted happily with his wife. Of course, most of the time, he was alone and talking to himself. For example, Benefactress, where are we going now? Are we going to pick up Benefactress's mother? Benefactress's mother, how is she now? Are they all okay? Mo obediently placed his hands on his knees and sat upright. He didn't pay much attention to anyone. The little monkey's face was full of impatience. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at the back of the little fat monk's head. His wife, on the other hand, was very patient, unlike her usual self. Chapter 51:10. Basically, for every 10 questions the little monk asked, she would occasionally answer. The two of them chatted very happily, and they chatted all the way. Prince Mo was very depressed, and he really wanted to kick this nagging little monk out of the new fortress Starfield. But his wife said that the little monk had not seen real sunlight for many days, and he should be allowed to come out and bask in the sun. This would be good for the child's bone development. Prince Mo was depressed, and he was depressed the whole way. The little monk suddenly said, "Benefactress, why don't you let Guang Guang out too?" No. The benefactress heartlessly rejected his request, and the little monk could not help but pout. She was already annoyed enough with a nagging monk, and now there was a nagging Guang Guang as well. How was she going to live her life? Was she going to go for a walk or not? Was she going to see her mother? Just listening to these two nagging was enough to drive her crazy. Guang Guang has been quite miserable recently. The people in the star field don't like to talk to him, and they find him annoying when they see him, and they keep telling him to shut up. Little Monk also doesn't like to talk to him. But thinking about his experience, Little Monk can't help but empathize with him. The more I think about it, the sadder I feel. Everyone, just listening to the Little Monk's first half, one would think that he was overflowing with sympathy, but the second half was not right. After talking for so long, this little monk was just feeling sorry for himself. Arbor could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth, and she looked at him, amused and annoyed. If you don't nag all the time, why would the brothers and sisters in the star field find you annoying? The little monk lowered his little head and said pitifully, Little Monk was born to worry and nag. If not, Master would not have left Little Monk with Benefactress. Little Monk knows that although Master doesn't usually say anything and only chants Amiba, he must despise Little Monk in his heart. Arbor wanted to laugh, but she could not help but feel sorry for this sentimental little rascal. She hugged him, raised her hand, and lightly knocked on his bald little head. What nonsense are you babbling about? That old bald thief Kongyin has always cared about you the most. Your master usually doesn't say anything. However, his concern for you has never been erased. He's just not very reliable. When Sir Jojo thought of this, he couldn't help but snort softly. He raised his hand and patted Little Baldy's head. With a thought, he released the light condensing mirror. As soon as the light congealing mirror appeared, he immediately took 2 steps forward. When he saw Prince Mo sitting opposite him with a dark expression, he immediately stopped. He very sensibly stepped back and squeezed until he was next to the little monkey and sat down with her in a row. As a result, Prince Mo's seat was empty except for him, emitting an extremely low black pressure. In a row of chairs in arbor, 5 people were squeezed together, head to head, arm to arm, tightly glued together. Crown Prince Mo's mood became increasingly displeased when he saw this polarized phenomenon. What was going on? Why was his life so hard? Usually, he had to fight for favor with the spirits and beasts, but now he had to fight for favor with a few little radishes. It was too infuriating. Prince Mo's face was full of displeasure, unhappiness, and anger. Arbor looked up and saw the Crown Prince's dark, handsome face, and could not help but want to laugh. She consciously moved to sit next to the Crown Prince. Tomorrow morning, before 10 o'clock in the morning to catch up. Chapter 51:11. She raised her hand to rub her husband's dark face and couldn't help but giggle. Husband, you're emitting a gloomy aura from head to toe. Humph. Prince Mo twisted his head, but when he saw Sir Jojo laugh, his handsome face could no longer keep a straight face. Arbor raised her hand to rub his face and tilted her head to look at him. Husband, where are we going to see Mother? The carriage was heading west of the city. Arbor didn't know what Mo Lien was up to. She tugged at his sleeve, a rare hint of curiosity appearing on her stoic face. How about I guess? Your father knew early on that King Duo Luo and the others were holed up in the black swamp of the Pingjin Prairie. But he never made a move. He was waiting for this King Duo Luo to walk right into his trap. After discovering Duo Luo's movements, your father made first-hand arrangements. He also considered that they might make a move against the Qiao family, so he preemptively moved everyone away. Perhaps because he was in a hurry to move, Father probably didn't even tell Mother. Afterwards, the 2 fakes ended up empty-handed in the Qiao residence. They beat them at their own game and settled down. Coincidentally, your mother summoned them for a banquet, so they left in high spirits, intending to start a business. Prince Mo broke into a wide grin and nodded repeatedly. Wife, you're so smart. Perhaps your father already knew the identities of the 2 fakes and secretly sent people to keep an eye on them for a long time. Arbor snorted. So even if I didn't make a move that day, the 2 fakes probably wouldn't have been able to escape. This emperor and the muddle-headed old great king of the Mo kingdom were truly 2 polar opposites. Your father really can't say that you're a scammer in the future, Sir Jojo said with a stoic face, because with your personality, you've most likely inherited the emperor's teachings. You've used the same trick to trick others, but you're even better than that. Prince Mo blinked and leaned closer to his wife. Wife, are you praising your husband? I'm not praising you. The little crown princess glanced at him and moved to the side. Prince Mo didn't mind. He moved closer to her and lifted a corner of the curtain. Seeing that the sunlight was quite good, he rolled up the curtain. The sunlight shone into the carriage and fell on everyone's body, making them feel warm and cozy. Lord Guangguang squeezed beside Kong Kong and hurriedly asked, Where are you taking Lord Guangguang? When he saw Qiao Mu, he actually very much wanted to approach her. However, Crown Prince Mo was glaring at him like a tiger eyeing its prey, so Guangguang could only sit obediently next to Kong Kong, not daring to move at will. Won't we know when we get there? Little Monkey snapped at Little Baldy. These 2 bald Mo brain fellows were really annoying. Sometimes when they were long-winded, one blowing and one singing, it made people want to stuff their mouths with a handkerchief. Kong Kong, they don't want to say. Why don't you tell this old man? Congealing Jing said to the little monk like an old man. Kong Kong shook his head and said seriously, This little monk is only hitching a ride. This little monk isn't sure where the destination is. Arbor was about to die from laughing at the 2 little rascals' conversation. He looked at them speechlessly. Turning to look at the large field outside the window, Arbor had a flash of inspiration. He suddenly said, We've been here before. Oh, I know. Your father hid my mother and the others in Half Moon Cliff's splendid mountain villa. Mo Lien smiled and nodded. Chapter 51:12. Jojo was right. When he heard the news, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. This time, if it wasn't for his father's amazing foresight, the Qiao family might have suffered even more. If his parents-in-law were injured or met with any mishap, Jojo would definitely be very upset. When Arbor and the others arrived near Half Moon Cliff, they could see thousands of acres of fertile land. The crops were growing well. Arbor remembered that the last time she came, she had secretly watered the fields with holy water. She also had the holy soil turn over the soil. Naturally, the farmers in this area were blessed. As for the farmers who planted crops for her, regardless of whether the harvest was good or not, their family would definitely be rich this year. Hey, this village seems to have expanded a lot compared to the last time we came here. Yes. Mo Lien smiled and nodded. The soil here nourishes the people. Many farmers have voluntarily migrated here. The number of people who have settled here has increased in the past year. Wife, there are a lot of people who want to rent the land in your hands. As long as his wife's fields were planted, they would always make a profit. Not only would the harvest be good, but no matter what crops were planted in the fields, they would always grow well. There was never much to worry about. In a year, the harvest was 8 to 10 times more than others. Which tenant wouldn't want to take the fertile land to plant? Moreover, Arbor's method of collecting land rent was quite humane. She took 40% of the rent, which was 10% less than other farmers' 50%. The income was 10 to 8 times more than other farmers. In this way, although these farmers only received 60% of the food, the harvest was 10 to 8 times more than other farmers. It was a great deal. In the beginning, this news was kept a secret. No one knew who was the one who spread it, but it soon spread from mouth to mouth. Everyone said that the Half Moon Cliff's fields were heavenly fields. Whatever they planted, they would grow well. Naturally, everyone wanted to take the Half Moon Cliff's fields. Groups of farmers migrated here and competed to take up the land. Arbor heard Mo Lien's words and nodded. She naturally knew that her fields were very different from other people's. It was just a few drops of holy water and a few pinches of holy land. This kind of vitality effect could be maintained for about 3 to 5 years. After 3 to 5 years, the holy water and holy land would have to continue to turn over the fields here to maintain it. The carriage had already reached the dirt road at the entrance of the village. Recently, the road had been paved with stone slabs, so there were piles of bluestone slabs on both sides of the road. In Arbor, when they were halfway along, a man suddenly appeared in front of them, and without a word, fell down in front of them and began to cry out in pain. The young Crown Prince Consort and His Highness the Crown Prince exchanged astonished glances. Kong Kong couldn't help but rush to their side and lean against the window to take a look. Amit Ba, he shouted, "Benefactress, this benefactor is lying in front of our carriage. Is he trying to extort money?" Arbor's mouth twitched. She really didn't expect that there would still be people who dared to touch her porcelain. She reached out to touch her face. Could it be that my face looks a lot more benevolent? The Crown Prince laughed and reached out to hug his little wife. What are you saying? Jojo has always been a kind little immortal girl. The little monk sighed and shook his head. Benefactress is her husband. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Chapter 51:13. Sir Guangguang hastily nodded in full agreement. How is this fierce woman kind-hearted or peaceful? She was clearly brimming with malice, and whoever she offended would suffer misfortune. Arbor swept a glance at the light congealing mirror, and the latter shrunk its neck before hastily saying, "This old man can go down and take a look for you guys to see what's going on." No need. Arbor cast him a sidelong glance. This guy was so proactive, so he probably had some little scheme in mind. He really couldn't miss a second of this little guy with a bellyful of evil tricks. Humph. Sir Guangguang sat upright and still with his hands on his knees, a hint of anger hanging on his small face. Woman, you don't believe this old man. The little monkey couldn't resist twitching his mouth. He tried to restrain himself, but he ultimately couldn't restrain himself and smacked that smooth little head of his. You shut up. You keep calling me this old man, this old man. You're just a freaking 3-year-old brat, yet you still have the nerve to call me this old man. He really wanted to slap this guy to death. His lousy mouth was full of seniority, making them all seem like his juniors. In reality, the light congealing mirror had indeed gone through several thousand or even tens of thousands of years of tempering before finally forming a holy weapon spirit. There was nothing wrong with him insisting on calling himself an old senior. It was just that this old senior's image was probably too infuriating. Sir Guangguang pursed his small mouth and glanced at the little monkey resentfully. He inwardly thought, why are human women so scary? These women beside me don't look like good people at all. Unfortunately, one had no choice but to lower one's head when living under someone else's roof. Sir Guangguang lamented ruefully. On the other side, the little stoic ignored him and gave Xiao Yi, who was driving the carriage, a look. Xiao Yi cheerfully jumped off the carriage and walked to the person lying on the ground in a few steps. He stretched out his long leg and kicked that guy. Hey, get up, get up. Io, 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 io. That person hugged his left leg and curled up, wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. This wailing attracted many of the village's women and children. Upon seeing the person lying on the ground, Aunt Lee at the village entrance couldn't resist pursing her lips and revealing a contemptuous expression. Blind Wong, that scoundrel, is starting to extort people again. That's right. He just extorted a sickly madam here an hour ago. He must have gotten used to it. Now he wants to extort another sum of money. TSK. That madam is kind-hearted. She spent money to avoid disaster. But look at the young man driving the carriage. TSK. He is really spirited. Who knows how things will develop today? That's right. It's time for Blind Wong to hit a wall and kick an iron plate. Otherwise, he'll really think that no one in this world could defeat him. Arbor was stunned and glanced at her husband. Who would come earlier than us? Has the news that mother is here been found out? Mo Yin smiled. Last night, Imperial Father sent someone to inform father-in-law and mother-in-law that the danger has been averted. It seems that my father-in-law and mother-in-law have made quite a few friends while we were away. Arbor was delighted on the inside and nodded. Mother's life is too monotonous. It's going to make some friends. She then creased her brows. This scoundrel lives in Half Moon Cliff's village, but he extorted mother's friends. Other people who don't know will think that our family is like this. It's too disrespectful. Mo Lien sneered, her icy voice passing through the curtain. Are you getting up or not? Chapter 51:14. Blind Wong, who was lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious, only heard a cold voice enter his ears. His body trembled for no reason. He felt that this person's voice was a little scary. It was like a sharp blade that could cut through his body with just the sound of the voice. He didn't want to get up, but he was unwilling to do so. An hour ago, he had done the same thing, lying in front of the madam's carriage and easily earning 30 spirit coins. Looking at the magnificence of this carriage today, it was even better than that madam's carriage. Shouldn't rich people like them be the most afraid of trouble and be generous? When encountering such a small matter, most of them would just give some spirit coins and chase the person away. Who would have thought that the next sentence from that cold voice would be like 5 bolts of lightning crashing down on him? If you don't want to get up, then don't ever get up. Mo Yin's voice did not fluctuate in the slightest as she ordered him motionlessly. Xiao Yi laughed mischievously. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he stretched out his leg to step on this scoundrel's calf. Crack, crack. 2 sounds were heard. This scoundrel immediately shed the truest tears. He cried and hugged his leg, rolling left and right, back and forth on the ground, howling. This time, the ghostly wails and howls sounded much more realistic. After all, this time his leg was really broken. Those women who were watching the show were all shocked and hurriedly avoided the eaves. Arbor and Mo Lien got out of the carriage and walked down expressionlessly. When the onlookers saw this, they were immediately shocked. Their gazes could not help but focus on the two of them. They had completely forgotten about Blind Wong. Poor Blind Wong, who had been eating and waiting for death all his life, swindled and swindled everywhere. Today, he suffered a great crime. His 2 legs hurt so much that he could not stop howling. Arbor asked expressionlessly, "Is there no one in charge of these villages? Who can move in just because they want to?" When Xiao Yi saw the little crown princess's expression, he knew that things were going to get worse. He hurriedly replied, "This subordinate will call Manager Fong of Splendid Villa over." Logically speaking, The villages near Half Moon Cliff should be managed by Manager Fong and the nannies in charge. Since there was such a scoundrel who blocked their path and extorted them, they naturally could not absolve themselves from the blame. However, there was no need for Xiao Yi to pass the message. Steward Fong brought 3 to 5 older female servants and hurried over. Steward Fong was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. When he received the news that the blind scoundrel king had stopped the crown princess carriage, he felt as if the sky was about to collapse. It was one thing for blind Wang to cause trouble normally, but today he was so blind that he dared to cause trouble in front of His Highness the Crown Prince and that young mistress. Just how reckless was he to do that? Arbor stared coldly at Steward Fong, who was wiping his sweat. Whose relative is this? Come out now. If you don't step forward now, you'll have to bear the consequences when I find out who your relative is. Steward Fong and the others could not help but shudder. The last time he met the young crown princess, there was no conflict, and the crown prince and his wife had only rested at Half Moon Cliff for a short period of time. Therefore, strictly speaking, as servants, they had not really come into contact with the crown prince and the crown princess. This time, they had truly witnessed how terrifying these two were. Just looking at how blind Wang was being taught a lesson and rolling around on the ground, they felt a chill run down their spines. No one will step forward? The young crown princess said coldly and moved her finger slightly. Chapter 51:15. She was already holding a dictum talisman in her hand. I'll remind you one last time. The little stoic said icily. After this crown princess finds out the truth, he, his relatives, and all of you who are covering up for him will be treated equally. All of you will be judged guilty. Plop, plop. Manager Fong and the others all knelt on the ground weakly. A plump elderly nanny wailed as she rolled out from behind Manager Fong. Unable to bear the pressure, she repeatedly kowtowed and admitted her guilt. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please spare my life. Crown Princess, please spare my life. It was this old servant. This old servant didn't know the severity of the matter and left my nephew here. This elderly nanny was filled with regret. Of all the people this blind Wang could extort, he just had to extort this stoic crown princess. Although they were far away in splendid villa, they had also heard of the crown princess's reputation in the capital. Arbor looked at Manager Fong with a sneer. Out of trust, this crown princess gave you full authority to manage this manor and farmland. But what happened in the end? What did you give his princess in return? Manager Fong was drenched in cold sweat, and his back was completely soaked by it. He hastily kowtowed several times in succession, and each time he kowtowed heavily until he bled. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent, indecisive, and improper in handling matters. The little crown princess coldly gave him a 4-word evaluation. I think you don't need to continue being a manager. Manager Fong nearly collapsed on the ground. He hastily crawled forward and repeatedly pleaded while sobbing, reporting to the crown princess, it was this old servant's fault. It was this old servant. This old servant was soft-hearted and agreed to elderly Nanny Wang's request. This old servant won't dare to do it again in the future. May the crown princess give this old servant another chance. Woo. The plump elderly Nanny Wang was filled with regret, but Manager Fong was so regretful that his intestines were about to turn green. At that time, when old lady Wang had begged him, he really didn't want to keep blind Wang, this idler here. This person couldn't carry anything on her shoulders and didn't do any decent work. She was like a piece of rat excrement, stirring in the soup all day long. She often extorted a chicken or a duck from the host family and lived on Nanny Wang's monthly salary. Originally, he didn't want to let him stay, but Nanny Wang cried bitterly with snot and tears. She said that she would have to rely on this nephew to take care of her in the future. Steward Fong's heart softened for a moment, causing today's calamity. He was so regretful that he wished he could slap himself to death for making the decision that day. How could he bear to throw away such a lucrative job as the head manager of the splendid villa? As the chief steward, he had a monthly salary of 15,000 spirit coins. In addition, There were also countless gifts that he received during festivals and festivals. The most important thing was that other families might not be able to grow their crops and lack food. However, they had all kinds of food in their residence and would not lack food at all. Half Moon Cliff's vast fields were now famous throughout the entire Divine Continent. Everyone couldn't help but envy the farmers at the foot of Half Moon Cliff. They envied them for being able to get such a good job and live a prosperous life. They never had to suffer from hunger. When Steward Fong thought of this, he cried bitterly and became more agitated. How could he lose his title as a steward? Even if he had to die, he had to keep this job. Crown Princess, this old servant knows his mistake. May the Crown Princess give this old servant another chance to redeem himself. Steward Fong cried and cried. The young Crown Princess coldly ordered, "Go and invite manager Hu of Kai Dai Pavilion here." Chapter 51:16. Have shopkeeper Hu temporarily take over Splendid Mountain Villa, as well as all the farmlands within 100 kilometers of this place. When Manager Fong heard this, his entire body collapsed to the ground, and he kept thinking, "It's over, it's over, it's over, it's over, it's over." It seems that today's matter can't be settled peacefully. The little Crown Princess is going to remove my title as manager and find someone else to replace it. Steward Fong felt a chill in his heart. With a miserable expression, he looked at Wang Momo, who had fallen to the side, and couldn't help but grumble, "I told you to discipline your nephew properly." Truly, a loving mother spoils her son. This time, it's really because of you. Senior Servant Wang had long been scared silly, and she didn't know how to react for a long time. Manager Fong braced himself and stammered as he cried, "Crown Princess, please give this old servant another chance. This Half Moon Cliff is surrounded by thousands of acres of fertile land, and there are several hundred farmlands. These matters. The new manager definitely won't be able to take care of them all at once. This old servant is willing to atone for my sins by meritorious service and wholeheartedly help that manager. Also, Crown Princess, please don't expel this old servant from Splendid Mountain Villa." When he spoke of the pitiful part, Manager Fong couldn't help but sob bitterly. Arbor glanced at him and considered for a long time before nodding and saying, "Since that's the case, then you can stay and properly learn how to manage from shopkeeper Hu." Arbor said coldly, "The manager this princess wants is someone who can manage matters and people, and someone who can help this princess share her burdens, and not someone who blindly acts as a good old man, selling this face and that favor. This princess doesn't have that many favors to sell to you." After experiencing this matter, how would Manager Fong dare to sell any face or favor? He nodded repeatedly and cried out, Yes, this old servant will definitely properly correct and properly learn, and definitely won't disappoint the Crown Princess expectations. As for you," Arbor glanced coldly at Senior Servant Wang. "Take your rascal nephew and scram far away. Don't let this Crown Princess see you again." Old Maid Wang immediately collapsed to the ground. She couldn't figure out how such a small matter of extortion could escalate to such a high level. The little Crown Princess was so unreasonable that it was almost frightening. The remaining female stewards of Splendid Villa didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They all shrunk their heads and knelt behind Steward Fong. Their heads were lowered like frosted eggplants, crooked and smacking their lips. Arbor coldly glanced at them. Kai Xiao, who was in the other carriage, immediately came forward and bowed. "Go with the nanny in charge and check the accounts of these days." "Yes." Kai Xiao raised her hand and led 3 to 5 palace maids who were very nimble. She quickly walked to the front of the ashen-faced steward Mama and said indifferently, "Mama, please. We still have to check the accounts for nearly half a year today. Don't let the masters wait too long." The Mama trembled as she stood up and nodded repeatedly. She didn't dare to make a sound and hurriedly left with Kai Xiao and the others. When the two people got on the carriage again, there was silence all around. Even the villagers who were watching the show didn't dare to make a sound. The carriage drove towards the main gate of Splendid Mountain Villa in silence. Manager Fong and the others also didn't dare to complain and trotted all the way to follow. "Mother, which court do they live in?" In a flash, the carriage stopped at the main gate of Splendid Mountain Villa. Arbor asked with a cold face as she was led out of the carriage by Prince Mo. Chapter 51:17. An old nanny with a proper appearance hurried forward and bowed. She said respectfully, "Master and Madam are currently living in Silver Heron Courtyard. Your Highness, Crown Princess, please." The nanny didn't dare to be negligent. She lowered her head and trotted forward to lead the way. Not long after, she led Arbor's party to a garden. There were 2 rows of pomegranate trees in front of the door. From the angle of the head, the garden was quiet and elegant. It seemed that Steward Fong and the others didn't dare to neglect father and mother. Sir Jojo pulled Prince Mo and quickly walked through the flower-shaped arch of Silver Heron Courtyard. They saw the pavilion not far from the entrance. Wei Ziqin was sitting opposite a middle-aged woman, drinking tea and chatting. Thick cotton curtains were hung around the pavilion, blocking a lot of the wind. Wei Ziqin had her back to them. The middle-aged woman sitting opposite her had a sickly look, and her face was a little sallow. From the perspective of Arbor's doctors, the initial judgment was that this madam's condition was probably caused by spleen deficiency or dampness. Of course, there were some hidden toxins that could cause a person's complexion to be sallow and weak. She might gasp for breath after taking 2 steps. The servant girl, Xia Yun, was holding some tea and snacks. Just as she was about to enter the pavilion, she saw the little crown princess and the others walking over. Xia Yun's hands trembled and she knelt down. She cried out in surprise, "Madam, His Highness the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess are back." Wei Ziqin hurriedly turned her head and immediately stood up with a face full of joy. "Little Mo and Jojo are back. Why didn't you inform us in advance?" Wei Ziqin hurriedly walked out of the pavilion and raised her hand to hold her daughter with a smile. "You went to Wangchuan for too long this time. Mother has been waiting for the stars and the moon at home. Finally, you 2 are back." "Chow Chow, you must be tired from the long journey with Xiao." And Mo Arbor shook his head. "It's all right. She was definitely tired, and there were many dangers along the way." Thinking about what happened in the River of Forgetfulness, the Emperor did not tell her mother and the others about it. Since that was the case, then there was no need to talk about it. In any case, the matter of the River of Forgetfulness had already passed. Telling them about those dangerous situations would only increase their worries. "Jojo, Murphy, did your trip to Forgotten River go smoothly?" Arbor nodded again, expressionlessly. "Not bad." Prince Mo almost laughed out loud. His wife's words were so funny. His mother-in-law wanted to chat with her for a while more, but she felt that she couldn't continue the conversation. Seeing Wei Ziqin's speechless expression, Prince Mo hurriedly added, "This time, the River of Forgetfulness was quite smooth. We formed the Killer Heavenly Fate battle group and requisitioned an unnamed island in the River of Forgetfulness. The battle group has developed quite well. Also, Jojo became the owner of the island. The scenery in the River of Forgetfulness is not bad. After the 4 seas have calmed down, we can bring father-in-law and mother-in-law to the island to stay for a while. Just treat it as a vacation." Wei Ziqin was a little dumbfounded. Her daughter went out for a spin and became the owner of some island. Didn't she just become the head of the Mu family not long ago? So soon, she became the owner of some island. Jojo nodded with a serious expression. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth twitched. "Mother, I have good news to tell you. You're going to be a grandmother soon." For a moment, Wei Ziqin thought that there was something wrong with her ears. She looked at her daughter in surprise and joy. After a long while, she found her excited voice again. Daughter, you?" Her gaze shifted to her belly, and she couldn't help but cry out in joy. "Daughter, you're pregnant." Chapter 51:18. Wei Ziqin alternated between joy and worry. "Jojo, why aren't you staying in the estate? If there's anything, just have someone inform me." The little stoic waved her hand and said, "Mom, I'm very good. Our family's baby Mo is very obedient and doesn't make a fuss at all." As she spoke, this fellow even lightly patted her stomach. Wei Ziqin couldn't help but feel melancholy and worried again. Her daughter still had a childish temper, but she was about to give birth to a child. Wei Ziqin was worried and happy at the same time. She was worried and happy at the same time. Her emotions fluctuated up and down, and it was indescribably satisfying. Look at me. I was so engrossed in talking with you that I forgot to introduce you. This is the Countess of Huainan, a new friend that mother made. Wei Ziqin felt very apologetic for neglecting the guests because she was preoccupied with chattering with her daughter and son-in-law earlier. The Countess of Huainan walked forward and respectfully bowed towards Mo Lian and Arbor. This subject greets Your Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Crown Princess. Prince Mo had always put on an amiable little white rabbit appearance in front of his mother-in-law. Therefore, no matter how tyrannical this fellow was outside, in front of Wei Ziqin, Qiao Zhongbang, and the others, he always pretended to be as gentle as a spring breeze and treated people kindly. Wei Ziqin always felt that her son-in-law's temperament was especially good. She often worried that he wouldn't be able to suppress those native officials of the Divine Prefecture when he went out to handle matters. She also frequently reminded her daughter to not always bully little Mo for not having a temper and not always exploit little Mo. Sir Jojo's ears were about to grow calluses from listening to her. This fellow was accustomed to putting on an act in front of his mother-in-law, and Sir Jojo had repeatedly expressed his disdain for him. At this time, Prince Mo smiled very amiably again with a gentle expression. He warmly said to the Countess of Huainan, who was curtsying, "Madam doesn't need to be so courteous. You are my mother-in-law's friend, which makes you my elder. You may rise." Jojo secretly looked at her husband with disdain. Mother was always worried about little Mo's nice guy personality. He would probably be at a disadvantage outside. However, her little Mo's personality was completely different from the one he displayed in front of her. Madame Count Huainan lightly coughed twice, stood up straight with a smile, and said, "Today, this subject's wife specially came to deliver the invitation to Sister Wei. Since the invitation has been delivered, I won't disturb Your Highness family reunion any longer." Wei Ziqin smiled and said, "I'm sorry for the neglect. Madam, you came all the way here and you're leaving so soon. Let me see you off." When Wei Ziqin returned from escorting the Countess of Huainan, she saw her son-in-law standing alone in front of the pavilion, looking at her pitifully with his beautiful phoenix eyes. Wei Ziqin's heart softened, and she hurriedly walked up and asked, "Little Mo, where's Jojo? Why are you here alone?" Jojo went to see his sister-in-law, Xiao Yao. It was naturally inappropriate for a man like him to go over. His little wife turned hostile and heartlessly left him here, minding her own business and walking away. Mo, Little Monkey, Kong Kong, and Guang Guang were also following him. If he were to drag them along, wouldn't he be all by himself? Wei Ziqin was a bit amused, but when she saw her son-in-law's pitiful appearance, she felt a bit sorry for him. She hurriedly said, "Your father and second uncle will be back soon. Mother will take you to the front yard to sit for a while. Jojo shouldn't be looking at you for too long. He'll be out soon. Tomorrow, I'll catch up on 2 more chapters." Chapter 5119. In the end, little Mo accompanied his father-in-law and second uncle and chatted for more than 2 hours, but his wife still didn't come over. His heart was filled with grievances and melancholy. Don't mention it. His wife abandoned him and went to chat with his sister-in-law for such a long time. She wasn't a chatty person. It was most likely that Xiao Yao had nothing better to do and kept chatting with his wife. Arbor and Xiao Yao hadn't seen each other for a long time. Now that they were talking about babies, they really couldn't stop. It must have been hard on Mo Ruo, this rash fellow, to wander back and forth in the room like a wandering soul. Although he didn't understand, he didn't disturb the 2 sisters-in-law's conversation. The little crown princess had already taken Xiao Yao's pulse earlier. As a martial artist, her physique was stronger than ordinary people. However, she was still a little weak after giving birth. As long as she had a good rest and paid attention to her diet, she would be fine. She didn't need to take medicine to recuperate. After Qiao Mu finished taking Xiao Yao's pulse, she was fortunately unruffled as she took her own pulse. Xiao Yao saw her frown slightly and couldn't help but be on tenterhooks. "Crown Princess, Are you feeling unwell? Arbor shook her head. This was what she felt the most strange. Logically speaking, there would always be some changes in the body after pregnancy. Take Peony, for example. She was a girl who was full of vigor before, but after pregnancy, she would also have some symptoms of pregnancy and would always be a little weak. But her, the little crown princess, knew her body best. Not to mention that she didn't feel any weakness or pregnancy symptoms. There was nothing wrong with her. She was fine everywhere. She could still split mountains and seas with one punch. The most important thing was that every time she woke up, her body felt light and full of strength. She even inexplicably improved in her realm. She was too embarrassed to mention this to others. Now that she saw her sister-in-law, she didn't care so much about what she said. She simply dragged a stool and sat in front of Xiao Yao, carefully discussing some pregnancy matters with her. In the end, she even asked her with a serious face, "Sister-in-law, do you feel that way? How do you feel?" "It's just that after sleeping, I always feel like my body is floating, as if I have an inexhaustible amount of strength, as if I can break seas and split mountains with a single punch." Her sister-in-law looked at her expressionlessly and said, "No." The little stoic replied with an "oh," and the two of them sank into a brief silence. After a while, Arbor couldn't help but ask, "Then if you get pregnant, will your realm increase?" "What?" At first, Xiao Yao thought that she had misheard, but when she saw the little crown princess's hopeful eyes, she was sure that she hadn't misheard. She replied expressionlessly, "No, only a weirdo would be like this." She could still increase her cultivation after getting pregnant. The little crown princess replied with an "oh." This time, even the little monk couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Benefactress, please listen to Xiao Na." Arbor turned her head and saw a pair of short legs sitting side by side on a brocade couch by the window. They both had a shiny bald head and stared straight at her with round eyes. "Speak if you have something to say." "Benefactress, although Xiao Na doesn't understand what you're saying, I feel that you're always comparing the strange things that happen to you with normal people. This is a very abnormal thing." Xiao Yao held back her laughter and nodded expressionlessly. "Crown Princess, Kong Kong is absolutely right. Although this child was long-winded, she always hit the nail on the head. This was exactly the reason." Chapter 51:20. The little crown princess always liked to compare the strange things that happened to her to other people. How could it be the same? Master Jojo ignored the little monk and subconsciously reached out to touch her belly. She muttered to herself, "Recently, I feel that my cultivation speed has sped up a lot. It's like I'm cultivating even when I'm sleeping." What's the reaction of a normal pregnancy? Normal people have some reaction in the first 3 months. Take me, for example. Although my body is not bad, in the first month, when I smell meat, I feel a little nauseous and vomited. It's only after that I slowly get used to it. It's indeed written like that in the book. The little crown princess had a serious expression on her face as she nodded. "But I don't seem to feel anything. I can sleep and run, and my appetite is especially good when it's time to eat." Xiao Yao resisted the urge to roll her eyes and continued expressionlessly. "When the fetus grows, I can't sleep well, and even turnover will be a little difficult." Arbor made an "oh" sound and touched her belly. "Then it's probably because I'm still young. In the future, the situation described in the book will probably happen." "Xiao Yao, Crown Princess, have you read a lot of medical books?" The little crown princess nodded with a serious expression. She clasped her hands and said, "I don't have much experience. The crown prince is a man. He won't understand this kind of thing even if you ask him. I can only read more books and find some experience on my own." The book also says that during pregnancy, you have to pay attention to moving around more. It will be easier for you to give birth in the future. Speaking of this, she was a little distressed. "My symptoms are completely different from what the book says. Every time I check my pulse, it's always very normal. But there are some situations that I feel are a little abnormal." Xiao Yao originally wanted to laugh, but her expression gradually became serious. There was a hint of admiration in her eyes. Thinking about it, the little crown princess was looking forward to this child. She was so cautious and full of anticipation for this child. Thinking of this, Xiao Yao could not help but reach out to hold her hand. Jojo, although our situations are somewhat different, as someone who has been through it, I have some experience to impart to you. Don't let your imagination run wild when you're free. If there's anything you don't understand or want to ask, feel free to look for me. Previously, when you were in the river of forgetfulness, there was no one close to take care of you. Now that you're home, we're all here. Even if I can't answer some of your questions, you can ask your mother. Eldest aunt's experience is definitely more abundant. And he helped me a lot when I gave birth to the baby tigers this time. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Yao was deeply moved. She was so lucky to be able to marry into the Qiao family. Now, her husband treated her like a pearl and treasure, and her parents-in-law treated her exceptionally well, living in harmony with each other. This is what a wonderful life is like. Arbor patted the back of her hand. Little Tiger was the pet name of Xiao Yao's son, because when he was born, his cries were very loud and resonated throughout the entire residence. Second, Uncle Qiao Zhongxing laughed heartily and decided on the spot to give him the pet name Little Tiger. At this time, it was almost noon. After the two talked for a while, Little Tiger woke up a little and started to make a fuss in a small voice. Does he wake up every half an hour now? Xiao Yao nodded. Little Tiger is fine. He doesn't make a fuss. Sometimes he sleeps for half an hour. He only makes a fuss when he's hungry and pees. Adult Jojo raised his hand and touched the child's soft face. Chapter 51:21. The little tiger was considered larger among the infants. His small face was wrinkled, and his eyes were closed. His small mouth was faintly opening and closing. When I was young, when Long Chiyun gave birth to me, I might not even be as strong as the little tiger. Arbor thought to herself as she stroked baby Mo in her stomach. Baby Mo was like a small ball of fire. Even through his stomach, he could feel the fiery aura that was being emitted. Just like his dad, Arbor thought to herself. His dad was like a small stove. Hugging him in the middle of winter was like hugging a hot potato. He was hot everywhere and couldn't be thrown away. Once thrown away, he would act cute, act coquettishly, and roll around. If Prince Mo could hear his wife's thoughts right now, he would definitely be angered into laughter by the little fellow. When he hugged her in the middle of winter, he would always ask her very considerately, "Is it warm?" If the little stoic answered, "The temperature is okay," then he would maintain his body temperature. If the little stoic answered, "It doesn't seem warm enough," then he would adjust his body temperature even higher. Was it easy to be a husband? Now, he was even being disdained by his wife, saying that he was like a hot potato. It was almost noon now. Sir Jojo finally remembered that he left his husband at the small pavilion in the middle courtyard and ran off with a group of little radishes. It should be almost 2 hours now. With this guy's personality, he must be secretly complaining about her in his mind. Perhaps he would even quietly curse her as a little liar. Arbor pursed her small mouth. Just as she was about to stand up and bid farewell, she saw Saishio come in to report about the account book. "Crown Princess, you can go ahead if you have something to attend to," Xiao Yao hastily said. The little Crown Princess nodded and left behind a prescription for tonics before calling Saishio out. After they walked far away and confirmed that they wouldn't disturb Xiao Yao's rest, Arbor then asked unhurriedly, "How was it?" Saishio nodded and said, "The nanny in charge is quite well-behaved and didn't make any big moves. She only took some small advantages in some places." Based on her understanding of the little Crown Princess, she was not a petty person. She would not make a fuss over such a trivial matter. The steward nannies were really smart people. If they went overboard and really lost a lot of things, then they would be in big trouble today. Arbor nodded. Just as Kai Shio had expected, he didn't take this matter to heart. Since there's no problem with the accounts, let's find these nannies and talk to them one by one. I don't want people like old Madame Wong to appear again. The little Crown Princess said coldly, "I've never run a charity. Those who had the ability to do things were welcome. Those who just wanted to enjoy the shade under a big tree, or the fox who used the tiger's might to cause trouble for her, should scram as far away as possible." Kai Shio immediately understood and nodded. "This servant will do it now. There's no need to rush." The little Crown Princess shook her head and said, "Let's go and eat first. We'll stay here for the next 2 days. There's no need to rush." Rules had to be set, but there was no need to rush. Since she had decided to reorganize all the farmlands and farmers around Half Moon Cliff, Arbor naturally had to stay here and tidy things up slowly. However, while she was on her way to the Half Moon Cliff, the old monk was still waiting in the Eastern Palace for her to return. After asking around, he finally found out where she went. He hurriedly mounted his horse and rushed to the west of the city with a dark expression. She was not in good spirits. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon and 4 in the evening. She would try to finish it. It was too difficult. Chapter 51:22. The old monk had a knot in his heart. Although he rode his horse towards the west of the city, he still hadn't thought of how to tell the little crown princess about this matter. Whenever he thought of King Duo Luo's arrogant manner, the old monk couldn't help but frown. In the end, he still sped up and flew towards Half Moon Cliff's splendid mountain villa. Now that things had come to this, the little monk's identity couldn't be concealed anymore. Fortunately, he had made a wise decision and sent the little monk to the Qiao family at the first opportunity. These few years had passed smoothly. He knew that this day would eventually come. During lunch, his husband kept looking at him with his small eyes. Sir Jojo thought about it and decided to pacify him. Simon, he was about to become a father, yet he still acted like a child. Sir Jojo expressed that he would definitely worry more in the future. Mo Yin's mouth twitched slightly. He could see some clues from his wife's strange expression. His wife was probably ridiculing him in her heart. Come, sit down and eat. Xiao Zhongbang gestured for everyone to sit down. Xiao Sun and Lin were still in closed-door cultivation, so they didn't come out. The 10 people at the table randomly found a seat and sat down. Mo floated by the side. Xiao Zhongbang happily smiled at second uncle. Lao, do you want a drink? No problem. Second uncle chuckled in response. Madame Run pursed her lips and tugged at her husband's sleeve. This fella who passed out in 2 tails always thought that he could drink a lot, but every time, he would fall asleep at the table. It had to be said that it was really hilarious. Xiao Zhongbang laughed. Sister-in-law, drinking is just a formality. Just let second brother take a few sips and he won't faint again. Madame Rin giggled and nodded. Today, our family is reunited. We have another happy addition to our family. Xiao Zhongbang cleared his throat. Just as he was about to speak loudly, he heard Wei Ziqin cough lightly. He turned to look at his wife and laughed. Madam, do you have something to say? Wei Ziqin nodded and smiled until her eyes turned into crescents. It's rare for all of us to gather together. Our Qiao family has been having a lot of happy events recently. What do you think, old master? That's good. Xiao Zhongbang laughed and said, It's all up to you. Madame Run smiled shyly. I'm sorry for troubling you. We're all family. What's there to be troubled about? You just focus on taking care of Xiao Yao and the little tiger. Leave the 100-day banquet to me. Madame Ren nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, It's not a big deal for me to take care of my daughter-in-law and grandson. Eldest sister-in-law is busy with the 100-day banquet, so just remember to send me around. There's nothing to be busy about. Wei Ziqin smiled and said, It's mostly the servants who do it. I just have to move my mouth. Everyone chatted and laughed. After 3 rounds of wine, Wei Ziqin turned to look at her daughter sitting beside her. Jojo, are you tired? The crown prince, who was peeling prawn balls for his wife, quickly nodded and said, Jojo, I can't sit anymore. Let's go back to the room first. Pooh, she was just sitting and eating. How was she so delicate that she couldn't even sit down to eat? Arbor rolled her eyes at her husband in annoyance. She turned and hesitated for 2 seconds before saying to her mother, Mother, actually, I don't feel anything. Wei Ziqin, sister-in-law, also said that the body will feel more tired in the later stages of pregnancy, but I feel. Chapter 51:23. Arbor even paused when he said this. The whole family simultaneously looked at her, only to hear the little stoic say in deadly earnest, She probably won't feel anything. The little monk nodded in all apparent seriousness. You can't look at benefactress through a normal person's eyes. Compared to normal people, benefactress is very abnormal. The whole family speechlessly looked at each other. Although the little monk's words were very reasonable, his adorable expression was too indecent. Coco lovingly wanted to pinch his chubby little cheeks. The little monkey was the first to pinch Kongkong's little cheeks. The little monk instantly leaned back and said, Amit ba. Benefactress, please don't get touchy with this little monk. This little monk is a person wholeheartedly devoted to Buddha and won't be tempted by the mundane. Arbor, the little monkey rolled his eyes at him and poked at the plate of vegetables in front of him. Being a monk is boring to death. You can't eat meat or drink wine. Only an oddball like you would like to be a monk. If the heavens gave you a chance to renounce asceticism, would you renounce asceticism? I wouldn't. The little monk decisively refused, a stiff expression appearing on his soft and puffy face. The mundane world is full of worries. Tempering one's heart in the secular world also requires great perseverance. This little monk doesn't want to be annoyed to the point of going bald. Everyone was utterly speechless. The little monkey even rolled his eyes repeatedly. Brother, you don't have any hair on your head right now. You don't want to go bald, but you make it seem like you aren't bald now. Just as everyone was silent, the little stoic concluded. Everyone has their own aspirations. Everyone walks their own path. So who knows what will happen in the future? Xiao Zhongbong and his wife resisted the urge to laugh and nodded. Come, don't say these depressing words. Let's eat. The crown prince continued to peel shrimp balls and feed his wife, and they ate the meal in harmony. After the meal, everyone was idle, so they gathered in the living room and casually asked about the trip to Wangchuan. How could Arbor tell them everything that had happened in the Forgotten River? However, Xiao Zhongbong and Wei Ziqin were not stupid either. They realized that every time they asked Jojo about the Long family, Jojo would subconsciously change the topic. Over time, the couple also understood. It must be that the trip to Forget River was not as smooth as Jojo had described. At the very least, the process would not be easy. Wei Ziqin couldn't help but ask, Jojo, did something unpleasant happen between you and the Wangchuan Dragon Clan? Jojo, Samo once again passed the important task of speaking to Jojo's lotus. The latter hurriedly added, Mother, don't worry. It's not a big deal. There were some small problems along the way, but it's all solved now. The Forgotten River Dragon Clan had even chosen a different clan head. The situation had changed so quickly that people could not help but sigh. In fact, if it weren't for Long Qian's stubbornness, Wangchuan's ending might not have been like this. Wei Ziqin knew that her son-in-law did not tell them the whole story, but she also knew that the young couple liked to report only the good news and not the bad news. They tried their best to erase some dangerous things and only picked some harmless happy things to tell them. This was also the children's filial piety, and they did not want them to worry about it afterward. Since that was the case, she knew better than to ask any more questions. While the family was talking, the maid, Shiyun, rushed in and bowed. Your Highness, Crown Princess, Master, Madam, there's a monk outside who wishes to see your Highness and the Crown Princess. Chapter 51:24. Monk? Everyone couldn't help but stare blankly. The little monk Kong Kong, who was using a small spoon to drink soup, touched his bald head with his other hand and asked curiously, A monk like me? Xiaoyun stifled her laughter and nodded. The master said his name is Kong Yin. Arbor and Mo Yin looked at each other and stood up. Let's go out and take a look. Jojo, did something happen? Wei Ziqin also stood up worriedly. Arbor hurriedly comforted her. It's nothing, Mother. Master Kong Yin is the great elder of the Elder Compound. He should be here because something happened at the Elder Compound and he needs my husband's help to deal with it. Sir Jojo casually came up with an excuse and said it very smoothly. When Wei Ziqin heard this, she put away her slightly nervous emotions and nodded. Then let little Mo go and meet this master quickly. Don't tell me it's something important. Benefactress, this little monk will go with you. When the little monk heard that Master Kong Yin was here, he naturally couldn't sit still. He stomped down to the ground and scampered outside after Qiao Mu and Mo Lian. Arbor only stopped after he left the dining hall and waited for the short-legged little monk. Although the little monk's legs were short, his martial arts weren't weak and his speed wasn't slow. In just a moment, the little guy ran up and asked with a pair of big black and white eyes, Benefactress, carry me on your back." Arbor was a little amused and was about to speak when he saw Yin pick up the little monk first. "All right, let's go." The little monk angrily opened his big round eyes and shouted angrily, "I don't want you, I don't want you. This little monk wants benefactress to carry me." This stinky man always liked to carry him around. He wasn't a cabbage. As usual, Yin completely ignored the child's complaints and walked out with Arbor. When they arrived at the entrance of the side hall, they saw the old monk Kong In from afar. He was dressed in a gray robe. His back was facing the two of them. He was pacing back and forth under a tree not far away. "Old monk," the little stoic faintly called out to his back. Kong In hurriedly turned her head back with a look of joy on her face. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Crown Princess, it's great to see both of you. Why are you looking for us?" The little stoic asked expressionlessly, "If you want us to contribute money to support the elderly home, then don't open your mouth." Yin, the old monk's mouth twitched, and he glared indignantly at the little stoic. "You must have earned a lot from your trip to the River of Forgetfulness. So what if you sympathize with us old folks and allocate some funds to the Elder Courtyard?" The little stoic chuckled and didn't continue speaking. However, the old monk suddenly turned around and hastily said, "Jojo, I came to find you this time because there is indeed an important matter." This little crown princess was truly someone who was used to interrupting. After being interrupted by her just now, he almost forgot what he wanted to say. As he spoke, his gaze landed on the little monk on the side. The little monk's eyes brightened. "Master, are you bringing this little monk back? What the hell was this little monk address?" The old monk's eyes twitched before he shook his head seriously. "No." "Oh." The little monk immediately drooped his small head in disappointment. Upon seeing this, the old monk hastily asked, "Do you want to return to the monastery with Master?" Chapter 51:25. "That's not impossible. It's just that once you return to the temple, you'll have to separate from the benefactress. Are you willing then?" The little monk immediately shakes his head like a rattle drum, hopping off the ground and even shrinking behind Yin. Great Master Kongin can't help but find it somewhat funny. He turns to look at Arbor and says, "This old monk has come this time to bring Kong Kong to a place." Arbor raises his eyebrows, but doesn't say anything, only looking at him. The old monk then says again, "To the Supreme Court's dungeon." A moment later, Arbor and the old monk sit down alone in the side hall. The two's gazes simultaneously fall on the two people outside the window, one big and one small. At this moment, Yin has already picked up the little ghost, patting his head. The little monk raises his small fist, arguing with him about something, his voice sometimes high and sometimes low. Arbor looks for a while, then retracts his gaze, landing it on the old monk again. "What did you mean by what you said just now? You want to bring the little monk to the Supreme Court's dungeon to meet someone?" Just as Crown Princess heard, this old monk has indeed come to bring the little monk to the Supreme Court's dungeon to meet someone. Arbor raises his eyebrows noncommittally. "The person you want the little monk to meet is King Duo Luo?" She thinks carefully, a few strands of suspicion slipping through her eyes. The gaze she uses to stare at the old monk also becomes more and more unfathomable. "You, from the moment you bumped into me in the long, sparse forest's ancient temple, you've been scheming against me." No, Crown Princess, you've misunderstood." The old monk hurriedly waves his hand and says, "This old monk has stayed in the long, sparse forest's ancient temple for a few years. When I first saw Benefactress that day, I only thought that you looked very similar to Chuyin. I really don't have any other thoughts. Even if you didn't have any thoughts at that time, after knowing my identity, you very naturally pushed the boat with the current and placed Kong Kong by my side." The old monk is silent for a moment, then nods. A monk doesn't make idle remarks. Benefactress has been an intelligent person since young. Her mind is exquisite and clear, guessing correctly. After that, he purposely threw the little monk by the little crown princess's side to keep her company. Firstly, to improve their relationship, he can definitely help his little disciple at a critical moment. Secondly, the little crown princess is very capable. Naturally, she can protect the little monk. Xiao Mu waved her hand in front of his face. You old monk, you really have a good plan? What is the little monk's relationship with King Duoluo? In the end, Xiao Mu nonchalantly asked the old monk this question. Walking to enter the Supreme Court's dungeon to see a sea of bright orange, bright yellow light. In the middle of the large iron cage, there were mighty lion and tiger totems carved on the iron pillars. Arbor to close to her to the point, Aaron's right to the point. Mo Lien raised his hand to pick him up. This time, the little monk doesn't resist. Instead, he hugs Mo Lien's arm and crawls into her embrace, his big eyes looking around vigilantly. Master, what is this place that we're in? The little monk suddenly asks. We're going down to meet someone. We're still going down? The little monk suddenly reaches out and hugs Mo Lien's neck, a trace of confusion and panic flashing through his eyes. If we go down, it'll be the 18th level of hell. Master, look at the wall. It's filled with all kinds of torture instruments. So scary. At the end of his words, his voice ripples. Arbor can't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Chapter 51:26. The old monk was also somewhat speechless. He patiently explained to his little disciple, it's not the 18 levels of hell. Moreover, why would there be 18 or 19 levels of hell? Hell is not divided into levels. It's just a matter of areas. The old monk snorted and could not help but nag at his disciple. I told you to do more homework and not delay your studies, but you're used to slacking off. You haven't even comprehended 1/10,000th of the essence of Buddhism. Mischievous. Master, I do my morning and evening classes every day. If you don't believe me, you can ask the benefactress. Seeing the little monk pointing at her, the benefactress only had a blank expression. Don't you usually sit together for morning, afternoon, and evening classes and finish tomorrow's morning classes tonight? The old monk could not help but blow his beard and glare. You must be slacking off and sleeping. You can't even get up to do your morning classes. The little monk pursed his lips and hurriedly shrank his head back, not uttering a word. Master, benefactress's husband, can you tell me who you want me to meet? Meet your grandfather. Arbor pondered for a few seconds before telling the truth. This child's mental age was different from ordinary children. He naturally had the right to know about this matter. Unexpectedly, the little monk opened his mouth in shock. Xiao Na's grandfather? Xiao Na has a grandfather? How could he not have a grandfather? If he did not have a grandfather, where did his father come from? If he did not have a father, where did he come from? Arbor looked at the little fellow's dazed expression and could not help but raise his hand to pinch his little face. Yes, your grandfather is your grandfather. You are you. When you meet him later, don't believe anything he says. The little monk had a puzzled expression. He's a bad person? He's a traitor. Arbor nodded slightly. The little monk still understood the word traitor. A trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Don't tell me that rotten old man wants to drag Xiao Na down with him? Everyone, this child's ability to infer many things from one instance was too strong. They had not revealed much information to him yet, but this child actually saw through the mystery himself. Mo Lien carried the little monk and floated down to the bottom floor of the water prison. She patted the little monk's head and said, You don't have to be afraid of this person. Just answer him however you want. The little monk pursed his lips and replied with a non-committal "Oh." A pair of big watery eyes looked around curiously. When his line of sight fell on King Doro in the water prison, the little monk glanced at him and hurriedly turned his head away, subconsciously shrinking into Mo Lien's embrace. Bang! King Duoluo angrily smashed a few iron bars. He couldn't help but roar, Come here! Why are you hiding in the arms of this enemy? Little monk was startled by his roar and instinctively hugged Prince Mo even tighter. What he saw was that the strange man in the water prison was really disheveled and dirty. Seeing the little monk hiding beside Mo Lien and refusing to get down, King Duoluo's old face turned red from anger. His entire body couldn't help but tremble slightly. This child in front of him was King Duoluo's grandson, his direct grandson. Yet, He was looking at him with apathetic eyes and hiding beside the enemy. After meeting for so long, he wasn't even willing to call him grandfather. Thinking of this, King Duo Luo couldn't help but be furious. He shouted, "You're really my good grandson. You're exactly the same as your father." "Shut up." Sir Jojo coldly spat out 2 words. "There's still 2 more chapters to go. Even if I have something to do tomorrow, I probably won't be able to make it in time. I can return to normal on the 23rd. I'm going to sleep. Recently, the virus is wreaking havoc. I don't dare to stay up late. Everyone, pay attention to your protection." Chapter 51:27. Your prisoner in prison. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Arbor shouted coldly. When his gaze swept past King Doro, it paused for a moment. However, it only took one glance for King Doro to quiver all over, and a haze covered his face. "Junior, how dare you speak to this old man like this?" King Doro said furiously. "I request to speak with my grandson alone. You don't have the right to negotiate with us." Arbor flatly refused this person's request and said coldly, "If you have something to say it quickly. If you don't, you won't have another chance to say it in the future." A chill inexplicably arose in King Doro's heart. Of course, he knew who the person before him was. How could he not recognize the original form of Lily Er's plan and the core component of the entire plan? This young crown princess was rumored to be an extremely difficult person to get along with. It was said that her expression was apathetic and her methods were fierce, but seeing was believing. When King Doro saw this woman today, he felt that she seemed to be even more callous and ruthless than the rumored crown princess. What did she mean by saying those words just now? She meant that Emo Yoshi, wouldn't live past these few days, right? Emo Yoshi, had lived for so many years. What kind of storms and waves hadn't he seen? How could he be scared to the point that his legs went soft from mere threats from this ignorant brat? When he thought of this, King Doro resisted the urge to take a step back. He glared at Arbor in front of him and said word by word, "You could try. If this old man dies, then, as this old man's grandson, crack." After a crisp sound, King Doro only realized that he had been whipped by a slender vine whip through the water cage when the back of his hand was hit by a heavy whip. This feeling was simply indescribable. King Doro, who had always been high and mighty, almost didn't dare to believe that this stoic-faced girl in front of him would use a whip at the slightest disagreement. Arbor's eyes carried some impatience. "If your goal is only to use the little monk's identity to threaten us, then there's no need for that. You can publicly reveal the little monk's identity," Arbor said coldly. "At that time, you can see whether the little monk is unlucky or you are more unlucky." King Duo Luo's eyes revealed a trace of viciousness as he forcefully slapped the water cage. Even though the electric current scuttled through the back of his hand, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. "Aren't you afraid that the great emperor will blame you, saying that the crown prince and his wife were raising the grandson of a rebel? When the time comes, the 2 of you will be held accountable for your crimes." King Duo Luo let out a cold laugh and said with a threatening tone, "Being too close to the grandson of a rebel is not a glorious thing in the end." "You don't know?" The young crown princess said expressionlessly. On the way to the Supreme Court, the crown prince had already handed over a memorial stating that he wanted to adopt the little monk as his son. King Duo Luo's face was filled with astonishment, unable to speak for a while. How the fuck did he know? He was locked up in this water prison, isolated from the rest of the world. What could he possibly know about the outside world? So you don't have to worry about it. From now on, Kong Kong will be the grandson of the great emperor. You. King Duo Luo had an incredulous expression. Because of his fury, even his voice trembled a bit. How is that possible? If the great emperor knew his true identity, how could he possibly allow the crown prince to adopt him? Could it be that you haven't heard? Wildfire sets the prairie ablaze. Chapter 51:28. If you still dare to keep the grandson of King Doro alive now, then 10 or 20 years later, you will definitely regret it. You will definitely regret it. Arbor sneered. You have no way of knowing whether others will regret it or not. But what I know now is that you will regret it immediately. You shouldn't have provoked me. You shouldn't have led us here. Arbor said coldly and suddenly raised a small porcelain bottle in his hand. What are you doing? Startled, King Doro subconsciously shrunk back. But he was surrounded in the water prison and the range was only so big. No matter how he retreated, it was impossible for him to escape the attack range of Arbor and the others. Umipa. The little monk muttered and turned to look at King Doro with a somewhat dazed expression. This old benefactor, the evil aura on your body, is too heavy. If you carry evil in this life, you will definitely be unlucky in your next life. As someone who has been through this, I can't help but give you a word of advice. The heavens are watching what you do. It's not that the time hasn't come yet. When the time comes, you'll be finished. Everyone. Arbor's hand that was holding the porcelain bottle paused slightly and glanced at the little monk speechlessly. He saw the little guy's round eyes staring at King Doro in front of him. Once he started talking about teaching, he couldn't stop his nagging rhythm. Say, you're already so old. What are you after? What are you thinking? Why do you want to rebel? Your rebellion will inevitably consume countless soldiers, sharpen and kill on the battlefield, plunge the people into misery and suffering and anger the heavens. You failed. The little monk's face was solemn as he shouted crisply, taking 10,000 steps back. Even if you succeed in your rebellion, with your lifespan, you won't be able to live more than 3 years. What's the point of doing this? Why can't you think it through? You're already so old. What are you tormenting yourself for? Everyone. The old monk's mouth twitched as he secretly glanced at King Doro's face. Sure enough, the other party's face had already swelled to the color of pig liver. Thinking about it, the little monk's words were simply piercing and stabbing like knives. No matter who it was, they probably wouldn't be able to endure it, let alone King Doro, who had always been proud and arrogant. Shut up. Why should I shut up? The small monk continued unhappily. Master said that there's a lack of people in this world who can speak out for justice. Me. Kong Kong is the one who inherited Master's legacy. The little monk said solemnly. This little monk will never yield to evil forces like you. King Duo Luo almost fainted from anger because of this little monk. Just thinking about it made him angry. Not only did he not gain any benefits from revealing Kong Kong's identity, he seemed to have completely offended the crown princess in front of him. He originally thought that by threatening Kongin with Kong Kong's identity, Kongin would think of a way to help him no matter what. Even if he couldn't get out of the water prison for the time being, it would be enough to let him keep his life. Who would have thought when the matter was revealed to the crown prince and the crown princess? The outcome was completely different from what he had expected. The most hateful thing was this little monk's mouth. He was obviously the grandson of King Duo Luo, but he kept saying some unpleasant words. You're called Kong Kong, right? King Duo Luo suppressed his belly full of anger and reluctantly put on an amiable face as he faced the little monk Kong Kong. However, no matter how amiable his expression was, his face still looked a little awkward. Tomorrow at 12:04 p.m., 12:04 p.m., 12:04 p.m. To make up for these 2 days. Chapter 51:29. The little monk retorted expressionlessly, asking when you already know the answer. That's unnecessary. How could this sloppy old man in the water dungeon not have investigated his identity? Otherwise, how would he know that he was his grandson? Even now, he still pretended to ask for his name. Wasn't that asking when he already knew the answer? Everyone. This little imp's words were clear and logical, and he always liked to jump out with 4 words. His face was clearly adorable, but he still had to put on the appearance of a little adult lecturing. King Doro was so infuriated by him that he felt somewhat depressed. How could this child's words be so infuriating? If it weren't for the fact that he was currently imprisoned and couldn't move, he would really want to pull him over and give him a good beating. He was his grandfather. This child must have been led astray by that old bald thief Kongin, or perhaps he had been following the eccentric little crown princess for a long time and had been led astray. Otherwise, how could he have learned such a sharp-tongued way of retorting? Arbor shot him a glance and asked impatiently, You called us here just for this? King Doro was momentarily speechless. These people didn't follow his routine at all. How could he continue chatting happily with them? Then there's no need to talk anymore. King Doro's entire face was dark and gloomy. Crown Princess, you'd better think clearly before you speak. The little Crown Princess cast him a sidelong glance with a bit of ridicule on her face. Xiao Yi is here. Properly explain to him how a prisoner should behave. Yes, Xiao. Yi cupped his hands and turned around with quick steps. When he arrived in front of the water dungeon, he abruptly flung out a thick iron chain and wrapped it around King Doro's neck in an instant. King Doro was already on guard, but he was in a cage that was only so large and had no place to hide. After his neck was locked by the iron chain, he couldn't help but slide forward with the iron chain. With a snap, he was tightly stuck to the cage. The water dungeon was specially constructed so that once someone got close to it, it would recklessly emit gurgling electric currents. Previously, when King Doro slapped the cage, he only felt some pain from the electric current burning his hand. But now it was different. His entire body was stuck to the cage. From top to bottom, from his torso to his limbs, he was suffering from the torment of the electric current. King Duo Luo, who originally wanted to hold on, instantly let out a miserable howl. The young crown princess looked at the old man expressionlessly and continued to say coldly, "Don't say that we don't know how to respect the old and cherish the young. People like you are really unworthy. How could an old man who treated his children and grandchildren as tools for his career have the face to be called an elder?" In his mind, other than scheming, there was only scheming. Just like Long Qian, she didn't deserve anyone's respect and love. Arbor's face was cold and solemn. After saying this, he turned around and left with the small monk in his arms. "Come back." King Doro stared at Arbor's back and shouted harshly, "No, come back." Could it be that he could only live like this for the rest of his life? To be locked up in this dark water dungeon and spend the rest of his life in fear and trepidation? No, he was King Doro, the ruler of the Doro kingdom. He was also a ruler. So how could the great emperor treat him like this? The rebellion more than 10 years ago had caused him to flee to the Pingjin Prairie. He had suffered for so many years, plotted for so many years, painstakingly cultivated and exhausted his mind. Was this the end? Chapter 51:30. He couldn't accept it. He really couldn't accept it. Amidst the crackling electricity, King Doluo glared furiously at the departing figures of Xiao Mu and company. He strenuously stretched out a hand and called out feebly through the cage, "No, come back. No, come back, come back, come back," bang. Opening the secret door of the dungeon, a ray of light, like a flash in the pan, flickered at the water cage's entrance. Then, it once again returned to darkness. King Duo Luo was completely flustered. He unwillingly shouted at Xiao Yi, You go call them back. We will have a good talk, a good talk." He really didn't expect that these two people would have this kind of attitude. They didn't give him the slightest compromise and didn't listen to him at all. King Doro was completely at his wit's end. He couldn't do anything to these two youngsters who were like newborn calves that weren't afraid of tigers. Who knew that this husband and wife pair would have such a deceptive character? Others hadn't even finished speaking when the two impatiently left with the little monk in their arms. Couldn't they have a good talk? So why did they come here today? Did they just want to arrogantly tell him that Kong Kong would become the adopted grandson of the great emperor in a short while? Or did they want to say that in the future, Kong Kong would no longer have anything to do with him, King Doro, and the entire King Doro estate? King Doro's outer garment that was stuck to the cage was already completely soaked in sweat. This made the soreness even more intense. The electric current passed through his skin and went straight into his heart and lungs. That kind of heart-drilling and lung-piercing, sizzling feeling really made his entire body feel extremely painful and numb. Only now did he know how vicious the methods of this couple, the Crown Prince and Crown Princess, were. However, Xiao Yi unexpectedly said with a smile, "Just now, there was a child here. The masters didn't want this subordinate to be too strict with you. After all, it was bloody. The child might have nightmares at night." King Doro's face was stuck to the cage. If there was a mirror in front of him right now, he would naturally see clusters of small, snake-like electric currents moving back and forth on his face. The skin all over his body had long been charred by the electric current. Because his spiritual energy was sealed, he simply couldn't circulate his energy to resist the power of the 5 spirits contained in the cage. Therefore, one could imagine the pain he was feeling right now. What do you want? What do you want to do? King Duo Luo was now somewhat terrified. He thought that he had to find a chance to talk to Kong Yin. He had to find a way to survive. However, he did not expect that Kong Yin would be so tasteless as to directly seek out the couple. Now that things had turned out this way, it seemed that there was no way to salvage the situation. Don't forget, I am the Crown Prince's uncle. You can't do this to me. That's impossible. Heh, Xiao, you cannot help but sneer. He raised his hand to press his face against the cage. Is that so? If you don't want to cause trouble for His Highness, I can let you stay for a few more days. Xiao Yi waved the porcelain bottle in his hand in front of King Doro and said with a smile, "Look, this is a gift from the Crown Princess Darren. What if you took it yourself? Let me help you." King Duo Luo's complexion abruptly changed. He couldn't help but tremble. You dare to lynch this old man? His Majesty hasn't even said that he's going to execute me. How dare you? How dare you? Whether I dare or not, isn't it only after I do it that we'll know? Xiao, Yi said with a chuckle as he waved the porcelain bottle in front of him. Chapter 51:31. In this subordinate's opinion, King Duo Luo is at death's door, yet he's no longer as brave as he was in the past. He's also a coward. How about this? Let this subordinate fulfill my filial piety for the prince. Scram, 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 scram. King Duo Luo forcefully waved his hands, but his entire body was pressed against the iron cage. The range of movement his hands could move was no more than half a meter. Moreover, his spiritual power was currently sealed, making him akin to a cripple. Even if he extended his hand to slap Xiao Yi, the other party would only treat it as scratching an itch. King Duo Luo's slap had no effect whatsoever on Xiao Yi. You let go of this old man. We need to discuss this. How about this? You go and ask the Crown Prince and Crown Princess to come back. Tisk. Xiao Yi smiled and shook his head. I didn't expect the prince to actually admit defeat. I originally thought that with the prince's fearless temperament, he wouldn't admit defeat even at death's door. It's really only when things come to a head that one can truly see a person clearly. At this moment, King Duo Luo didn't bother arguing with Xiao Yi. What he wanted to do the most right now was to fight for his life. Fight for his life, he must fight for it. At this very moment, King Duo Luo was already extremely regretful. In his opinion, if he had known earlier that the Crown Prince and Crown Princess were actually such stubborn people, then he naturally wouldn't have dared to provoke these two lords. The most hateful of all should be that old baldy Kong Yin. It was he who had to invite this couple over. Now that he was riding a tiger, he had no way to back down. He simply didn't know what to do next. Prince, can you go on your way with peace of mind? Xiao Yi asked with a chuckle. King Duo Luo's entire body trembled, and he said in an almost pleading tone, Can't you give this old man, another chance? How about this? Before he could finish speaking, he saw Xiao Ye's expression turn cold, and he unceremoniously grabbed his face with one hand, forcing him to open his mouth. A porcelain bottle of medicinal powder was poured in just like that, without mercy, causing old King Duo Luo to cough incessantly. Although King Duo Luo didn't know what powder Xiao Yi had forced him to take, he was very clear in his heart that it definitely wasn't anything good. He was extremely flustered, and the hair on his head was standing on end because of the electric shock. Emolien, Xiaomu, he bellowed hoarsely, his tone laced with intense hatred. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he had completely lost his voice. His eyes were lifeless, and he sat down in a daze. With a splash, he sat down in the water. From his neck down, his entire body was soaked in the smelly water, but he didn't feel it at all. He just stared blankly at Xiao Yi. Ha. Not long after, Xiao Yi heard a few gasps coming from King Duo Luo's throat. The gasps were sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes short and sometimes long, but his face looked extremely normal. There was nothing abnormal about him at all. However, Xiaoyi knew that King Duo Luo might have already lost his mind. Looking at how he was staring blankly at him, sitting in the cold water in a daze, he knew that this King Duo Luo would probably stop here for the rest of his life. Everyone who stayed by the young crown prince consort's side was well aware of her methods. Anyone who provoked her definitely wouldn't have a good ending. What's more, this King Duo Luo just had to court death by extending his hand to the little monk Kong Kong. With the little crown princess' protective nature, she definitely wouldn't let him go, even if this King Duo Luo hadn't done anything yet. Chapter 5132. Even though King Doro had yet to cause any harm to the little monk, based on the crown princess's watertight personality, she absolutely wouldn't look on coldly from the sidelines and watch the situation change step by step in a dangerous direction. She would definitely nip those people and matters that could endanger the little monk in the bud first. Xiao Yi observed King Doro for a good while and only turned to leave after confirming that there were no abnormalities. The last trace of light in the dungeon followed the light closing of the iron door. King Doro, who was sitting in the water in a daze, opened his mouth and revealed a foolish smile. When Arbor stepped out of the Supreme Court's main entrance with the little monk in his arms, he lowered his head to glance at the little Baldy. She saw the child silently drooping his little head, looking listless as if he didn't have much energy. Sir Jojo bluntly knocked his smooth head lightly. "Why are you acting so gloomy and pensive? Raise your head and look at me," the little stoic said. The little monk raised his small head and glanced at Arbor with his round eyes. "Remember, no matter when or where, don't feel gloomy and upset over some unimportant people. How is he related to you?" The little monk puffed up his small cheeks. "He says he's Xiao Na's grandfather." "Benefactress, is this bad guy really Xiao Na's grandfather?" "Yes." Arbor nodded and stroked the child's head. "But other than that bit of bloodline similarity, it could be said that you and him aren't related in any way. Has he ever come to visit you since you were born?" The little monk shook his head. "Has he ever fulfilled even the slightest bit of responsibility as a grandfather?" The little monk shook his head again. "So do you? What's the difference between him and those strangers outside?" The little monk thought about it and said, "There's no difference." "Then there's no difference," Arbor said. "You and him are only strangers. Don't you feel a lot better after thinking about it this way?" The little monk nodded. "Benefactress, does this bad guy want to use me to threaten you? He is very bad and has done all kinds of bad things. He doesn't have the slightest bit of fatherly affection for your parents, nor does he have the slightest bit of blood kinship. But you don't have to call him a bad guy. He was heartless to all of you. Your deceased parents were implicated by him and had no choice but to live in seclusion in the Lower Star area. They never returned to the imperial capital, Dragon Flame City. In the end, they also ignored this person. You don't have to pay attention to this person either. When we meet on normal days, it's enough for us to treat each other like strangers. We only need to show some superficial courtesy. If you call him a bad guy, others will think that you don't understand reason. Of course, the two of you will never meet again in the future. Moreover, there is no need for you to meet at all." The small monk nodded his head in confusion. The benefactress said that if they met in the future, they just had to politely greet each other as if they were strangers. "Actually, I don't really want to see this detestable old man with a twisted face." "Benefactress, did you lie to him just now?" "What did I lie to him about?" Arbor lowered his head and glanced at the little monk. She saw that the little fellow's cheeks were flushed red, and he glanced at her with some embarrassment. "It's about that benefactress's bandit husband passing the booklet." "Who's a bandit?" Mo Yin glared at him in annoyance. She took him from Jojo's arms and pinched his chubby little face. "You have no manners. You have to call me Dad in the future. See you at the same time tonight." Chapter 5133. The little monk's round eyes slightly brightened, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. In his small heart, he actually yearned for his parents, but he had never mentioned it to anyone before. Now that happiness had suddenly descended upon him, he inexplicably felt that it was unreal. Benefactress was going to become the little monk's mother, The little monk was secretly delighted, and his head involuntarily rubbed against Emolien's body. He turned to look at Arbor and asked, "Benefactress, haven't you always despised this little monk for being talkative?" Arbor said expressionlessly, "You are indeed talkative, but being talkative is also your specialty." Arbor followed up with another sentence. She didn't know if it was because she was used to his nagging, but sometimes without the little monk's nagging, she actually felt a little unaccustomed. The little monk replied with an "oh." His round eyes glanced at Arbor, and then at Emolien. Benefactress's bandit husband. Emolien resisted the urge to knock his little head, and said speechlessly, "Don't you find it tiring to say such a long string of words?" He always crowned everyone with the title of benefactress last time. His father-in-law even complained to him, asking him why little master Kong Kong always called him benefactress's father. Wasn't he tired of nagging like this? What could Emolien say? He could only comfort his father-in-law that he was already considered good. For example, he might even add the word bandit on top of benefactress's husband. At that time, his father-in-law looked at him with a melancholy expression, and Emolien would never forget it. The child still had to be educated, and education had to start with changing the way he addressed him. For now on, you have to change all those nonsensical titles from before, do you understand? Emolien lowered his head to look at the little monk, and said with a serious face, "In the future, you have to call Jojo's father and mother, and grandfather and grandmother. Don't keep calling him benefactress's father and benefactress's mother. It sounds like you're scolding people. It's also not elegant. Understand?" The little monk nodded reluctantly. "Benefactress's husband, why are you so demanding of this little monk? Look at the benefactress. She has never asked me to do this or that. You have to learn more from the benefactress." Emolien had the urge to slap this little monk to death. Enough. He roared at him and threw him into the hands of the monk Kong In. "The matter is settled. We're going back to the Half-Moon Cliff. You bring the little monk back to the temple first. Recently, he has been neglecting his studies in the morning and evening. Master Kong In should give him some guidance." The little monk widened his round eyes in shock. He pointed at Emolien with his little finger and said in a trembling voice, "Benefactress's bandit husband, you are actually such a vengeful person." He had just said a few unpleasant things about him, and now he was taking revenge on him. The female benefactor's bandit husband was really a bad person. Arbor was speechless. Every time he saw the two of them bickering, he felt that the crown prince was like an idiot. His IQ was almost as high as the little monk's. "Man, haha." Arbor turned to look at Master Kong In. "Do you want to spend some time with Kong Kong? That's good too." Kong In smiled kindly. Kong Kong, who was used to living a good life, couldn't help but cry out with a bitter face, "Benefactress, are you going to throw this little monk away now?" Kong In rubbed the child's head and said in a disappointed tone, "Kong Kong, it seems like you don't want to return to the temple with this old monk at all." The little monk quickly said, "That's not it, master." She turned to look at Arbor. Chapter 51:34. Her round little face was filled with anticipation. "Benefactress, you must remember to come and pick me up in 2 days." Arbor nodded, and the little monk finally turned to look at First Elder Kong In satisfaction. "Master, let's go." Heartless little thing. Kong In could not resist scolding him with a smile. This little imp just loved to follow his benefactress around. They hadn't parted yet, but he already wanted to confirm a return date. He was only willing to leave after obtaining the benefactress's promise. After the two people left, Arbor turned to look at Emolien and said, "I've already obtained the 3-headed dog's blood, so I've been waiting for this batch of revival Bodhi grass to mature these past few days. It's about ready now. The matters here can be considered settled, so I plan to return a splendid villa and enter closed-door cultivation for a few days. This time, I have to wholeheartedly immerse myself in concocting the revival Bodhi pill." Arbor said with a frown, "It's not easy to challenge a saint-rank pill above your level, and you can face failure at any time. So for this period of time, I know." Emolien grasped his hand. "You can enter closed-door cultivation by yourself. I'll wait for your return at the villa." Xiaomu gave a MHM and nodded vigorously. On the other hand, Yin glanced at her hesitantly. After calling out, "Chow Chow," he paused as if he wanted to say something. "I know what you want to say." From his expression, Xiao Mu knew what he was likely to say next. "You want me to treat the matter of saving Murong's son with a normal heart. You're afraid that even if I wholeheartedly immerse myself in it, there's a possibility of failure when the time comes, right? Don't worry, so many years have already passed. I've already accepted what I need to accept." Arbor looked at him seriously and said, "This is my final effort as a disciple. If Heaven's will is like this, then when the time comes I still won't be able to save her." Arbor said gloomily, "Then I'll accept my fate." Although she was sad, compared to the pain of being forcibly torn apart several years ago, she had mentally prepared herself now. In the future, she would be able to bear it. "All right, it's good that you understand." Yin heaved a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. She reached out to hold her hand and said, "Don't worry and go refine the pills. I'll take care of the matters at home." Arbor nodded. The two of them hurried back to the city and rushed back to the Half-Moon Cliff. It was only at night that the news reached the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor's expression was inexplicable. He raised his head and glanced at the secret guard who reported, "How is the person in the dungeon now?" "Completely stupid." The shadow guard lowered his head and said, "This subordinate has checked repeatedly and confirmed that there are no traces of disguise." "Yes." His Excellency the Great Emperor sighed and said, "My son is still soft-hearted after all." The secret guard swallowed his saliva and didn't dare to reply. However, the Great Emperor could not help but glance at him when he saw that he wanted to say something. "Pumpkin, if you have something to say, just say it." The secret guard gathered his courage and said, "Your Majesty, this subordinate feels that you might have some misunderstandings about the Crown Prince." The Great Emperor raised his eyebrows and looked like he wanted to hear more. The secret guard said, "This subordinate has checked. That medicinal powder is very stimulating. Not only will it cause King Duo Luo to lose his voice and become severely retarded in the short term, as time passes, his insides will burn and the organs inside will probably die. This painful process may last for 1 to 2 years before he completely returns to normal." The Great Emperor was stunned. "Is that so?" Chapter 51:35. "Yes." That secret guard nodded vigorously with an affirmative expression. "Then this powder is my son's?" "It's not, Your Majesty." The secret guard said expressionlessly. "According to this subordinate's investigation, this powder was personally ground by the Crown Princess." The Emperor nodded somewhat dazedly, then suddenly inhaled. "But my son didn't add fuel to the fire?" This didn't seem like him at all. His Highness the Crown Prince secretly ordered that subordinate named Xiao Yi to cripple all of King Duo Luo's spiritual power and cultivation after feeding him the powder, turning him into a complete cripple. Only then did the Emperor nod with a pleased expression. "That's more like my son. My son is such a vicious person. He looks so harmless on the surface, but he's done so many ruthless things." Seeing the Emperor's current expression, the secret guard couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It seemed like the Crown Prince's methods were vicious, and he was especially fond of the Emperor. His Highness the Crown Prince seemed to have even said that this King Duo Luo was guilty of the most heinous crimes. If it weren't for the fact that the Emperor wanted to keep him alive, he would have been sent on his way long ago. The Emperor nodded with a gratified expression. "That's what my son would do." The secret guard especially wanted to complain. "Can you not praise your son so shamelessly? This doesn't seem to be a good thing." The Emperor praised a few times with a face full of approval, then turned to ask the secret guard, why haven't you left after reporting?" The secret guard was truly speechless. He lowered his head and rolled his eyes. "Your Majesty, then this subordinate will take his leave." "All right." The Emperor waved his hand and suddenly stopped him. "Hey, wait. Right, that Zhu Fei, where is he now?" The secret guard bowed and said, "I've arranged for him to be in a courtyard in the south of the city." "Your Majesty, do you want to see this person?" If this Zhu Fei hadn't surrendered to the Emperor and contributed the firearms distribution map of East and West 12th Street, perhaps this Dragon Flame City would have been in a state of panic for a while. A trace of coldness flitted through the Emperor's eyes. No need. At this moment, there wasn't the slightest bit of warmth in his eyes, only indifference and coldness. Go. Take care of this person in secret. Don't leave any traces. The secret guard nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He accepted the order and immediately left. How could he spare someone like Zhu Fei? In front of benefits, he could repay kindness with enmity and treat King Duo Luo. No one knew if this person would completely betray them in the future. Such a despicable person who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit naturally couldn't be left alive. Arbor was in seclusion in the domain of stars for a long time. When he finished concocting the soul-returning Bodhi pill, he opened his eyes. The pill in his hand was covered in golden light. It shone dazzlingly and eagerly wanted to fly out. Only after sticking a sealing talisman on the pill did Xiao Mu manage to stabilize it in her palm. Xiao closed her eyes and entered a state of advancement once again. It was unknown whether it was due to her previous accumulation or not. He Chun and the others followed the scent of the medicine. They saw the little fellow sitting in front of the fine sky jade dragon with her eyes closed. As she breathed in and out, endless divine power was absorbed into her body from all directions. Each time Jojo advanced, there was a feeling of broadening people's horizons. It was the same at this moment. Arbor absorbed divine power for more than half a month on the main planet before it was enough to support her this time's leveling up. By the time she opened her eyes, more than a month had passed on the main planet. The little stoic's eyes were bright, and her fair face had a bit of rosy color. She appeared to be full of vigor. Ichin couldn't help but TSK lightly. You leveled up again. Chapter 51:36. Watching Jojo advance was like watching her drink water. It was so fast that it made people want to sigh uncontrollably. Everyone said that it wasn't easy for female cultivators to cultivate. It would be even more troublesome, especially if they were unlucky enough to encounter the five spirits' reincarnation or advance during pregnancy. A single mishap, and they might be struck to death by heavenly law. This time, Jojo successfully advanced from 7th level Divine Practitioner to 8th level Divine Practitioner. She skipped over the minor realms of initial success, phenomenal success, and peak. The problem was that she seemed to have advanced not long ago besides. It was already good enough that other people's cultivation didn't regress during pregnancy. Many people found it difficult to advance even half a step. Yet she is expected, Jojo was different from the rest. Arbor glanced at the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal who wanted to say something but was hesitating. She waved her hand and said, "Speak." The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's mouth twitched. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but he felt like the little stoic's queenly aura was becoming stronger and stronger. She waved her small hand, and a queenly aura that exuded dignity without being angry assaulted him. Jojo, is it strenuous to advance? It's not strenuous at all. Arbor looked at him in confusion. She raised her hand and looked left and right. She abruptly sent out a palm strike, forming a divine power vortex in the air. Soon, this power was pulled back by her again, and the divine power dispersed around her body and vanished into nothingness. Even Ma Shurchin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at this kind of willful control over divine power. Jojo, I feel like there's absolutely no one else in the world who has this kind of control over divine power. Ma Shurchin wasn't stingy with her praise. Arbor was overjoyed and nodded her small head. Not bad. Holy Sun Mayan, who had rushed over to watch the show after hearing the news, said indifferently, since she's pregnant, then she should recuperate properly. In other words, she didn't need to be in a hurry to advance during this critical period. The little stoic, who was used to rebuking people, said expressionlessly, I've been recuperating all this time. I just feel like my cultivation keeps rising in my sleep, and I'm about to advance when the conditions are right. Mayan, why did he inexplicably not want to talk to this stoic? He couldn't even speak 3 sentences with the stoic before she shut him up. Follow the will of the heavens. Arbor added, I have to go out and meet the heavenly axiom. I wonder if it'll give me a 5 spirits experience this time. I don't think so. Holy Sun Mayan said expressionlessly, During the five spirits' reincarnation tribulation, it was not willing to strike you, let alone now. Yuan Shurchin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I think what the Holy Sun said makes a lot of sense. Jojo, why don't we just leave? Arbor shook his head. Facing is a matter of attitude. It doesn't matter if it comes or not. I can't avoid it. I have to face it head on. Let it come. He Chun and Holy Sun Mi Yin twitched their lips at the same time. The two people speechlessly looked at the little stoic. The little girl's face was full of fighting spirit as she rushed out of the star field in a hurry. I think she's going to be disappointed, Holy Sun Mi Yin said expressionlessly. I think so too. A moment later, Wei Zichin's personal maidservant, Xin, hastily ran to the forecourt to find Mo Lian. Ignoring that Prince Mo was talking to second Uncle Qiao, she walked up and bowed before saying, Madam wants His Highness the Crown Prince to quickly go to the inner courtyard to take a look. Eldest Miss seems to have come out of seclusion, but her expression is a bit off. What's off? Mo Lian's heart skipped a beat. She keeps shouting at the sky, come, come. Chapter 51:37. Wei Zichin was extremely anxious. Ever since her daughter went into closed-door cultivation 3 days ago, she had been feeling uneasy and unable to let go. Now, her daughter had finally come out of closed-door cultivation. But from the start, she had been pointing at the sky and the earth, shouting something at the cloudless blue sky. She came over from the other end of the long corridor and discovered this situation. It was only when she got closer that she heard her daughter shouting, come, come, come. Come for what? Wei Zichin walked over with a dumbfounded expression and hurriedly sent her capable maidservant to the front yard to invite His Highness the Crown Prince over. She wasn't proficient in cultivation and didn't know what was going on with her daughter, but she felt that something was amiss. She had to invite His Highness the Crown Prince over for her to be at ease. Wei Zichin walked over and cautiously called out, Jojo. At first, Arbor didn't hear, but after Wei Zichin called out a few more times, Arbor turned her head, her little face rosy. She looked at her mother and grinned. Mother! Wei Zichin saw that her daughter was fine and relaxed. Jojo, what are you doing? Arbor had been shouting for so long and was already tired. She took the handkerchief from Kai Chi and wiped the sweat on her forehead. She waved her hand nonchalantly. It's nothing, Mother. If you don't want to come, then forget it. Let's go to the living room. This heavenly Tao didn't come when it was supposed to, but when it wasn't supposed to, it was always blindly prattling. She had had enough. Arbor hugged her mother's arm and pursed her little lips. Mother, daughter's cultivation level increased slightly. I thought the heavenly Tao would test me, but I didn't expect nothing at all. Wei Zichin nodded and looked up at the cloudless sky. It doesn't look like it's going to rain immediately. Jojo, you can cultivate, but don't push yourself too hard. You have to remember that you're pregnant with the imperial grandson. Arbor looked at her mother blankly. I didn't push myself. I was just sleeping, and my cultivation level inexplicably increased, and then I'm about to advance. The group of maidservants behind her couldn't help but roll their eyes when they heard this. The little crown princess was blatantly showing off. He was showing off, right? No one could cultivate so easily and freely. What did he mean by his cultivation inexplicably increased just by sleeping? Was this a joke? Wei Zichin could not help but look at her daughter speechlessly. In the end, she could only say dryly, it's good that it's not hard. When the crown prince heard that his wife had come out of seclusion and rushed over, he couldn't help but cover his face. His wife was coming in the backyard. It was really shocking. He hoped that his mother-in-law was not frightened. Mo Yin had just stepped into the backyard when she heard a loud bang. A bolt of purple-red lightning in the sky suddenly smashed into the ground not far away from his feet. He was so scared that he instinctively retracted his legs and took a big step back. The little stoic was about to help her mother into the hall when she suddenly heard a clap of thunder coming from behind them. She quickly turned around. Wei Zichin also jumped in fright and quickly turned her head to take a look. She saw His Highness the Crown Prince's innocent and pitiful expression as he stared at the mother and daughter pair with his beautiful phoenix eyes. Arbor couldn't help but want to laugh. He looked up at the sky, then at hubby, and exasperatedly shook his head. It's sick. This heavenly law was truly an unreliable fellow. She had waited for it for the better part of a day, but it didn't strike a single bolt of lightning. Now that it saw hubby, it suddenly pointed the spearhead at him. Was it trying to infuriate her? So it wanted to take hubby down a notch? Chapter 51:38. Was it really all right to take it so unreliable? Xiao Mu hastily walked up to her pitiful husband and patted him placatingly. Don't be scared. It's just a paper tiger. It doesn't dare to really attack you, so it's just going to smash next to your feet to scare you. Wifey, why does it attack me when you provoke it? Arbor pondered for 3 seconds before saying seriously, It's probably because it doesn't dare to provoke me. His Highness the Crown Prince, my wifey is so arrogant. What should I do? Jojo, then you have to protect me well. Arbor nodded vigorously and patted his chest with a serious expression. The next time it dares to scare you, we'll go up to the sky and blast a hole in it. Wei Ziqing's mouth twitched as she looked up at the sky. It was still the same clear sky that seemed to have been washed clean by clear water. There was not the slightest shadow of thunder and lightning. She hurried forward and said to her daughter and son-in-law, It should be fine now, right? Was Xiaoma affected by the lightning? Actually, how could anything happen to the Crown Prince? He was just used to acting pitiful in front of his wifey and hiding behind her to act coquettishly, seeing the lingering fear on his mother-in-law's face. The Crown Prince hurried forward with a smile. Mother, it's fine. I was just caught off guard and was startled by the sound of the lightning. It didn't hit me anywhere, don't worry. Wei Ziqing saw that the Crown Prince was dressed in white and had black hair. His entire body was untainted, and he really didn't look like he was roasted by the lightning. Only then did she relax and nod with a smile. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked into the living room. Wei Ziqing suddenly remembered something and turned to her daughter. Jojo, you said you were going into seclusion for 3 days to refine pills. That pill. Arbor was silent for a few seconds before nodding. It's already a success. Then did Peak Master Morong? Arbor shook his head. No, I haven't given it to her yet. Wei Ziqing held her daughter's hand with a comforting expression. Jojo, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Right, Mom is right. Emolian hastily interjected from the side. Xiao, just do your best in everything. Wei Ziqing nodded with certainty. That's right. Arbor pursed her lips at the two of them. She understood the logic, but it was difficult to put it into practice. Her heart was filled with hope. However, he was also afraid that this ray of light would eventually be drowned by the darkness. Don't worry. Emolian held her hand and gave her some encouragement. I believe in Jojo. Your alchemy skills are the best in the world. If even the pill you concocted doesn't work, then Morong Sun truly had no hope. I have so much confidence in you. So how can you not have this confidence yourself? Looking at her husband's relaxed tone, Arbor reluctantly nodded at him and took a deep breath. Don't fear failure and move forward courageously. I'll feed Master the pill in a bit. Okay. Wei Ziqing felt comforted when she saw that her daughter's mentality seemed to have relaxed. You were in seclusion for more than 2 days, which means you spent about a month in the star domain to advance this time. Mother, this isn't considered long, Emolian said to her mother-in-law. The further you go, the longer it takes to advance, until you enter the transcendent realm and enter seclusion to cultivate and advance. 1 or 2 years might not even be considered long. Thankfully, time flows 12 times faster in the star domain. Chapter 51:39. 1 or 2 years, which is equivalent to 1 or 2 months in the outside world. Wei Ziqing sighed with emotion, and there was a trace of rejoicing. For Cultivator, this was considered an extremely short period of time. Her daughter's star domain was truly a natural treasure, saving them a lot of time on the path of cultivation. The three of them entered the hall and sat down. Wei Ziqing suddenly thought of something and said, A few days ago, the Countess of Huainan came to visit and sent me an invitation card. The Count of Huainan's estate holds the Butterfly Night Banquet every year, and that day coincides with her 50th birthday. Therefore, they plan to hold the banquet at noon together with the Butterfly Night Banquet in the evening. Wei Ziqing held Arbor's hand and said, The Countess of Huainan specially came to visit, and Mother was too embarrassed to reject her, so she planned to go there. Arbor nodded. It was naturally good for Mother to make more friends, and Arbor would not object to her attending such banquets. Although to her, banquets were never good, and all banquets were too boring. But she was her, and Mother was Mother. If Mother wanted to attend, then she should attend. As long as she took precautions to ensure Mother's safety, it would be fine. Your sister hasn't come out of seclusion yet. Wei Ziqin sighed. Otherwise, this little naughty monkey would definitely not miss such a lively event. Arbor's brows moved slightly, and she said expressionlessly, "Then I'll go with Mother." After saying that, she almost bit her tongue and regretted it a little. Lord Jojo hated to attend boring banquets the most. If not for her mother's melancholy tone and the fact that she was alone with no one to accompany her, she would not have volunteered. Wei Ziqin could not help but want to laugh. How could she not see her daughter's vexed expression? She patted her daughter's hand and said with a smile, "Jojo, you don't have to force yourself." Arbor pursed her lips and muttered in a low voice, "It's not particularly forced." Wei Ziqin couldn't help laughing out loud. After dinner, Arbor pulled Mo Lien into the star area, heading straight to the mountain behind Paradise Star. They stood in front of the ice coffin on the slope of Paradise Star for a long time, until Mo Lien gently pulled her wrist. Only then did Xiao Mu raise her hand. A pill with a hint of golden light slowly flew out from her palm and floated in the air, moving up and down slightly. Because it was suppressed by a sealing talisman, this sacred medicine was very obedient. Arbor took a deep breath and looked back at Mo Lien. The latter nodded slightly at her, raised his hand, and gently lifted the lid of the crystal coffin and moved it to the side. Xiaomu looked at Murong Sun's unchanging face and took a deep breath before taking a few steps forward. She stuffed the pill into Murong Sun's mouth, her movements slightly trembling. Although her heart was surging like a tidal wave, she pretended to be completely unconcerned on the surface. This pill rapidly melted the moment it entered her mouth. Without any movement, this sacred medicine would naturally take effect in the human body. Arbor and Mo Lien both squatted in front of the crystal coffin and waited for a while. Mo Lien reached out to feel Murong Sun's breathing, a hint of joy flitting through her eyes. "I think she's breathing." Arbor also hastily tried, and her heart thumped heavily. It wasn't an illusion, and it wasn't as if it was. There really was a faint breath. The little stoic's hands were tightly clasped together. She gently bit her lips and impatiently stared at the silent woman inside the crystal coffin. Chapter 5140. Would Master suddenly open her eyes? If Master opened her eyes, she would be able to see Jojo immediately. At that time, Jojo would definitely punch her and curse her for being a damn liar. Arbor suddenly shook his head. No, I can't hit Master. Even if Master wakes up, her body should be very weak. I can't hit her. Then I can only curse her. Yes, I'll curse her to death. No. I can't curse her to death. I saved her with great difficulty, so I can't let anything happen to her. Just as Xiao Mu's imagination was running wild, Murong Sun quietly laid in the coffin the entire time, quietly exhaling in a barely discernible manner. She did not open her eyes and look at Xiao with a smile, as Xiao Mu expected. Hence, she did not give Arbor a chance to properly curse her. Mo Lien worriedly turned to Arbor. "Jojo." Yes. Arbor was not as dispirited and miserable as Mo Lien imagined. Instead, she turned to look at him with sparkling eyes and comforted him first. "It's fine, I know. Master has passed away for many years. Even if she used the soul-returning Bodhi pill to recover her vital signs, I'm afraid it will take some time for her to completely wake up. She will recover." Sir Jojo tightly clenched his fists. "I have confidence that I can cure her." This was already a good start. She believed that Master would slowly recover her consciousness. Once she regained her consciousness, her recovery time would accelerate and shorten because Master was not someone who habitually admitted defeat. She believed that even if there was only a sliver of hope, Master would definitely do her utmost to recover herself. Mo Lien relaxed and grasped Murong Sun's hand. It's great that you can think it through. Even if Peak Master Murong wakes up in the future, it will probably take some time for her to recover her original cultivation. After all, she was sealed in ice for so many years after the Great Battle, so she probably lost all her cultivation already. Arbor clenched his fists. As long as she can regain her consciousness and slowly wake up, it's only a matter of time before her body recovers. Don't be hasty, she warned herself. Don't be hasty. Although waiting made people anxious, waiting was also a kind of hope in disguise. Everything was fine as long as there was hope. If she couldn't fix it the first time, then she would fix it the second time. If she couldn't fix it the second time, then she would fix it the third time and fourth time. There would be a day when Murong Sun would return to her original state. Just like in Shijiu City, he followed behind her and called her his disciple at this moment. She still remembered that she had entered through the window and waved at her with a smile. Disciple, call me master? It will be fine, Arbor told himself. Everything will be fine soon. She had to believe in herself, and she had to believe in her master even more. She had said that she would protect him for the rest of his life. How did she go back on her words? A few days later, a continuous rain swept across the land of Dragon Flame City. Arbor regretted it so much. But who told her to agree to her mother's request in the spur of the moment? She had dug a hole for herself, so she had to jump into it, even if she had to cry. Asking her to go out in this kind of weather was practically no different from forcing her to go to the execution ground. She hated rainy days the most. Her shoes would get wet the moment she stepped on them. Wei Ziqin sat in the carriage and stared at her daughter's gloomy, stoic face. She wanted to laugh a little. Mother already said that it's fine if you don't come out with us on rainy days. It's fine if Mother attends alone. You have to do what you promised, the little stoic said sulkily. Wei Ziqin almost laughed out loud. Happy New Year, my friends. Everyone, continue to charge forward together. Do your best to protect yourself and resist the virus. Be healthy and eat well. Believe in the future. Believe that everything will get better. Chapter 51-41. Her daughter's stoic face could store any emotion. After interacting with her for a long time, one would know that under this stoic expression, there were all kinds of emotions. Happy, depressed, irritated, angry sometimes. It was just a subtle change. Those who were close to her, such as Crown Prince Lien and Wei Ziqin, could see some clues from her small face. Sir Jojo sat upright and still, holding a jar of plums in his hands and popping them into his mouth. I haven't seen Kong Kong in a few days. Since we're going to count Huainan's estate today, why don't we pick up Kong Kong? Wei Ziqin suggested. Okay. This little imp was a bit annoying, but she was inexplicably used to not having him nagging beside her. Speaking of Kong Kong, Wei Ziqin couldn't help but sigh. I really didn't expect the little monk Kong Kong to be related to little Mo by blood. Then what's his proper name? The little stoic couldn't help but be taken aback. She really didn't know Kong Kong's proper name. She heard her mother ramble on and asked curiously, Mo Kong Kong? Arbor's mouth twitched, and she suddenly said whimsically, How about I give the little monk a name? As the little monk's foster mother, wasn't it too natural for her to give her son a name? No need, no need. Wei Ziqin repeatedly waved her hand, feeling that she couldn't let her daughter cheat this little grandson of hers. I think we should just call him Mo Kong. It's simple and catchy, Wei Ziqin hastily said. It's easy to write. The little monk was literate and had outstanding literary talent. Wasn't her mother overly worried that the little monk wouldn't know how to write if she changed his name? Arbor pursed her lips and nodded reluctantly. That's fine too. Wei Ziqin chatted with her daughter the entire way, and the carriage soon arrived at the small path in front of Count Huainan's estate. Count Huainan's estate was located in a secluded area in the western part of the city. In front of the door was a small stone path that could only allow one carriage to pass through. The road was a little bumpy, and the whole journey would take about 15 minutes. Those who could receive an invitation from the Duke of Huainan's mansion were mostly the reputable madams and young ladies in Dragon Flame City. There were madams and daughters of officials, as well as young ladies and madams of aristocratic families. Wei Ziqing's carriage was considered to have arrived rather late. When he turned to the gravel road in front of him, the road ahead was already blocked. He could vaguely hear the sound of quarreling coming from the wind. Arbor lifted a corner of the curtain, glanced outside, and immediately threw the curtain down. It was misty outside the window, and she could see the wet raindrops at a glance. Immediately, the little crown princess lost her interest in looking. Wei Ziqing knew her daughter's temperament very well, so she couldn't help but laugh. She also went forward to lift the curtain and looked through the rain for a while. There seems to be a collision between two carriages in front. Soon, the coachman who went to inquire about the news hurriedly came to the window in a straw raincoat and reported, "Madam, Crown Princess, a carriage in front has turned over, and now it's blocking the road." Wei Ziqing couldn't help but frown. This small stone path was the only way to Count Huainan's mansion. It would be troublesome if it was blocked. "Oh my God, what should we do?" Just as they were talking, a madam's exclamation came from a carriage behind them. The coachman reported to Wei Ziqing, "Looking at the situation, the road behind us is also blocked by an endless stream of carriages. There's no way to turn around. Madam, please wait in the carriage for a while. I'll go ahead to inquire about the news. Thank you for your hard work." Chapter 5142. Don't say that, madam. This old servant is doing his duty. The coachman, wearing a straw raincoat, hurriedly left to scout ahead. Wei Ziqing turned around to glance at Xiao Mu before placating her kindly. "Xiao Xiao, the Count of Huainan's estate should be sending people out to help maintain order. Let's first settle down and wait." Arbor made an "oh" sound, his face expressionless, but Wei Ziqing knew that his daughter was a bit impatient. "I heard that Count Huainan's madam is bedridden all year round." Arbor suddenly said, "Then this banquet is? Could it be a concubine of Count Huainan's estate? It's madam who personally organized it." Wei Ziqing hurriedly said, "How could such a big banquet be organized by a concubine of the family? It would be rude to outsiders." "But it's true that madam's health is not good." Wei Ziqing nodded. "I heard that Count Huainan seems to favor a second concubine of the family. It said that the family's finances are all controlled by this concubine." Wei Ziqing wanted to laugh when she heard this. She glanced at her daughter and nodded. "Daughter, mother didn't expect that you would have the temperament of a nosy person." Her daughter expressionlessly looked at her mother and said indifferently, "Not at all. It wasn't that she was keen on being a nosy person, but that the little maidservants beside her chattered and casually told her. She basically knew about all the happenings in the family. One family was robbed today, and another family was married tomorrow." Wei Ziqing laughed and took her daughter's hand and patted it twice. "Second concubine's surname is Bao, and she also has a daughter. They're indeed very favored in Count Huainan's estate." At this point, Wei Ziqing couldn't help but sigh. Which family didn't have their own problems behind closed doors? Wasn't there a lack of cases of favoring the concubine and neglecting the wife? The more noble the family, the more wives and concubines, the more likely it was that a bowl of water would not be peaceful. Arbor said, "Oh." The mother and daughter were chatting when they suddenly heard two soft knocks coming from outside the carriage. Wei Ziqing lifted the curtain to take a look and saw that it was a person who looked like a steward. He was currently bowing towards their carriage. "Are the crown princess and the madam of the Qiao family in the carriage?" "This is the wife of Minister Fong of the Ministry of Justice. I have specially come to pay my respects to the crown princess and Madam Qiao." Wei Ziqing looked over from the carriage and saw a middle-aged lady pulling a dignified and elegant young lady out of the carriage together. Braving the rain, they came over to greet them. Wei Ziqing hurriedly said, "Madam Fong, don't be so courteous. It's raining outside. Don't let Madam and Miss catch a cold. Steward, quickly help them into the carriage. Now that the road ahead is blocked, we don't know how long it will take for them to pass through." That middle-aged lady smiled and bowed in the direction of Wei Ziqing and Arbor. "Thank you, Crown Princess and Madam Qiao, for your understanding. There's no need to be so courteous." Wei Ziqing was a bit embarrassed. Seeing that the madams and young ladies in the nearby carriages were about to get out of their carriages to greet them, she hurriedly exhorted loudly, "Everyone, there's no need to be so impatient. It's raining heavily halfway through the journey, so don't be in a hurry to get out of the carriage. It won't be too late to meet again when we reach Count Huainan's residence." The madams and young ladies all thanked the crown princess and Madame Xiao before settling down. Wei Ziqing giggled and patted her expressionless daughter with a smile, softly muttering, "Looks like they were all scared by you." Arbor snorted, "When did I scare them? She didn't sleep well yesterday and was muddle-headed the entire day. Tomorrow, before 12 a.m., she would make up for 2 more chapters." Chapter 5143. As long as these people didn't provoke her, they could get along well with each other, couldn't they? She wasn't a bipolar patient. Why would she cause trouble wherever she went? In fact, most of the time, she wasn't the one who made trouble. However, if others made trouble in front of her, she wouldn't be afraid of trouble. Wei Ziqing patted her daughter's little hand with a smile. She knew her daughter very well. In fact, she was the easiest person to get along with. As long as you didn't provoke her casually, she wouldn't take the initiative to talk to you for 100 years. She had been passive since she was a child and wasn't good at making friends with others first. And once she was annoyed, she would fight back fiercely. In recent years, his youngest daughter, Lina, had also developed a temperament of, "If someone offends me, I'll definitely kill them," perhaps because she was influenced by what she saw Madame. The coachman came back in the rain and whispered to Wei Ziqing through the window. "I heard it. It's the concubine's daughter of Assistant Minister Zhang of the Ministry of Justice. Her carriage collided with Infanta Tao's. Now the second concubine of Duke Huainan's mansion is dealing with this matter with some maids, and it may take some time. Madam and the crown princess can stay in the carriage at ease. When the road ahead is clear, we can enter the mansion." Arbor frowned slightly. How did they collide? It seems that Infanta Tao's carriage wanted to move forward and accidentally collided with Assistant Minister Zhang's daughter's carriage. Commandery Princess Tao's carriage turned over, and Commandery Princess Tao was frightened. "Infanta Tao?" Arbor looked puzzled. There are 3 Infanta Tao in the royal family. Everyone knows Infanta Wushuang. As for the other 2, one is Infanta Xingping, the daughter of Princess Hongyao. She married to Sangzhou 5 years ago. The other one is Infanta Fu, the youngest granddaughter of Great Elder Princess. She is 9 years old this year. She has been in poor health since she was a child and never attends banquets. Nobody knows her. There were very few princesses and infanta in the royal family of Mo who were infeft with territories. Who was this Infanta Tao? The coachman was surprised and said, "I heard second concubine call her Princess Tao." "Oh yes, that's the princess of King Zheng's mansion." With that said, Arbor remembered. "So it's her daughter. Who is she?" Wei Ziqing asked curiously. "He's sick in the head," Arbor said sarcastically. King Zheng's Mo Shikong's brain wasn't very good either. In any case, his entire family wasn't like normal people. Hearing her daughter's words, Wei Ziqing knew that her daughter didn't like Princess Tao. This Princess Tao, she's not a princess. Arbor curled his lips. She's Mo Shikong's sister. Seeing his mother's confused look, Arbor gave his mother a rare explanation. Mo Shikong is His Majesty's adopted son. His father and younger sister's family returned to Zheng King's mansion after he became successful. With that said, Wei Ziqing understood instantly. She nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Then this Infanta Tao?" "Oh, that's what some people call themselves." Arbor couldn't help but roll her eyes. She didn't expect that Su Shi Tao, who had been reprimanded by the crown prince for her improper conduct, still dared to use Zheng King's mansion's name and call herself a princess. Arbor shook her head speechlessly. "I've never seen such a shameless woman." Chapter 5144. It was said that women were thin-skinned and all had a sense of shame. However, in Arbor's opinion, this Su Shi Tao didn't have the slightest sense of shame. All day long, her vanity caused her mischief, and she acted in a haughty manner. She was clearly nothing, but she had to put on airs everywhere she went. She didn't know whether to say that she was ignorant or that the Prince of Zheng was utterly ignorant. Arbor shook her head and chatted with her mother in the carriage. The coachman suddenly trotted over and said, "Crown Princess, madam, the road ahead is clear. We can go now." Wei Ziqing nodded and pulled her daughter to sit properly. Soon, the carriage began to move forward, but the speed wasn't very fast. After about 7 minutes, they finally arrived at the main entrance of Count Huainan's estate. Before Wei Ziqin and Arbor alighted from the carriage, they saw a black-robed old mama quickly walk over with an umbrella in one hand. She hurriedly curtsied and went up to greet them. Madam is slightly unwell and specially instructed this old servant to wait here for Madam Qiao and the crown princess. Then, she turned and nodded to the coachman. I'll have to trouble you to drive the carriage directly into the front courtyard. Please follow me. Arbor sat down again. Just as the mother and daughter's carriage was about to drive in with the old mama, they heard an extremely sharp and untimely scolding sound. Why can their carriage drive in, but ours can't? Could it be that our commandery princess is inferior to others? The black-robed old mama stood in front of that troublesome servant girl and shouted angrily, "Who are you?" That servant girl was very unreasonable. At this time, she didn't even hold the umbrella and stood in the rain with her hands on her hips. She shouted at the old mama, "Are your dog eyes blind? You don't even recognize our commandery princess, Tao. What, you unruly old servant, are you thinking of rebelling?" The black-robed old mama was so angry that her face turned red. She had seen the invitation card and guest list sent by Madam. She really had never heard of this commandery princess, Tao. She really couldn't be blamed for being ignorant and inexperienced. At this moment, Su Shitao was sitting in a carriage with the curtains rolled up. A servant was crouching beside the carriage, waiting for this young lady to alight. Su Shitao looked coldly at the old nanny in green clothes. His expression was gloomy and uncertain. Then, he retracted the leg he had stretched out. At this moment, he was still sitting in the carriage, motionless. One had to earn one's reputation. As the eldest miss of King Zheng's residence, which part of her was inferior to others? Why could other people's carriages drive directly into the Duke of Huainan's mansion, but she had to get off the carriage at the public passage and walk into the mansion with an umbrella like those madams and young misses? Although they had only walked for a few minutes, the symbol of their status was immediately different. All the carriages that could drive into the Duke of Huainan's mansion, which one of them wasn't a madam of an official or a miss of an aristocratic family. What did she, Su Shitao, owe him? She was also the eldest young miss of King Zheng's residence, all right? At this moment, a middle-aged woman, Sun Yang, who was wearing a peacock green long dress and a golden cloth in her hair, walked up swaggeringly. She covered her mouth and smiled at the old nanny in green clothes. "So it's Nanny Lu, Madam's personal servant. It's really wrong of you to do this. This is Commandery Princess Tao of King Zheng's residence. You can't be so rude to others. Why aren't you kneeling to greet Commandery Princess Tao?" The old nanny in green clothes was stunned. Just as she was about to reply, she heard the young crown princess sneer through the curtains. "Commandery Princess Tao is so imposing. You dare to show off in front of this consort? Aren't you mighty?" Su Shitao was shocked. Chapter 51:45. When this voice entered Su Shitao's ears, her entire body stiffened for no reason. It's her? That damn crown princess. This voice was unforgettable for her entire life. For a while, it even caused her to have nightmares again and again. After all, she didn't know how many times she had suffered in this person's hands. Now that she thought about it, her teeth itched with hatred. Kai Xiao and Kai Chi rolled up the carriage's curtain, revealing Wei Ziqin and her daughter sitting in the middle. Su Shitao glanced at them and couldn't help but avert her gaze. This person was dressed in a moon-white robe with a silver-red cloak, simple but not lacking in luxurious aura. The accessories in her hair were also very simple. There was only a phoenix hairpin with pearls in it, and 2 tasseled beads hanging from her temples, but it added a touch of glamour to her spirit. A person as cold as ice didn't need much decoration at all, because her movements were beautiful. She was like a noble lady from an aristocratic family who walked out of a landscape painting, but also like a person who was raised in the depths of the palace, burning incense and playing the zither all day long. In just one face-to-face encounter, Su Shitao felt that she was fiercely defeated. In front of this person, she was like the difference between a sparrow and a phoenix. Although she didn't want to admit it, She was very clear in her subconscious that it was the difference between cloud and mud. Su Shitao clenched her teeth and fiercely said to herself in her heart, "Illusion. Everything is an illusion." She couldn't be more clear about the nature of this crown princess. What demure lady who walked out of an ink painting? What gentle noble lady who stayed in the depths of the palace? It was all an illusion. The person in front of her was someone who could easily cripple Su Shihua, Su Shitao's older brother. She was someone who could use power to intimidate her eldest brother, Imo Shikong. This woman wasn't as gentle, elegant, and dignified as she was now. She was an evil spirit, an Azura, a person who would never reason with you. Su Shitao took a deep breath. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a palace maid beside the crown princess shout at her with a stern face, "Bold woman, how dare you sit in the carriage and speak to the crown princess like this?" With a meaningful glance from Kai Chi, two black-clothed bodyguards immediately came out from behind the carriage and rushed to Su Shitao's side. Su Shitao didn't see what the two of them did, but he cried out in alarm. He felt his body become light as someone kicked him off the carriage. "Miss!" A servant girl with a plump figure and a thick braid cried out in alarm and rushed forward to help her up. However, before he could run far, he felt as if something had hit his foot. A numbing sensation came over him, and his legs went soft. He fell to the ground, half lying in the pond. Su Shitao was in a miserable state. After being kicked off the carriage by the black-clothed bodyguard, he immediately knelt down in the puddle, his knees hurting. Now her pretty face was burning up, and she felt a burning pain on her face. She felt the gazes of the surrounding madams and young misses all land on her. Some were snickering with ill intentions, while others were pitying her. All of these gazes were like steel needles, piercing her body. Su Shitao's scream had just escaped her mouth when she suddenly felt pain in her throat. She couldn't make a sound for no reason. She knew that this was bad. This must be the dirty tricks of that little crown princess. That person was really vicious. It was just a few words of dispute between girls, and she actually poisoned her to make her lose her voice. Arbor glanced at Su Shitao indifferently. Chapter 5146. Seeing Su Qianxi's sorry figure drenched from head to toe in the rain, she immediately lost interest in continuing to chat with her. Such a brainless thing was not qualified to be Jojo's opponent. She had no interest in teaching this person a lesson. Ordering Saishio to lower the curtain, the young crown princess waved her hand for the carriage driver to leave with the blue-robed nanny. The old nanny, surnamed Lu, had witnessed this scene from beginning to end. She already had some understanding of the young crown princess's temperament. She knew that although this crown princess looked young, she was definitely not someone to be trifled with. She did not dare to be negligent and led the young crown princess's carriage into the Count of Huainan's fu. Madame Count of Huainan personally welcomed the two in the main hall and introduced a tall young woman to Wei Ziqin with a smile. "Luing, come and greet the crown princess and Madame Qiao." Luing, the eldest legitimate daughter of Count of Huainan's fu, stepped forward and politely bowed to Arbor and Wei Ziqin. She said with a smile, "The crown princess and Madame Qiao's presence at Mother's birthday banquet brings light to our entire Count's fu." Wei Ziqin said with a smile, "No need to be so courteous." On the other side, the second Madame of the Count's fu, Madame Bao, hurriedly directed a few servant girls to help the dirty Su Shitao up. The second Madame frowned and endured the strange smell coming from Su Shitao's body. She smiled brightly. "Miss Su, why don't you come into the fu with me to change clothes first? Your figure is similar to my daughter's. If you don't mind, you should be able to wear clothes." Su Shitao originally wanted to refuse and say that she disliked wearing other people's secondhand clothes and wanted to return home. But after thinking about how she had been tricked into such a sorry state, her desire for revenge couldn't help but stir. She gnashed her teeth in hatred, but she couldn't open her mouth to speak. Madame Bao was a little confused. She glanced at Su Shitao and asked tentatively, "Does Miss Su have other plans?" In fact, Madame Bao wanted Su Shitao to return to Prince Zheng's mansion as soon as possible. Wouldn't it be awkward if everyone stayed behind to face each other? Unexpectedly, Su Shitao agreed and followed her into the Count's residence to change his clothes. Madame Bao thought that she had finally learned her lesson after being taught a lesson. However, she never expected that Su Shitao had stayed behind with the intention of taking revenge on that crown princess. Su Shitao didn't say anything on the surface, but he was actually filled with hatred in his heart. Before that barbaric crown princess came, second concubine had been so respectful to her that she didn't need anyone to teach her how to address her as Princess Tao. But now, although she hated those who changed sides, the most hateful person was still the crown princess who didn't give her any face. In the eyes of this crown princess, was her Prince Zheng's residence really that unbearable? It was as if there was no need to care about him at all. Filled with resentment, Princess Tao was dragged away by Madame Bao to change her clothes. Wei Ziqin and Madame Count Huainan chatted for a while before walking out hand in hand. Madame Count Huainan said as she spoke, "I'll introduce you to a few friends." The two of them walked out on their own and left the young crown prince Consort behind. Arbor looked at his mother's back in a daze. He pursed his lips and turned his head to see Fong Luiying looking at him with a smile. "I heard that the crown princess is a heaven-grade alchemist. Could you give Luiying some pointers? Tomorrow, I'll make up for 2 more chapters." Chapter 51-47. Arbor was a bit curious. "You're also an alchemist?" The other party smiled bashfully at her and nodded before shaking her head. She said, I'm not that skilled at refining pills. I can only succeed once or twice out of 10 times." Arbor blinked and comforted her gently, not understanding the situation. "Then newly refined pills will indeed be like this. You can refine them a few more times in the future, and it'll be fine once you're proficient." Yet Fong Luiying smiled embarrassedly. I refine common pills like blood-clotting pills and body-strengthening pills every day. I've probably refined them more than 100 times already. Presumably, it's because I'm limited by my aptitude that my success rate is so low." Arbor, the little stoic, was momentarily at a loss for words. Why did normal people often fail when refining pills? At most, the majority of people would fail multiple times when refining new pills at the beginning. After they became proficient in the future, the only difference would be the success rate. The better ones had a higher success rate and could refine 2 or 3 pills. The worse ones could at least refine 1 pill at a time, right? She had never heard of any alchemist who would fail 8 or 9 times out of 10 after refining common pills several hundred times. How unlucky and lacking in aptitude would one have to be able to do this? When Arbor thought of this, she couldn't help but look sympathetically at Miss Fong Luiying. This girl's appearance was upright and virtuous, and she didn't look like a clown. Fong Luiying was very perceptive. When she saw Cheong Amu looking at her, she hastily explained, "I made a fool of myself in front of the crown princess. Luiying doesn't have any aptitude for refining pills since she was young, and I've previously invited several pill masters to teach me. They also said that Luiying doesn't have any aptitude. But if it doesn't hinder the crown princess, I would be very grateful if the crown princess could give Luiying some pointers." Arbor thought that she had nothing to do now, so she nodded at her. "All right then. First find a place and refine a pill for me to see." Hence the little crown princess was so angry that she almost kicked Fong Luiying twice. When this guy said that he didn't have any talent in alchemy, he was just being humble. It wasn't that she didn't have any talent in alchemy. It was that she didn't even have the slightest bit of basic medicinal knowledge. It was fine if she couldn't recognize all the medicinal herbs, but she couldn't even grasp the amount of medicinal herbs needed for the hemostasis pill. Therefore, not to mention failing 8 or 9 times out of 10, it was already giving her face if he didn't fail 10 times out of 10. The 1 or 2 chances of success were probably due to the luck of the god of creation. "You've thrown things out so carelessly. Has your furnace never exploded before?" "I did." Young Miss Fong gave the little crown princess a look of affirmation and nodded very seriously. "Because the furnace is going to explode every 2 to 3 days, my small medicine room has been moved to the most remote part of the court." The little stoic, she had almost nothing left to say. "Actually, have you ever thought that Instead of going through so much trouble, why don't you hire 2 pill refiners by your side? The little crown princess tried to reason with this one-track-minded Miss Fong. How can that do? I don't trust a single one of those pill refiners. I have to refine a body-strengthening pill for my mother so that I can nurse her body back to health step by step in the future. You are doing this for your mother? The little stoic asked hesitantly. And Machem. Young Miss Fong nodded heavily and turned to look at the little crown princess. Chapter 5148. Crown Princess, did I grasp the pill refinement method incorrectly? The little stoic also didn't know how to explain it to her. If she told the truth, she was afraid it would dampen her enthusiasm, but if she told a lie, it didn't suit her personality. Hence, she simply changed the topic and said, if you start learning basic pharmacology, you should be able to improve more. You can go to a pill shop to take a look and buy some basic pharmacology books. You can start by self-studying step by step. Fong Luing listened earnestly and nodded repeatedly, as if she had taken the little stoic's words to heart. Your mother took the body-strengthening pill, but it's not very useful now. When I first saw your mother, I thought her complexion was slightly sallow, perhaps due to spleen deficiency or eczema. But when I saw her again today, I discovered that her glabella is yellow with a tinge of black. This is a sign of being poisoned. What? Fong Luing lowered her voice and exclaimed, Crown Princess, you're saying my mother is poisoned? The little crown princess nodded with certainty. She is poisoned, and it's quite severe. It should be the kind of poison that has accumulated in her body over a long period of time and hasn't completely erupted yet. That's why she only looks weak. Fong Luing was both alarmed and furious, and her body actually tottered. She didn't expect that it wasn't that her mother's body wasn't well, but that someone had ulterior motives and poisoned her over a long period of time. But my mother has been receiving treatment for a long period of time. Why didn't the physician say that Fong Luing trailed off when she reached this point? She wasn't truly stupid and naturally understood that if the physician was intentionally concealing it, then it meant that the physician was colluding with the person who poisoned her. I have a bottle of self-made all-purpose antidote pills. Give one to your mother every 3 days, and you'll see results after 3 times. If the results aren't good, I'll give it to your mother at that time. Arbor added, but normally, as long as it's not a poison pill refined from sacred rank herbs, it's basically detoxifying. Fong Luing thanked him profusely and reached out to take it. She was just short of kneeling down and kowtowing to the little crown princess. Arbor waved his hand for her to stand up. Do you still want to learn pill refinement? Yes. Fong Luing nodded. Even if I'm not talented, I still want to read more medical books. Although I'm stupid, I'll learn for 2 or 3 years if other people learn for a year. There will be a day when I should also have some small achievements. Arbor pursed his lips. He took a piece of paper and wrote down a series of book titles for her. Follow this list and go to the pill house to buy books. Read them one by one. Even if you memorize them by rote, you'll still be able to memorize them. When the time comes, you can sort out all the questions you don't understand and ask me one by one. Fong Luing beamed with joy as she took the book list and nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Crown Princess. Thank you, Crown Princess. Is young Miss here? A gentle voice came from outside the courtyard. Fong Luing hurriedly kept the book list in her inner world. She turned to Arbor and said in a low voice, from the sound of it, it seems to be second sister's servant. Crown Princess, please wait for a moment. I'll go out and take a look. Arbor grunted and waved his hand nonchalantly. He casually picked up the pill furnace that Fong Luing had placed on the table and touched it up and down. Although Fong Luing didn't know how to refine pills, this furnace was still a spirit tool. Fong Luing couldn't help but smile. This pill furnace is quite a coincidence. I accidentally found it in the market. I didn't expect it to be such a good spirit tool. Chapter 5149. As expected, your dog's hit luck is pretty good. Arbor thought inwardly. She then heard that servant girl's voice urgently ring out again. Eldest miss, this servant is coming in now. Creak. Fong Luing pulled open the double doors with all her might with a sullen face and strode out. She blocked the doorway and coldly glanced at that maidservant who was sticking her head out to look around. What are you looking at? What are you doing in my pill refinement room when you don't have any rules? The maidservant hung her head and inwardly pursed her lips in disdain. She thought, if it weren't for my family's miss telling me to coax you over, who do you think would be willing to come to your crappy pill refinement room that's riddled with dangers? This damned place would explode at the slightest provocation. All the servants in the estate had always kept a respectful distance from this damned place. They had always stayed as far away as possible from this damned place. Did you think she liked coming here? If it weren't for the maidservant's eyes swiveled, and she walked up to greet Fong, Luiying with a grin. She said with a smile, Eldest Miss, this servant came under orders to invite Eldest Miss and the Crown Princess to Willow Garden together. The banquet hasn't started yet. My family's miss has invited many patrician families' young misses to Willow Garden to admire the koi. Fong Luiying looked disinterested and waved her hand. No need, I still have several pills to refine. That maidservant couldn't resist rolling her eyes and suppressing her bellyful of disdain. She carefully smiled and said flatteringly, Then you can refine pills at any time. My family's miss said that it's rare for so many older and younger sisters to gather together. Hopefully, eldest miss won't neglect these guests. Besides, if you don't go, then the Crown Princess might want to go take a look. Not going. The young Crown Prince Consort's crisp words immediately made that last swallow back all the words she had yet to say. This Crown Princess was truly unreasonable. She had already spoken to this extent, but she actually flatly refused. This really was not giving her family's miss any face. If the little stoic knew this maidservant's unspoken criticism, she would definitely sneer and retort. Face? How much weight is your family's second miss worth? She still wants me to give her face, huh? Servant Xiao Mian greets the Crown Princess. That servant girl nimbly scuttled forward. Separated by the door, eldest Miss Fong Ling hurriedly bowed to Arbor. Crown Princess, our Willow Courtyard Pond has recently had quite a few precious species of koi fish. The second young miss was thinking. At this moment, the rain had stopped and the sky had brightened up. I'll accompany the ladies to the Willow Garden. If the Crown Princess can honor me, is there something wrong with your ears? This consort already said that this consort won't honor you. This consort's words once again made the servant girl swallow her words. Fong Luiying was speechless. If it weren't for the fact that the little Crown Princess was in the room behind her, Miss Fong would have burst out laughing. He didn't expect the Crown Princess to be such a person. Her frankness and straightforwardness were simply adorable. The girl, called Xiao Mian, felt her face heat up. The Crown Princess's merciless words were simply a slap to her family's miss's face. She really didn't give her miss any face at all. Xiao Mian was here to invite someone. Asking the Crown Princess to go was secondary, but Miss said that she must invite eldest Mississippi. If she couldn't invite eldest Miss over now, she wouldn't be able to escape a beating either. That would be miserable. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. Chapter 5150. The maidservant cried out pitifully, Crown Princess, eldest Miss, our Miss came to invite you with good intentions. The young misses of the various families are also waiting at the pavilion for the Crown Princess and eldest Miss to go. If the two of you don't go, then wouldn't you be letting down the many young misses' good intentions? As she spoke, she started to cry, feeling very wronged. Arbor walked out of the door, and his cold gaze landed on the maidservant. The corners of his lips curled up coldly. Are you sure? Are you sure which aristocratic young misses are really willing to see this Crown Princess go? Her purpose for coming today was actually to accompany her mother to visit her friends. If no one provoked her, perhaps after the lunch banquet, she would accompany her mother back. But if someone didn't have eyes and wanted to provoke her, then don't blame her for being merciless. Fong Luiying couldn't help but frown. She thought of the young Crown Princess's words and associated it with the chronic poison in her mother's body. Now that she looked at this scheming and cunning maidservant by her second sister's side, the more she looked at her, the more she disliked her. Could her mother's chronic poison be related to Second Aunt and her daughter? All these years, Second Aunt had controlled the manor's finances and had long been itching to kick her mother out and take the position of the mistress of the household. It was just that her status was still a little low and couldn't suppress her mother. But if her mother's body gradually weakened or even died, Fong Luiying couldn't help but shudder. When she came back to her senses, her gaze towards the maidservant, Xiao Mian, instantly became extremely cold. For a moment, Xiao Mian thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her and couldn't help but look up again. Coincidentally, she met Lu Ying's cold and lonely eyes, which were sharp and sharp. Xiao Mian couldn't help but jump in fright. Although this eldest miss wasn't someone who would be bullied and humiliated by others, because she was often addicted to alchemy and didn't know much about alchemy, she always looked a little silly. But seeing her today, it seemed that eldest Mrs. Aura was much stronger. Could it be because Xiao Mian sneakily glanced towards Arbor, and she was secretly alarmed? Could it be because the Crown Princess was supporting her? Things are not looking good for them. If the Crown Princess supported the eldest miss and her daughter, then their second miss would have a hard time in the future. What? You? You're going to invite the Crown Princess to come to the Willow Garden to admire the fish? A surprised cry broke the laughter of the young ladies. Plop! Miss Gao of the Right Prime Minister's family, in her nervousness, dropped half a bag of fish food into the water. The fish spread out in the water like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Many koi fishes crowded around and continued to fight for the food. Fong Mingwei, who had a slight smile on her face, turned to look at the girl who had cried out in alarm. Miss Li, what are you doing? Miss Li coughed a little awkwardly. No, nothing. I just find it strange. That's true, that's true. Hee hee. She laughed dryly and looked at Fong Mingwei with a complicated gaze. Miss Fong didn't seem to have come to the last few gatherings in the palace. Fong Mingwei's expression stiffened slightly. The noble lady beside Miss Li hurriedly bumped into her. Miss Li instantly realized and laughed awkwardly again. Right. That was to invite the first wife's daughter. It would have been better if she didn't explain. Once she did, Fong Mingwei's face darkened even more. The noble lady beside Miss Li couldn't help but roll her eyes. Chapter 51:51. What does Miss Li mean? Fong Mingwei maintained a stiff smile and secretly gritted her teeth. Did these legitimate daughters come together to slap her in the face? This Miss Li was only the legitimate daughter of the Honglu Temple's deputy minister, a lowly official. How dare she look down on a girl from the Duke of Huainan's mansion? Fong Mingwei was not a broad-minded person, and she had already exploded from Miss Li's words. The noble lady beside Miss Li hurriedly tugged at her foolish best friend and said to Fong Mingwei with an apologetic smile, Miss Li is outspoken and didn't mean to ridicule second Mississippi Miss Fong. Please don't think too much. Fong Mingwei said with a fake smile, so it's the legitimate daughter of Censor Jiang. I've always heard that Miss Jiang and Miss Li are good friends. You two are really close and inseparable. Miss Jiang smiled gently and didn't say anything. Miss Li was also tugged by her, so she didn't say anything. Fong Mingwei made a mental note of them and turned to look at the girl leaning on the edge of the pond. Your Highness, what do you think of our pond? Not bad. Princess Tao raised her head proudly and pointed at a koi fish not far away. Our mansion also has that kind of golden koi, and this, and that. We have all of these. Overall, the koi fish in your pond are 10% or 20% of the size of those in my mansion. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. Princess Tao's EQ was really low. It was enough that she praised Prince Zheng's mansion in different ways, but she didn't need to say that the koi fish in their pond were less than 10% or 20% of those in Prince Zheng's mansion. Fong Mingwei's face darkened, and she couldn't help but call Su Shitao an idiot in her heart. If it weren't for Prince Zheng's mansion, she, as the daughter of the Duke of Huainan's mansion, wouldn't have to lower her voice and listen to her nonsense. Princess Tao's words immediately caused an awkward silence. Everyone silently stared at the koi fish in the pond, occasionally sprinkling some fish food, and fell into a state of silent observation. At this moment, a koi fish happened to jump out of the water. The girls laughed and pointed at the koi fish that jumped out of the water, laughing and shouting, Look, don't tell me this koi fish has become a spirit. It's so lively and active. Everyone slightly pushed each other. A few ladies originally wanted to squeeze to the railing to take a closer look, but in the end, they accidentally squeezed Su Shitao. Su Shitao's bent calf hit the railing with a dong. It was so painful that her face scrunched up, and she screamed, Who? Who hit this princess? She was really unlucky. Previously, when he was kicked off the carriage by the crown princess's two bodyguards, his knees were heavily smashed into a puddle and were already bruised. Now that he was being squeezed and bumped by someone, he was afraid that he would bleed. She turned her head angrily and saw a familiar-looking woman. She took a few steps back. You bitch again. Are you trying to make things difficult for me today? Princess Tao flew into a rage and glared at the woman who took a few steps back. No, it's not me, it's not. This was the concubine's daughter from Assistant Minister Zhang's family, who collided with Princess Tao's carriage and caused it to flip over. Previously in the carriage incident, Miss Zhang had already experienced Princess Tao's fierceness and terrifying fierceness. Unexpectedly, the two of them bumped into each other again. Chapter 51-52. But it wasn't her. It was the two ladies beside her who quickly stepped back after bumping into Princess Tao. Therefore, Miss Zhang, who was standing behind, happened to face Princess Tao's angry accusation. You bitch, kneel down. Su Shitao shouted angrily, pointing at Miss Zhang in front of her. Miss Zhang couldn't help but tremble. She hurriedly looked at the ladies around her for help. But now, no one dared to block Princess Tao's anger for her. They hurriedly stepped back. Miss Li originally wanted to go forward and say a few words, but she was hurriedly stopped by Miss Jiang, who was beside her. The legitimate miss of the Zhang family won't sit by and do nothing. Miss Jiang whispered in her best friend's ear, Let's wait for a while. As expected, the moment Princess Tao finished shouting, a faint voice came from behind the crowd. Who is Miss Su asking to kneel down? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. A delicate and pretty woman in her early 20s slowly walked up and pushed her younger sister back. She glanced indifferently at the furious Su Shitao and said, Don't think that you're a real princess just because others call you Princess Tao. All the ladies present couldn't help but gasp. They all looked at Miss Zhang, who was so blunt. The legitimate miss of Assistant Minister Zhang's family was really fearless. She didn't care about causing trouble for her family when she talked back to Princess Tao. As expected, Su Shitao was so angry that her hair stood on end. She pointed at Zhang Yuyin, trembled, and screamed, You say that again. Zhang Yuyin said with a sneer, As everyone knows, there are only 3 princesses in the divine land. Princess Wushuang is famous in the world. I don't need to say more. Princess Fu Fu is the granddaughter of great elder princess. She's only 9 years old. The other one is a princess. 5 years ago, she married Sangzhou for the sake of righteousness. She hasn't returned yet. What? There are so many people here, but no one knows that there is another princess in the divine land. Miss Li chuckled. Miss Jiang hurriedly pulled her silly best friend. Today, they had completely offended Princess Tao. A young lady with no rank calls herself a princess. Heh, I usually just take it as a compliment from my sisters. Don't tell me that you've really taken to heart. Do you really think that you're a princess, berating the daughters of officials and making them kneel to you? If my Shu sister were to kneel down today, which of the young ladies present would have any face left? The daughter of an official in our divine land has to kneel down and apologize to a commoner lady with no rank. Isn't this the biggest joke in the world? Well said. Fong Luiying clapped her hands vigorously and walked over with large strides. Just now, she had heard the noise by the pond from afar. When she rushed over, she found that it was Princess Tao of Prince Zhang's mansion who was throwing a tantrum again. Princess Tao was really a troublemaker. She was nothing, but she thought too highly of herself. When the noble ladies saw the young crown princess and Fong Luiying walking over together, they were scared out of their wits. They hurriedly lined up to greet the crown princess, who was not to be trifled with. No one dared to neglect the young crown princess. Compared with the arrogant and domineering Princess Tao, she was the one who was not to be trifled with. Chapter 51-53. As the young crown prince Consort walked over, all the noble ladies and young misses she saw lined up to greet her. Every one of them was well-behaved, without the slightest overstep. Their expressions were also more respectful than usual. Almost all of them had their heads lowered, looking like quails. The young crown princess raised her small hand and waved, expressionlessly saying, "No need to be so polite." The ladies repeatedly thanked her, then stood up in a well-behaved manner, retreated to the two sides, and stood still. Dozens of ladies stood at the edge of the pond. Absolutely silent Fong Mingyue was extremely angry, staring at this elder sister who appeared with great momentum, and said with ridicule, "Elder sister really has a great aura. Now the way you act is more and more like the first madam's arrogance." Fong Luiying sneered, "Younger sister, are you blind? In front of the crown princess, you dare to be so rude. Didn't you see that the other young ladies of the other families have already come forward to greet? Younger sister really doesn't know the rules. Quickly come forward to greet? Younger sister, you have to give face to the count family." Fong Mingyue secretly clenched her teeth, smiled apologetically, and bent her knees to greet. This little girl Fong Mingyue greets the crown princess. She slightly bent her knees and stood up straight, looking at Arbor with a smile. Fong Mingyue thought, the greeting is just for show. Thinking about it, I'm the grandniece of old concubine Fong. The crown princess shouldn't not give me a little face. Kai Xiao. Unexpectedly, the young crown princess walked past Fong Mingyue with a cold face. Her small face didn't fake any expression, showing no intention of giving face to Fong Mingyue. Fong Mingyue's fake smile suddenly froze on her face, and she couldn't help but mutter in her heart. This crown princess was too snobbish. Facing her elder sister and facing her, it was two completely different faces. Could it be that she was looking down on her, a concubine's daughter? The young crown prince consort had a stoic and expressionless little face from beginning to end. For some reason, it became two different faces in Fong Mingyue's eyes. On the other side, Kai Xiao nodded after receiving the order. She stepped forward and kicked the back of Fong Mingyue's knee. Fong Mingyue, who was not paying attention for a moment, screamed and fell forward, kneeling down heavily. "Crown princess, did the crown princess allow you to rise?" Kai Xiao coldly said with a cold voice. "Don't you know the rules? Kneel properly," Kai Xiao angrily shouted, scaring Fong Mingyue to the point that her heart slightly trembled. Arbor walked to the edge of the pond and asked someone to bring him a stool to sit on. Only then did he calmly look at Su Shitao, who was glaring at him. The little stoic raised her small hand and pointed at Su Shitao, standing to the side. Just as Kai Chi was about to step forward, Su Shitao clenched his teeth and curtsied. "Greetings, crown princess." The little crown princess frowned. "Why are you still here? Why is there a shit stirrer like you everywhere I go?" Su Shitao was already in such a sorry state at the entrance just now, but he actually followed her into the Count of Huainan's estate instead of returning home. She was loathsome just looking at him. Even his expression was distorted as he glared at this darling with hatred. Just looking at him was an eyesore. "You aren't deliberately staying here to plot against this crown princess, right?" Su Shitao almost bit his own tongue. This damn woman was truly sharp, causing him to be at a loss for words. "This crown princess advises you to behave yourself." Arbor snorted. "If you want to play tricks with me, I'll accompany you to the end. I just don't know if you can afford to play." Chapter 51-54. Su Shitao's knees were a little sore from bending, but the little crown princess did not ask her to get up. As a result, the man could only stand there with his back half bent and his face half frozen. The anger in his heart was so strong that it was rushing to his head. However, Arbor was even angrier when he saw Su Shitao. The commotion just now was all because of this woman. Arbor now felt very annoyed whenever he saw Su Shitao and just wanted her to shut up. Su Shitao squatted until her legs went numb. She didn't even hear Arbor telling her to get up. A rush of blood rushed to her brain. The grievance in his heart was unstoppable. Who dared to give her attitude when she was in King Zhang's residence? All the servants in the mansion called her Princess Tao and flattered her. How could he be despised to this extent after casually entering the Duke of Huainan's mansion? Not only was he treated differently from the others when he entered, but he was also beaten up by the crown princess subordinates at the entrance. Now that the damned crown princess had seen her, she was picking on her again. She had already bowed to her in such a humble manner. What else did she want? Did she want to ascend to the heavens? The furious Su Shitao's mind went blank for a moment. He was so angry that he immediately straightened his body and roared, "Are you deliberately targeting me? Audacious!" Kaishio was also infuriated by this woman. These days, there were not many people who dared to be so impudent in front of the little crown princess. Many of the noble ladies took a few steps back in unison, and all of them huddled together on both sides of the road. Their eyes were filled with an inexplicable trace of fear. "Crown Princess, I still have some matters to attend to in the residence. I will take my leave first." Crown Prince Consort. This subject is also, with past experience, no one dare to stay here and wait for the little crown princess to make a scene. Because at this moment, everyone was very clear that they didn't want to live too long just to watch the show. This fire could burn them at any moment. Not everyone's drama could be watched blindly. At the very least, they didn't dare to look at the crown princess in front of them. Perhaps he would have to suffer together with that brainless Miss Sue. The young crown prince consort gave an expressionless grunt of acknowledgement, but the noble ladies hurriedly retreated as though they had been pardoned. Just as they were about to leave one by one, they heard Fang Mingyue's exasperated roar from behind them. "What are you doing? Are you that afraid of the crown princess? Could it be that the ladies present don't even dare to say a word of justice?" The noble ladies looked at each other in dismay and cried out in unison, "Oh, please, Miss Fang is not afraid of death. If you want to help Princess Tao deal with the little crown princess, you can do it yourselves. Don't involve us, okay? It's obviously the crown princess who is bullying others. Even so, you don't dare to say a word of justice?" At this moment, Fang Mingyue was so angry that she stood up straight. She stomped her feet and said angrily, "I don't know how Mingyue offended the crown princess to make you dislike Mingyue so much that you want to punish us by making us kneel." Arbor lifted her small chin slightly. Kai Xiao and Kai Chi both understood and hurriedly stepped forward. Without saying anything, one of them kicked Fang Mingyue's back, and the other kicked Su Shitao's back. Their movements were exactly the same. As for Fang Mingyue and Su Shitao, their movements of being kicked to the ground were exactly the same. Chapter 51-55. With two thuds, the two girls miserably fell to the ground. They were so angry that they couldn't help but want to curse. "Crown Princess so long-winded." The young crown princess shouted. Behind Saishio, two tall and burly old mamas immediately followed behind her. They raised their hands and slapped Fang Mingyue and Su Shitao on their faces. "You dare to be so impudent in front of the crown princess. The crown princess ordered you to kneel, and you dare to make faces? Young Miss Su, second young Miss Fang, this old servant can only make an exception today to teach you the rules of seniority." Arbor expressionlessly watched the two old nannies give the two young misses a few slaps. Hearing the two's wretched screams, she couldn't help but frown. "Stuff their mouths." Kai Chi waved her hand and shouted. Fang Mingyue was so angry that her insides burned, and she completely lost her sense of propriety. In this residence, she was pampered by her parents every day and doted on in every way. Who in the residence dared to be so bold and rude to her? This crown princess was abominable, abominable to the extreme. Fang Mingyue screamed and pushed away the two old nannies beside her. She jumped high, her hair disheveled as she screamed, I'll fight it out with you." Everyone was startled. Young Miss Jiang couldn't help but exclaim, "Second young Miss Fang, you can't." However, Fang Mingyue had long been blinded by anger. She raised her fist and rushed towards the young crown princess. Two hidden guards instantly blocked the young crown princess. Two pairs of cold eyes stared coldly at the person rushing over, as if they were looking at a corpse. Arbor only waved his hand indifferently and stood up from the chair, rolling up his small sleeves while he was at it. "Move aside. You men don't need to interfere in the matters between women." The two hidden guards, When Madame Lou of the Duke of Huainan's estate heard the servant who hurriedly came to report that the second young miss had offended her superior and violently punched the pregnant crown princess, she almost fainted on spot. Her entire body went limp on Wei Ziqin. Wei Ziqin was even more anxious. She stood up and shouted angrily, "Where is he?" The servant was startled and quickly shouted, It's at the koi pond in the willow garden." The Madam of the Duke of Huainan's mansion was so angry that she almost fainted. She hurriedly stood up with the help of someone. When she was about to step out of the front hall, she almost bumped into a woman who rushed into the door. That woman was decked out in gold and silver, and when she saw the sickly madam in front of her, she immediately cried out, "Madam, you have to uphold justice for second young miss. What do I have to do? What can I do for her? Your daughter is so audacious that she even dares to lay her hands on the crown princess who is pregnant with a dragon fetus. I think she and you don't want to live anymore." Second Ying couldn't help but wail loudly. She held Madam's hand and refused to let go. "Madam, we don't know what exactly happened in this matter. How can you be so sure that it was second miss who made a move on the crown princess first? We'll know whether it's true or not when we go take a look." First Madam brusquely flung her hand away and said with a stern expression, "Moreover, so what if the crown princess made a move first? Can your daughter retaliate when the crown princess made a move? Let me tell you, don't say that the crown princess is pregnant with a dragon fetus right now and can't take the slightest fright. Even if she didn't, she hit your daughter. You have to endure it for me. You even rebelled and wanted to retaliate. You've lost your mind. I've always said that you have to teach your daughter well." Chapter 51-56. And the result? You didn't listen. Now you've caused such a disaster for my family. Let me ask you, can you bear the responsibility? Second concubine sobbed and cried, "First Madam, you can't leave my Mingwei alone. Old concubine Fong, watch Mingwei grow up. If anything happens to her, we can't explain it to old concubine and old concubine. Explain it. I think you'd better explain it to His Majesty and the Empress first. If anything happens to the little imperial grandson, our entire family, your daughter, your mother, your 7 aunts, 8 aunts, 3 uncles, 6 aunts, and even that dog on the street, none of them will be able to escape." Young Madame Bao immediately slumped to the ground, unable to raise her head after being scolded by First Madam. She wanted to reach out and hug First Madam's leg, but she was kicked hard and rolled to the door. The old servant behind First Madam was also very fierce. She stepped on young Madam's foot and crushed the back of young Madam's hand before leaving with First Madam. Young Madame Bao twitched in pain and shook the back of her hand several times. She turned to the maidservant behind her with tears in her eyes. The maidservant also cried, "Second Madam, we have to hurry over. Otherwise, second miss will be at a disadvantage." Young Madame Bao gritted her teeth and quickly stood up from the ground with the help of the maidservant's hand. Go quickly. Sanchi, let Sanchi go to the front yard to invite old master. Right now, only her husband could save her precious daughter. Her Mingwei, why did she provoke that fiend crown Prince Consort for no reason? First Madam and Wei Ziqin hurried to Willow Courtyard and almost fainted again as soon as they walked in. If it weren't for the 2 old servants supporting First Madam's body, First Madam would have already lost her balance. "Madam, don't worry. Take a closer look. The crown princess seems to be fine." Wei Ziqin was also very anxious, but when she saw her daughter in the distance, her heart calmed down. Her daughter had never been bullied since she was young, so it was unlikely that she would be beaten up by the second miss of the Fong family. Therefore, the servant who sent the message must have misunderstood something. First Madam calmed herself down and took a closer look. Only then did she see clearly what was going on. There seemed to be 4 transparent seals around the little crown princess, trapping her within. As for the unreasonable second miss, she seemed to have gone crazy at this moment. She had gotten a large shovel from somewhere and was pounding on the impenetrable seal wall in front of her. Beside him stood 2 black-clothed secret guards with indifferent expressions. First Madam took a closer look and felt that these 2 young men had a hopeless look on their faces. "What's going on?" First Madam hurriedly asked the servants who were watching by the pond. The servant knelt down and said, "Madam, it's its second Mississippi. She's gone mad. Crazy." First Madam's face looked as though it had been painted with a layer of black paint. She was so angry that her liver hurt. She has indeed gone mad. He even dared to hit the crown princess. He really didn't want to live anymore. Why aren't you pulling him away? Are all of you dead? The servant was about to cry. It's not that we don't want to pull him away. It's just that the crown princess said to let second Miss hit him and not to care about her. First Madam looked a little confused and didn't know what was going on. The little crown princess sat upright in the seal array. Her gaze was cold as she watched the second Miss violently pounding on the barrier. Chapter 51-57. Eldest Madam was so angry that she was about to ascend to the heavens and leave her body. She berated, "The Count estate actually produced such a disrespectful thing like you. Why aren't you arresting this rebellious dog?" Madame Lu shouted angrily. The servants didn't dare to tarry this time and hastily swarmed forward to tug at the unreasonable second Miss Fong. Second Miss Fong had long lost her head from anger. She had been chipping away at that defensive wall for so long, but she hadn't even managed to open a freaking small hole. She was so angry that she jumped up and down and cursed nonstop. Now that she saw people coming to arrest her, she used a large shovel to hit them. Two servants were caught off guard and were hit in the head by her shovel, bleeding profusely on the spot. Madam was so angry that she clutched her chest and cursed repeatedly, "Rebellion, rebellion, rebellion, rebellion. Are you all dead? Go up, bring her over here." Several burly mamas, along with several guards, dashed over. 3 to 5 people pressed second Miss Fong to the ground and forcefully pinned her arms behind her back. They finally managed to subdue this shrew with great difficulty. The little crown princess sat inside her defensive wall from beginning to end and expressionlessly watched the commotion outside. Wei Ziqing hastily walked over. Separated by the defensive wall, her mouth involuntarily twitched as she called out, "Jojo." Arbor waved his hand and removed the defensive wall. He left his stool and strode to his mother's side to greet her. Wei Ziqing was too embarrassed to ask if her daughter was all right. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she was completely fine. It was better not to ask the obvious mom. Arbor glanced at his mother and felt that his mother's expression was a bit conflicted and strange. Wei Ziqing coughed lightly and patted her daughter's small hand. It's fine. Mom just wanted to ask you, this what exactly happened?" She was fine when she left just now. So how did second Miss Fong provoke her daughter so fearlessly in such a short time? The little stoic pursed her lips and said, "How would I know?" Wei Ziqing. He suddenly felt that he had nothing to say to his daughter. Fong Luiying, who was still standing by the side, hurriedly said, "Madam, there's no need to worry. Actually, it's nothing serious. It's just that second sister's reaction was too extreme." How exactly did second Miss offend the crown princess? First Madam reprimanded her harshly. The maids, whose faces were covered in dirt, lay on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. They could only mumble obsequiously. We heard from second Miss. It seems like the crown princess, she. The maidservants were so scared that they didn't dare to finish their sentence. Standing by the pond, Su Shitao, who was covered in dust and dirt, couldn't help but scream. What else could it be? If she didn't abuse her power to bully others, how could second young Miss possibly fight with her? "Shut up. Who are you?" First Madam stared at Su Shitao and asked coldly. Irritated by Mrs. Lu's contemptuous gaze, Su Shitao's anger erupted on the spot. Who am I? She was so angry that her nose and mouth were slightly crooked. "I am a guest invited by your Count of Huainan's estate. I am Princess Tao of the Prince of Zheng's estate. Your estate must give me an explanation for this matter." Damn it, these people, all of them didn't take her, Su Shitao, seriously at all. They kept asking who she was. Who was she? Shouldn't everyone know who she was? Chapter 51-58. She impudent. Who are you referring to? First Madam shouted. Immediately, 2 nannies stepped forward and slapped Su Shitao's hand, which was pointing in the direction of Arbor. Sushi Tao was so angry that his eyes turned red, but he hadn't shouted yet. He was frightened by the second young Miss Fong's piercing voice. Fong Mingyue was so angry that she couldn't stop kicking and twisting her body. She was tied up with a rope by 3 to 5 servants and the old nannies. They dragged her to First Madam and pressed her body down to kneel on the ground. Seeing that she was disobedient, the nannies were so angry that they pinched her arm a few times. Fong Mingyue shouted even louder. She exerted force on her wrists and flung one of the old nannies away. She kicked a servant in the chest. Everyone only heard a crisp crack sound. That person flew out and was heavily thrown into the corner of the wall. Her head tilted, and she was on the verge of death. It could be seen that Fong Mingyue's kick was a killing move. The second young miss climbed up from the ground in a sorry state. She screamed at the top of her lungs, "You dare to treat me like this? You wicked servants! See if I don't cripple you all." The servants and old nannies were all silent out of fear. At this moment, they suddenly saw First Madam raise her hand and let a few nimble guards subdue the second young Mississippi. They couldn't help but sigh in relief. After all, the second young Mrs. Martial Arts were not bad, and her cultivation was already a level 5 spiritual master. It was indeed difficult for these low-level servants to deal with her. However, the guard beside First Madam were different. Each of them was a level 6 or 7 spiritual master. It was a piece of cake for them to deal with the second young Mississippi. Let go of me, you wicked servants. How dare you? Let go. Second young Miss Fong screamed. Her kicks and bites couldn't stop the guards from dragging her. They threw her in front of First Madam. Fong Mingyue felt like a dead dog being thrown to the ground. A trace of humiliation and hatred burned from the bottom of her heart. "Mrs. Liu, you dare to treat me like this? Aren't you afraid that when my father comes, he will give you 2 slaps?" At this moment, First Madam had already been helped to sit down. When she heard Fong Mingyue's words, she immediately sneered. "Fong Mingyue, you are indeed very bold. You dare to speak so presumptuously in front of your official mother. It seems that all these years, I have indeed neglected to discipline you concubine-born sons and daughters. That's why your concubine mother has taught you to be so undisciplined and out of control. Men, slap him." Fong Mingyue was forced to kneel on the ground by the 2 guards. She couldn't move at all. She could only watch the fierce-looking old maid beside Madam rolling up her sleeves and walking towards her. Fong Mingyue immediately screamed in panic. What are you doing? You dare to hit me? My father won't let you off. Father, mother, father. Slap. A heavy slap interrupted Fong Mingyue's mournful cries. With this slap, Fong Mingyue only felt her mouth fill with a salty and wet taste. The maidservant Xiao Mian had sharp eyes and called out, "Young miss, your mouth is broken. You're bleeding." Fong Mingyue was so angry that she almost fainted. Since she was young, when had she ever suffered such grievances? That old maid was really ruthless. With 3 slaps, her ears buzzed and she saw stars. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and tears and snot flowed down her face. Chapter 51-59. Mingyue, my pitiful child, ah. Little Madame Bao cried out in a shrill voice and stumbled towards them. She threw herself at her daughter and hugged her head tightly. She shouted, "Who dares to come forward? Who dares to touch my daughter? If anyone dares to touch my daughter, I will fight them to the death." "Pull Second Madam away," First Madam said coldly. Madam, do you want to beat my daughter to death?" Little Madame Bao glared at First Madam with a pair of venomous eyes and shouted angrily, "You can't do this. My daughter is beautiful. If she is injured, can your Liu family bear this responsibility?" Fong Luiying immediately stood in front of her mother and shouted angrily, "Second Madam, you dare to speak to Madam like this? If you want to beat my daughter to death, then beat me to death first. Even if I become a malicious spirit in my next life, I won't let you evil people off. What are you all doing?" A man's angry shout came from the entrance of Willow Courtyard. For a moment, the bustling noises all fell silent. I've made a fool of myself in front of the heir and lords. Count Huainan Fong Xiangue cupped his hands at a young gentleman behind him. The heir of the Duke of Jianping, Mo Kun, had been waving the folding fan in his hand with a flirtatious smile. However, when he saw the little crown princess's expressionless face, he instantly froze. He almost knelt down in front of Count Huainan. You should have said earlier that you invited the crown princess. If you said you invited her, we wouldn't have come. Aren't you tricking your father? Of all the people you could trick, you tricked your grandfather. His father, the old Duke of Jianping, was very wise not to come. Why did he have to come to the Count of Huainan's estate? This time, he met the little fiend. The heir of the Duke of Jianping slapped himself in the face. Everyone looked at him in bewilderment, their eyes wide open and their mouths wide open. Heir? Count Huainan looked at this young gentleman in confusion. Mo Kun came back to his senses and silently lit a candle for himself. He smiled stiffly. Just now there seemed to be a mosquito. Everyone hurriedly nodded in agreement, surrounding him like stars surrounding the moon. However, Mo Kun took a few steps back and deliberately put on a nonchalant expression. He waved his hand and said, since Count Huainan has family matters to attend to, then this heir will not disturb you any further. Goodbye. Your Highness. Seeing that the crown prince was about to flee, everyone was speechless. Stop right there. A clear voice rang out. Everyone watched as Mo Shitsi, who had run to the entrance of the garden in 3 steps, fell to his knees with a plop. The speed at which Prince Jianping's face changed was truly breathtaking. When he turned around while kneeling, a smile blossomed on his face like a blooming flower. Little brother greets sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. What bad things did you do? The little stoic shouted coldly. The heir of the Duke of Jianping was about to cry. He looked at Arbor innocently and said, No, I didn't do anything bad. No one knew that before he answered this question. His mind had gone through 1,000 twists and turns, recalling everything he had done in the past 5 days. He really didn't do anything bad. Then why did you run away when you saw me? Sir Jojo shouted. You have a guilty conscience. Did you go out on the streets to rob an innocent girl again? Chapter 5160. I don't dare. This younger brother doesn't dare. Mo Kun waved his hand miserably. This younger brother has been abstaining from meat and reciting Buddhist scriptures at home recently. I'm abstinent of worldly desires and charitable deeds. Even royal father said that this younger brother has recently made great progress. The little stoic pulled a long face. Is that so? Yes. The king of Jianping's heir nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. He said pitifully, Sister-in-law, ever since this younger brother was taught a lesson by you, then completely turned over a new leaf and became a new person. My royal brothers can all testify. Wei Ziqin couldn't help but twitch her mouth, and she looked at this child sympathetically. Look at how scared this child was. Their family's Jojo's deterrence was increasingly surpassing Ling Rant's. If I find out that you're doing any illegal activities again, even your father can't protect you. Be careful of your dog head. Arbor clenched his fists tightly, and a handful of fine sand leaked out from between his fingers. Mo Kun nearly pissed himself in fright, and he scrambled forward while howling repeatedly. Sister-in-law. I swear. I've already been taught a lesson by you, sister-in-law. I won't bully the villagers again. Won't do any bad things again. Fuck, Lil sister-in-law is getting scarier. Such a sturdy rock turned into fine sand in a matter of minutes in her small hands. Whoa, how scary. How can elder brother stand such a shrew? So scary. Women are so scary. Woo, the little crown princess clapped her hands and waved expressionlessly like she was swatting a fly. Let's go. Thank you, sister-in-law. Prince Mo was scared witless. He covered his head and scurried out of Willow Courtyard like a rat. He reckoned that he would have to take a detour whenever he saw Count Huainan's estate for the next 3 years. It was too scary. It was simply traumatizing. Prince Mo scurried out of Count Huainan's estate with his head in his hands and almost bumped into someone. "Hey, little Kuan, what are you doing? Why are you walking so carelessly? You almost bumped into the crown prince." A helpless voice rang next to his ear. Mo Kuan's tease. The crown prince, who was dressed in a brocade robe and had his hair tied up by a jade crown, was staring at him with a serious expression. The crown prince of the Duke of Eternal Peace and the crown prince of the Duke of Linchuan followed behind. The one who spoke was the crown prince of the Duke of Eternal Peace, Mo Lu, who was looking at him sympathetically. He winked at him, telling him to be tactful. Big brother. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I really don't have one." Mo Yin looked at him expressionlessly. "Why you look so guilty? Did you offend your sister-in-law again?" His wife still had to follow his mother-in-law to Count Huainan's mansion on rainy days. She hadn't come back for so long, so he had to pick her up. The crown prince was in a bad mood when he saw Mo Kuan. This fellow was running away like a rat. He must have provoked Charles again. No, big brother." Mo Kuan waved his hand pitifully. "Big brother, I've turned over a new leaf." The corner of Mo Lu's mouth twitched. He lowered his head and coughed softly. "Elder brother, I see that little Kuan hasn't gone out to cause any trouble recently. He should have learned well." Mo Kuan nodded repeatedly and cast a grateful glance at the crown prince of the Duke of Eternal Peace. Mo Yin looked at him coldly. "Have you seen your sister-in-law?" Yes, I saw her. She's inside." Mo Kuan hurriedly said, There's a crazy woman. She's hitting my sister-in-law. Big brother, you should quickly go in and take a look." This person's brain went haywire, and he almost bit his tongue after saying that. What? Chapter 5161. Mo Kuan couldn't care that much now. In any case, he was already unlucky enough. No matter what, he had to drag a few more unlucky people down with him. As long as he could successfully divert his brother's attention to others, he didn't care who he harmed. It was fine as long as he was fine. Greetings to the crown princess. Count Huainan stepped forward and bowed to Arbor with a complicated expression. Just based on the behavior of the Prince of Giant Pain's heir, he had a rough idea of this crown princess. She wasn't someone to be trifled with. Otherwise, why would the Prince of Giant Pain's heir be scared witless and run away? Moreover, which of the people around him wasn't a reputable official in court? But they all respectfully stepped forward to greet her with smiles like a spring breeze. Which one of them wasn't extremely courteous to the crown princess? From this, it could be seen that this expressionless little crown princess was quite powerful. Count Huainan's heart was in turmoil. He lowered his head to look at the weeping Madame Bao and his second daughter. He deliberated and said, "Crown Princess, please forgive my daughter. My daughter is still young and doesn't know the rules. I don't know why she offended the crown princess." "Husband." Madame Bao hugged her daughter and cried bitterly. "Husband, you have to save us. Madame is forcing us to our deaths." Count Huainan coldly swept a glance at First Madame Lu. The latter didn't fear his cold gaze at all. She seemed to be used to Count Huainan's attitude and coldly replied, "Husband, you don't know. When this madam came just now, I saw Second Miss punching and kicking the crown princess through the defensive wall. This is the attitude of an official. Is this the upbringing of Second Madam in our Count Huainan's mansion?" Count Huainan was rebuked by First Madam and was so angry that he couldn't speak for a while. In the end, he only said dryly, "Then you don't have to beat them to death." "Husband, I'm not criticizing you, but there should be a limit to how much you spoil your daughter. Outsiders don't know and think that this madam doesn't know how to teach a concubine's daughter. But you don't know that in our Duke of Huainan's mansion, the daughters of concubines are raised and educated under the feet of concubines. Even madam can't interfere or make the decision." "Madam!" Madame Bao shouted angrily. "Did I say anything wrong?" First Madame Lu sneered. Today, Fong Mingwei dared to be so impudent and boldly offend the crown princess. Isn't it all because Lord and second concubine spoiled her? "Master, look at what Madame is saying." Little Madame Bao was furious. She clutched her chest and shouted, "How can this be caused by me and Master spoiling her? It's clearly what is it?" First Madam couldn't help but sneer. Could it be that this stupid woman wanted to push all the blame to the little crown princess? She was too stupid, too hopeless. All right, stop arguing. The Count of Huainan, Fong Xiangui, felt his face burning. With so many officials and colleagues present, his own family was in such a chaotic situation. How could he, the Count of Huainan, show his face? Crown Princess. Count of Huainan cupped his hands at the little stoic crown princess. Please forgive my daughter's momentary anger for the sake of Grand Consort Fong. The little crown princess said crisply, "Unforgivable." Wei Ziqing covered her mouth with her handkerchief and coughed lightly to cover the laughter that almost came out. Her miss was a bit adorable no matter how she looked at her. Then she looked at second miss, who was kneeling on the ground with disheveled hair and a sorry figure, and felt even more disgusted. Chapter 5162. Count Huainan's old face stiffened slightly before he hurriedly smiled apologetically. Crown Princess, please forgive this old official's second daughter. She offended you just now and offended the Crown Princess. The two of them punched and kicked me in front of everyone. The young Crown Princess pointed at Fong Mingwei and Su Shitao. They. Her small face was extremely solemn. Beat me, everyone. The Crown Princess could actually say these words so smoothly. Beat you? Who beat you? Ah, no, beat you. She used a large shovel and kept hitting the defensive wall, but she didn't even touch a single strand of hair. That counts as beating? Count Huainan was drenched in cold sweat as he thought. Today's matter is going to be troublesome. If the young Crown Princess was unwilling to relent and let his second daughter off, then today's matter wouldn't be so easily resolved. Count Huainan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead as his mind spun. He couldn't help but forcefully explain, "Actually, this matter, you can't completely blame Mingwei." Arbor turned to glare at Count Huainan. Who else can you blame if not her? If you didn't insist on inviting this crown princess to this willow courtyard to look at some koi fish, how could there be so many troublesome matters? The young crown princess pointed at Fong Mingwei. It's her. She was the one who insisted on inviting me over. If Count Huainan could beat someone right now, he really wanted to raise his hand and slap his youngest daughter. Are you stupid? Are you bored out of your mind? Why did you have to provoke such a big figure for no reason? You invited her over, and now you're riding a tiger and can't get off. It's really easier to invite the devil than to send the devil away. Crown Princess, can't she speak herself? Why does she keep asking you to interrupt her? The young Crown Princess waved her hand impatiently, directly interrupting Count Huainan's words. Just now, she hit this princess 168 times. Now, this consort wants to return the favor to her. Do you think this is fair? Everyone looked at the little crown princess in bewilderment. They saw that the crown princess's little stoic face was brimming with a sense of righteousness and seriousness. Her expression looked very serious. Everyone didn't think much of it and nodded their heads in agreement. There was nothing wrong with that. He had hit the crown princess 168 times, so it was reasonable for the crown princess to demand that he return the favor. Big bow. The young crown prince consort shouted. A small golem covered in black light emerged from the star field with a whoosh. The moment he landed, his body expanded to the height of an adult. He cupped his fists at Fong Xingui's family and said, "Uncle Fong, sorry for the offense. The crown princess has ordered that second Miss Fong be beaten 168 times. Execute it now. Anyone who obstructs the execution will be beaten as well." Then, under Fong Xingui's stupefied expression, the golem moved and jumped forward. Without another word, he picked up second Miss Fong, who was lying in Madame Bao's arms, and punched her chest. Second Miss Fong was hit to the ground, and she curled up in pain. The golem de Bao didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex, and stood up by grabbing second Miss Fong's hair. Like a sack of rice, she grabbed second Miss Fong in her hands and slammed her left and right. Madame Bao fainted from anger. The maidservants and nannies on the side anxiously called out, Second Madam, Second madam. Fong Xiangui gaped at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Chapter 5163. This crown prince consort in front of him, in front of all the court officials, just like this, treated her daughter like a piece of rag, letting the mechanical puppet swing her back and forth for fun. His old face was so angry that it was distorted, and he was panting heavily. If he could make a decision, he definitely would not let her treat his daughter like this. But now who could help him? Stop! Fong Xiangui, he finally could not hold back his anger. Stop! Tell me clearly, which crazy woman has the guts to hit your sister-in-law? When Mo Yin stepped into Willow Courtyard with a cold face, she immediately saw the situation. The golem de Bao was currently showing off its might in the garden, holding a rag in its hand, and was currently flinging it left, right, up, down, and down. There were only dong, 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 sounds that sounded like heads hitting the brick floor, and for a moment people were dazzled. The Duke of Eternal Peace's heir, Mo Lu, could not help but raise his hand to support his forehead. He coughed lightly and said, "Elder brother, this place is so messy. Why don't we go to the front hall and wait for sister-in-law?" At this time, Mo Yin had already silently retracted her leg from Willow Courtyard's entrance. She expressionlessly made an end sound. "It's so messy. Let's go." Mo Cohen, this brat, sure enough, nothing good can come out of a dog's mouth. How was this a crazy woman violently beating his wife? Wasn't this his wife teaching some unlucky fellow a lesson? His wife was teaching someone a lesson, so he could not spoil his dear little cutie's mood. He quickly retreated and went to the front hall to wait for her. Mo Cohen held onto a large tree with one hand, trembling as he hid behind the tree, only daring to reveal two black eyes. As he looked, he could not help but shudder. Lil's sister-in-law was definitely not to be provoked. Once provoked, she would immediately go berserk. Who the hell could endure this? Your Highness? It's His Highness the Crown Prince. Fong Boy's eyes were really sharp. He caught a glimpse of Prince Mo's figure that was about to leave Willow Garden and immediately called out loudly. As if he had seen a relative he hadn't seen in 800 years. He rushed forward with tears in his eyes and knelt on the ground with a plop. He said in a tearful voice, "I beg your Highness to uphold justice for this humble subject. My second daughter is about to be taught a lesson by the Crown Princess. Your Highness, please give the order for the Crown Princess to stop." The group of old courtiers looked at each other and stared at Grand Duke Fong as if they were looking at an idiot. Was there something wrong with this guy's head? It was well known that the Crown Prince doted on his wife. Who in the entire divine land did not know this? Don't you see that even the Crown Prince doesn't want to get involved in this mess? You actually ran to His Highness to look for trouble. You even dare to ask His Highness to issue an edict to order the Crown Princess to let your daughter go? Did you eat some lofty leopard's guts? You're so arrogant that there's no end to it. At this moment, the little Crown Princess also saw her husband, and her eyes suddenly brightened. When Mo Lien saw Qiao Qiao's expression, he joyfully strode forward and grasped her hand as he said, "Qiao Qiao, Qiao Qiao, did you know that the rain outside has stopped? Since it's not raining, let's go back." Fong Boy looked at His Highness the Crown Prince in astonishment. His Highness did not seem to care about what he said just now. Why did he say something completely unrelated the moment he opened his mouth? If that was the case, could it be that his tearful words just now were all for nothing? Chapter 5164. At this moment, de Bao had completed his 168th beating. He also released second young Miss Fong and threw her to the side. His gaze then turned to Su Shitao, who was hiding at the side. Su Shitao was about to faint from fright. Her entire body trembled as she cried out in alarm. Don't come over. Arbor, make this beast stay away from me. If you dare to treat me like this, my Prince Zheng's estate will not let you off." How do you want to not let her off? Prince Mo, who originally had a gentle smile on his face, immediately turned ruthless. His cold and sharp gaze shot towards Su Shitao. The latter jumped in fright and almost fell to the ground. Su Shitao's lips trembled, and her entire body couldn't help but shiver. She shook her head and said, "You are Your Highness Crown Prince? I didn't mean it that way." Arbor raised his small hand and ordered, "De Bao." "Yes, little master." Debeo jumped in front of Su Shitao. His metal square face revealed a comical smile at her. You just beat Master 168 times. According to the rules, all of this should be returned to you. Now, I'm going to beat you 68 times. Are you convinced? I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Su Shitao shrieked. When did I beat her 168 times? The one who beat her through the defensive wall was Feng Mingyue from the beginning to the end. Not me, not me. Master said you beat her. So you beat her. The golem roared angrily. It stretched out its legs and jumped. Its jumping power was excellent, and it quickly pounced in front of Feng Mingyue. Without a word, it picked her up and beat her up just like how it had done before. Su Shitao covered her face and cried out bitterly. She kept shouting, big brother, save me, big brother. The little crown princess clenched her fists. She wanted little steel teeth and said nonchalantly, beat them up until they have to make a detour when they see me in the future. Annoying. Who had the time to chat with these orioles and swallows every few days? If she couldn't raise them properly, she would beat them up until they were all obedient when they saw her in the future. When the empress received the news, it was already dinner time. Hearing that the young crown princess retaliated against the miss of Prince Zheng's mansion and the second miss of Count Huainan's mansion, she held her chopsticks in a daze. Empress? Empress? Zhenju, who was always by her side, called out to her softly. The empress came back to her senses and said with a sigh, she looks like me. She looks exactly like me when I was young. If she could make a move, she would make a move. Who would be willing to talk nonsense with you all day long? She was indeed by Wuxia's daughter-in-law. She was still as elegant as she was back then. The corners of the palace servants' mouths twitched. They coughed lightly and lowered their heads without saying a word. Men, pass on my orders. The Count of Huainan did not teach his daughter well, so he was fined half a year of his salary and suspended from court for half a month. As for the second miss of the Fong family, she actually dared to beat up the crown princess and the young imperial grandson in public. Just punish her. Punish her to go to Xian nunnery to cultivate for half a month so that she can get rid of the evil aura all over her body. Crown princess, the Fong family sent an apology gift. There are a total of 3 carriages parked outside the palace. The little crown princess was fiddling with a poisonous plant that she had recently cultivated. When she heard this, she didn't even raise her head. Accept it. What apology gift. It was clearly a gift from Feng Luiying to thank her. First, Madame Lu's illness should be getting better. Little Madame Bao followed her weeping daughter to the nunnery to take care of her. When she returned half a month later, eldest Madame's illness should have almost recovered. Chapter 5165. Dad, big brother, boo-hoo. Su Shitao, who was in pain all over his body, lay on the bed and cried while pounding the bed. I don't care. I've been beaten to such a miserable state. I'm in pain all over. Big brother, you must seek justice for me. Suhi also gnashed his teeth and said, Kong, you must give your sister an explanation for this matter. Explanation? Eunuch, you asked His Highness to give Su Shitao an explanation. What does His Highness want to explain? How can he explain it? Can His Highness climb over the wall to the East Palace with a sword and beat the crown princess in front of the crown prince? Or can he rush to His Majesty and the Empress with a whip and ask for an explanation? Consort Shi Yongyan sneered, Su Shitao, if you ask your big brother to seek justice, who can do it for your big brother? Sister-in-law. His Majesty said that Count Huainan didn't manage his family well, and his family was in chaos. He couldn't even manage his family well, let alone deal with the court affairs. Now, His Majesty personally issued an edict to punish Count Huainan's salary. Not only that, but he also ordered Count Huainan not to attend the court for half a month. Do you know how Count Huainan's unruly girl is now? She was sent to Qian nunnery by the imperial family to cultivate. His Majesty said that if she can't learn the rules and wash away the hostility on her, she shouldn't return to the capital. Do you understand? Don't return to the capital. Do you think His Majesty doesn't want to punish you? But you're smart enough not to fight with the crown princess directly. So His Majesty can't find a reason to punish you. But your brother, your big brother, he was implicated because of you. His Majesty even dismissed him from the inspection mission in Guangnan City and sent other imperial envoys to him. Enough! Mo Shikong shouted angrily and stopped Consort Shi Yongyin's endless words. Shi Yongyin couldn't help sneering. She glanced at Su Shitao, who was lying on the bed and howling, and her eyes were full of disdain and disgust. Do you think the second daughter of Count Huainan will have a good life in the future? The person she offended was the crown princess. Right now, the entire capital knows about her feisty temper. Do you think she can find a good family in the future? Who would marry such a girl? A woman who had been ordered by the emperor to go to Xiai Yin nunnery to cultivate, devote herself to doing good deeds, and wash away her hostility. Who else would dare to want her? She's completely finished. Have you said enough? Mo Shikong roared. Sister-in-law, I know. Do you dislike our family? Do you think that our family has come back and divided your properties in the prince's mansion? You've always despised our family. You think that we're outsiders and shouldn't fight with you for the gold, silver, pearls, and jade of this prince's mansion, and shouldn't come back to annoy you, right? But I am Big Brother's younger sister after all. Before you say these heart-piercing words, have you ever thought that I am your sister-in-law, Big Brother's younger sister? I'm just speaking the truth. If I said something unpleasant, please forgive me, younger sister. Princess Consort Zheng could not help but sneer. I know, sister-in-law, you've never treated us as your family. Younger sister, what are you talking about? You're His Highness's younger sister. How could His Highness not care about you? I'm sure Princess Consort doesn't have this idea. A soft voice emerged in the midst of all the crying and shouting. Chapter 5166. The Princess Consort of Zheng, Shi Yongyin, was so angry that she felt dizzy. She sat on the armchair and pursed her lips, her sharp eyes shooting mercilessly at the person who spoke. Lin Wen'er was so frightened that she almost jumped up from her stool. She hastily shrank to Mo Shikong's side and tightly clung to his sleeve, calling out pitifully, Your Highness. Shi Yongyin, enough is enough. The man reached out and wrapped his arms around his beloved concubine's waist, glaring fiercely at Shi Yongyin. Shi Yongyin couldn't help but laugh out loud. As she laughed, tears flowed down uncontrollably. And Mo Shikong, sooner or later, you will be harmed by these people. There's no medicine for regret in this world. Today, she said these words and was unwilling to say anything else. Shi Yongyin threw down these words and immediately got up to leave. Su Shitao burst into tears and shrieked, Big brother, look at sister-in-law. Look at what my sister-in-law said. Is our family a plague? Don't we have the right to stay in the Prince of Zheng's fu? Younger sister, don't cry. The Princess Consort didn't mean it that way. Lin Wen'er hastily stepped forward to coax her. However, Su Shitao didn't give her any face and even flung her hand away in disdain. Lin Shi, you're just a concubine. What are you doing in my room without any manners? Is this young lady's boudoir a place where a lowly person like you can enter? Lin Shi seemed to be frightened. She stood up from the bed and retreated a few steps, one hand clutching her stomach as she looked at Su Shitao with teary eyes. Tower! Mo Shikong berated and stepped forward to support his beloved concubine. Su Shitao pounded the bed and shouted angrily, Big brother! You actually yelled at your own younger sister for this shameless concubine. This woman came to our fu with no status and a pregnant belly. Do you know that the streets and alleys outside are all talking about your romantic affairs? Everyone is laughing at our Prince of Zheng's fu. How do you want me, an unmarried girl, to find a good family to marry in the future? Others think that our Prince of Zheng's fu is foul and full of shameless sluts. Shut up. Mo Shikong was so angry that smoke was coming out his head. His younger sister's words were like a slap to his face. Moreover, it was a series of slaps that burned his face. Whoa, Your Highness, this concubine cannot live anymore. Mrs. Lin called out coquettishly and threw herself into Mo Shikong's arms. While rubbing her eyes, she cried, This concubine actually insulted an unmarried miss like this. This concubine can only take my child to die with me. Oh, no one is willing to give this concubine and my child a way out. Mo Shikong hurriedly hugged her waist lovingly and whispered, Wan don't be sad. Sister is just spouting nonsense. Don't listen to her nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, he glared angrily at Su Shitao and shouted sternly, To you're really too presumptuous and audacious. Big brother already told you not to provoke that crown prince consort, but you just didn't listen. Now that he's beaten up like this, he's not even willing to settle down, even though he's bedridden. Your eldest sister-in-law is right about a few things. The Count of Huainan was fined his salary and suspended from court by the emperor. Big brother was also implicated by this matter. The incident in Guangnan City was a warning from the emperor to your big brother. If there's a next time, your big brother may also be unlucky. So you really have to cultivate your body and mind well. Don't make trouble again. During this time, stay at home and don't go anywhere. Chapter 51:67. The next day, the sky was clear and the sun hung high above the treetops. Early in the morning, the little crown princess led a group of children to the imperial garden to stretch and do some morning exercises. Mo floated around her twice and kept circling around her. Arbor stopped what he was doing and tilted his head to look at her. Do you have something to say to me? Mo, who was floating around, nodded with a dazed expression. Arbor waved at her and asked her to sit beside him. What do you want to say? Why don't you try using my gold-beaded talisman pen and see if you can write on the jade talisman? Mo's ability to express herself was very problematic. She seemed to find it difficult to express what she wanted to say. Arbor wanted her to see if she could write down her request directly. Upon hearing this, the dazed Mo Ji repeatedly nodded her head. She circled Xiao Mu in circles and finally found a home for her. This soul floated down beside Arbor and held the gold-beaded talisman pin that Arbor took out. Sure enough, she carved a line of small words on the jade talisman. Arbor took the jade talisman and looked at it. He looked at her with a serious expression and asked hesitantly, Are you sure you want to do this? The dumbfounded Mo nodded. You saw me use medicine to save people before and thought that I might be able to make this kind of pill. So the last few times you circled around me, you actually wanted to ask for this? Mo nodded repeatedly. There was no expression on her dazed face, but Arbor could feel that she seemed to be relieved. It was as if she was finally able to express what she wanted to express. Her face was full of relief. But you're only half a soul right now. If you want this pill, Arbor suddenly paused and had a look of realization. You know where to find your main body, don't you? Mo nodded again. But once you start taking this pill, if you stop taking it one day, it might cause you to be poisoned. Also, if you continuously take it for 100 days, there might be no turning back. Are you sure you want to do this? Mo nodded without hesitation. Or perhaps, after you consume it, you will even forget about me. Mo was stunned. Then, he waved his hand at Arbor. Xiao Mu curled her lips in a rare smile as she patted this soul. I respect your decision and will give you the pill later. But before that, I have something for you. With a wave of her small hand, a ball of light flew to the top of her palm and floated up and down. Little Monkey, who was lying at the side, immediately jumped up and sniffed. Wow, there's the smell of an ancient sacred beast. Kong Kong, Guang Guang, the little monkey, and Mo all gathered around and stared at the ceiling light above Arbor's palm, blinking their eyes. Within the ball of light, there was a small snow-white thing curled up. Its entire body was buried in its large, furry tail. Only a small snow-white horn on its small head could be seen swaying slightly. Arbor raised his hand and touched the ball of light. He sighed softly and said, This is the little unicorn that my master cut open. It was born before a month and was born with a congenital deficiency. That's why it grew very slowly. Perhaps it still needs 100 years or 1,000 years before it can awaken. Or perhaps it won't be able to come out for generations. But I feel that it's very lonely. You're also very lonely. If the two of you can be companions in the future, it's actually quite good. Arbor said warmly. Chapter 51:68. Just like a long, long time ago, Cho and I were companions in the void. It's really hard to survive alone in such an empty place like the void. It's much better to have a companion by your side. Regardless of whether it could speak or not, regardless of whether it could wake up or not, as long as there was something by her side, she would at least feel that there was an end to her path. There was still some hope in life, wasn't there? Just as Arbor finished speaking, a small emerald head popped out from behind her neck. Chio, who was rocking back and forth with 2 tender leaves on its head, called out, "Master, don't be sad. Chio will always be by your side." Why did Chio feel like someone was holding its head and lifting it up? Its 2 black beady eyes kept blinking upwards. After looking for a while, it realized that Crown Prince had arrived at some point and was currently holding it up and throwing it behind his back. Chio hurriedly used its 2 thin branches to hook onto his collar and hung it on the back of his neck. It huffed and puffed. Master, Crown Prince was a bad silver. Every time he saw Chio by the little master's side, he liked to throw it out and kick it out. Moe reached out to take the little unicorn's ball of light and held it in her hands. When her dazed face turned towards Arbor, she tried her best to squeeze out a stiff expression that didn't look like a smile. Arbor said expressionlessly, "This soul fragment of yours isn't like the main body. There's no need to force yourself to make a difficult expression." Moe hurriedly restrained the strange expression on her face and nodded repeatedly. She held the little unicorn and gestured with her hands. Little Monkey said from the side, "Big sister, my sister said that she also wants to give you something in return." "There's no need." Arbor's face was stoic as she said expressionlessly, "Your sister is penniless now. The Sun Moon's secret realm that she used to live in is now with me." What else could she have? What did she give? Hee. Little Monkey hurriedly gestured at Moe and nodded repeatedly. "Big sister, you're right. My sister is a pauper now." Arbor glanced at Moe and saw her holding the ceiling light with both hands with a dazed expression. He couldn't help but facepalm. Moe laughed and said, "If you give it to her, she will only praise you like this. Don't tell me you want her to be like this for the rest of her life, holding on to this little unicorn." Arbor muttered, "It's so hard for me. I'm really worried about this dumb little fool." After pondering for a moment, she took out a jade tablet from her pocket and tossed it onto Moe's body. A red string was attached to the jade tablet and slowly hung it around Moe's neck. Arbor heaved a sigh of relief and said to himself, "Although it's only half a soul, it's still a powerful soul. It can still use the storage talisman." She instructed Moe to put the little unicorn into the storage talisman first. After doing all this, Moe lowered his head and caressed the jade talisman around his neck. He fondled it lovingly. "Why can a soul like her touch the storage talisman that you drew?" Moe couldn't help but ask curiously. "In the past, I couldn't see people with soul bodies. However, I can still touch this half-soul body of hers. How do I explain this?" Arbor pursed her lips and said with a rueful expression, "This is probably what they mean by the 3,000 great Daos are all connected by mysterious force." Little Monkey nodded profusely at the side. Big sister's meaning can be explained with one word: fate. Moe nodded and laughed loudly. Chapter 5169. "Moe, look here." Arbor suddenly called out to her. Moe, who was in a daze, turned his head and stared at her. The plain-clothed, wooden, and expressionless little stoic extended her right hand and spread open her fingers. Clusters of snowflakes trembled in her hand as if they had a mind of their own and formed a white sphere that continuously spun back and forth. The little stoic's eyes flickered, and she flicked her slender hand backwards. A snowball shot into the rockery behind her with a whoosh. In no more than a second, the entire rockery crumbled from the inside out with a rumble, shattering into a pile of mud and foam. Fortunately, she had already set up defensive walls around this area before she acted. The loud noise was completely isolated and didn't attract other people's attention. Moe's wooden eyes suddenly moved, and she subconsciously extended her hands and clapped with all her might. "Do you understand now?" Moe nodded vigorously. "Give it a try." Moe floated forward a few steps and extended her right hand accordingly. In a split second, clusters of electricity floated back and forth on her palm. However, even after a long while, she still couldn't fuse them into a sphere. Arbor expressionlessly walked to her side and demonstrated again. He asked coldly, "Do you remember now?" Mo nodded again. The little monkey standing behind them couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her face. She didn't know if it was her misconception, but she kept feeling like her older sister was an idiot. She nodded at everything she was asked, but when she did it, she was clumsy and didn't do anything properly. Arbor patiently repeated the process several times until Mo succeeded. She fused the clusters of electricity in her hand into a small ball of lightning and flew it over, exploding with considerable power from the inside out. The little monkey excitedly jumped up and clapped repeatedly, shouting, "Older sister, you succeeded." Mo looked at the little stoic with bright eyes and nodded repeatedly. She pointed at the small ball of lightning above her palm. However, Arbor merely glanced at her expressionlessly. He reached out and gently brushed aside the snowball in his hand. That snowball rapidly elongated and abruptly transformed into an ice bow. A long ice crystal arrowhead condensed in his right hand. With a single arrow, the row of ground in front of him exploded with a boom, as if millions of arrowheads had split open at the same time and exploded into pieces. Snow explosion spell, explosive arrow. 9 Heavens lightning sword. Skills chapter, Earthwood technique. Xiaomu taught Mo the Spirit Division records techniques that she had learned and mastered one move after another. She patiently demonstrated and practiced them over and over again until she grasped them. Lord Kong Kong and Lord Guang Guang supported their chins with one hand and sat at the stone table in a daze. Wow, what do you think the benefactress is doing? She wants to teach a second version of her. It's obvious. Lord Guang Guang nodded his little bald head. I really pity you weak chicken humans. One fierce woman is already very scary, and in the future, there will be 2 fierce women. How are you going to spend your days like this? Do you think should I recite a mind-clearing incantation for benefactress? What should we do with such a huge amount of hostility? As he spoke, the slow-witted Mo held a sword that flickered with lightning as he swiftly leaped down from the sky, and his sword seemed to have slashed apart the sky as he fiercely descended to the ground. Everything in this area of the garden was completely destroyed. Everything was reduced to nothingness when the sword fell. Ba, flowers and grass are all living beings. Benefactresses, please don't cause any more destruction. The little monk puffed up his chubby cheeks and nagged very solemnly. Chapter 5170. Little Monkey jumped up and applauded with all his might. Although his sister was a little stupid, she was born with outstanding talent. Even if her intelligence was not high enough, her foundation was still there. In just half a day, she was able to learn so many moves. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Arbor kept his thunder sword and took a step forward. He raised his hand and patted Mo's shoulder. In the future, if someone chases you into the void, my sword will be the first to not let him off. Mo's mouth twitched, revealing a stiff smile. Little monk Kong Kong rested his chin on his hands. He turned his head and looked at Prince Mo, who was sitting beside him. Under the golden sunlight, that elegant and handsome crown prince was also supporting his chin with his hands. He was staring at the female benefactor. There seemed to be a light flashing in his eyes. Your Highness, Crown Princess. Kaishio hurriedly walked along a small path and called out while looking back and forth. Arbor waved his hand and removed the defensive barrier. Kaishio turned her head and saw everyone appearing in front of her. She also saw the ruins of the rockery and the flower bed. She opened her mouth so wide that she could stuff a duck egg in it. Heavens, the crown prince and his wife, this early in the morning, said that they were going to take a stroll in the garden. They actually raised a corner of the garden to the ground. Let's go back and have lunch. Little Monkey jumped up and raised his little hand to cheer. Mo floated 2 steps forward and tilted her head to look forward. She saw that under the light of the sun, a beautiful woman in plain clothes was walking beside the crown prince. The fragrance of the 2 plants was like the background of a painting. In an instant, it was as if it could be frozen into eternity and could never be forgotten. Friend? 2 words floated in her heart. Close friend. After the song ended, The leaves in the garden rustled down. The woman left the zither and stood up to bow to the roof in front of her. She stood there silently for a long time. For a long time, there was no sound in the garden. Only the cold wind brushed past her face. The woman in thin clothes slightly lowered her head. She did not make any sound. Until an unknown amount of time later, a faint voice came from the roof. "You can leave." Only then did the woman raise her head slightly and call out, "Young master." Young Master Omega Kitoku glanced at her coldly. Just this icy glare made Miss Rand swallow her words. After bowing, he turned around and left the garden. Chin Xian lay on the eaves and looked up at the dim, starry sky. Holding a wine pot in one hand, he looked into the dark night with a cold gaze. Duguling floated to his side and sighed. "What should we do? I received the exact information today. That king of Duo Luo is completely useless now. I don't know if he's gone crazy or if he's lost his mind. In any case, he can't be used anymore. Many of the men we sent out have been encircled by the Crown Prince's men in the past 2 days, and there have been many casualties. Do you think there's a need to continue?" I just didn't want him to be so happy. In the end, the decision she made herself even more unhappy. Chin Xian tossed the wine pot and flipped over to sit up. He drew a long sword with one hand and flew out of the room. He brandished his sword in the room to vent the anger in his heart. "If we attack the Imperial City now, what do you think our chances of success are? With the resources and connections we have now, there's a chance of success, but the ancestor hasn't given the order. His theory of nibbling is already unrealistic." Chapter 5171. Right now, the heavenly fate has been exposed, and several underground bases have been destroyed. If we continue to develop according to his method of encroachment, we will be defeated one by one sooner or later. Omega Kitoki Young Master stabbed the camphor tree in front of him, leaving a deep sword mark on the tree. Second Young Master wants to... Duguling stood behind him with a frown on his face. Acting on his own, Omega Kitoku Young Master sneered and put away the sword in his hand. He turned to look at Duguling and said indifferently, "Ancestor is old in the end. Many of his decisions are no longer suitable due to the changes in the times." He raised his head and covered his eyes with one hand. He squinted his eyes and looked at the dim, starry night sky. Just like many things, if you don't fight for them and fight for them, you won't be able to get them even if they're placed in front of you. The Pill Hall's mutated pill is rumored to be in the final stage of development. Omega Kitoki Young Master's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. "Go and get one. Young Master, that person inherited the power of the ancient Emolian. If we don't rely on external help, how can we defeat him?" Duguling hurriedly bowed and said, "Please reconsider. This mutated pill was no joke. Once consumed, the young master might not have a high chance, but there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that he would turn into a corpse puppet. Of course, with the young master's talent, he didn't believe that would happen. At most, the young master would awaken a special ability. Look at little 5. Isn't he doing well now?" Omega Kitoki Young Master smiled faintly. "Say, since we're close to him, why don't we try it first?" "Ixin," Duguling called out helplessly. Chin Xian raised his hand to stop him from continuing and turned to walk out of the garden. "Tomorrow at this time, I want to see a level 5 mutated pill." Duguling was silent for a moment. In the end, he didn't call out to him and watched him leave. The next evening, Eastern Palace. "Your Highness, you're finally back." When Kaishio saw the crown prince step through the door, she hurriedly went up to greet him. She hurriedly said in a small voice, "This afternoon, after the crown princess received a message from a mechanical bird, she has been sulking until now." Emolian secretly scolded her father in her heart. She had dragged him to the imperial study to discuss this and that endlessly. Look, his wife was angry. Hence, he hastily ran inside, lifted the bead bracelet, and entered the inner hall. Sure enough, he saw the little stoic sitting on the bed with a fuming expression. She had pulled out a pillow and was pounding it with all her might. Emolian's heart shuddered nervously for no reason. Could it be that the person his wife was hammering was his true self? He didn't feel that he had offended his wife today. This morning, He only took advantage of the fact that his wife was sleeping soundly and secretly kissed her twice. He shouldn't have been discovered, so why was he beaten by his wife? When Arbor looked up, he saw Jojo's Lotus hesitating as she leaned against the shelf of treasures next to the door. She dawdled and didn't come forward, and her two black, beady eyes were looking at him with an aggrieved expression. "You're back," the little fellow called out weakly. "Wife!" Yin hastily ran over and scooped her into his arms. He had an expression of admitting his mistake. Hit me, don't hit the pillow. This husband came back late today. Hit me hard. This husband will definitely come back on time tomorrow." Arbor glanced at him speechlessly. Chapter 5172. This guy's serious expression, as if he was asking to be hammered, was both amusing and infuriating. Arbor looked down at the pillow on his lap. "You think it's you? What did this guy do to have such a guilty conscience? Did he think Jojo was hammering a lotus as soon as he stepped in? Could it be that he had really done something wrong? What did you do today?" "I didn't do anything." Yin quickly looked at his wife magnanimously and reached out to grab her small hand, rubbing it against his chest. "Jojo, feel it if you don't believe me. Hubby's heart is beating passionately for you. I don't dare to deceive you in the slightest." Arbor's mouth twitched, and he expressionlessly pulled back his hand and pounded the pillow. "Did you know? That person ran away." Who ran away?" "Muchinya. Huang, he used a mechanical bird to send me a message today saying that she was rescued by someone. Snow Island has also been turned into a mess by someone. It looks like I've reached the end of my days as the island master." Yin, his wife was angry at him for reaching the end of his days as the island master, but it turned out she wasn't angry at him for returning late. "Who saved Muchinya? Does Huang he know?" "Huang he sent a message saying that those people didn't act like normal people. They all seemed to be speed superhumans. They didn't directly clash with the island's army. Instead, they used a surprise attack to directly rescue her and then retreated." The little stoic fumed. "Although our people killed several speed superhumans, we didn't have time to conduct a large-scale search. This group of people came quickly and retreated even faster. They left after rescuing her. Didn't you already order Huang he to get rid of this woman?" Yin couldn't help but be stunned when he recalled this matter. "Huang he said there was some progress on the antidote. I originally wanted to try it out on Muchinya again, but who knew Arbor clenched his fists. But with her broken body, she probably won't live for long, even if she's rescued. I just don't understand what Tianyun is after. As far as I know, Tianyun will never save a useless person. So this Muchinya should be useful in some way. But Huang he also said that Muchinya's body is strange. Several of the corpse puppets that had been used to test the medicine had already died. Muchinya, on the other hand, has tried several kinds of antidotes and taken no less than 100 kinds of medicines, but she's still alive. That means Muchinya isn't just a mutant with a special ability." Yin took over Arbor's words and continued to analyze. Or perhaps this Muchinya has taken some high-level mutated pills from Tianyun? Could her body be reinventing itself in ways we don't know about? Arbor was shocked. He sat up straight and carefully considered Yin's words. He nodded solemnly. "So she might not die immediately. As long as this body doesn't collapse, maybe it can make a comeback. This is only one of our inferences, so it might not be completely correct." Yin held her hand comfortingly. "After all, if Tianyun can really produce this kind of medicine that can continuously refine the human body by force, it can create even more monsters that can't be killed. It's impossible for it to continue lying dormant." At this point, the two looked at each other and suddenly said, "We have to have Huang He and the others come back as soon as possible." Chapter 5173. "I've already notified him." Arbor clenched her fists. She wasn't sure what this heavenly fate wanted to do next. What effect would kidnapping Muchinya have on the big picture? Or was it that Muchinya actually had a secret they didn't know about? For example, perhaps her body could be modified again? Arbor shook her head. There was no point in thinking too much now. She should summon Huang, he, and the others back as soon as possible. How's Mr. Su's research going at the small base in Beiwang Valley? Arbor thought of this and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Why don't we invite Mr. Su and the others back as well? We can discuss it with Huang He and the others and see if the two sides can piece together useful information to make progress in research." Mo Yin nodded solemnly. "I was also thinking the same thing. I'll have someone inform Mr. Su and the others to set off immediately and join us here. When the time comes, let Mr. Su and Huang He discuss what to do next." Arbor nodded. "We can have the people who killed the Heavenly Fate come back in batches. Arrange for them to be gathered at Duan Yu's place first. We'll see when the time comes. Previously, the Heavenly Fate's people attacked Sangzhou, so they didn't know what they would do next. Arbor hoped that they could deal with the Heavenly Fate again while ensuring everyone's safety. There shouldn't be much time left for them to use. The Heavenly Fate's recent actions all indicated that they might not be far from a large-scale outbreak. Have every city prepare for security," Arbor said expressionlessly. "Pay special attention to protecting the water sources. Okay, the people of the city defense team have to patrol 24 hours a day without stopping. This is especially true for those who are transmitting messages and setting up defenses on the drum towers. Every defense point has to be under constant surveillance every minute." Prince Mo nodded repeatedly. "Have His Majesty give the order to cancel all unnecessary gatherings." Arbor said coldly, "Have those orioles and swallows stay at home peacefully and don't cause trouble in front of me. If they have nothing to do, gather them and go dig a moat or build a wall or something." She was not a good-natured person. If she was provoked, she would not give face to anyone. If he told you to dig a canal, you had to dig it. If he told you to build a wall, you had to build it. Don't even talk about a delicate young lady. Even if the Heavenly King himself came, you had to build it when Jojo told you to. "All right, my wife. I will explain everything to our father." Prince Mo smiled and nodded. He thought to himself, "My wife is really awesome. She's so comprehensive in everything she considers." In this way, the workers digging the canals and building the defensive walls would definitely not run out. The rear could be replenished at any time. The next day, a protective notice was posted in the central square. The defense level of Dragon Flame City had been raised to the highest level. Entering and exiting the city gates had to be checked, and the transmission of messages had also begun to become tense. More people were assigned to guard the water source area of the entire city. A smokeless war had been quietly arranged without anyone knowing about it. On the other side, Huang He gathered a group of alchemists on the snowy island and led them to board a large ship. He turned his head and glanced at the island they had stayed on for many days. If there were no accidents, their return to Dragon Flame City this time would be the day when the battle with the Heavenly Fate Empire was imminent. Chapter 5174. If I don't live, you will die. Life and death were not in anyone's hands. Fairy, we have already followed your orders and removed all the resources on the island. Do you want to burn it? Burn it. Fairy Yellow Crane silently glanced at the snowy island, her gaze landing on a wooden plaque in front of the island. Countless lines of fire flew with the wind and landed on the snowy island, instantly igniting the entire island. "Set off." Fairy Yellow Crane raised her hand and shouted. The large ship set sail and sailed into the Forgotten River 3 months later. The entire Qiao residence was filled with jubilation. All the servants were busy inside and outside for the Little Tiger's 100th day banquet. Arbor returned to the Qiao residence with Prince Mo yesterday, planning to stay at home for a while. Recently, her stomach was growing rapidly, and her pregnancy was becoming more obvious. Mother saw that her stomach was so big and nervously followed her around all day, worried that she would bump into something. However, she didn't have any problems. She could still walk as if she was flying, jump up and down, jump over walls, and flip tiles without any problems. She was the clearest about her own body. She checked her pulse 3 times a day, and every time, she was very healthy and normal. The key was that there was still no reaction, and she could eat and sleep. Counting the days, she reckoned that she would be able to meet baby Mo in another 3 months. Thinking of this, she felt happy for no reason. Recently, Her husband was so busy that he couldn't even see the sky and earth. Day and night, he was busy dealing with the information gathered from all over the world. Many small fortifications were constantly harassed by the small forces of the Heavenly Fate Empire. Like probing, like provocation, there weren't any obvious movements, but they were always like rats in the gutter. From time to time, they would crawl out and make a bunch of noises. It was very annoying. In addition, a medium-sized matter also happened in the 3 continents recently. There was an organization called Bright Light that was rapidly rising in various large cities in the 3 continents. Especially in the capital cities of the 3 continents, they had established quite a reputation and won over the faith of many people. It was said that this organization specialized in teaching the general public how to deal with the Heavenly Fate Empire. The entire organization worshipped an omnipotent holy maiden. Why not? Hearing the 2 words holy maiden, Arbor felt like she had eaten a fly. Holy maiden or holy maiden. None of them seemed to be good people. She once again thought of the saintess of the Sun-Moon Temple, Nie Yaoguang. She had escaped so quickly. Ever since Du Chunjiang left, it was as if she had disappeared from the face of the earth. She had not been seen again. Now that he thought about it, he missed it quite a bit. Arbor thought to himself as the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold, arc-bright light, using light to illuminate the entire earth. Crown Princess, Crown Princess, Crown Princess. Kai Xiao excitedly rushed in from outside and said with a happy face, Young Master Duanmu, young Miss Qi, and the others have returned. Arbor stood up and walked out quickly. Duanmu Qing and the others had come out of seclusion a few days ago. They had all gone to the western outskirts Eastern Peak Mountain to undergo the heavenly punishment. After Duanmu Qing consumed the holy fruit, he had been absorbing the power of the holy fruit drop by drop. He had been in seclusion in the star field for so long, and he had broken through to the 8th level of Godmaster. His talent was indeed shocking. As for Qi Xian and the others, they had all stepped onto the steps of God Realm experts and rushed to the East Peak Mountain to experience the 5 spirits' reincarnation. These few days, the Doe family head, who lived near the East Peak Mountain, was scared out of his wits. The 5 spirits' reincarnation tribulation seemed to be free. It was as if it was crazy and kept descending on the East Peak Mountain. Chapter 5175. It was to the extent that after several days, half of the entire East Peak Mountain was flattened by the heavenly lightning and heavenly fire tribulation. The entire Doe family simply wanted to cry, but had no tears. They really didn't expect Duanmu's cultivation realm to also jump so quickly. After eating the holy fruit, it was as if he was assisted by the gods. Arbor cursed inwardly, but her footsteps continued to quicken, and she swiftly ran out of the door. Qi Xuan's group of 7 strode into the court and immediately saw the little stoic dashing toward them with a big belly. Everyone was scared out of their wits by her, and they hastily sprinted forward. They surrounded her and clamored, Jojo, why are you running? Why are you running so fast? You can't run right now. It's fine, it's fine. Arbor waved her hand and reflexively rubbed her belly. You guys don't know, but sometimes when I'm too lazy to move, Baby Mo will even urge me to come out and exercise. Everyone looked at her with indescribable expressions. It's true. Arbor nodded and rubbed her belly in all seriousness. Baby Mo isn't like his dad. He's very obedient. Qi Xian couldn't help but giggle when she saw her serious expression. She pulled her small hand and said, my Qiao, it's like several years have passed since we parted. I think you've really changed a lot. You guys have been in the star domain for so long. It's been several months, right? According to the time, flow 12 times faster. Isn't it several years since we parted? Qi Xian quickly nodded and pulled her small hand, saying, Don't worry, we won't go anywhere after this. The little girl looked at her with a grin. We'll just wait for baby Mo to be born. I want to hug my eldest nephew as soon as possible. Okay. When Wei Ziqin entered, she happened to see a group of young men and women chatting and laughing around her precious daughter. She quickly walked up and said with a smile, Jojo, your friends, Chi Xian turned around and greeted with a smile. Hello, Annie. Hello, Andy. Hello, hello. Wei Ziqin grinned from ear to ear. Since your friends are here, let's sit down together. Due to the recent ban issued by the imperial court, no one dared to go out for gatherings or meals. The various families would secretly hold a banquet in their own mansions so that their families could gather together to celebrate. The Qiao residents originally wanted to do the same. They wanted to hold a low-key 100th day banquet and celebrate with their own family members. Unfortunately, they couldn't resist the attentions of the relatives of the officials inside and outside the imperial court, as well as the wives of the aristocratic families. Many honored guests came uninvited, and the ceremonial carriages sped away like a wisp of smoke from the mansion's entrance on Changle Avenue. Even after turning a corner, there was still no end in sight. Fortunately, there were plenty of ingredients in the house, and the servants were diligent, so it wasn't like they didn't have anything to eat at the last minute. As such, the Qiao estate could only go with the flow and host a banquet to invite all the guests. Fortunately, the weather today was pretty good, so the residents set up dozens of banquet tables in the garden. The banquet wasn't very particular. The male and female guests were arranged to sit in the same garden and eat at separate tables. It was very lively. Although Second Aunt Rinshur came from a low-ranking official's family, she was very generous and appropriate in her dealings with people. She helped Wei Ziqin entertain the female guests. Madame Fong of Count Huainan's estate has arrived. Madame Rin smiled and said to Wei Ziqin, eldest sister-in-law, go and greet Madame Fong. I'll take care of things here. Wei Ziqin nodded with a smile. She went forward to welcome Madame Fong and walked to the side to exchange greetings. Chapter 5176. Fong Luiying, who was following behind the woman, spotted Arbor with her sharp eyes. She strode over and said with a chuckle, greetings to the Crown Princess. The young Crown Princess nodded slightly and glanced at her mother and Madame Fong. She said, Madame Fong's complexion looks much better. It's all thanks to the Crown Princess's nourishing food prescription. After so many days of recuperation, my mother's illness has mostly recovered, Fong Luiying said with a smile. How's your study of basic pharmacology coming along? It's all thanks to the Crown Princess's guidance that I've more or less grasped basic pharmacology. Yesterday, my hands were itchy, so I tried to make a hemostatic pill again. I didn't expect that I would succeed on my first try this time. I even made 2 pills. She had been overjoyed at the time. When she saw the young Crown Princess today, the first thing she wanted to do was share this good news with the little stoic. The little stoic nodded expressionlessly. Since you want to walk the path of pills, you have to continuously study. Fong Luiying hummed in agreement and nodded repeatedly. I will continue to work hard. Amidst the festive and lively laughter, Saichi hurried over and leaned over to whisper something into the young Crown Princess's ear. The little stoic's unperturbed expression shifted slightly, and she asked absent-mindedly, where is he? He's outside. Our people stopped him. Let him in, the young Crown Prince Consort said with a cold expression. Tianyin actually sent people to deliver gifts to the Qiao estate. Since they dared to send gifts, she, Arbor, wasn't someone who didn't dare to accept them. Following the sound of bright laughter was a familiar face from Arbor. She was dressed in a bright red robe, and her hair was not tied up or tied. She was very confident and at ease as it scattered behind her back. Tianyin Star Picking Hall's hall master, Dugu Ling. Following him in was a row of people holding red brocade boxes of various sizes. There were about a dozen or so people, and all of them were dressed very jubilantly with red streamers tied around their heads. The guests looked at each other in dismay. At first, they couldn't figure out the situation. Little stoic, we meet again. Dugu Ling smiled and waved his fan. He tilted his head and looked at Arbor. Long time no see. I missed you. Today is the Qiao Residence's 100th day banquet. Our young master misses you so much that he sent me here to deliver a gift. I didn't know what kind of gifts would suit your taste, so I casually picked some. I hope you like them. Just as the little Crown Princess was about to lose her temper, unexpectedly, the little stoic expressionlessly nodded and waved her hand, saying, put it away. Fuck, This little stoic truly accepted anyone's gift. They looked at the handsome young man in bright red clothes in front of them. He didn't seem to have good intentions. Why didn't the little crown princess teach him a lesson? Since he gave me a gift, I won't beat you up today. Scram! The little crown princess said expressionlessly. Everyone was speechless. Dougal Ling restrained himself, and his mouth secretly twitched. Soon after, he coughed lightly and said, I have a special gift for you. Do you want to see it? Arbor's small stoic face stared coldly at him with her grape-like eyes. Tell me everything in one go. So much nonsense, and so clumsy in giving gifts. It was annoying. Dougal Ling coughed and opened the lid of the box, revealing 2 bloody fingers. Everyone jumped in fright and cried out in alarm. The little stoic's eyes chilled, and in the blink of an eye, she opened the thunderclap's sword and held it in her hand. Her icy voice seemed to spread out from the depths of hell. Are you seeking death? Chapter 5177. Ayaya, don't hit me first. Take a good look at whose finger this is. Dougal Ling cried out with an aggrieved expression. This is truly a special gift, stoic face. Take a good look. The little stoic couldn't be bothered to look at those 2 bloody segments. She only felt that they stung her eyes. This guy dared to do this at her little nephew's 100-day banquet. If she didn't beat him to death, people would think she had a good temper. Unexpectedly, Dougal Ling took a step forward and insisted on showing her the brocade box. Quickly take a look. Quickly take a look. This is the finger of your great enemy. It's true. I'm really not lying to you. Take a look. Arbor paused in his action of slashing with the thunderclap's sword, and a faint, sharp glint flitted through his eyes. Muchinya. When she spat out these 3 words, her chilly voice fell into everyone's hearts. They intuitively felt like a string of ice beads rolling into a bead tray, crisp and clear. Her first thought was Muchinya when it came to her great enemy. There weren't many people in this world who could be considered her great enemy. The only one who escaped recently and fell into the Heavenly Fate Empire's clutches was this person. However, she saw Dougal Ling looking at her with a grin and an approving expression. I knew the little stoic was the smartest person in the world. Could it be that he really guessed correctly? Arbor's gaze shifted slightly, but his small face didn't show much emotion. The youngster said that he also didn't know that the old man would send people to kidnap Hall Master Mu. In his heart, he felt very apologetic. Stoic, we didn't send people to do this. The little stoic looked at him expressionlessly. You ran here especially to explain this matter? Even if you didn't do it, it was your Heavenly Fate Empire. You're all jackals of the same lair. When the 2 words Heavenly Fate Empire entered their ears, all of them exhaled in unison. They all looked incredulous as they glared at Dougal Ling. This red-clothed young sir was actually a person of the Heavenly Fate Empire? Currently, His Highness had already ordered a manhunt for people of the Heavenly Fate Empire in the entire Dragonflame City. Who would have thought that this young master's guts would be so bold? As a person of the Heavenly Fate realm, instead of hiding a home, he actually dared to appear at the Chow Estate's 100-day banquet. He even bowed so much to the Crown Princess. Everyone couldn't help but look at the young Crown Prince Consort in puzzlement. They all secretly thought, the Crown Prince Consort and this young master of Tianyin seem to be very familiar with each other. Could it be that they are acquaintances or even friends? Everyone stole a glance at the young Crown Princess. Seeing her cold expression, they did not dare to make any wild guesses. As for everyone's suspicions and guesses at the banquet, it had absolutely nothing to do with the little stoic. What other people thought had nothing to do with her, and she was never someone who cared about how others looked at her. However, what annoyed her the most was Dougal Ling's real intention for coming here to deliver 2 bloody fingers. You can't just barge in, you can't barge in. Outside the courtyard, several servants' shouts could be heard, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Stop! The royal guards standing guard around the Chow estate promptly appeared at the courtyard's entrance and blocked the group of people who were hurrying over. How dare you block our holy maiden's path? Go away! Following that shout, the 2 guards of the Chow estate were sent flying through the air with a slap, crashing straight towards the banquet. All the guests couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Chapter 51:78. Just as the two men were about to crash onto the banquet table, two black figures suddenly appeared and swiftly grabbed the legs of the two guards. Both of them jumped back and steadied the two guards. Only then did everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. The two guards were a little frightened. Even though they had steadied themselves, their faces couldn't help but turn pale. Ah, someone's here to cause trouble. Dougal Ling hurriedly moved to the side and patted his chest, pretending to be frightened. The little crown princess turned to look at the arched entrance of the court with a frosty expression. She saw a group of people crowding around a white-clothed woman, weapons in their hands. All the guests hurriedly stood up and gathered towards the center. Everyone looked at these uninvited guests with an indescribable panic. The atmosphere was suddenly filled with a tinge of tension. Both sides silently raised their guard. Jojo, second aunt, Ren hurriedly pulled on her sleeve and looked at the intruders with surprise. "Who are you people? Why have you barged into our Qiao estate?" Xiao Zhongbong and second Uncle Qiao also asked with a cold expression. "Who are you? State your name." "This is our holy maiden of Zhaowang." A woman in a green dress with a cold expression strode to the front of the group and coldly glanced at everyone. She raised her chin high and spoke slowly. "The holy maiden is here. Why hasn't anyone come forward to greet her?" Everyone looked at each other, their eyes revealing an expression of looking at an idiot. They had naturally heard of Zhaowang, an organization that had been developing very well in the past 2 months. However, in the eyes of the madams and misses of the aristocratic families, such a non-governmental organization was nothing more than a small sect for the commoners to play around with. Naturally, they wouldn't put them in their eyes, but they didn't expect that Zhaowang would take themselves so seriously. Not only did they barge into the Qiao Estate's 100-day banquet, they even asked these madams and misses to greet them. Wasn't this the biggest joke in the world? Arbor patted second Aunt Ren's hand to appease her. He retracted his hand and waved it casually. He didn't want to say anything more to these people from Zhaowang. In an instant, 7 or 8 shadow guards, including the 2 men in black who had appeared earlier, emerged from the crowd at the same time. Without saying a word, they stepped forward to chase the holy maiden of Zhaowang and the others away. The woman in the green dress was immediately angered. Her eyes were wide open in anger as she raised her hand to block one of the secret guards. "Don't act recklessly. This is our holy maiden of bright light. You guys, all of you, let go, let go, let go. What do you want?" Seeing that Arbor had sent a group of secret guards to chase them away without saying anything, the Saintess of Light and the others were obviously angry. "Everyone, please don't be in such a hurry to chase him away." Dressed in a white dress, the Saintess of Light spoke up. Her long hair was tied behind her back, and her hands were crossed in front of her lower abdomen. Her posture was dignified and demure. Under a set of red pomegranate gemstone headwear, her skin was fair, her cheeks were delicate, and half of her face was covered with a white veil. She indeed looked holy and radiant, and she had a pure and clean appearance. But what kind of person was Arbor? At a glance, she felt that this woman was a bit like Nie Yaowang. Unfortunately, Nie Yaowang's figure was even more graceful and ethereal than this woman in front of her. She was also slightly taller. "I wonder which one of you is the crown princess? This humble girl greets you." The Saintess of Light nodded slightly, and her expression didn't seem very respectful. Chapter 51:79. Impudent. Kai Xiu coldly reprimanded. "Who do you think you are? Crown princess. Is she someone you can meet whenever you want?" Arbor slightly waved her hand, expressionlessly letting the 2 maids withdraw. The 2 of them were separated by a few empty tables, coldly looking at each other. Arbor clearly saw a trace of disdain in this holy maiden's eyes. "Ah, she really has guts," Arbor secretly thought. "Last time, the person who showed this kind of look to her, I wonder if their bones have turned cold." She did not expect that today there would be someone who dared to show this kind of look to her in public. Indeed, the ignorant are fearless. Holy Maiden heard that a person of Tianyun appeared in the Qiao residence, so she specially came to eradicate evil. Unexpectedly, when she saw it with her own eyes, she was really shocked. The green-robed woman loudly said to the crowd. At this time, Holy Maiden Zhao Guang also calmly said, "Everyone says that the Crown Princess and Tianyun are irreconcilable. But I did not expect that on the day of Crown Princess's nephew's 100th day banquet, Tianyun would send the star-picking Hall's Hall Master to deliver such a big gift. Right and wrong, black and white, all lies in the human heart. Everyone has seen it with their own eyes. Whether the Crown Princess is black or white, it is clear at a glance." Everyone kept quiet out of fear. What the hell? What does this Holy Maiden Zhao Guang mean? Was it to accuse the Crown Princess of colluding with someone from the Heavenly Fate Circle? She really has guts. Didn't she see that the ladies and ladies of the aristocratic families were all smiling at the young Crown Princess with a respectful expression? After several small banquets, who knows what the Crown Princess's temperament is like? If you don't provoke her with her cold temperament, she will not think of making things difficult for you. If you insist on provoking her, perhaps blood will be spilled on the spot. Clearly, today's banquet was going well at the beginning, but now it seems that there will be an unforeseen event. Everyone silently retreated a few steps and could not help but look at Holy Maiden Zhao Guang and her entourage as if they were looking at a fool. Could it be that these people had been living a good life for too long and wanted to stay in jail for a while? Or were they here to provoke the Crown Princess? What was he after? Could it be that he wanted to make a name for the entire organization by provoking the little Crown Princess? Just how muddle-headed was their little lousy organization, rushing to court disaster in front of the little stoic Crown Princess? Based on everyone's understanding of the Crown Princess, they were afraid that this matter would not end peacefully. After the Holy Maiden of Light finished her impassioned speech, she realized that none of the hundreds of people present paid any attention to her. Everyone retreated a little further, very kindly leaving an open space in the middle for the people of the Radiant Organization. Let Zhao Guang perform, and let it continue to court death. As the audience, they just watched silently. Once they received the order from the little Crown Princess, they could escape at any time and not watch this liveliness of life and death. It wasn't something that could be casually watched. Now that you're watching the liveliness in the Qiao estate, the grass at your grave will probably grow tall next to your arbor held her sword in one hand and lightly swiped it with her white hand, instantly covering the sword with a layer of sizzling electric current. She pointed her long sword at Zhao Guang and coldly enunciated each word. "Today, if you can't defeat me, you will certainly die a violent death." Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as they retreated a few steps out of fear. "Defeat me or die, choose," Arbor said coldly. The thunderclap sword emitted a light, screeching sound as if it sensed something.